The exiled carriage ventured into the barren territory, unwittingly driving into a death trap laid by political foes. Surin, the viscount who traversed realms, heard a chilling voice echo in his mind at the last moment, as swords and daggers loomed. Dire wolves, colossal lizards, bat kings, fox maidens, until titans and dragons, the bestiary of monstrous beings unfolded before his eyes. As the treacherous knights believed their prey had surrendered, they would soon confront a black tide composed of otherworldly beasts. A path to kingship, forged through blood and loyal minions, quietly paved itself at the edge of the lost forest. Chapter 1. The Exiled Viscount. On the Eternal Continent. At the western border of the Black Rose Kingdom, on the outskirts of the Lost Forest. A modest-sized, somber convoy struggled along a narrow woodland path. Several carts, laden with simple belongings, were escorted by over 200 soldiers clad in worn leather armor. Their expressions varied. The foremost cart was the largest, adorned with a dim, thorned family crest. In the fragmented light of the setting sun, Surin abruptly opened his eyes within the cart. A fierce headache throbbed like countless red-hot needles swirling in his skull, nearly causing him to faint again. Fragments of unfamiliar memories surged into his consciousness like a breached dam: lavish banquets, frigid courts, scornful laughter, and that exiled decree sealed with the king's cold insignia. Lancaster Surin, Viscount of the Black Rose Kingdom, stripped of all privileges in the royal capital, exiled to the Dark Moon territory at the kingdom's far western edge, bordering the Lost Forest Mountains. He had traversed realms. He had become an unfortunate viscount, ensnared by noble rivals, on the brink of banishment to the frontier. Damn, what a terrible start. Surin shook his head, dispelling the dizziness and nausea, casting a glance at the convoy outside, his brows furrowed slightly. Having inherited the memories of the original owner, he realized that although he still held the title of viscount, he had virtually lost all other wealth and status. Besides the remaining 200 family guards, all he possessed was the barren, perilous territory he was to arrive at the following day. It could be said that he would never have another opportunity to return to the royal capital. Moreover, his political enemy, the treacherous Earl Monroe, would evidently not be content with merely expelling him from the capital. On the outskirts of this lost forest, it was perhaps the perfect location for the adversary to ensure he vanished forever. Surin forced himself to calm down, peering through the window at the convoy outside. Several carts laden with supplies struggled through the forest, the horses puffing white breath from exhaustion, while a group of ordinary soldiers assisted in pushing from the rear. In contrast, a few tall cavalrymen nearby displayed an air of nonchalance, showing no inclination to help. Their expressions did not reflect the despair and agony of being exiled alongside Surin. Instead, they cast greedy, burning gazes towards the alluring maid beside Surin's cart, reminiscent of a succulent peach. A chill settled in Surin's heart. In his memories, it was likely that 2/3 of the knights in this guard had already been bribed by Earl Monroe. Their mission was not to escort, but to ensure that this exiled viscount would never reach his new territory, or to orchestrate his demise on the road by a ferocious beast or border bandits in a manner deemed reasonable. A wave of cold surged from his spine to the crown of his head. He was unarmed, his body weakened from the treatment received prior to his exile, and those treacherous soldiers outside were all stronger than him. The situation was precarious. At that moment, a light knock resounded on the carriage door, accompanied by a deliberately soft, concerned voice. "My lord, are you awake? You haven't eaten all day." It was Aina, his sole maid, and one of the few truly loyal to the Hyjinzi family, left by the original owner's mother. In his memories, she was a gentle yet resilient girl who had resolutely chosen to accompany him in exile, even amidst the family's upheaval. Surin took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, striving to keep his voice steady. "Come in, Aina." As the door opened, a figure entered, bringing in a touch of the cool evening air. Aina, around 17 or 18, wore a faded plain maid's dress, yet her natural beauty shone through. Her golden hair was somewhat disheveled, tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and a pair of emerald eyes reminiscent of clear springs in the forest. At this moment, her complexion appeared pale, evidently worn down by the arduous journey and fear. "My lord, you look unwell." Aina knelt before Surin, unwrapping a small parcel. Inside were several pieces of coarse black bread and a small slab of hard-smoked meat. "Please eat a little. The road ahead is long, and you must take care of your health." Her voice trembled slightly, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. Observing the girl's forced strength stirred a complex mix of emotions within Surin, both gratitude and deeper concern. Her presence here only heightened the danger. "Thank you, Aina." Surin accepted the bread but had little appetite. He lowered his voice, cautioning, "Something feels off outside. Please discreetly inform Sir Gawain at the front to come over, and do not linger outside, especially. Keep your distance from Bedwell and his companions behind." The only subordinate he could still trust was his guardian knight, Gawain. Aina's body stiffened noticeably. She nodded vigorously, her voice lowered. "I understand, my lord." She gently placed a water pouch beside Surin and carefully rose. Just as Aina pushed open the carriage door and stepped down the carriage step, a lewd voice called out, "Hey, Aina, my lovely, where are you off to?" It was none other than Bedwell, the most formidable knight in the guard, who had advanced to a second-tier extraordinary being. He had somehow ridden up beside the carriage, his greedy gaze slithering over Aina's graceful curves revealed as she bent down. Aina shuddered in fright, retreating a step like a startled fawn, nearly colliding with the carriage, her face turning as pale as a sheet. I'm going to fetch water for my lord." "Fetch water." Another sinister voice chimed in, belonging to a gaunt knight with a malevolent gaze, who also rode over, a nauseating false smile plastered on his face. "Does the Viscount really need water now? Why not serve us brothers first? It's a desolate wilderness, and we've been holding it in all the way." "Ha ha, well said." Another knight leered, directly reaching for Aina's arm. "Let's see if the Viscount will protect you." "Stop it." A thunderous roar erupted like a clap of thunder. From the front of the convoy, several knights clad in worn chainmail and bearing resolute expressions abruptly pulled on their reins and turned their horses towards them. Leading the charge was Gawain, his face a mask of fury, fiercely loyal to the Hyginzi family. "Bedwell, Carlo, what do you think you're doing? This is the Lord's maid." Gawain unsheathed his sword half an inch, glaring at them. "What do you mean?" Bedwell scoffed. He cast a glance at the silent Viscount's carriage, mocking, "Still calling him my lord? He's nothing but an exiled wretch despised by the king." The Earl of Mengluo proclaimed that he would not survive to see the Moonlight territory. As for the charming young lady, brothers, after our enjoyment, we might even fetch a handsome price for her. Impudence. Knight Gawain's eyes widened with fury as he unsheathed his long sword in its entirety. The remaining soldiers of the guard also drew their weapons, dividing themselves into opposing factions. In an instant, the disparity in numbers became glaringly apparent. Only 70 stood behind Knight Gawain. Yet, those supporting Badeway had as many as 150. "Gawain, you are merely at the first tier of extraordinary strength. Opposing me is akin to courting death." Badeway sneered as he brandished his weapon. Inside the carriage, Su Luin was, of course, aware of the unfolding situation outside. "What the hell? I just crossed over, and now I'm facing death already." Su Luin forced a bitter smile, yet found himself powerless to resolve the imminent life and death crisis. At that moment, a chilling, mechanical voice, brimming with an overwhelming will, erupted within Su Luin's mind without warning. Detecting that the host is on the brink of a fatal crisis. Emergency binding conditions met. Monster Legion activation. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Host, Lancaster Su Luin. Newbie reward issued. Free random summon. Tier 2 monster species * Lord level, once. System functions loading. Summoning space opening. Monster compendium loading. Energy core initialization. Current energy, 0/1000 foot. Please concentrate your thoughts and silently recite summon. Chapter 2, Monster Summoning System, Venomous Mantis. System? Su Luin was momentarily taken aback. A cascade of cold, clear, metallic information surged into his consciousness. Simultaneously, a semi-transparent, ethereal blue interface materialized before his eyes, visible only to him. At the center of the interface was a profound vortex, seemingly swirling with nebulous stars. Below the vortex, a colossal, golden glimmering summon button pulsated vigorously. Beside it, a line of smaller text read, "Free attempts. 1. Tier 2 monster species * Lord level." In the compendium section, countless monstrous icons, each displaying grotesque or peculiar forms, flashed rapidly before ultimately settling on a dim icon labeled Venomous Mantis, Tier 2 Lord. Traits: neurotoxin, paralysis of targets below Tier 2, cutting, enhanced physical sharpness, high-frequency wing beat, area mental deterrence. Summoning cost: 300 units of basic life energy, this time free. There was no time for contemplation. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. With bloodshot eyes, Su Luin fixated on the rebel soldiers led by Badeway, roaring within his heart, "Summon." The moment the thought settled, the earth cracked open with spiderweb-like crimson patterns. 6 pairs of compound eyes ignited within the surging black mist, as scythe-like forelimbs tore through the air, producing a piercing shriek. A towering beast, 2 meters tall, crashed down, its shell glimmering like tempered black steel, compound eyes reflecting molten gold, and its blade-like limbs dripping with corrosive venom, sizzling upon contact with the ground. Z. A low, hoarse, primal roar, brimming with pure ferocity and murderous intent, resonated not through the forest, but rather reverberated directly within the soul, instantly drowning out all cries and screams. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. All who were engaged in battle, whether loyal knights or treasonous soldiers, became statuesque. Knight Gawain clutched his bleeding wound, incredulity etched on his face as he beheld the terrifying monster that had appeared. Ai Na ceased her weeping, her wide eyes filled with horror. Badeway's sinister grin froze, morphing into sheer terror. The sword he had raised was suspended mid-air, as though encased in invisible ice. The lean Carlo nearly toppled from his mount, his voice faltering. This aura, at least the peak of Tier 2. Where did it come from? The strongest present was merely Badeway, who had just ascended to the second tier of the extraordinary, yet before the Tier 2 Lord-level monster, he was but an ant. Damn it. Badeway's expression darkened, a mix of fear and rage swelling within him. They were merely at the periphery of the Lost Woods. Such a terrifying monster should not exist here. Tap, tap. A portion of the rebels began to waver. Remaining here would ensure none survive. As the rebel leader, Badeway feigned calm. Recalling the lavish rewards promised by the Earl of Mengluo, he gritted his teeth, channeling his energy into his heavy sword, bellowing, "Do not retreat. Murdering a noble is a capital offense. If you leave now, there will be no place for you in the Black Rose Kingdom. We hold the absolute advantage in numbers. Kill Suluin. A reward of 100 gold coins for each of you, plus the formal knight title promised by Earl Mengluo." With his energy surging, Badeway, through threats and enticements, sought to reorganize his forces and swiftly eliminate Suluin. Clang. In the silence, the response to him was the sound of weapons slicing through the air. The forelimbs of the venomous mantis sliced like shadows, venom oozing along the blade. Badeway's arm instantaneously went numb, and in the next moment, a scythe pierced through his chest armor, lifting him into the air. As blood sprayed, the venomous mantis's compound eyes locked onto the ordinary rebels, its high-frequency wing beat unleashing invisible ripples. The soldiers immediately cried out in horror, blood seeping from their ears and noses, their steeds panicking and trampling their own ranks, instantly losing their fighting spirit. "Gawain, do not hesitate, kill them." Suluin flung open the carriage door, his expression as cold as ice. "My lord, this monster, did you summon it?" Gawain looked at Suluin, incredulity in his gaze. Suluin nodded slightly. Having awakened the system and summoned a Tier 2 Lord-level monster on his first attempt, the life-and-death crisis was instantly reversed, allowing him to finally relax. Now, it was time to punish the traitors. "Lord Suluin, please spare us." Upon witnessing the strongest Badeway lose all combat capability, Carlo immediately surrendered first. "Lord Viscount, we were coerced by Earl Mengluo. Please spare us. We will continue to pledge our allegiance to you, to the Lancaster family. To expand the borders, you need manpower. Please grant us another chance." Listening to the cacophony of pleas from the rebels, Suluin remained steadfast and unyielding. The disloyal had no further justification for continued existence. As for the manpower issue upon reaching the Moonlight territory, with the monster summoning system at his disposal, Suluin had no such concerns. "Having chosen to betray the Lancaster family, you must be prepared for death," Suluin stated calmly. Upon hearing Suluin's words, Knight Gawain grasped his intent, his energy surging as he charged toward the mentally dazed rebel soldiers. Seeing that Suluin had no intention of leaving any survivors, Carlo shouted in panic, "Earl Mengluo will not let you go." The venomous scythe swept across. So swift it was like lightning, Carlo felt a sudden darkness envelop him. In the next moment, the sky and ground seemed to invert in a rapid spin. Trees appeared to stretch upward into the sky of mud and decaying leaves, their dense canopies and the dim setting sun crashing down to the earth. As the last flicker of thought traversed my mind, I caught a glimpse of my own headless form from the corner of my eye, and in that moment, realization dawned upon me. Have I perished? If only I had refrained from betraying the Viscount. A resounding thud echoed, the sound of a lifeless body collapsing to the ground. The venomous mantis, having discarded the corpse of Badewire, swiftly beheaded Carlo without a moment's hesitation, then surged towards the rebel soldiers. Eliminated second-tier knight, Badewire, awarded 50 points of basic energy. Eliminated first-tier knight, Carlo, awarded 5 points of basic energy. Eliminated 20 soldiers, awarded 1 point of basic energy. Basic energy reserves, 56. Amidst the incessant wails, the venomous mantis continued to slay soldier after soldier, while the system's notifications echoed repeatedly in Su Luan's mind. Seizing this opportunity, he finally grasped the operational mechanics of the beast summoning system. It became clear that both the system's upgrades and the summoning of beasts required the expenditure of stored energy points. To summon a creature like the venomous mantis, under normal circumstances, Su Luan would need a staggering 300 points of basic energy, were it not for the one-time free summoning opportunity. The most straightforward and efficient method to acquire basic energy points was through the annihilation of life forms. The more formidable the life entity, the greater the energy points it could yield. For instance, the second-tier Extraordinary Badewire provided a bounty of 50 energy points, whereas the first-tier Extraordinary Carlo offered a mere 5 points. Moreover, the elimination of beasts and demons followed a similar ratio. The only criterion was the strength of the life form. In summary, as long as Su Luan continued to amass energy points through slaying and conquering, he could unlock and summon countless powerful beast units, thereby exponentially amplifying his dominion. This system seemed tailor-made for warfare and the ambition to dominate all realms. Chapter 3. Unlocking new beasts and skill extraction. As the forest fell silent once more, all the insurgents had been vanquished, leaving only 60 loyal vassals of Su Luan. Led by the noble knight Gao 1, standing upon the battlefield. After instructing Gao 1 to oversee the clearing of the field, Su Luan retreated to a secluded spot to open the system panel. Upon successfully summoning the venomous mantis and defeating enemies to acquire energy points, the system unveiled additional functionalities. Beast Legion Summoning System. Host, Su Luan. Skills available for extraction. Energy storage, 60 basic energy points. System level 1. To evolve to the next stage. 1,000 energy points required. Summon beast types. Venomous Mantis, Lord level 1. Unlocked bestiary. Venomous Mantis, Corrosive Beetle, Terror Wolf, Poison Stinger Worker Bee. Firstly, 3 new basic beast types were made available. Corrosive Beetle, Tier 1. Consumption, 5 basic energy points. Skills, Ground Reconnaissance. Corpse Transformation, extract an additional 10 energy points from one deceased unit. Limited to Tier 1 extraordinary units. Role, Battlefield Resource Recovery, Terror Wolf, Tier 1. Consumption, 10 basic energy points. Skills, War Howl. Rend, inflicts bleed effect. Role, Frontline Assault with Rapid Mobility, Poison Stinger Worker Bee, Tier 1. Consumption, 5 basic energy points. Skills, Swarm Charge. Self-Destruct Poison Spike, 2-meter Radius Paralysis. Role, Disruption and Suppression Assault. Though these 3 new beast types were merely Tier 1 and significantly weaker than the Tier 2 Venomous Mantis, their advantage lay in their minimal energy requirement for summoning. Furthermore, the diversity in troop types was remarkable, encompassing the aggressive and highly mobile Terror Wolf, the self-destructing Poison Stinger Worker Bee, and the resourceful Corrosive Beetle, which specialized in reconnaissance and resource management. With Su Luan's current 60 basic energy points, he could readily configure a small squad of beast troops. Summon 2 Poison Stinger Worker Bees. Su Luan commanded, brimming with anticipation. As the system panel registered the consumption of 10 basic energy points, a buzzing sound pierced the silence. 2 fist-sized purple-black bees emerged from the rift of the void. Their compound eyes glinted with a menacing red glow, their tails poised with venomous liquid, and their wings vibrated rapidly, leaving behind a trail of shadows. As the master of the system, Su Luan held absolute command over the summoned beasts. With a mere thought, the 2 Poison Stinger Worker Bees began to buzz and dance around him swiftly. Excellent. Su Luan nodded in satisfaction after observing them. He believed that even a Tier 2 knight would find themselves in peril if surrounded by a dozen of such Poison Stinger Worker Bees, especially when they unleashed their self-destructing venomous spikes. In specific combat scenarios, these Poison Stinger Worker Bees could effectively serve as one-time magical tools. Without delay, Su Luan turned his attention to the second beast in the bestiary. Corrosive Beetle, Summon 2. The energy gauge decrement by another 10 basic energy points. The ground heaved, and 2 dark red runes flowed like molten lava. 2 beetles emerged, each the size of a house cat, with shells resembling rusty iron plates and jaws composed of 4 rapidly rotating serrated blades, exuding a foul green acidic mist from their rears. Due to their substantial size, the corrosive beetle's ability for ground reconnaissance was rather average, easily detected by formidable foes. For Su Luan, however, the skill of corpse transformation was the true gem of this beast type. After each battle, it could extract residual value from corpses, earning an additional 10 energy points, albeit limited to Tier 1 units. Nevertheless, incremental gains would accumulate over time. What if he fought 10 times or 100? Given enough time, these corrosive beetles could yield substantial rewards via their corpse transformation skill. Finally, the moment Su Luan had been eagerly anticipating arrived. Terror Wolf, Summon 3. The 30 basic energy points were consumed. Shadows spread like ink across the ground, and 3 pairs of eerie green eyes glimmered in the darkness. The 3 terror wolves stepped forth, their forms reminiscent of leopards yet cloaked in scales, their claws slicing through the air and leaving behind black afterimages, embodying both ferocity and agility. As the primary combat unit among Tier 1 beasts, the Terror Wolf possessed remarkably balanced combat capabilities, excelling in damage, speed, and defense. When they formed a pack, the presence of a single Lord-level Terror Wolf would not only incite a frenzy among allies, but also intimidate weaker foes. Su Luan issued a command within his mind. The leftmost Terror Wolf lunged towards a great tree, its sharp claws striking with lightning speed. With a sound akin to tearing through canvas, deep claw marks were etched into the tree trunk. Splendid. Su Luan smiled faintly. The full force of the Terror Wolf's strike could easily be likened to a newly initiated Tier 1 knight wielding a sword with all their might. Thus, with just 10 basic energy points, Su Luan could acquire a combat unit equivalent to a formal knight, one that would never betray him. At that moment, the corrosive beetles began to feast upon the corpses of the insurgents, their shells grinding against the bones with a disquieting crunch. The terror wolves lay motionless at Su Luan's feet, resembling 3 solidified shadows. Meanwhile, the poison stinger worker bees hovered above his shoulder, their stingers poised to target any potential threats to their master. A wave of emotions washed over Su Luan. Just an hour prior, he had traversed into this realm, engulfed in fear for his life. Yet now, with the insurgents eradicated, his power had not merely doubled but increased tenfold. With the Beast Legion summoning system, an infinitely glorious future was now within his grasp, destined to be his. After successfully summoning the 3 beast types, Su Luan directed his gaze back to the system. On the second line, it displayed, Host, Su Luan, skills available for extraction. What does skills available for extraction mean? Su Luan pondered silently. Soon, text appeared on the system. 1. Upon successfully summoning a Lord-level beast, the host may choose to replicate one of that beast's skills. 2. The more varieties of Lord-level beasts summoned, the more skills the host can acquire, with no upper limit. So it is thus. Su Luan realized with astonishment. He had initially believed himself destined solely to be a summoner, yet the system had kindly considered his own frailty and graciously provided the skill replication feature. It was evident that if Su Luan could summon 100 types of Lord-level beasts in the future, it would mean he could acquire 100 formidable Lord-level skills. Now, I can obtain one skill. Su Luan's gaze fixed upon the distant venomous mantis. As a Tier 2 Lord-level beast, it was the very creature he had summoned for free as a novice reward, offering 3 skills. 1. Neurotoxin, paralyzes targets below Tier 2. 2. Cutting, enhances physical sharpness. 3. High-frequency wingbeat, area of mental intimidation. Among these, neurotoxin and cutting relied heavily on close-quarter combat to inflict significant damage upon enemies. As a noble lord with the ability to summon beasts, Su Luan had no desire to be a warrior charging to the front lines, transcending into another world. The role of a mage was undoubtedly the most exhilarating. Without hesitation, Su Luan chose the skill, high-frequency wingbeat, upon activation. It generates a pair of virtual wings of the venomous mantis, instilling mental intimidation within a 50-meter radius of enemies. Let us take a brief respite, and we shall continue our journey shortly. By dusk tomorrow, we must reach the new territory. With newfound strength and a pair of formidable beasts, Su Luan returned to the carriage with revitalized spirit, issuing commands. Chapter 4. Arrival at a new territory and encountering battle. The following day, morning arrived. The cold wind of early winter lashed against his face like shards of ice. Su Luan leaned out of the carriage, accepting the substantial wolfskin cloak handed to him by Ai Na. His gaze traversed the frost-laden treetops of the pine forest, casting itself toward the distant silhouettes of mountains shrouded in mist. The Forest of Lost Souls, as the border range of the He Meigui Kingdom, is renowned throughout the Eternal Continent as a perilous domain. Deep within the mountains dwell numerous factions, including elves, orcs, dwarves, and goblins, alongside a vast multitude of magical beasts. Even while traversing the outskirts of the range, Su Luan and his entourage encountered several waves of beastly assaults. However, With the presence of his loyal soldiers and a second-tier Lord-level venomous mantis, complemented by fearsome wolves, they effortlessly dispelled and vanquished the lower-tier magical creatures that dared to intrude. At this moment, as the guardian knight Gawain rode ahead, he diligently scanned the shadowy woodlands flanking the road. Gawain, you need not remain so tense. Take a moment to rest, Su Luan spoke, his voice resonating distinctly in the open forest. 2 venomous worker bees and 3 fearsome wolves had already assumed part of the patrol duty, rendering the surroundings relatively safe. Yes, my lord, Gawain replied respectfully. Observing the knight beside him relax, Su Luan's gaze drifted, and his thoughts began to wander. Having resolved his existential peril and acquired the magical beast summoning system, his circumstances were undoubtedly improving. It was time to delve deeper into the mysteries of this world. As a fallen noble, the fragmented memories from his current body provided scant useful information. He was only aware that the border region was rife with noble territories, such as the Inu Ling, numbering at least 500, all gained through the establishment of pioneering lords. He would have to continually refine his understanding of relevant information through books, conversations, and inquiries. Gawain, I am contemplating, Su Luan began slowly. Our He Mei Gue kingdom ranks among the top 8 nations in comprehensive national strength on the Eternal Continent. With vast territories, King Charlemagne once wielded supreme power to conquer this land. Yet, why did he not adopt a more stable primogeniture succession system upon abdicating, but instead establish the system of pioneering lords? By distributing the expansive borders and even the unknown lands, did he not fear that such a delegation would weaken royal authority? The loyal Gawain turned his head, a glimmer of nostalgia and reverence for the kingdom's glory illuminating his face. My lord, this question was also raised by numerous nobles during the kingdom assembly over a century ago. He cleared his throat, his voice imbued with the weightiness of an epic narrative. Consider this. If our He Mei Gue kingdom were akin to the Avalon kingdom, an overseas peninsula nation, requiring little trade and devoid of hereditary enemies, then concentrating royal power across generations would indeed be a prudent strategy. However, the reality is Gawain gestured broadly, as if to encompass the enmities of the entire world. Though our kingdom is not centrally located on the Eternal Continent, it stands as a secondary hub in the southern region, with scarcely a place of absolute tranquility. To the north lie barbaric orc tribes that raid annually. Within the western forest of lost souls lurk ancient elves and countless terrifying magical beasts. The southern death marshes are rumored to house several necromancer academies. Not to mention, beyond the eastern seas, countless pirate families and fishermen tribes covet our bounteous lands. King Charlemagne, his wisdom is as profound as the sea. He foresaw that a king who ascends to the throne in a greenhouse would be ill-equipped to lead the He Mei Gue kingdom through a perilous environment, potentially jeopardizing the legacy of his ancestors due to mediocrity and cowardice. Thus, he established the system of pioneering lords. Su Luan mused. Indeed, my lord, Gawain replied, his voice tinged with admiration. The king promulgated the pioneering decree, declaring that our He Mei Gue kingdom would not cease its expansion into the southern continent. Any capable knight may petition the royal family to venture into perilous lands beyond the borders, to establish fortresses and expand territories. Those who succeed, upon royal recognition, shall be bestowed the title of pioneering lord, endowed with the legitimate authority over their newly acquired domains, and owe fealty to the He Mei Gue kingdom. This is not a mere feudal division. It is an enduring expansion and selection process aimed at the kingdom's elite. What a bold founding king indeed. Su Luan reflected inwardly. The brilliance of this system lies precisely here. It not only enables these enterprising lords to establish layers of buffer zones and defensive barriers for the He Mei Gue kingdom, keeping the flames of war at bay from the royal capital, but it also continuously injects the kingdom with vibrant and potent vitality. After all, those who carve out a legacy in the perilous borderlands are invariably endowed with formidable strength, extraordinary courage, and exceptional leadership. This system is less a governing strategy than a grand competition for survival that has persisted for centuries and will continue to do so. Each pioneering lord serves as both a shield for the kingdom and potentially a sword for the future. The Inu Ling is but one of these over 500 pioneering territories. The previous lord, who was a distant uncle of Su Luan, left the position vacant following his demise at the hands of an orc tribe last month. Su Luan was poised to inherit this territory. Pondering, Su Luan's gaze returned to the distant horizon, choosing not to pursue further discussion. The caravan jostled through the forest for several more hours. As dusk approached, they arrived. My lord, we have reached the Inu Ling, cried the scouting ranger ahead, his voice quivering, whether from the cold or excitement was uncertain. Suluan's spirits lifted as he looked up. In the distance, the outline of a castle gradually became discernible. Unlike the rudimentary wooden walls commonly associated with impoverished border territories, the Inu castle boasted formidable walls constructed from massive gray stones. From afar, the walls did not appear particularly towering, yet they exuded an aura of resilience forged by the ravages of time and the trials of war. The external road leading to the castle gate was remarkably wide, ample enough for 3 carriages to traverse side by side. Something feels amiss, Suluan observed, furrowing his brow slightly. He noticed a sudden commotion atop the walls, where numerous soldiers began to assume defensive postures with evident anxiety. "My lord, look over there. There is an orc army on the mountain." Gawain pointed toward the western woodlands, promptly alerting him. Indeed, Suluan's gaze followed, revealing an orc army of nearly 800 units, charging toward the Inu castle with feral howls. Their speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, they engaged the existing defenders of the castle. Had the soldiers who suddenly readied for battle detected this orc horde? Suluan felt a surge of energy. His assumption of the role of the new lord was perfectly timed. A resounding victory would surely win the loyalty of the Inu Ling's denizens. This band of marauding orcs had arrived at the opportune moment. "My knights, prepare for battle. Those wretched orcs are attempting to assault our future home. Slay them." Suluan unsheathed his long sword, emblazoned with the Lancaster family crest, and issued the battle command. Led by Knight Gawain, the soldiers surged forth with fervor, rushing into the fray. Roar! Roar! The 3 fearsome wolves, swift as arrows, charged into the battle with ferocity. Chapter 5. Reinforcements. Charge! Charge! The cold winds of early winter sliced through the desolate fields outside Inu castle like countless dull blades. The castle stood solitary in the heart of the basin, its gray stone walls appearing particularly stark under the dimming light. On the city walls, more than 300 soldiers gripped their weapons tightly. Their leather armor was worn and tattered, and the mist of their breath dissipated swiftly in the cold wind. Every pair of eyes was fixed intently on the west, where a forest appeared to writhe ominously. Fear coiled around each heart like a cold, venomous serpent. Since the Lord's demise last month, the Inu castle had suffered 2 assaults by half-orc raiding parties, resulting in heavy casualties among the soldiers, many of whom bore old wounds. With the new lord yet to arrive, the morale within the castle had plummeted to its nadir. They could not endure another defeat. A howl erupted, akin to a horn from the depths of hell, shattering the silence with a cacophony of screams. From the ridge to the west, a multitude of figures surged forth. They bore rough, dark green or gray-brown skin, their muscles knotted and disproportionate, with protruding tusks and drooling foul saliva. As the most infamous race along the southwestern border of the He-Meigui kingdom, these half-orcs donned rudimentary leather armor or were bare-skinned, wielding rusted great axes, spiked clubs, and crude wooden shields. Yet each pair of eyes burned with a desire for cruelty and destruction. Nearly 800 half-orcs, like a torrent of filth unleashed, roared thunderously as they charged madly toward Inu castle. The ground trembled beneath their iron hooves, as if the solitary castle would be uprooted and ground to dust. "Steady! Archers, prepare!" A scarred knight on the wall shouted hoarsely, his voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors. Among the defenders of Inu castle, there were but 2 first-tier extraordinary beings. In stark contrast, the half-orc army boasted 15 elite orcs, each comparable to a human first-tier extraordinary warrior. This was a battle of staggering disparity. Even as the defenders, their chances of victory seemed bleak. The soldiers swallowed hard, straining to knock their arrows. Against a foe that outnumbered them several times over and possessed far greater individual combat prowess, how long could the fragile walls and scant arrows hold? Loose. The arrows flew, whistling with despair. Most were deflected by the half-orcs' haphazardly waved weapons or embedded in crude wooden shields. Only a handful of screams echoed as about 30 half-orcs fell, immediately trampled into the ground by their advancing kin. "Prepare for close combat. They are coming," the knight bellowed, his body radiating a faint silver aura. Like ants, the half-orcs began to scramble up the walls using crude grappling hooks and makeshift human ladders. The defenders fought valiantly with their spears, hurling stones, each strike accompanied by roars of fury and cries of anguish. Just as a human soldier thrust his spear into one half-orc, a massive furry hand suddenly emerged from the side, seizing his helmet and dragging him down from the parapet, his shrieks abruptly silenced. The gulf between them was too vast. Human soldiers were forced to pay 2 or 3 times the casualties to barely exchange for a single half-orc. The defensive line began to waver. "Sir Anderson, step aside." In this dire moment, a figure clad in faded robes of a mage ascended the battlements, alerting the knight. He then raised his staff, chanting obscure syllables. Bind. Infernal flame serpent, consume the filth. A flash of red light burst from the staff's tip as the ground at the base of the wall cracked open, and several fiery vines erupted, coiling around dozens of half-orcs who were scaling the walls. The horrifying sound of flames searing flesh and fur mingled with the half-orcs' anguished cries, as the air filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Over 50 half-orcs were reduced to twisted cinders in the flames, relieving some pressure from the wall. It is Mage Carl. The defenders erupted in cheers, their spirits slightly lifted. A mage-type extraordinary being holds immense influence on the battlefield, especially as Carl, a gifted fire manipulator, excelled at area damage spells. However, Carl was still merely a first-tier mage. After casting 2 area attack spells in succession, he staggered, nearly exhausted from the exertion. Yet more half-orcs, after a brief hesitation, surged forth again, bolstered by a particularly tall orc shaman wielding a skull staff, who summoned a bloody war aura. Howling with renewed ferocity, the scarlet flame of hope flickered like the fiery vines, seemingly on the brink of extinguishment. The defenders' stamina and resolve were rapidly depleting. Just as the defensive line threatened to collapse, poised to face the brutality of urban warfare, in this moment of peril, a deep yet penetrating horn sounded from the forest edge, a place deemed impossible for enemies to appear. Following this was the thunderous sound of galloping hooves. All eyes, both human and half-orc, were irresistibly drawn to this sudden change. A cavalry unit erupted from the woods like a drawn sword, though only a few dozen in number. Their presence was formidable. At the forefront stood a figure cloaked in a magnificent black cape, his gaze icy. This was Su Lin. Beside him, the loyal knight Galwin raised a banner depicting intertwined thorns and swords, rustling in the wind beneath the sky. It was the banner of the Lancaster family. Reinforcements. It is our salvation. The new lord, the newly appointed viscount, Lord Su Lin, has arrived. On the walls, a brief silence gave way to a deafening roar of jubilation. In the depths of despair, the sight of this banner pierced through the clouds, igniting the last flickers of courage among the defenders. The once faltering line miraculously regained its stability. The half-orc army began to stir, utterly unprepared for the emergence of foes at their rear. The orc shaman bellowed commands, attempting to redirect a portion of his forces to confront the new threat. But it was already too late. Su Luin's gaze hardened, his will surged. Charge! 3 gray shadows shot forth like lightning from the cavalry's flank, revealing 3 fearsome wolves. They moved with astonishing speed, bounding on all fours, leaving trails of afterimages as they crashed into the rear ranks of the half-orcs, their claws slashing effortlessly through leather armor, showering the ground with blood. The wolves' bites inflicted a terrifying bleeding effect, rendering the wounds of the half-orcs unable to heal, as they collapsed in agony, their blood staining the frozen earth crimson. Even the elite half-orcs, akin to first-tier human warriors, could not halt the wolves' rampage, sowing chaos among the enemy ranks. Yet, this was merely the prelude. The orc shaman raised his skull staff, seemingly preparing to cast some malevolent spell. A nauseating green light began to coalesce. In that instant, a piercing shriek, sharp enough to slice through souls, drowned out the clamor of the battlefield. Black mist swirled, and a colossal figure materialized above the shaman's head. It was the venomous mantis. Its obsidian-like carapace shimmered with a ghostly glow, 6 pairs of multifaceted eyes coldly fixated on the caster below. The shaman's incantation was abruptly silenced, his face contorting in sheer terror for the first time. How could a second-tier horror beast suddenly appear? Filled with shock and disbelief, the shaman barely comprehended the threat before the venomous mantis struck with blinding speed. In the next moment, its scythe-like limbs cleaved through the air, crossing in a deadly arc. With a sickening sound, the shaman and his skull staff were neatly severed into 4 pieces. The stench of blood and entrails splattered forth, sending the surrounding half-orcs into a panic as they fled in terror. In the half-orc tribe, shamans often hold positions of great esteem. A formidable orc shaman can bestow various group auras upon the half-orcs, enhancing their combat prowess. Simultaneously, the orc shaman wields a repertoire of malevolent curses capable of inflicting insidious debilitation upon foes from afar. At this juncture, with the demise of the orc shaman and several elite half-orcs torn to shreds by the terror wolves, the remaining half-orcs found their morale utterly shattered. The venomous mantis did not cease its carnage. Under Su Luin's command, it transformed into a tempest of slaughter, plunging into the most densely populated area of half-orcs. Each swing of its scythe-like forelimbs was akin to the reaper's harvest, effortlessly cleaving through both half-orcs and their weapons. The high-frequency buzzing of its wings inflicted a mental torment that left nearby half-orcs clutching their heads in agony, their movements slowed, rendered as lambs to the slaughter. The guards atop the city walls stood in stupefied awe, witnessing this dramatic reversal. They beheld the fearsome giant mantis moving as if in an unchallenged domain. The three terror wolves resembling hounds of death, and the new Lord Sulun calmly mounted on his steed, as if relishing a death opera orchestrated by himself. Slay. Annihilate these scum. Sir Gawain bellowed, leading the cavalry to capitalize on the chaos. Coordinate with Lord Sulun, warriors. Sir Anderson, the knight commander, also shouted with fervor, urging the defending soldiers to take the initiative. The combined assault from within and without, along with the horrifying rampage of the beasts, led to the complete collapse of the half-orc army. They had believed that the humans of a new castle were at their last gasp, poised to finally breach the fortress that had lost its lord, exterminating the radiant women and plundering the supplies. Yet, the sudden emergence of powerful humans and beasts proved utterly unstoppable, decimating them in mere minutes. Thinking of fleeing? Sulun chuckled coldly. He silently intoned, high-frequency buzzing. High-frequency buzzing. A pair of illusory, venomous mantis wings materialized behind Sulun, his mental energy surging forth, causing half-orcs within a 50-meter radius to clutch their heads and collapse to the ground. The knights and beasts surged forward, mercilessly cleaving through the fallen half-orcs. Minutes later, Sulun reined in his steed, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield littered with corpses, finally resting upon the now secured New Castle. Silence enveloped the fortress, and all surviving eyes were drawn to the fluttering thorn banner and the mysterious, powerful young man beneath it. This young lord of the Lancaster family had proclaimed his arrival with the blood of hundreds of half-orcs. Chapter 6. Post-battle gains. Enter the city. The biting cold wind still howled, yet it could not disperse the heavy scent of blood and the fervent atmosphere of victory surrounding New Castle. The battlefield gradually descended into silence, leaving only the groans of the wounded, the cawing of crows, and the heavy breaths of those who had survived the ordeal. The once ferocious half-orc horde had been reduced to a field strewn with lifeless bodies, akin to ugly crops felled and left to rot across the castle's plains. Sulun stood resolute at the center of the battlefield, the venomous mantis standing as his most loyal sentinel, its dark green blood slowly dripping from its blade-like forelimbs. Three terror wolves prowled among the corpses, occasionally lowering their heads to sniff, emitting low whines to drive away scavenging carrion birds. Two venomous worker bees hovered at Sulun's shoulders, their compound eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, prepared to launch suicidal charges at any potential threats. His knights were diligently clearing the battlefield, delivering mercy blows to the still-living foes and collecting scattered weapons. Each face bore a mix of exhaustion, exhilaration, and an unmistakable awe for their young lord. Soon, two knights approached, stepping through blood and mud with urgency. Leading them was the commander of the castle's guard, Sir Anderson. As a first-tier silver guardian, his chainmail was smeared with blood and grime, yet his steps remained steady. He approached Sulun's steed, knelt on one knee, placed his right hand over his heart, and bowed his head deeply. Knight commander of New Castle, Ryan Anderson, pays respects to your lordship. His voice was hoarse from prolonged shouting, yet it brimmed with unprecedented excitement and reverence. I salute you, my lord. Thank you for saving us all. For rescuing New Castle with your formidable beastly servants. Behind him, Mage Carl and a cadre of knights also bowed in unison. As Sulun's guardian knight, Gawain's expression was even more complex. In addition to the joy of victory, there was a deep sense of awe at witnessing a miracle. He had seen his lord Sulun, who had only yesterday emerged from the depths of exile, summon terrifying beastly minions, and today, once more, shatter formidable adversaries with overwhelming force. Truly, the Lancaster family had been blessed. Rise, everyone. As the new master of New, it is my duty to protect the castle. Sulun spoke calmly, betraying little emotion. Report the situation. Anderson took a deep breath and began to relay the military report with a soldier's characteristic brevity, though his voice trembled slightly, revealing his inner turmoil. My lord, in this battle, our forces beheaded over 620 ordinary half-orcs, including 13 elite half-orcs and 1 orc shaman. The remaining foes have scattered into the Lost Forest and should pose no immediate threat. This figure drew gasps of disbelief from the soldiers nearby, soon replaced by expressions of elation. What a glorious achievement! Previously, they had considered it a great victory to repel a band of over 100 half-orcs. Not only for New, But even among the surrounding 20-plus baronies, such a resounding triumph had not been witnessed in ages. Yet, Anderson's tone grew somber. However, our losses were significant. 30 defending soldiers perished, 60 were severely wounded, with light injuries uncounted. The casualties among the militia have not been fully assessed, but estimates exceed 100. The city walls are damaged in multiple places, and our stockpile of arrows is nearly depleted. Each statistic represented a lost life and a shattered family. The cost of victory weighed heavily, suffocating the celebratory atmosphere with a sense of solemnity. Loren remained silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the bodies being carried away, covered in white cloth, before he spoke slowly. Grant a proper burial to all the fallen warriors. Their names shall be inscribed upon a monument. Spare no effort in healing the wounded. Do not hesitate in acquiring the necessary medicines. The families of the deceased shall receive double the compensation. His commands were clear and decisive, imbued with an undeniable authority and a rare warmth. Now that he possessed the beastly legion system, he could swiftly seize resources without hesitation, especially in providing for the bereaved families of fallen soldiers. Anderson, Mage Carl, and the knights raised their heads, their eyes shining with incredulous gratitude. Their new lord possessed not only formidable strength, but also such benevolent qualities. It was a stroke of fortune for all in and you. Anderson bowed his head even lower. Yes, my lord, I shall obey your commands. On behalf of all the soldiers, I thank you for your mercy. Mercy? Loren inwardly smirked. Indeed, these tangible benefits, for soldiers and subjects who had just endured a bloody battle and faced uncertain futures, resonated far more than any empty slogans could ever hope to. At that moment, Loren's will stirred. The ground at the battlefield's edge bulged slightly, and 2 carrion beetles emerged from the earth. They disregarded the uncertain gazes of the surrounding soldiers and crawled directly toward the nearest half-orc corpse. Their serrated mandibles whirred rapidly, emitting a nauseating crunch as they swiftly decomposed and consumed the body. Carrion beetles initiate corpse transformation, extracting primary energy 002003002. The cold voice of the system echoed in Loren's mind. Most of these half-orc soldiers were of low rank. Their individual contributions of energy far inferior to those of human supers, yet their sheer numbers accumulated to a considerable total. The efficiency of the carrion beetles was astounding. Dispersing like battlefield scavengers, they left behind only small pools of filth, and the numbers slowly flowing into Soren's energy reservoir wherever they passed, as even bones were corroded away by their acid. Finally, when the beetles burrowed back into the earth, Soren's energy reserves had increased by a full 80 points. Combined with his previous remaining energy and some scattered gains from kills, his total energy once again surpassed the 100 mark. This windfall of war brought him a measure of inner peace. The special energy capable of summoning magical beasts was the very foundation of his survival in this cruel world. My lord, Anderson stepped forward and said in a low voice, the people within the castle await your arrival. Soren lifted his gaze. The heavily scarred gates of Darkmoon Castle had been pushed open with effort. Behind them, the streets were packed with a dense crowd of people. Men, women, the elderly, and children, their faces still etched with lingering terror, exhaustion, and a cautious, almost humble anticipation. When Soren's gaze swept over them, a slight stir rippled through the crowd. Someone was the first to kneel, like the first domino falling, and more people followed suit. They dared not cheer. Merely looking up at the young new lord on horseback and the awe-inspiring magical beasts beside him with gazes mingled with reverence, gratitude, and a raw will to survive. Anderson and Gavin stepped aside to clear the path. All the soldiers instinctively straightened their postures, lining both sides in a solemn formation to welcome their lord into the city. Soren gently nudged his horse's flanks. The warhorse stepped forward with steady strides, treading over the blood-soaked earth towards the castle gates. As he passed through the gatehouse and formally stepped into this castle that belonged to him, the oppressive silence was finally broken. Whispered, tearful murmurs arose. Praise the god of light. We survived. It's the new lord. That lord saved us. Are those magical beasts summoned by the lord? Soren's eyes swept over the kneeling subjects lining the streets, finally settling on the Thorn family banner that had been raised anew and now fluttered in the wind atop the castle's main keep. This would be his starting point. He had won this battle, entered this castle, and seized its authority. What lay ahead was the challenge of making this land, soaked in blood and filled with despair, flourish once more. Anderson, Carl. Soren's voice, clear and firm, reached the ears of the 2 former Darkmoon Castle superhumans. Summon all officials and sergeants who can still function. In 1 hour. In the Lord's Hall. I want to know about all our troubles. The command was issued, leaving no room for doubt. He urged his horse forward, riding slowly towards the tallest, most refined structure, the Lord's Manor. Chapter 7. The Lord's Manor, Declaration of Conquest. The main keep of Darkmoon Castle, the Lord's Manor, crouched silently at the heart of the territory like a slumbering giant beast past its prime, though its outer walls bore the scars of battle and weathering. The grandeur of its massive stone masonry and the silhouette of its Gothic spires still spoke of past strength and majesty. Led by the elderly steward, Finley, Soren stepped into this hall of power that belonged to him. The doors were heavy black oak, inlaid with tarnished bronze reliefs depicting superhuman knights hunting magical beasts, though the patterns were now blurred and indistinct. The interior of the hall was vast and high-ceilinged, spacious enough to host a feast for 100. The walls were once covered with luxurious tapestries, but now only large dark stains and empty hooks remained, like the hollowed-out eye sockets of a giant. A few surviving tapestry fragments hung in corners, the gold thread embroidered thorn patterns faintly glimmering weakly beneath the dust, although worn and dilapidated. The functional layout of the entire manor remained intact. The council chamber connected to the main hall through an arched, carved doorway, containing a slightly smaller blackwood round table and 12 high-backed chairs. The study was located on the second floor, its large French windows overlooking the entire courtyard. Most of the bookshelves were empty, a few scattered compartments holding leather-bound account books and map cases. The massive silver inkwell on the desk had long dried into a black crust, a raven feather quill discarded beside it. The master bedroom was extremely spacious, with a stone-vaulted ceiling even featuring a faded painted sky of stars. A four-poster bed with a canopy and drapes dominated the center. The servants' quarters were distributed in the side-wing towers and ground floor of the main keep. Though austere, the thick stone walls and clear layout could accommodate dozens of servants. Following the death of the previous lord and the gradual decline of Darkmoon territory, the manor staff, besides steward Old Finley, now numbered only 5, 1 elderly cook, 3 young maidservants, and 1 veteran who doubled as a stable hand. These individuals merely maintained the manor's basic daily operations. With the arrival of Soren, the new lord, it was certain that a large number of new servants would need to be recruited. Sometime later, Soren took a simple bath in the dedicated bathing alcove adjoining the master bedroom. Alina tenderly attended to him, washing away the dust of battle. He changed into a relatively presentable black nobleman's day suit brought from the royal capital. The gold thread embroidered thorn family crest glimmered in the dim light, mirroring his own deep, sharp gaze. When he reappeared in the council chamber adjacent to the main hall on the first floor, accompanied by Sir Gavin, Sir Anderson, Mage Carl, and a scribe were already waiting by the blackwood round table. The elderly scribe clutched a thick stack of booklets bound in hide and rough paper. A pair of spectacles perched on his nose. "My lord." The men bowed. Soren walked directly to the head seat and sat down, dispensing with superfluous pleasantries. "Speak. What exactly is the current state of Darkmoon territory? Particularly, who are our neighboring powers?" The old scribe, named Morik, opened a booklet, cleared his throat, and began his report in a dry voice. "My lord, Darkmoon territory has a registered population of 2,300 households, approximately 6,100 individuals. Arable land is poor, mostly bordering the Lost Forest, and frequently harassed by magical beasts, half-orcs, and goblins, resulting in very low yields, even with hunting gains added. The autumn harvest is only sufficient to sustain the entire territory for 2 months." Anderson took over, his tone grave as he pointed to a crude, hand-drawn parchment map spread on the table. "And our troubles extend far beyond food shortage, my lord. Look here." His finger pointed to several areas marked with rough red crosses on the map. "To the northeast, bordering us, is Greystone territory, ruled by Sir Barton. He is adept at playing both sides, but his lands are the only route for our trade caravans to and from the kingdom's heartlands. His toll stations levy exorbitant fees. To the east lies Brookwood town, ruled by a cunning, fat lord. He is greedy and miserly, often turning a blind eye to his men crossing the border to poach, illegally log our forests, and even abduct our people into slavery. Directly south is Blackrock Keep, ruled by a lady knight said to have connections with a certain prominent figure in the royal capital. Her strength is the greatest among our immediate neighbors. She has long coveted Darkmoon's mineral veins, though previously held back out of some regard for the old lord." Sir Gavin added from the side. His voice lowered further. "It said the Lord of Greystone has some connection, however tenuous, with Count Monroe." Soren gave a slight nod, his gaze icy as it rested on Greystone's location on the map. Anderson's finger continued moving, pointing to areas marked with ferocious-looking skull symbols. His tone grew even more somber. "To the west, within the Lost Forest, lurks the Bloodclaw half-orc tribe that attacked us. Though repelled by you, my lord, their main force remains. We estimate they still number over 4,000 half-orcs, exceptionally skilled in mountain and forest warfare. They are a thorn in the side for several nearby baronies. In the southwestern regions lies the Rotfong Knoll tribe, numbering around 2,000, though fewer than the half-orcs. They are stronger individually, with many elite gnolls among them, cunning and cruel. However, these gnolls frequently clash with the Lady of Blackrock Keep and have had fewer conflicts with our Darkmoon territory. What troubles the mind further is that Anderson's fingers traced over vast expanses of green on the map, scattered across forests, valleys, and even the abandoned mines at the edge of our territory lie over 40 goblin nests. These wretched green-skinned rascals are individually weak, yet overwhelmingly numerous, reproducing at an alarming rate, akin to locusts, stealing food, abducting solitary women and children, and wreaking havoc on crops and water sources, committing every imaginable atrocity. Upon the conclusion of the report, an oppressive silence engulfed the council hall. The scribe adjusted his glasses, too intimidated to raise his gaze. Sir Anderson's complexion turned a shade of iron, his fists clenched tightly. This was indeed an embarrassing list, with internal strife and external threats looming, resources dwindling. Yet, on Su Luan's face, there was no sign of the gravity or despair one would expect. His long fingers lightly tapped on the rough tabletop, his gaze sweeping over the markings on the map that represented threats, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold and sharp arc. Many enemies? A dire situation? Excellent. This signifies that an immeasurable amount of energy awaits his harvest. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze traversing Anderson and Carl, finally settling on the desolate courtyard outside the window. His voice, calm yet imbued with undeniable confidence, resonated. 2 months' worth of rations? That will suffice. The two men abruptly looked up, their eyes filled with disbelief. Su Luan continued, his tone growing colder. Half-orc tribes? Wolfmen? 40 goblin nests like locusts? He paused, his voice as chilling as tempered ice. Then let us erase them, along with the 3 restless neighbors, entirely from around my territory. My lord, Anderson exclaimed, nearly rising from his seat in shock. Even with the new lord's formidable magical beast minions, to confront so many enemies simultaneously seemed utterly reckless. Su Luan offered no explanation, merely closing his eyes momentarily. In the next instant, an invisible wave of energy began to expand quietly from his center. 80 points of basic energy were expended. In the center of the council hall, the dark red summoning circle for magical beasts suddenly ignited, its magical patterns resembling burning veins, winding across the ground. Under the astonished gazes of Anderson and Carl, the ghostly green eyes of 8 dire wolves flickered to life in the shadows. In an instant, the previously empty and desolate council hall was filled with a suffocating aura of wildness and power. Alongside the original venomous mantis and venomous worker bees, a dozen magical beasts quietly encircled Su Luan, akin to an army awaiting inspection. Though silent, their very existence spoke volumes. Anderson and Carl stood frozen in place, mouths agape, their minds blank. They finally understood that this new lord's power extended far beyond what they had witnessed during the day. He could summon more magical beasts at will. Both Anderson and Carl were first-tier extraordinary beings, thus they could readily perceive that the magical beasts before them possessed at least first-tier strength. Although they could easily handle a single dire wolf, facing several times that number would spell their doom in moments. Su Luan opened his eyes, surveying his suddenly bolstered team of magical beasts, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming within his gaze. To thrive through combat was indeed the path to his development. Within 10 days, he could multiply the number of his magical beasts several-fold. He turned his attention back to his subordinates, his voice low yet imbued with formidable authority. Now tell me, do you still consider those rascals to be a nuisance? Without waiting for a response, he stood and approached the window, gazing out at the night sky as the blood-red hue faded, revealing the first stars. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. What they have taken, I shall reclaim tenfold. The fear they have inflicted, I shall return 100-fold. He turned, shadows enveloping half of his face while the other half appeared sharply illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Starting tomorrow, the rules of a Yu Ling shall be dictated by me. And my rules are simple. Those who align with me shall find refuge. Those who oppose me shall be but ants, fodder for my magical beasts. This cold declaration, accompanied by the low growls and rustling of the beasts behind him, left a deep imprint upon the souls of Anderson and Carl. Chapter 8. The Goblin's Doom, Magical Equipment. The following morning, the early winter sun struggled to pierce through the thin clouds, casting its cold rays upon the training grounds before a new castle. 80 elite soldiers, selected from the ranks, stood in two distinct formations. On the left were the knights and guards of the Lancaster family who had accompanied Sir Loren from the royal capital. Led by Sir Gawain, clad in uniform chainmail, their gazes resolute and postures erect, representing Sir Loren's most loyal and sharpest blades. On the right were 40 elite soldiers of the original and Yuling, now led by Anderson, their eyes ablaze with unprecedented fervor. Sir Loren stood before them all, draped in a black cloak, wearing a form-fitting black outfit, with a long sword at his waist. He did not don the heavy armor of a knight. His composure and confidence suggested that he himself was the sturdiest armor. Behind him loomed the silent, yet formidable venomous mantis, its sickle-like forelimbs glimmering with a cold sheen of death in the morning light. 11 dire wolves crouched like frozen shadows at his feet, while 2 venomous worker bees hovered in the air, emitting a chilling, low-frequency hum. Sir Loren's gaze slowly swept across the army before him. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. Warriors of an Yuling, our land bears the blood of comrades, echoing with the wails of the innocent. I have heard that filthy goblins, akin to maggots, have been brazenly mocking our suffering, lurking at the fringes of our homeland. He raised his hand, pointing towards the direction of the lost forest. Within our territory, over 40 nests of goblins are gnawing at the food they have stolen from us, sharpening their claws with the chains of our abducted kin. Tell me, can we tolerate this? No. 80 voices erupted in a long-suppressed roar, the sound breaking the frost in the air. The original soldiers of an Yuling were particularly incensed, some having lost friends or family to the vile hands of these green-skinned imps. Like the half-orc tribes from yesterday, these goblins were also humanity's mortal enemies. Very well. Sir Loren swung his hand decisively. Today, we shall no longer remain on the defensive. Today, wherever the thorned banner points, there shall the spearhead advance. We shall use their blood and bones to convey the price of encroaching upon an Yuling to all the scum that covet it. Only annihilation. March. There was no lengthy mobilization, only a succinct and ruthless command. The thorn banner was raised high, fluttering in the cold wind. The troops set forth, with Sir Loren and his army of magical beasts in the lead, flowing like a torrent of steel and flesh, surging out of the castle gates towards their first target, the Claw Goblin tribe located by the Blackwater Creek. The soldiers' footsteps echoed across the ground, producing a dull yet rhythmic sound, reminiscent of war drums. Many veterans of an Yuling instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, palms sweaty. The Claw Goblin tribe was among the largest goblin nests, boasting a significant number. Had they ever experienced such a proactive assault, directly striking at a nest? Yet, gazing at the steady figure of their lord ahead, along with the terrifying presence of the magical beasts, their fear gradually transformed into an unprecedented courage and thirst for vengeance. The Blackwater Creek meandered through the hilly terrain, its murky waters named for the dark silt on its riverbed. At a bend in the creek lay a natural cave, half concealed by dense thorns and piles of rocks. This was the lair of the Claw Goblin tribe. Deep within the cave lingered a noxious stench, a foul amalgamation of excrement, decaying flesh, and inferior beast oil. The chieftain of the tribe, Jelaka, sat upon a throne constructed from the skulls of humans, gnawing on a bone still stained with blood, torn from some unknown creature. He was taller than the average goblin, reaching the height of a human's chest, with sinewy muscles and skin of a sickly deep green hue. One of his eyes had been gouged out long ago during a brawl, now obscured by a layer of murky white film. Frequently, he adorned his waist with a necklace strung from human finger bones and beast fangs, which he regarded as a symbol of his authority. The entire Lietswa tribe boasted over 900 goblins, making it the most formidable goblin enclave in the vicinity. They resembled a highly social, yet exceedingly cruel swarm of pests, routinely dispatching small raiding parties to pillage and steal provisions from neighboring territories, set traps to capture magical beasts, or ambush weaker merchant caravans and adventurers. The cave walls were marred with splattered blood and claw marks. In one corner lay a haphazard collection of rusted weapons, tattered leather armor, and several human corpses long since decayed, gnawed to an unrecognizable state, crawling with plump maggots. Some female goblins were using crude stone tools to process a freshly flayed human skin, seemingly intending to mend a tent, while a few scrawny goblin whelps squabbled over a piece of darkened flesh, presumably internal organs, emitting sharp, shrill cries. Jelaka was accustomed to such scenes. Recently, he had led his followers in raiding a nearby human village nestled near the forest, seizing a considerable amount of resources. He often fantasized about uniting more goblin tribes to strengthen his power, envisioning raids on noble castles to abduct more delicate human women. At that moment, Suluin's army had silently encircled the cave's entrance and the nearby escape routes. The warriors held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly, awaiting orders. Suluin stood atop a slightly elevated mound of earth, coldly surveying the filthy entrance of the den, even catching sight of a few sentry goblins lazily dozing against rocks. Gawain, position your men to block the entrance. Not a single one shall escape. And Dizin, lead your troops to flank from the side and eliminate any scattered targets. The next instant, a venomous mantis erupted from the concealed underbrush. Its massive form embodied death itself, 6 wings vibrating at a high frequency, emitting a terrifying shriek that seemed to assault the very soul. The sound wave struck like a tangible hammer, crashing into the cave and the surrounding goblin throng. Gwa, Uga, the sentries, the frolicking goblins, and even those resting within the cave collectively cradled their heads in horror, blood spurting from their ears and noses. Plunging into utter chaos and terror, there was no time to react. More than a dozen fearsome wolves, like arrows released from a bow, charged into the fray with a roar, transforming into shadowy figures that directly plunged into the panicked goblin horde. Their claws slashed wildly, each movement spewing forth murky green blood and severed limbs. The curse of bleeding affixed to their bites caused the wounded goblins to swiftly bleed out amidst their wails of agony. The venomous mantis reigned supreme in the slaughter. Under Suluin's command, it lunged into the densest cluster of goblins, its scythe-like forelimbs becoming whirlwinds of death. With each sweep, entire swathes of goblins were cleaved in two or minced into pieces. Venom splattered, causing the bodies it touched to rapidly decay and become paralyzed, collapsing in convulsions of suffering. Enemy attack. It's a magical beast. Run. Jelaka was so terrified that he tumbled from his bony throne. This hideous goblin leader gazed in horror as the monstrous insect rampaged through his tribe. The magical beasts these goblins typically hunted were scarcely of the first tier, let alone a second-tier lord beast like the venomous mantis. Jelaka attempted to rally a defense, shrieking for his subordinates to hurl javelins. A dozen crooked javelins were launched at the mantis, yet they failed to penetrate even its carapace, clanging harmlessly off. Just then, urgent buzzing filled the air. 2 venomous worker bees dove down with deadly precision. Their stingers glimmered ominously. Thud, thud. 2 notably stronger elite goblin warriors, who had thrown the javelins, were instantly struck by the venomous needles, their bodies stiffening as they foamed at the mouth, collapsing in a state of paralysis. For Lord Viscount. For the Dark Moon territory. Kill. Gawain roared, leading the cavalry to form an iron wall at the entrance, their swords flashing as they felled any goblins attempting to break free. And Dizin also led the infantry from the flanks, methodically dispatching those goblins who were paralyzed with fear and scattered in flight from the magical beasts. The battle, or rather, the massacre, lasted less than a quarter of an hour. In the face of overwhelming force, sudden ambush, and terrifying magical beasts, the numerous goblins appeared alarmingly feeble and utterly defenseless. When the surprise attack concluded, hundreds of grotesque green corpses littered the clearing outside the cave, their tainted blood staining the frozen earth by the brook. The remaining few goblins attempted to flee through other crevices, yet were systematically hunted down by the soldiers stationed around the perimeter and the patrolling fearsome wolves. The goblin leader, Jelaka, endeavored to resist. He howled and raised an iron axe, charging at the venomous mantis, only to be pounced upon by a fearsome wolf from the side. Its jaws crushing his throat, scattering his necklace of finger bones to the ground, trampled into the mud by countless frantic feet. Silence swiftly enveloped the battlefield, leaving only the heavy breaths of soldiers and the sounds of magical beasts licking the blood from their claws. Assess casualties, clear the battlefield, Suluin ordered, his tone flat, as if he had just crushed a mere swarm of insects. The soldiers commenced their tasks, gazing at the hellish scene before them, witnessing the mantis and the fearsome wolves standing like deities of war amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In that moment, the awe and respect for Suluin in everyone's eyes reached new heights. Along the borders of the Black Rose Kingdom, hundreds of pioneering lords, shaped by years of chaos, revered strength above all. Everyone hoped their lord would be as powerful and terrifying as Suluin. At this moment, the carrion beetles eagerly emerged from the ground, commencing their feast, transforming the goblin corpses into precious energy points. The system's notification echoed continuously, though each individual yield was minimal. The vast aggregate gradually replenished Suluin's energy reserves. Accompanied by Dizin and Gawain, Suluin ventured deeper into the goblin den. As a traveler from another world, he always harbored a sense of anticipation akin to opening a treasure chest when encountering the nests of various fantastical beings. This was the first opportunity he had experienced since his arrival, filling him with a tinge of excitement as he hoped to discover something valuable. Upon entering the cave, Suluin found it even filthier, littered with refuse, shattered bones, and filth. This compelled Suluin to furrow his brow and halt, instructing the soldiers to explore further within. Soon, at the deepest recess of the cave, in a relatively dry corner lined with animal hides, the soldiers made a discovery. There lay a collection of items that appeared shiny and valuable to the goblins, yet their specific purposes were unknown. Several irregularly shaped crystalline shards and equipment emitted faint elemental fluctuations. Within Suluin's view, the system presented the information. Elementary magic crystal X5 can be used as spellcasting material. Among the remaining equipment, the first was a sheathed dagger. The dagger itself was merely forged from fine steel, yet the sheath was adorned with a small azure gem, pulsating gently with the essence of the wind. Dagger of the Gale's sheath quality, magical item, black iron, effect, slightly enhances the wearer's movement and attack speed. Description: death is like the wind, ever at my side. In this world, the quality of equipment is classified as whiteboard, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, legendary, and mythical. A piece of black iron-grade equipment already possesses a slight infusion of magical elements. If placed on the market, it would command at least 50 gold coins, enticing many first-tier transcenders to compete fiercely for it. Additionally, there remains a severely rusted iron ring, adorned with indistinct runes and featuring a nearly dull red gemstone the size of a grain of rice at its center. Microglow iron ring, quality, low-tier magical item, black iron, effect. Infusing a small amount of energy can activate a weak shield lasting several seconds, capable of withstanding one physical attack not exceeding first-tier strength. Description: remember to recharge it regularly. There is also a severely damaged leather-bound notebook. The cover is almost in tatters, yet the pages are made of a certain waterproof leather, with barely legible writing that seems to document the terrain of the surrounding area and the locations for gathering certain plants. A few pages at the end have been torn out, leaving behind charred remnants. Unknown Adventurer's tattered notebook, quality, special item effect, no direct combat enhancement. Description: may contain valuable information or clues. These items are evidently trophies stripped from unfortunate adventurers or merchant guards by goblins, yet rendered unusable, ultimately becoming mere collectibles. Surin picked up the microglow iron ring and the scabbard ornament of the swift dagger to don as spoils of war. As for the Unknown Adventurer's tattered notebook, Surin planned to thoroughly peruse it in a couple of days. After tidying up, they still had time to venture towards the remaining 2 layers. He turned and exited the cave, once again bathing in the somewhat pale winter sunlight. Nearby, there were 2 small goblin nests that they could eliminate in due course. Chapter 9. Territory Planning. Mithril Mine. The morning light of early winter streamed through the stained glass windows, casting dappled gold upon the plush carpet of the Lord's chamber. Surin awoke from an ornately carved oak bed large enough for 3, resting upon a goose-down mattress infused with Aina's fragrant incense. 5 days prior, he had been battling on the brink of life and death, yet now found himself at the heart of this gradually revitalizing castle. "My lord, warm water is ready," Aina called softly, 2 newly hired maids behind her, demurely holding a copper bath basin and soft towels. The staff of the lord's residence had expanded to 13, with 10 young maids responsible for domestic affairs, and 3 male servants assigned to heavy lifting and courtyard maintenance. Under Aina's guidance, some worn tapestries were taken down and replaced with deep crimson drapes, the weathered stone walls adorned with the Thorn family crest. Even the fireplace had been rebuilt, its flickering flames dispelling the dampness in the corners. As Surin sank into the bath, warm water flowed over his shoulders, prompting a deep sigh of relief. After the intense warfare and battles, as a lord, he too needed occasional indulgence to rejuvenate his body and soul. He closed his eyes, and the system panel quietly appeared. Beast Legion Summoning System. Host: Surin. Energy storage: 5 primary energy points. System level: Level 1. To evolve to the next stage, 1,000 energy points required. Summoned beast types: Venomous Mantis, Tier 2 Lord, 1. Shadow Claw Wolf, Tier 1, 15. Corrosive Beetle, Tier 1, 5. Venomous Worker Bee, Tier 1, 4. Unlocked Bestiary: Venomous Mantis, Corrosive Beetle, Wolf, Venomous Worker Bee. 5 days had passed since the bloody purge of the Claw Goblin lair. The initial thunderous strike had proven effective. Surin personally led his army and beasts to systematically eradicate the 4 largest and most rampant goblin nests, reaping significant spoils. With the greatest threats neutralized, the remaining scattered goblin tribes had become insignificant, reduced to smaller layers. Surin no longer involved himself in every detail. He entrusted the daily purging tasks to Knight Anderson, accompanied by 8 fierce wolves and 2 corrosive beetles for battlefield cleanup, assigning him 50 elite soldiers seasoned by combat. Surin issued a command for the beasts to temporarily obey Anderson during combat to ensure smooth execution of their tasks. This mixed human and beast force ventured out at dawn and returned at dusk, methodically clearing the remaining green-skinned pests from the forests and valleys surrounding the Darkmoon territory, simultaneously training and consistently contributing to Surin's energy reserves. Meanwhile, Surin remained within the Darkmoon castle. He soon realized that being a truly qualified lord was far more taxing than merely serving as a military commander or war fanatic. A formidable military force is the cornerstone of governance and territorial expansion, yet the normal operation of a territory cannot rely solely on armies and slaughter. Countless intricate, yet crucial administrative duties required the lord's decisive intervention. For instance, considering the dignity of the lord's residence, the previously scant few servants must be improved. Surin granted Aina certain administrative privileges, allowing her to recruit a batch of trustworthy and efficient servants within Darkmoon. With Surin's personal oversight, 10 young maids and 3 robust male servants were ultimately recruited. In the past 2 days, the entire lord's residence seemed to have been infused with new vitality. Under the direction of the newly appointed head of domestic affairs, Aina, the servants busily attended to their duties, and although the residence was far from luxurious, it had at least shed its prior dilapidation and gloom, beginning to exhibit the elegance and order befitting a viscount's estate. Naturally, the vacancies of the constable, judge, and trade officer within the city also required new appointments. Surin instructed the clerk Morik to submit a list from which he personally selected and appointed 4 administrative officials, further solidifying the foundation for the development of the Darkmoon territory. In the afternoon, Surin entered his study. It had now been organized into a strategy room, with a long central table laid out with a topographical map of the Darkmoon territory and the surrounding lost forest. The edges of the parchment curled, yet the ink remained clear. Over the past 2 days, aside from handling these domestic affairs, Surin devoted his remaining time to reading. He meticulously studied the incomplete adventurer's notebook seized from the goblin lair. Most of the notebook's content pertained to the flora and fauna of the lost forest periphery, marked dangerous areas, and some rudimentary survival techniques, offering limited value to Surin. However, the most crucial part lay in the last few pages, which contained a hastily drawn yet detail-rich map. On the map, near the edge of the lost forest, located just outside the traditional sphere of influence of the Darkmoon territory, but not far away, 3 points were clearly circled in red ink, annotated with translations of ancient dwarven terms, which read mithril. This discovery caused Surin's heart to race yesterday. He immediately summoned the castle's only scholar, Master Carl, who had some knowledge of mineralogy, instructing him to take 5 cavalrymen and 2 wolves, along with simple surveying tools, to conduct a preliminary survey at the marked locations. In the afternoon, a weary Master Carl returned with exhilarating news for Surin. "My lord, it has been confirmed. It is indeed a mithril vein." Master Carl, unable to contain his excitement, blushed and trembled as he spoke. "And it is not a substandard mine. Based on the surface exposure and surrounding geological structures, all 3 are medium-sized veins. The reserves are extraordinarily rich. Even with our currently achievable maximum scale of extraction, it can yield stable output for over 20 years. This news was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Subsequently, when Surin announced this discovery at a small meeting, the eyes of Knight Galwin and Knight Anderson, who had just returned from a purge, widened in astonishment, their breaths heavy. Mithril. That was mithril. In the Eternal Continent, mithril is recognized as a strategic-grade magical metal, its value far exceeding that of gold by weight. It possesses exceptional magical conductivity, astonishing lightness, and surpassing hardness compared to steel, regardless of whether it is inscribing magical arrays, forging enchanted weapons and armor, or constructing grand magical facilities. Mithril is an indispensable core material. 1 pound of crude mithril ore possesses a value sufficient to provide a comfortable year's worth of food for a family of 5 in the heart of the He-Me-Gui kingdom. Furthermore, 1 pound of refined mithril is worth several times more, enabling a modest merchant to ascend into the ranks of the affluent or to equip a formally trained knight with superior gear. In stark contrast to the meager income previously generated by the Inu Ling through the sale of furs, herbs, and a smattering of low-quality magical crystals, the discovery of this mithril mine feels as though the gods themselves have delivered a river of molten gold directly to their doorstep. Once regarded as a barren land unsuitable for large-scale grain cultivation, and Yuling has instantaneously transformed into a treasure trove seated atop a mountain of gold. Chapter 10. Conscription and Trade Mithril. So precious that it is considered a luxury magical metal even in the capital of the He-Mei-Gui Kingdom. Numerous silver grade and even gold grade magical equipment incorporates substantial amounts of mithril during forging to enhance the efficiency and amplification of extraordinary powers. Surin need only allocate 1/5 of the annual yield for trade to fulfill all resource and equipment shortages within Yuling. However, following this immense joy, reality brings forth its own challenges. Surin rubbed his temples with his fingers, observing his several subordinates who, despite their excitement, began to reveal signs of concern. The discovery of the mine is a windfall, yet it also presents certain complications, Surin remarked. Indeed, my lord, Magus Carl interjected, the scale of these mines is considerable. Mining operations will undoubtedly require a substantial workforce, skilled miners, and laborers for transportation, among others. Gawain continued, moreover, given the value of mithril, we must deploy troops to establish robust defensive fortifications at the mine, ensuring the safety of transportation routes from the mine to the castle. All of this necessitates a significant military presence. Indeed, Surin concurred, as this was precisely his concern. After all, the extraction, transportation, and maintenance of the mine ultimately fall to human hands. His magical beast troops, whether they be the terrifying wolves or venomous bees, are merely first-tier magical creatures with limited intelligence, capable only of combat and slaughter, and cannot replace humans. He cast his gaze over to Anderson and Gawain. What is the current strength of our forces in Yuling? Counting all available personnel, including lightly wounded, we can muster no more than 420. Anderson reported. Surin rested his chin on his hand, pondering, to defend the castle, eliminate residual threats within the territory, and deploy troops to protect the future mine. We find ourselves somewhat constrained. Knight Anderson immediately added, his tone heavy. Indeed, my lord. Due to the previous lord's demise and the weakening of the territory, many citizens have fled to neighboring lands, resulting in a severe shortage of both population and military strength. Under the current circumstances, I would recommend conscription for at least 150 strong-bodied soldiers, coupled with rigorous training. With the formidable power of your magical beasts, we should be able to operate effectively. Therein lies a predicament of happiness. Wealth lies before them, yet they find themselves lacking the most fundamental resource, population. Yes, we will also need to conscript a substantial number of miners for the extraction operations, along with the soldiers. I shall personally issue a decree tomorrow, providing sufficient monetary incentives for all, Surin decisively concluded. At that moment, the old Secretary Morik, who had been silently listening, adjusted his glasses and spoke in a gentle yet incisive tone. Esteemed Viscount, Lord Anderson, Lord Gawain, and Magus Carl, if I may be so bold, we may face a more pressing issue than manpower. Even if we successfully extract mithril, how shall we convert it into the weapons and other materials necessary for the development of our territory? The assembly fell silent. To forge mithril for personal use, one requires at least a third-tier or higher extraordinary blacksmith. Yet such skilled artisans are not only absent in Yuling, but are also unheard of in the neighboring territories. Thus, the only viable option for Yuling is to engage in trade to procure gold coins and magical equipment. Old Morik continued. Our formal trade routes have historically comprised only two. He extended a frail finger. The first route leads northeast, through the Greystone territory, entering the trade network within the heart of the He-Mei-Gui Kingdom. This route is relatively safe, with a mature trade system. However, he paused, glancing at Surin. Our relationship with Viscount Barton of Greystone has always been tense, marked by frequent minor conflicts. They would not idly allow us to grow rapidly through the mithril mine. They will undoubtedly seek to obstruct our trade routes, depress prices, or even resort to covert plundering. The second route, he extended a second finger, moves southeast, requiring passage through a perilous expanse known as the Weeping Wastes to connect with the border trading company of the Zifeng Kingdom. This route is not only distant. The wasteland is rife with vicious magical beasts and tribes of gnolls, which raises transportation costs and risks significantly. Previously, only a few reckless smuggling caravans would occasionally traverse this path, trading in highly lucrative contraband. However, since 2 caravans were annihilated by magical beasts in the wasteland last year, the formal trading companies of Zifeng Kingdom have been reluctant to send their teams. For our large-scale, high-value mithril trade, we require the involvement of substantial trading companies from Zifeng Kingdom, as only they possess the armed forces necessary to escort and ensure the smooth progress of trade. Old Morik's analysis was remarkably calm and objective, illuminating the crux of the matter for Surin. The extraction and maintenance of the mine demand considerable manpower and military strength. Yet the subsequent sales channels are equally vital. On one side lies the treacherous intentions of human neighbors, and on the other, the deadly perils of the wasteland and foreign trading companies. Leaning back in his chair, Surin absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze contemplative. His military capabilities are steadily improving, and the next phase of his campaigns will primarily target magical beasts, half-orcs, and gnolls. The reason for not launching immediate attacks to annex neighboring lords is the potential for a cascading effect. Once he initiates warfare against any one lord, it becomes easy for others to exploit the situation. Thus, his original plan was to wait a month until his army of magical beasts has fully formed, enabling a decisive military advantage over the neighboring lords before brazenly seizing towns and plundering resources. Furthermore, Viscount Barton's connections with Count Monroe in the capital, a sworn enemy of Surin, necessitate a more cautious approach. Presently, his most formidable asset is merely a second-tier venomous mantis, and he is reluctant to plunge into self-destruction in a frenzy. Therefore, it is not yet the opportune moment for war with Greystone territory. My lord, perhaps we should consider delaying the extraction of the mithril mine for the time being, allowing some time to accumulate before commencing operations? Gowan suggested. No. Progress cannot be hindered by minor obstacles, Surin countered. He lightly tapped the table with his palm and continued, regarding troop strength. We shall commence conscription and the recruitment of miners tomorrow, with stringent standards and favorable treatment, prioritizing young and strong individuals from impoverished backgrounds within the territory. Surin issued his first explicit directive. As for the trade routes, a cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Let Barton of Greystone continue to flounder for a while longer. There is no need to persuade them. We can reopen trade routes with the trading company of Zifone Kingdom. But my lord, that trade route, Old Morik expressed concern. Suluin shook his head confidently and remarked, The great merchant guild of the Zifone Kingdom has abandoned this trade route because they deemed the risks of venturing into our region not worth the meager profits. But if they were aware that what we are about to embark upon is a substantial business endeavor, one that will yield profits 100-fold, even 1,000-fold greater than before, I suspect that despite the dangers of the wilderness, those merchants would come knocking at our door, desperate to engage in trade with us. His gaze swept over Mo Liku, and he smiled. So be it. Our newly appointed trade officer is your nephew, is he not? Old Mo Liku? Indeed. My lord, Mo Liku replied honestly. He has completed a comprehensive trade course at the university in the royal capital and possesses rich commercial experience. Su Luin nodded approvingly. Excellent. Let him take charge of this matter and contact the merchant guild in Zifone immediately. The rest of you may continue with your tasks. As you command. Lord Su Luin. The four of them replied in unison. Chapter 11. The Lord's Promise. The enthusiastic citizens as the early winter sun began to dispel the chill of the night, the center of a new city, where a notice board constructed from several massive iron pillars stood, was already surrounded by a throng of people. The clamorous voices shattered the castle's usual stillness, akin to a boulder cast into stagnant waters, creating ripples of excitement. Two literate soldiers had just affixed a notice bearing the thorns emblem of the Lancaster family. The content of the notice was simple, yet sufficient to stir up a tempest in the impoverished territory of Inu. Recruiting soldiers. Recruiting miners. What truly caused the commotion was the benefits outlined below. All selected soldiers will be well-fed daily, with a monthly salary of 5 silver coins. Outstanding performers will receive additional rewards, and even the opportunity to join the Lord's personal cavalry. An old hunter, dressed in tattered leather, squinted as he struggled to decipher the text, his voice rising in disbelief. Miners will be fed 2 meals a day, with meat. A monthly salary of 3 silver coins. Medical treatment for injuries will be covered by the Lord's manor, and there will be generous compensation for those who are disabled or killed in the line of duty. A pale, burly stonemason beside him gasped in astonishment. Such remuneration was astronomical for the people of Inu, who had long struggled to make ends meet, often subsisting on wild vegetables and coarse black bread. In the heart of the Hei Meigui kingdom, an ordinary mercenary earned no more than 2 or 3 silver coins a month, yet here, a miner could earn 3. And with 2 meals including meat. Is this for real? It can't be true, can it? A skeptical vendor with a sharp face and shifty eyes crossed his arms, questioning the sudden wealth. The new lord has only been here a few days. Where would all this money come from? This is silver, not copper. Are we being fed empty promises, only to end up as cannon fodder? Shut your foul mouth, Jamie. A burly blacksmith apprentice glared at the vendor. Haven't you seen the knights and those terrifying magical wolves in recent days? They have brought back so many goblin heads, piled outside the city. The Lord has that kind of power. Would he deceive us over such trivial matters? Exactly. A young widow, who had lost her husband in the city defense, spoke with a hint of stubbornness and hope. Lord Anderson said that the Lord has promised compensation for the fallen, and I received it yesterday. A full 20 silver coins. Enough for me and my child to live comfortably for several years. Her voice trembled with emotion, a mix of sorrow and gratitude, as she firmly upheld the credibility of Su Luan, the new lord. Upon hearing her words, a collective gasp spread through the crowd. 20 silver coins. For the common folk. This was undoubtedly a life-altering sum. Skepticism was somewhat subdued, yet the long history of poverty and empty promises from past nobles still left many in doubt. Many eyes darted between the notice and the faces of those around them, whispering and debating the implications. Just as the crowd's discussions grew fervent, a low, rhythmic sound of hooves and the clinking of armor approached from the distance. The Lord has arrived. With the loud proclamation of a personal guard, the crowd parted like the sea, creating a pathway. Su Luan, accompanied by the gallant knight in armor and 10 elite guards, strode forward. He wore a well-tailored dark green noble hunting outfit, draped with a black velvet cloak, exuding an air of both nobility and competence. The swift rise and fall of his fortunes in just a few days had bestowed a maturity upon his youthful and handsome visage, his calm gaze sweeping across everyone present. However, what truly silenced the crowd was the terrifying figure lurking behind him, the venomous Mantis. At that moment, it had retracted its soul-chilling murderous intent, quietly following Su Luan like the most loyal of sentinels. Towering at 2 to 3 meters, it stood out in the crowd, its dark exoskeleton gleaming with a metallic sheen in the morning light, its scythe-like forelimbs occasionally opening and closing unconsciously, producing a faint yet piercing metallic sound. Its enormous compound eyes slowly rotated, reflecting the faces below, which were filled with fear, awe, and even stupor. This is the creature that slaughtered so many half-orcs. It seems to obey the Lord's commands. Murmurs of trepidation spread through the crowd, trembling with disbelief. I have never seen such a terrifying being, as fear was palpable. Witnessing the monstrous creature follow the young lord like a docile hound began to cultivate an inexplicable admiration and trust in absolute power within their hearts. When a demon king bows to humanity, that humanity becomes akin to divinity. As Su Luan reached the elevated platform before the notice board, the gallant knight stepped forward and commanded, "Silence. The Lord has something to say." Instantly, all sounds ceased. Hundreds, if not thousands, of gazes, mingled with fear, anticipation, skepticism, and reverence, were fixated upon Su Luan. Su Luan's gaze slowly traversed the dark mass of humanity below. He could see the pallor on their faces, the longing in their eyes for sustenance, and the uncertainty regarding their futures. Clearing his throat, his voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the square, imbued with an undeniable resolve. "Citizens of Inu, I know that many of you have seen this notice and the benefits outlined therein, and you may wonder if it is true. Will this new, young lord be like some others, merely issuing empty promises, ultimately leading us to toil in vain, perhaps even at the cost of our blood?" His words struck directly at the doubts harbored by many, causing heads to lower or exchanging furtive glances among one another. "Now, I, Lancaster Su Luan, in the name of my family crest, and with the honor and dignity of my lordship and the nobility of the kingdom, solemnly promise you all." Su Luan's voice rose with a resolute power that everything written in this notice, the soldiers' rations, rewards, miners' wages, meals, and compensations, is entirely genuine. I personally affirm it. As long as you remain loyal to your duties and strive valiantly, everything I promise will be delivered to each and every one of you without a single coin missing. And without delay. There were no grandiloquent phrases, only the most direct and steadfast assurances. Yet, these simple words, coupled with the silent yet imposing presence of the monstrous creature behind him, wielded an extraordinary persuasive power. The crowd fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into an even louder clamor. This time, however, skepticism had notably diminished, and excitement and fervor began to take precedence. As he gazed upon the crowd below, still shrouded in skepticism or perhaps overwhelmed by the generous offer, Su Luan understood that mere words would not suffice. He required a more impactful and tangible action to dispel all doubts and etch his image of reliability into their hearts. He raised his hand slightly, signaling for silence once more. Then, he executed an unexpected gesture that left everyone astonished. He lifted a delicate silk pouch embroidered with dark golden thorns from his waist and calmly poured forth a gleaming gold coin. This was no ordinary currency, but a rose-crowned gold coin minted by the kingdom of Mei, masterfully crafted with sharp edges. Under the increasingly radiant morning light, it reflected a golden glow that was both pure and alluring, capable of blinding the impoverished gaze of those present. The light seemed to possess warmth, igniting an air of restlessness among the onlookers. Su Luan elevated the coin high, allowing it to bask in the sunlight, becoming the sole focus of the entire square. Perhaps, empty promises would never outweigh the scars left by the passage of time in their hearts. His voice, though not loud, carried a peculiar penetrating power, clearly reaching every ear. Thus, I shall now demonstrate through action that every word spoken by me, Lon Ka Si Te Su Luan, is as solid as rock, of immeasurable value. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd like a hawk before landing on the enormous recruitment notice. Then abruptly turning toward the vast forest beyond the city, his voice rising with undeniable determination, of priceless worth. Now, I require a log. His tone was calm, as if discussing a trivial matter, a complete log with a radius of 30 centimeters, sourced from the outskirts of the city. The log need not be excessively long, but it must be robust and dry. He shook the coin in his hand, as if proclaiming a divine decree. Whoever brings such a log before me shall be rewarded with this coin. The crowd erupted like a beehive disturbed by a boulder. A log with a radius of 30 centimeters? That would require a grown man to embrace it. To fell it from the forest edge and transport it to this square? The difficulty and physical exertion involved were immense. And the reward? A single coin. A coin capable of purchasing a decent small house within the city, enough to sustain a family for years. Was he out of his mind? A log in exchange for a coin. How heavy would that be? How could one possibly bring it back from the forest? Was the Lord jesting? Did he find amusement in toying with us impoverished souls? But what if it were true? Hadn't the Lord just publicly pledged his word? A promise? Noble promises are as unreliable as the mists of the lost forest. By the time you exhaust yourself bringing it back, he could easily dismiss you with some flimsy excuse. Yet what if? A faint voice emerged, laced with uncontrollable yearning. Doubt, ridicule, desire, and struggle intertwined within the crowd, colliding and fermenting. Some urged their neighbors to give it a try, while they themselves stayed back. Others shook their heads in resignation, convinced it was merely the idle amusement of the nobility. Many were caught in a painful dilemma, the temptation of the gold coin whispering like a devil, yet reason and past experiences warned them of its unreality. Akin to a beautiful trap, time trickled away amidst whispers and anxious waiting. The sunlight seemed to mock them. Su Luan stood calmly atop the platform, the coin still reflecting sunlight with unwavering stability. Behind him, the venomous mantis stood like a cold statue, its compound eyes indifferent as it surveyed the small yet complex humanity below. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward and delicate, a small commotion arose at the edge of the crowd. A figure struggled forth, seemingly expending every ounce of strength to emerge from the throng. It was a young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, not particularly stout, even somewhat gaunt, but his bare arms, exposed beneath tattered burlap, were the muscular lines forged by years of labor. His face showed signs of hardship and malnutrition, yet his eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness, burning with a desperate resolve and deep hope. It was the lumberjack from the west of Jiaku. Someone quietly recognized him. His wife had apparently been ill for a long time, with no money for medicine. Alas, what a wretched fate, driven to desperation. Whispers reached Jiaku's ears, but he remained oblivious. His gaze was locked on Su Luan atop the platform, more precisely, on the coin in his hand that held the potential to save his wife's life. He approached the platform, his body slightly trembling from nerves and excitement. Yet he straightened his back, gripping the tattered hem of his garment tightly with calloused hands. He raised his head, summoning all his strength. His voice hoarse yet crystal clear as he asked, "Esteemed Lord, is it true what you said? That if one brings a log, a gold coin will be bestowed? Will it truly be fulfilled?" His voice echoed across the spacious square, infused with a man's last hope and dignity. A humble yet brave inquiry to fate, in this unfamiliar lord. All eyes instantly turned to Su Luan. He looked down at this courageous young man, recognizing the despair and expectation in his eyes. Likewise, he saw countless other eyes behind him, all yearning for answers. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Luan stepped forward, his elevated stance conveying not oppression but a solemn promise. He raised his right hand, holding the coin, his voice resonating with the force of stone against stone, cutting through all hesitation. "I, Lon Ka Si Te Su Luan, swear by my bloodline, my honor, and the thorny banner that stands behind me. What I speak is true. What I pledge shall be fulfilled. If you can bring forth the required log, this gold coin will immediately belong to you. Should there be falsehood in my words, let me and my domain be consumed by endless sands." The weight of this oath was staggering. It left all skeptics breathless. To swear by one's life is among the highest oaths in noble law. Jieku's body trembled violently, the last shred of doubt replaced by unbridled joy and determination. He uttered no further words, spinning on his heel like a wolf driven to desperation, yet catching sight of hope. Pushing through the crowd as he sprinted toward the city gate. The wait had commenced. This time, it felt even more excruciating. Every minute, every second seemed stretched to an unbearable length. Some craned their necks toward the city gate, others whispered prayers, while still others watched with cold indifference. Eager to witness the unfolding spectacle, Su Luan remained steadfast, a mountain in his calmness. Half an hour crawled by in anxious anticipation. Finally, a stir arose from the direction of the city gate. A figure appeared, staggering yet resolute, carrying a massive log that required 2 people to embrace. Inching forward step by arduous step. It was Jieku. His garments were drenched in sweat, clinging to his gaunt frame. His face bore scratches from branches, and his breathing was as labored as a worn-out bellows. The heavy log bent his waist, yet he gritted his teeth, his gums oozing blood from the exertion. Step by step, amidst countless astonished, complex, and even admiring gazes, he completed what felt like a sacred ritual. Finally slamming the log down with a resounding thud at the foot of the platform. He was nearly exhausted, bracing himself on his knees, gasping for breath. Sweat flowed from his forehead like a stream, but he stubbornly lifted his head to gaze at Su Luan, his eyes reflecting the relief of having fulfilled his mission and the unwavering hope that still burned within him. Su Luan looked at the log, still imbued with the essence of the forest, and at this young man who had poured his all into hope, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode down from the platform and, under the watchful eyes of all, personally helped the nearly unsteady Jack to his feet. Then, in the midst of the crowd's rapt attention, he solemnly placed the heavy, golden rose-gold coin, a symbol of promises and hope, steadily into Jack's calloused hand, which trembled violently from exhaustion and emotion. "Jack, this is your due. My people, you have earned it with your courage and sweat." Su Luan's voice resonated clearly. "What I, Su Luan, have said will always hold true." The chilling touch of the metal coursed through his palm, the weight nearly halting Jack's heart. He looked down at the coin, which seemed to possess a life of its own, glowing with golden radiance in the sunlight. An overwhelming sense of unreal happiness surged through his soul like a tsunami. Unable to contain himself any longer, tears mingled with sweat streamed down his face as he clutched the coin tightly, as if holding onto his wife's very life. The young man fell to his knees with a thud, expending his last ounce of strength to issue a heart-wrenching yet grateful shout. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you for your grace. I swear to be forever loyal to you." In that moment, silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes were fixed on the seemingly burning coin in Jack's hand, and on Su Luan, whose face remained serene as he bestowed the coin. Doubt, shattered by this ironclad reality. Hesitation, incinerated by this dazzling promise. Su Luan did not immediately allow the fervor of the crowd to erupt. He turned and ascended the platform once more, his gaze sharp as he swept over the faces below, which were frozen in shock and gradually reddening with hope. Taking a deep breath, his voice transcended mere volume, resonating as if it stirred the very winds and clouds. Having acquired the spiritual abilities of the venomous mantis, he had begun to master the use of psychic power, and now, augmented by his noble and lordly status, he commenced his declaration with a commanding presence. "My people, what you witness today is not merely the reward of a coin. It is my oath, as Lancaster Su Luan, to you. I vow to regard you as extensions of my own blood, to cherish your lives and value your labors. Your suffering, I shall personally bring to an end. Your hopes, I shall strive to ignite. I swear, the Dark Moon territory shall no longer be synonymous with poverty and despair. We shall, with our own hands, establish mines in the foul ravine and cultivate fertile fields on that barren land. Let our castle be more formidable than the elven tree cities. Let our streets flow with wealth as abundant as dwarven treasure. We shall make the beasts of the lost forest tremble beneath our feet, and our enemies, upon hearing the name of the Dark Moon, shall be filled with dread." His voice suddenly turned cold and lethal, as if carrying the chill of the northern winds. The venomous mantis behind him seemed to sense its master's murderous intent, emitting a low, hoarse hiss, as an invisible pressure enveloped the air. "I shall lead my beastly army, with thunder as our spear and flame as our shield, to shatter their camps, crush their bones, and with their blood and wails, we shall forge the unassailable walls of our Dark Moon territory. This is my promise to you, your lord, Lancaster Su Luan. Now tell me, Will you walk with me to turn this oath into reality? After a brief, intense silence, the crowd roared, We are willing. We are willing. We shall follow you to the death, my lord. Long live Lancaster. Long live Lord Suluan. The fervent shouts erupted like a volcano that had been dormant for millennia, soaring into the skies. The crowd was completely engulfed in fervor, waving their arms and shedding tears of joy, like the most devout of followers beholding a deity descended to the mortal realm. All hesitation, all suffering, was ignited and consumed in that moment by the radiant coin and the Lord's impassioned declaration. Chapter 13. The Reignited Blade, Adventurer Luke. In the small tavern at the corner of the main street of the Dark Moon Castle, the chill of early winter pierced through his worn leather armor like invisible, fine ice needles drilling down to the bone. Luke hunched his tall, slightly stooped frame, pushing away an empty cup of inferior ale that had been untouched for a long time, producing a dull sound. The tavern was filled with the sour smell of fermenting food and the acrid fumes of low-quality tobacco, mirroring his current state of mind. He had once been known as Broken Sword Luke, a somewhat famous adventurer on the outskirts of the Lost Forest. Though not the pinnacle of first-tier warriors, he had hunted ferocious wild boars, pilfered eggs from the lairs of cave wolf spiders, and even participated in the subjugation of a rampaging petrified lizard. Thanks to his wealth of experience and fearless tenacity, his sword had once been as swift as lightning, and his roar could intimidate beasts. But those days were now behind him. A reckless assault against a second-tier beast had left him with a gaping wound on his left leg, nearly to the bone. Although he had narrowly escaped with his life, the injury had left indelible repercussions. His left leg now bore a slight limp, aching painfully in the rain, and more importantly, the decline of his core strength had rendered him incapable of wielding the speed and power he once possessed. The sword that had once felt like an extension of his arm now felt awkward and foreign in his hands. His fighting spirit, gradually extinguished like a candle flickering in the wind, waned alongside his diminishing strength and bodily pain. He had departed from the ranks of adventurers, wandering into the impoverished Dark Moon territory with his meager savings and a body full of scars. This man numbed his nerves with alcohol, drifting aimlessly through life. The gentle reassurances of his wife and the innocent gaze of his young child had once been his only softness, yet they only intensified his feelings of guilt and helplessness. For he now struggled to provide for his family. A transformation occurred a week ago, as a horde of half-orc soldiers roared against the city walls, with a dozen fierce greenskins breaching the defenses, brandishing bloodied swords as they invaded the dilapidated neighborhood near the walls where he rented a room. Luke was huddled in a corner, his vision clouded by drunkenness. The piercing screams, the thunderous crash of collapsing houses, and the excited roars of half-orcs jolted him from his stupor. Instinctively, he grasped the sword hanging in the corner, the last remnant of his dignity as an adventurer. Yet, as the cold hilt met his palm, he felt an unfamiliar heaviness. Gazing at the grotesque figures of half-orcs charging toward him, a wave of weakness surged from deep within. Born of long-term alcohol abuse and lack of exercise, mingling with the old pain of his injury, seizing him in an instant. His hands trembled, the sword tip tracing ridiculous circles, and he could not even hold a proper defensive stance. One of the half-orc brutes noticed this seemingly feeble human wielding a sword and charged at him with a sneer, the stench of blood and sweat assaulting him. In that moment, Luke was filled with despair, not from fear of death, but from rage at his own helplessness. Damn it! He could not even protect his trembling wife and child behind him. Just as the rusted blade was about to descend, a black whirlwind of death appeared, accompanied by a soul-freezing roar. It was the monstrous servant summoned by the Lord, the terrifying magic wolf. The immense claws of the wolf flashed like a phantom, and the fierce half-orc was instantly torn apart, green blood and severed limbs splattering everywhere. Following this, the elite soldiers personally led by Lord Suluan swiftly and efficiently purged the half-orcs at the city gates, resembling a torrent of steel. At that moment, Luke sat paralyzed on the ground, staring blankly at the figure of the young lord commanding with calm authority, watching the embodiment of death in the form of the beast behind him, and observing the flames of courage and belief igniting in the eyes of the soldiers, qualities he once possessed. It was Lord Suluan who saved him, rescued his family, and salvaged the entire new territory. The gratitude buried deep within him, mingled with the shame masked by alcohol, simmered like a dormant volcano, accumulating energy over the days. Subsequently, the conscription order issued by the Lord, along with the generous rewards, especially the promise made, served as the final spark that ignited him completely. He could no longer continue in this manner. For the sake of that life-saving grace, to provide his wife and child with a truly stable and hopeful home, and to reclaim the fearless, sword-wielding Luke of the past. Taking a deep breath of the cold, murky air, Luke suddenly rose to his feet. He no longer cast a glance at the empty wine cup, striding directly towards the tavern door. His steps, though still slightly unsteady, saw his spine striving to straighten. The street was bustling more than usual, with crowds flowing in a singular direction towards the conscription office outside the castle barracks. Luke blended into the throng, listening to the excited discussions around him. "Hurry up. I heard there are particularly many people signing up today." "Of course. The Lord keeps his word. And the rewards are excellent. Who wouldn't want to fight under such a lord?" The boy from my neighbor's house passed the preliminary selection yesterday and received a brand new leather armor. "My goodness, the quality is far superior to my old cotton jacket. I heard that the Lord's beasts sometimes accompany the soldiers on patrol. If only I could patrol alongside those terror wolves. How impressive that would be." "Stop talking nonsense. Train well and earn some pay to stock up on winter supplies for the family. That's what truly matters. The Lord said that the good days for our new territory are still ahead." Indeed, with the Lord around, we need not fear any half-orcs or gnolls. One young man after another excitedly discussed amongst themselves. Such scenes were nearly impossible to witness in the once declining Anu territory. In fact, over the past 2 years, the strength of Anu had waned significantly, with dwindling population and military forces, rendering it one of the weakest territories in the vicinity, leaving the populace with little hope for the future, until the arrival of the new Lord Loren, who changed everything. Walking through the streets and listening to these dialogues filled with hope and conviction, Luke's long silent heart seemed to be infused with new vitality, beating with renewed vigor. He was acutely aware that life in the barracks would not be easy. Due to his declining physical condition, the rigorous military training would pose a significant challenge. Yet he understood that this was his only opportunity, a chance for redemption, a chance to once again wield a sword, to fight for himself, for his family, and for the young Lord worthy of loyalty. He tightened his grip on the long sword that had not been properly cleaned in ages, his gaze piercing through the crowd toward the barracks not far away, where the thorny banners waved. There lay the starting point of his rebirth. As Lord Loren had said, a newly reborn and new territory had indeed emerged. Chapter 14. Warm hearth and cold currents. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the Anu castle. Only the sporadic lights spilling from the tower windows pierced through the darkness like stubborn stars. Inside the Lord's study adjacent to the master bedroom of the castle, the atmosphere was in stark contrast to the cold outside, warm as spring. Loren, draped in a soft, deep blue velvet robe, lounged lazily in a newly crafted high-back chair adorned with thick bear fur. He had just finished a hot bath carefully prepared by AI Na, washing away the fatigue of days spent on administrative duties. With the tips of his hair still bearing a hint of moisture, the study had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once empty and dusty bookshelf was now filled, thanks to AI Na and her servants. Although the collection was still modest, comprising mainly territorial records, rudimentary encyclopedias, and general histories of the continent, the neatly arranged volumes exuded a faint fragrance of paper and wood. A relatively detailed map of Anu and the surrounding areas adorned the wall, alongside the thorny banner that symbolized the Lancaster family. The floor was covered with a large bearskin rug, relatively intact, acquired from a goblin nest. The most comforting change came from a newly installed small magical device in the corner of the room. At AI Na's suggestion, and with the hands of Master Ka Air, a circular magic circle, inscribed with crimson runes and the size of a basin, was engraved on a smooth obsidian slab, resting on a metal stand. At its center, several top-quality, low-level magic crystals, selected from goblin treasures, were embedded. At this moment, the magic circle radiated a soft and continuous warmth, dispelling the chill of the stone walls, rendering the entire study as cozy as late spring. In Anu, this was a luxurious indulgence, but as the Lord, Loren was naturally entitled to such comforts. With a satisfied sigh, Loren first focused his thoughts inward. Monster Legion Summoning System. Host, Loren. Energy storage. 3 basic energy points. System level. Level 1 equipment. Sheath of the Gale Dagger, black iron. Glimmering Iron Ring, black iron. Summoned beast types. Poisonous Mantis, Tier 2 Lord. 1. Terror Wolf, Tier 1, 16. Corrupt Beetle, Tier 1, 6. Venomous Worker Bee, Tier 1, 5. Unlocked Bestiary. Poisonous Mantis, Corrupt Beetle, Terror Wolf, Venomous Worker Bee. In recent days, the mixed patrol and extermination team led by Anderson had been continuously hunting. The keen senses and formidable mobility of the terror wolves had wreaked havoc on the remaining scattered magical beasts, goblins, and even some unwary small creatures within the territory. steadily contributing meager yet consistent energy gains for Su Luan. The principle of accumulating small gains into large ones held true in any world. However, with the summoning of a few more terror wolves, corrupt beetles, and venomous worker bees, the system's basic energy reserve had dwindled to just 3 points. Hunting low-level life forms yielded too little energy. Once the stability of the territory was assured, it seemed I would need to devise a way to hunt some powerful magical beasts or begin dealing with the half-orc tribes, Su Luan murmured to himself. He closed the system interface and picked up the document presented by Clerk Morik and Knight Gaowen. The data made his lips curl into a smile. Firstly, the conscription efforts had been unprecedentedly successful, thanks to the absolute credibility established by his promises and generous rewards. Not only in Inu City, but also among the surrounding villages, young men, even some wandering mercenaries and down-on-their-luck adventurers, had eagerly signed up. Notably, among those enlisting was an extraordinary Tier 1 warrior named Luke. After a rigorous selection process, a total of 260 strong and relatively untainted recruits had been summoned. They had been integrated into the existing military forces, led by veterans under Anderson and Gaowen, commencing their harsh and stringent military training. Given time, this would evolve into a formidable armed force. Furthermore, the recruitment of miners had also proceeded smoothly. A total of 300 miners have been successfully recruited, predominantly artisans or robust farmers who were already engaged in masonry and civil work within the territory. They are currently undergoing basic safety protocol training and tool distribution. In 5 days, Sir Gaowen will personally lead them in groups to the 3 secret silver mines located on the periphery of the Lost Forest, initiating preliminary construction and initial extraction. The secret silver mine serves as the economic lifeline for Inu Ling, making it imperative that nothing goes amiss. Su Luan has long since decided to entrust the mining operations, defense, and, most importantly, confidentiality to the steady and reliable Gaowen. To this end, he plans to allocate a significant portion of the forces from the Beast Legion to Gaowen, 9 dire wolves, and 3 venomous worker bees. The 9 dire wolves will patrol and guard the perimeter of the mine in groups of 3, their keen senses capable of detecting most threats in advance. The 3 venomous worker bees will serve as mobile support and early warning units, their small size and flying capability making them suitable for reconnaissance in the complex forest terrain, while their potential for suicide attacks can delay formidable enemies in critical moments. With this beast squad's assistance, along with the elite soldiers set to be dispatched, the initial security of the mine should be assured. As the energy points increase, Su Luan can summon a new batch of beasts every 2 to 3 days, allowing for flexible mobilization and deployment. Just as Su Luan tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating the details of mine defense, a gentle knock echoed from outside the study door. "Come in." The door swung open, revealing the old Secretary Morik, followed closely by a young man appearing to be in his late 20s, possessing keen eyes, and dressed in respectable merchant attire. The young man seemed somewhat nervous, yet his demeanor remained composed. "Good evening, my lord. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest." Old Morik bowed respectfully, while his nephew, the newly appointed trade officer Shao Morik, also bowed deeply. "No trouble at all." Su Luan waved his hand, his gaze settling on Shao Morik. "It appears our trade officer has news." Stepping forward, Shao Morik endeavored to maintain a steady voice. "Yes, my lord. Following your instructions, I managed to connect with the Nightingale Chamber of Commerce, the largest merchant guild on the border of the Z-Phone Kingdom, through some past channels. After several sincere communications, they have agreed to send a senior manager-led caravan to our Inu Ling in 10 days for an on-site inspection and to discuss specific trade cooperation details. A glimmer of approval flashed in Su Luan's eyes. He had heard of the Nightingale Chamber of Commerce, a powerful commercial organization known for its audacity and keen insight. It was said that many of its managers are women, and their leader is a formidable witch. The fact that they were persuaded to visit this region, deemed barren, clearly indicated Shao Morik's diligence and capability. This is a positive sign, representing a crucial first step in the plan to establish trade routes in the southeast. "Well done." Su Luan nodded in affirmation. "When they arrive, you will be fully responsible for their reception and initial negotiations. Be sure to demonstrate our sincerity and potential." "Yes, I will not fail your expectations." Shao Morik's face flushed with excitement. Old Morik also displayed a hint of satisfaction, but it was soon replaced by a grave expression. He cleared his throat and added, "My lord, there is another piece of news. Our informants stationed in Hui Shirling have relayed intelligence that Baron Barton Taishur has dispatched a sizable caravan, led by his nephew, a young man named Field Taishur, which is expected to arrive at our Inu Ling in 3 days, claiming to engage in friendly commercial trade." Upon hearing this, Sulun leaned back slightly in his chair. His fingers unconsciously stroked the smooth backrest, and a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth, devoid of any warmth. Friendly commercial trade? He repeated softly, his tone laced with sarcasm. When did our relationship with Hui Shiling become so amicable? Border frictions and resource disputes. How can they be absent from the shadow of the Barton family? His gaze sharpened, as he mused inwardly. It seems that from the capital, my dear Earl Meng Luo is getting anxious, having yet to receive news of my demise. Su Luan appeared to have seen through it all, letting out a cold laugh. Baron Barton is merely a dog for someone in the capital. What commercial trade? It is but a facade. Their true purpose is to witness firsthand whether I, Lancaster Su Luan, have truly established a foothold in this barren land, to see what changes have unfolded in our Yu Ling, and whether there is anything worth their coveting or cautioning. The study was warm as spring, yet Su Luan's words seemed to cast a layer of frost over the air. They wished to probe our reality? Su Luan rose and approached the window, gazing into the heavy night and the direction of Hui Shiling to the north. His voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Let them come. Avoidance will only heighten their vigilance. It is better to let them see the new prospects of a Yu Ling. He turned, a serene smile of control gracing his face. Chapter 15. The caravan from Hui Shiling. The cold winds of early winter swirled up dust, dancing along the eastern avenue of a new castle. Field Taisher, the trade officer from Hui Shiling, sat astride a magnificent steed. This horse bore traces of a fire element beast lineage, its coat glossy and sleek, faintly shimmering with a dark red hue, providing a modicum of warmth to its rider. At this moment, Field Taisher held his head high, surveying the road leading to the castle's core with a mix of scrutiny and unabashed disdain. Ah, this place, in Yu Ling, is increasingly unbearable to behold. Field's voice was soft, yet it reached the ears of his assistant, who rode alongside on a sturdy pack horse. He adjusted his thick cloak adorned with a silver fox fur collar, as if the very air of this place exuded a stench of poverty that required insulation. His gaze fell upon the dilapidation surrounding him. The cobblestone path beneath his feet had lost much of its former evenness, with fragments of stone broken and sunken, forming puddles of stagnant water that produced a disconcerting creaking sound as the wheels of the carts rolled over them. The buildings flanking the road rarely towered, many having peeling facades that revealed a chaotic collage of various stones within. Windows were mostly covered with oiled paper or linen, with only a few clean and intact glass panes visible. Children clad in tattered, thin garments gazed curiously yet fearfully at the brightly armored, large caravan of outsiders. Only at the end of the avenue did the Inu castle, built against the mountain, still hint at its past grandeur. The gray stone walls appeared particularly stark against the gloomy sky, with towering turrets. Yet, in Field's eyes, this persistence was merely the last struggle of a fallen noble to maintain appearances, akin to a terminally ill elder forcing himself to straighten a stooped spine. You speak truly, my lord, the assistant chimed in with a sycophantic smile, wrapping his somewhat shabby cotton coat tighter around himself, striving to sound in agreement. And Yu Ling is like an ancient tree rotting from within. It may look fine on the outside, but in reality, it is hollowed out by insects, and a strong gust of wind could bring it crashing down. Unlike our Hui Shiling, which is like the rising sun, brimming with vitality and hope. A fitting analogy. Field Taisher smiled in satisfaction, habitually pinching his well-groomed mustache. I still remember, about 10 years ago, accompanying my uncle, the esteemed Baron Barton, on my first visit to Yu Ling. Back then, while it could not compare to the prosperity of Hui Shiling, there was still a fair amount of foot traffic, shops with some novelty or slightly more expensive wares, and at least the roads were smooth. But how long has it been since then? He shook his head, his tone imbued with a condescending pity. In less than a decade, everything has filled me with disdain. This place is rife with backwardness, poverty, and an atmosphere of, well, lethargy. The assistant seized the moment to offer flattery. The stark contrast highlights your excellency's remarkable talent. Since the esteemed viscount entrusted you with the full responsibility of trade affairs in the territory, our Hui Shiling has undergone tremendous transformations each year. New shops, larger markets, and a continuous flow of merchant caravans have led even the merchants of the royal capital to praise us as the gem of the border. Thus, it is evident that trade is the true lifeline of a town. Such overpraise. Field feigned humility, though his face betrayed a sense of gratification. The rise of Hui Shiling is primarily attributed to the foresight of Viscount Barton, who staunchly supported the development of trade against popular opinion. Of course, it also owes much to the dedicated efforts of my esteemed colleagues. He paused, casting a slightly smug glance toward the rear. Behind him trailed a convoy consisting of more than 30 wagons. Most of these wagons were empty, their wooden beds polished to a shine. Save for the first 5 or 6, which were laden with tightly bound goods wrapped in waterproof tarpaulins, grain. This grain would be the key to unlocking the warehouses of a new Ling. Their plan was simple yet efficient: to exchange this relatively undervalued grain from Huisher Ling for the mountains of ore, primarily iron, and a small quantity of higher quality refined iron, stored in the warehouses of a new Ling. They would then transport these ores back to Huisher Ling, utilizing its advanced waterway and land trade networks to distribute them to regions within the kingdom that are rich in industrial demand, yet scarce in mineral resources. Through this back-and-forth exchange, a few wagons of grain could transform into dozens of heavy loads of ore, ultimately jingling and flowing into the treasury of Huisher Ling and into the pockets of both Viscount Barton and Field. This nearly predatory, unequal trade might raise eyebrows elsewhere, but in a new Ling, it was a routine occurrence every autumn and winter. The reason is stark and cruel, and Yu Ling is in dire need of food. The arable land is scarce, yielding barely enough to sustain itself. It is rather amusing to think about. Field seemed to recall something. Turning to his assistant, I remember the last trade officer of a Yu Ling, who once attempted to resist, seeking other trading partners, even naively dreaming of connecting with the merchant guilds of the southeastern Zifeng kingdom. He scoffed, but that old fool did not consider that the trade route southeast from a Yu Ling traverses perilous paths across the wasteland. How could it compare to the smooth passage leading to the heart of the kingdom, with the hub firmly in our hands at Huisher Ling? In fact, 2 years ago, when a Yu Ling sought to fully explore trade routes to the southeast, Viscount Barton of Huisher Ling, not wanting to let such a juicy opportunity slip away, even had Huisher Ling's cavalry masquerade as bandits to specifically plunder merchant caravans. The purpose of this was to deter those small merchant groups from the Zifeng kingdom from trading with them. What could a Yu Ling do? Declare war on us? Field's tone dripped with disdain. Today, Huisher Ling is fortified with over 3,000 elite soldiers, 500 iron cavalry, and boasts as many as 20 extraordinary individuals. And what of a Yu Ling? They have been persistently besieged by those accursed half-orcs and goblins, suffering heavy losses, and last month, even the old lord perished. Now they can barely defend themselves, and it is likely they cannot muster even 200 soldiers capable of wielding weapons. Can they? What do they have to resist? Thus, Field believed that in Yu Ling's fate was already sealed. They could only meekly accept the trade rules set by Huisher Ling, exchanging their precious refined iron resources for the most basic sustenance. Field's mood grew ever more jubilant. The old lord, who had resisted Huisher Ling for over a decade, had finally passed on to meet his ancestors. It is said that the new lord is a young viscount from the royal capital, in reality, an exile. Moreover, according to the vague news filtered through from Earl Mingluo in the royal capital, this new lord, Lankazite Suluan, has essentially lost all support in the capital. How can a down-and-out noble with no backing survive in this chaotic land of pioneering lords? This is more difficult than reaching the heavens. Field was confident that this trade negotiation would be unprecedentedly smooth. My lord, look over there. The assistant's shout interrupted Field's reverie, and he turned his gaze in the direction indicated. That was the location of the barracks for the guards of a new castle. At this moment, many young men were coming and going at the barracks entrance. Is a new castle recruiting? Field narrowed his eyes, quickly calculating in his mind. He recalled that the intelligence had mentioned that Yu Ling had recently endured a significant siege by half-orcs, and their troop numbers must have taken a serious hit. Now recruiting is merely a means to replenish their forces and maintain the most basic defensive strength. With this thought, Field's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, revealing a sense of control over the situation. Recruiting? What a fortunate turn of events. Recruitment means they will need more grain to sustain these soldiers. Given Yu Ling's meager agricultural output, it would be merely a drop in the bucket. Thus, their only hope would rest on the benevolence of Huisher Ling, willing to engage in friendly trade with them. Field, with a sense of unwavering confidence, stroked his meticulously groomed goatee, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. It seems I shall earn my merit once again, ha ha ha. Chapter 16, Rejection, Nighttime Assassination. In front of the Lord's mansion of a new city, old Morik, accompanied by his nephew and a few servants, was already at the entrance to greet them. Field firmly reined in his horse, nimbly dismounting and adjusting his cloak embroidered with the Huisher Ling mountain emblem in silver thread, attempting to brush off the dust of travel. He wore his habitual smile tinged with superiority, yet deep within his eyes lay a clear disdain. Morik, my old friend, It seems you are still in service to an Yuling. Field's voice bore a hint of deliberately cultivated warmth. Though his gaze had already passed over the hunched figure of the old secretary, landing on an exceptionally young official beside him. The young man was around 20, clad in a simple dark uniform, with a newly minted, modest emblem of an Yuling pinned to his chest, his demeanor cautious yet earnest. Old Morik's face was lined with wrinkles as he slightly bowed, his voice as gentle as ever. "Mr. Field, welcome once again to an Yuling. This is young Morik, the newly appointed trade officer by the Lord, my nephew. The Lord is waiting for you in the hall. Please follow me." "Trade officer?" Field's brow imperceptibly arched, a derisive laugh echoing in his mind. In such a dilapidated state, what trade could an Yuling possibly manage? Surely, they could not even muster a decent caravan. He casually nodded at young Morik, a casual greeting that exuded an unintentional arrogance, causing the young trade officer's cheeks to tense slightly. As they traversed the somewhat spacious yet impeccably clean corridor, Field felt a twinge of discomfort, as if the anticipated scene of ruin had not fully materialized. The doors to the conference hall swung open, and a wave of warmth accompanied by the aroma of food enveloped him. The anticipated cold reception was nowhere to be found. Before his eyes lay a long table covered with a snow-white linen cloth, silver candlesticks flickering with a warm glow. Seated at the head of the table was the young lord himself, attired in a well-tailored dark gray noble-esque attire, lacking in excessive embellishments, save for a thorny family crest that shimmered with a faint glow. "Mr. Field, welcome from afar. I appreciate your efforts." Saluan's voice was calm, devoid of discernible emotion. "It is noon, and perhaps we should first partake in a meal before discussing business." Field suppressed the surprise and a slight sense of being offended by the modest arrangements, taking his seat with proper etiquette. He inwardly sneered. What decent food could this backwater possibly serve? Nothing but hard black bread and watery broth, no doubt. However, when the first dish was brought out, Field's pupils contracted sharply. First came a platter of fragrant roasted meat. The flesh displayed deep red marbling, its surface seared to a slight crisp. Fat sizzling audibly. "This is roasted ridge meat from the forest roar boar, unique to the fringes of the lost forest," Aina, standing nearby, softly explained. "The forest roar boar possesses a trace of magical beast bloodline. The meat is firm, contains faint energy, and aids in restoring stamina." Next was a bowl of milky white thick soup, chunks of tender meat, and unknown fungi tumbling within, emitting an enticing savory aroma. "This is a broth made from tree leopard leg bones simmered with moonlight mushrooms from the forest. Tree leopards are swift as the wind and difficult to hunt. Their bone broth is said to lighten the body and improve health." Following that came stir-fried seasonal vegetables with the most tender loin of rock goat. Rock goats, constantly scaling steep cliffs, have exceptionally springy meat. There was even a dish of meat jelly made from the plumpest hind leg meat of the poison sac frog after its venom glands were removed, with a refreshing, bouncy texture. Some of this meat even came from magical beasts approaching the threshold of the first rank. These were not creatures ordinary soldiers could handle. Hunting them required coordination from elite squads, often incurring casualties. And here, they were being served so casually at the table, as part of a regular lunch? Damn it all. Does this new Lord of Moonshadow have a flock of griffins hunting for him every day? Field's hand holding the cutlery stiffened slightly. His initial assessment of Su Luin had been that of a weak, ignorant, and impoverished young noble. But now, these dishes silently proclaimed a more frightening truth. Moonshadow territory seemed to possess a remarkably powerful supernatural force. This was utterly impossible for a territory on the brink of collapse. He chewed the tender, energy-tinged forest roar boar meat, finding it tasteless as sawdust. The contempt he held for Su Luin was rapidly replaced by a strong sense of wariness. After the meal, Su Luin elegantly dabbed the corners of his mouth with a napkin. He accepted a bowl of clear vegetable soup from Aina, as if he had just eaten the most ordinary fare. Only then did Su Luin seem to remember something, asking casually, "And what brings you here this time, Mr. Field?" Field snapped out of his shock, cleared his throat, and tried to adopt his trade envoy demeanor, though his tone now carried an unconscious caution. "Mr. Su Luin, our Lord Patton has heard that Moonshadow territory has been, well, perhaps experiencing some tension in grain reserves lately. He specifically ordered me to transport 15 carts of high-quality grain. We intend to." Su Luin interrupted with a smile. "Lord Patton is so concerned about my Moonshadow territory? He wishes to gift us grain? This is truly help in a time of need." He turned to old Morik, his tone sincere. "Morik, note down this kindness. Who would have thought that in such difficult times, a good man like Lord Patton would still remember us?" He looked back at the utterly dumbfounded Field, his smile gentle. "Mr. Field, upon your return, please convey my most sincere gratitude to Lord Patton. I can see that Lord Patton is a good man. Wait. Field nearly choked on his own saliva, his face flushing instantly. He hurriedly exclaimed, Mr. Sulin, you misunderstand. This grain is not a gift. Lord Patton's meaning is that you must exchange it for ore. And it must be high-grade iron ore. The pleasant surprise vanished from Su Luin's face, replaced by a troubled expression. He set down his soup bowl gently and shook his head. Exchange for iron ore? I'm afraid that won't do. The mineral veins of Moonshadow are difficult to mine. Iron ore is strategic material. We barely have enough for our own use. We truly cannot exchange it for ordinary grain. Ordinary grain. Field almost jumped up, his voice rising an octave. Mr. Su Luin, you must know the current market price of grain. We took risks to transport this here. 5 carts. Just 5 carts of grain for 1 cart of your iron ore. That is a very fair price. 5 for 1. Su Luin sounded as if he had heard something unbelievable. A cold glint flashing deep in his eyes. He leaned back slightly, fingers tapping lightly on the table. Mr. Field, perhaps you are mistaken. In my view, if we are to exchange, or the ratio should be half a cart of iron or for all the grain you brought. Field's neck flushed red with anger, his finger trembling as he pointed at Su Luin. Years of cultivated restraint allowed him to swallow the curses, hissing through gritted teeth. My lord, this is no way to conduct business. Are you mocking me? Business? Su Luin's smile vanished, his gaze turning sharp. Since we cannot agree, then let it be. Mr. Field, you may leave. Moonshadow's grain issues need not trouble Lord Patton. The banquet ended in the icy atmosphere of a disagreement. Field's face was livid as he practically stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Filled with humiliation and rage, he gathered his merchant train and left the castle without a backward glance. Yet, in his heart, Field still believed Su Luin was merely putting on a brave front. He thought bitterly, let's see how long your broken territory can keep up this tough talk when winter truly descends. In the council chamber, Su Luin stood before the large stained glass window, his cold gaze following the departing Greystone merchant train. Outside, the sky was turning gloomy, lead gray clouds hanging low. Knight Anderson entered silently, his iron-shod boots making steady sounds on the floor. My lord, all is prepared. 40 of our most elite cavalry await outside. 5 dire wolves are also in position. We will utilize the night and the terrain to strike in the border canyon. The scene will be arranged to look like an attack by half-orc raiders. No trace pointing to us will remain. Su Luin did not turn around, asking mildly, have you confirmed the number and strength of the merchant guard? Confirmed. Approximately 30 guards. Led by a first-rank knight, the rest are mostly ordinary soldiers. Our force is more than sufficient to overwhelm them. Anderson's tone brimmed with confidence. Su Luin slowly turned around, a flash of icy chill in his eyes. Remember, our targets are not just the grain. No one from Greystone is to be left alive. Understood. Anderson thumped his right fist to his chest in a standard knight salute, turned, and strode away, his cloak billowing behind him. Su Luin looked back out the window. The Greystone merchant train had become a string of moving black dots on the distant horizon. He picked up the slightly cooled tea from the table and took a small sip. That fool Field has no idea. From the moment he stepped into Moonshadow territory, he and the grain he brought were already pieces destined to be captured on my board. By the time Patton noticed his merchant train hadn't returned and suspected something was amiss, at least half a month would have passed. Investigating the truth at the border would be nothing but a fantasy. Night. As the Greystone merchant train passed through the canyon region on the edge of the Lost Forest, their pace inevitably slowed. On both sides were weathered, jagged cliffs casting increasingly long shadows, squeezing the path narrower. A cold wind whistled through the rock crevices with a mournful shriek, masking many subtle sounds that should not have been ignored. Trade envoy Field rode on horseback, his mood darker than the gloomy weather. Su Luin's face with its mocking smile and the firm refusal replayed constantly in his mind. He tightened his cloak and urged the caravan. Faster. Get through this damned place before dark. Just then whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows, wrapped in oil-soaked rags and burning with flame, shot down accurately from the cliffs on the side. Ambush. To arms. It must be those damned half-orc scum. The captain of the guards, a peak tier 1 knight from the Huishur Ling, reacted with remarkable speed, drawing his long sword with a metallic clang, bellowing commands for his subordinates to tighten their formation. However, the assailants proved to be far more skilled and terrifying than he had anticipated. Kill. 30 black-clad, black-armored cavalrymen surged forward, silently yet with astonishing swiftness. Their hooves, muffled by thick cloth, created no thunderous sound, only an overwhelming aura of impending death. Leading them was Knight Anderson, whose gaze beneath his visor was as frigid as ice. His lance held steady, aimed directly at the heart of the chaotic caravan. Steady. Pikemen advance. The captain's command was abruptly cut off. For faster than the human cavalry were 5 streaks of black lightning, the fear wolves. They erupted from the shadows of another direction, their speed leaving only blurred afterimages. As pure combat machines, they disregarded the ordinary soldiers, as if endowed with intelligence, precisely targeting those in the guard who attempted to organize a counterattack with bows and arrows. A monster. A soldier who had just raised his bow was pounced upon from the side by a fear wolf, its claws effortlessly tearing through his leather armor and throat, blood spraying forth. Another fear wolf violently knocked down an officer wielding a halberd, and in that instant as he fell, it crushed his gauntlet and arm with a single bite, the sound of splintering bone sending chills down the spine. In the brief moment of chaos and suppression, the cavalry led by Anderson surged forth. Bang! The iron tide crashed mercilessly into the barely formed gap in the formation. Anderson's lance struck like a venomous dragon, precisely piercing the chest of a guard who attempted to block with his shield, launching him into the air. The cavalry followed closely, drawing their swords and delivering devastating blows fueled by their charge. They were well trained, operating in groups of 3, providing mutual cover, efficiently harvesting the disorganized and demoralized enemies who had succumbed to the fear wolf assault. This was not merely an encounter. It was a meticulously orchestrated slaughter. Ambush, surprise attack, beastly disruption, and cavalry onslaught. Every step was precisely calibrated to target the enemy's vital points. No, these were not mere half-orcs. The captain of the guards, protected desperately by his loyal soldiers, narrowly parried a strike, finally realizing that the attackers were uniformly equipped, their tactics refined. And the terrifying coordination with the magic wolves was far beyond the disorganized nature of half-orcs. A chilling thought arose within him, but he had no chance to voice it. A fear wolf leapt atop the grain cart beside him, then propelled itself like a cannonball from above. Clang! With a thunderous crash, the captain felt as if his head had been struck by a battering ram. Darkness enveloped him, blood oozed from his ears and nose, and he instantly lost consciousness. Tumbling from his steed, the remaining guards of Huisher Ling were either cut down by the cavalry or slaughtered by the fear wolves, while a few kneeling in surrender were mercilessly finished off. Anderson remembered Su Luan's orders: disguise as half-orcs for the attack, leaving no survivors was imperative. The battle from start to finish lasted less than a quarter of an hour. Silence returned to the ravine, broken only by the crackling of flames and the faint sounds of fear wolves licking the blood from their claws. Knight Anderson cast off the droplets of blood from his lance and solemnly commanded, "Search the battlefield, ensure there are no survivors. Recover all our arrows. Inflict bite and slash marks on the corpses. Gather the grain onto our pack animals, quickly." The soldiers moved silently and efficiently, crafting a scene of chaos and brutality typical of half-orc raids. Soon, dozens of carts filled with precious grain were completely emptied. Anderson took one last look at the bloody valley, confirming everything was in order, before whistling. The cavalry, leading the pack animals and the beasts, silently merged into the deepening night and the shadows of the lost forest, as if they had never existed. Chapter 17, The Hunt on the Plains. Ice Rock Tiger. The news of the sudden disappearance of the Huisher Ling caravan fell like a stone cast into the ocean, creating no ripples. By the time Huisher Ling discovered the caravan had not returned, at least half a month had passed. The dozen carts of grain had been quietly stored away, sufficient to alleviate the food crisis in the Dark Moon territory temporarily, allowing the citizens of Dark Moon City to endure the harshest moments of winter and providing solid logistical support for the upcoming minor teams. Su Luan was confident that even if Viscount Barton of Huisher Ling harbored suspicions, he would not dare to act against the uncertain Dark Moon territory without concrete evidence. On one hand, winter made it impractical for Huisher Ling's army to embark on a long journey. On the other hand, the balancing relationships among other lords left Barton, who was unaware of Su Luan's true strength, even more hesitant. Thus, with no immediate dangers in sight, Su Luan turned his attention to the long-term goal of strengthening his own power and clearing obstacles for the southeastern trade routes. The most direct way to enhance strength was to acquire more energy points and expand his beast army. Moreover, to showcase Dark Moon territory's sincerity and security to the Nightingale Merchant Association, the best approach was to cleanse the perilous area leading southeast. Therefore, in the following days, Su Luan personally led a cadre of 30 elite cavalrymen, spearheaded by Knight Anderson, alongside 5 fear wolves and venomous bees, like a sword drawn from its sheath, actively patrolling the plains and forest edges to the southeast of Dark Moon territory. In the vast expanse of the plains, the dry grass reached knee-height, and the cold wind howled. The cavalry galloped, bowstrings vibrating, arrows rained down upon various prowling beasts, rugged-skinned plains hyenas, swift red-tailed foxes, and even some ordinary magical beasts at Tier 1 strength. The fear wolves, like gray whirlwinds of death, pounced and tore under the cavalry's protection. Their sharp claws and fangs, coupled with their precise, machine-like coordination, made them a nightmare for melee-type beasts. Even a late-stage Tier 1 beast, if caught alone and ensnared by several fear wolves, could not endure for more than 2 minutes. Kill 3 plains hyenas, gain basic energy. Kill 2 red-tailed foxes, gain basic energy. Kill. As the fear wolves continued to secure kills, the system's notification echoed steadily in Su Luan's mind. The energy reserves increased bit by bit, though slow. They were unwavering. In this context, the elite soldiers led by Anderson gained a deeper understanding of the combat prowess of Su Luan's beast army, their synergy becoming increasingly harmonious. That afternoon, the team advanced along a dry riverbed. After clearing a small group of wolf spiders that had taken residence, they were about to take a brief respite. Suddenly, Su Luan's brow furrowed as he sharply glanced at the system interface. The light representing a fear wolf deployed to the right forest edge for reconnaissance dimmed abruptly, extinguishing without warning. It was not injured, nor had it lost contact. It was dead. Not even a warning howl or a surge of mental link had been transmitted. Something's amiss, Su Luan exclaimed, shattering the stillness of their rest. Right side forest. A powerful magical beast lurks within. Knight Anderson's expression hardened, immediately gesturing for all to take defensive positions in battle formation. The soldiers swiftly drew their bows, unsheathed their swords, and gazed warily toward the shadowy forest. The remaining 4 fear wolves sensed their companion's demise and the encroaching aura of danger, lowering their bodies and emitting threatening low growls, baring their white fangs. Su Luan led the team toward the direction where the fear wolf had vanished. As they passed through a thicket of low bushes, the sight before them caused everyone to gasp in shock. In a clearing strewn with debris, dark red bloodstains and tufts of gray wolf fur lay scattered. The lifeless body of the terror wolf lay in the center, nearly torn asunder, its entrails and bones exposed. The wound exhibiting an unnatural state of being grotesquely torn after being frozen by the extreme cold. There were scarcely any signs of a fierce struggle. Only a few shallow scratches left by the terror wolf's claws on the ground, as if it had been dealt a devastating blow in an instant. A single strike had ended its life. Anderson crouched down, meticulously examining the jagged edges of the wound, where tiny, yet-to-melt ice crystals lingered. His expression turned grave. "My lord, judging by this wound and the residual ice energy, our adversary possesses formidable strength and remarkable speed." The terror wolf barely had time to react. Furthermore, the footprints suggest there is only one assailant, one that could annihilate a first-tier terror wolf. Su Luan's heart sank. A strong sense of vigilance and a hint of barely perceptible excitement surged within him. A powerful beast signified danger, but also promised a bountiful return of energy. How much primary energy could be obtained from slaying such a creature? 200 points, 300, or even more. "Track it," Su Luan ordered. The soldiers skilled in tracking and the keen-nosed terror wolves sprang into action, cautiously advancing into the dense forest. Following the sporadic drops of blood marked with the same icy crystalline traces and the faint metallic scent and chill lingering in the air. As they ventured deeper, the light dimmed and the icy stench intensified. Along the way, they stumbled upon several torn-apart corpses of ferocious beasts, a massive wild boar of the plains and a woodland brown bear that had attempted to hunt. Their deaths mirrored that of the terror wolf, instantly shredded by overwhelming force, their wounds crystallized with hardened ice, as if their blood had frozen the moment it gushed forth. "My lord, observe these claw marks and the pure ice energy," Knight Anderson spoke with unprecedented seriousness. "If I am not mistaken, we are likely facing an ice rock tiger." He quickly elaborated to Su Luan. The ice rock tiger is a rare second-tier apex beast found on the outskirts of the Lost Woods, said to possess a trace of the bloodline of ancient ice giants. They are massive, incredibly powerful, and their innate ice magic is particularly fearsome. Their claws exude frost, capable of unleashing a chilling breath that freezes everything in its path, and they can instantaneously conjure ice pillar armor or summon ice spikes for attack. They are typically solitary dominators with a strong territorial instinct. A second-tier apex beast. Su Luan's gaze sharpened. This would be the second-tier apex entity he had encountered since the venomous mantis, and given its ferocity, its strength could not be underestimated. However, he also had the venomous mantis following closely behind him. With their numbers, he felt no fear of the adversary. Just then, a cavalryman scouting ahead suddenly issued a low warning. The group circumvented a towering ancient tree that required several people to embrace, and the sight before them left everyone breathless. A gust of air, mingled with blood and extreme cold, rushed towards them. The temperature plummeted, and the vegetation visibly frosted over. With a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a soul-freezing tiger's roar, a colossal, white figure burst forth from the thicket ahead. It was the ice rock tiger. Its size rivaled that of a small elephant. Its fur not of ordinary coloration but resembling a blend of eternal ice and gray-blue rock, exuding a cold and hardened texture. Its limbs were as stout as stone pillars, muscles bulging with explosive power. Most striking was its massive head, adorned with a natural crown-like pattern formed from ice crystals. Its icy blue eyes reflecting pure wildness and a thirst for slaughter. It opened its gaping maw, revealing its ivory fangs wreathed in visible frost. Its mere breath causing the surrounding air to emit a faint cracking sound of freezing. "Be cautious," Knight Anderson bellowed. Before his words could fully escape, the ice rock tiger's forepaws slammed down onto the ground. With a crack, several sharp, glimmering ice pillars erupted from the earth beneath the two leading terror wolves without warning. The speed was astonishing. Despite their swift reactions, the two terror wolves were struck or collided with the rapidly growing ice pillars, yelping as they were thrown aside. Their bodies instantly covered in a thin layer of ice, their movements becoming stiff and sluggish. "Long-range attack. Aim for its eyes and joints," Loren commanded calmly, quickly retreating while mentally communicating, ready to signal the venomous mantis into action at any moment. He understood that against such a formidable opponent, elite soldiers and terror wolves could only serve as a distraction. The trained cavalrymen immediately drew their bows, unleashing a barrage of arrows that soared toward the ice rock tiger like a swarm of locusts. However, most arrows merely ricocheted off its rock-like fur with a clattering sound, failing to inflict any significant damage, or were blocked by a suddenly materializing, translucent ice armor. Only a few arrows struck the relatively vulnerable areas around its eyes and joints, eliciting pained roars from the colossal beast. "Terror wolves, find it," Loren ordered once more. The remaining two intact and lightly injured terror wolves bravely charged forward, leveraging their speed to attack from the sides and rear, their claws and fangs leaving white scratches and tiny ice fragments on the ice rock tiger. Though they could not inflict fatal wounds, they effectively captured its attention. Chapter 18. The Fusion Egg, Beast Soul. Roar. The ice rock tiger was enraged, abruptly turning its head towards the densest cluster of terror wolves and opening its massive jaws. A conical, frigid white gale, imbued with extreme cold, erupted forth like an enraged dragon. "Quick, scatter," Anderson shouted, his eyes wide with alarm. The first terror wolf, caught unawares, was swept directly by the icy gale, instantly becoming an ice sculpture frozen in a pouncing stance, its life force extinguished. The surrounding flora and ground were immediately encased in a thick layer of ice, as if winter had arrived in an instant. Now is the time. Seizing the fleeting moment when the ice rock tiger was immobilized from releasing its breath and distracted by the other terror wolves, a cold glint flickered in Loren's eyes. Venomous mantis. Attack. A shadow of death, black as night, appeared as if transcending the confines of space, suddenly manifesting at the ice rock tiger's flank. The venomous mantis's scythe-like forelimbs sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, akin to two streaks of black lightning, striking fiercely at the relatively softer underbelly of the ice rock tiger. With a piercing sound, this time, the ice rock tiger's hard ice armor failed to completely deflect the full-force strike of a Lord-tier beast. Two massive gashes, deep enough to see bone, instantly appeared, green venom surging into the wounds. The ice rock tiger let out a earth-shattering howl, the excruciating pain driving it to thrash wildly, trying to shake off the venomous mantis, its icy tail whipping back like a steel whip. Yet, having landed its blow, the venomous mantis swiftly retreated, nimbly evading the counterattack. The neurotoxin began to take rapid effect. The ice rock tiger's movements visibly slowed and stiffened, the blood flow from its wound diminishing, even beginning to darken. Seizing the opportunity, the soldiers launched a more intense barrage of long-range attacks, targeting its injured abdomen and the vulnerable spots exposed by its agony. The other two terror wolves also fought valiantly, sinking their teeth into its hind legs to restrict its movement. The ice rock tiger, cornered and desperate, fought back fiercely, unleashing ice spikes and cold air. But under the effects of poison and continuous blood loss, its resistance weakened. Under Loren's mental communication, the venomous mantis circled the sluggish giant tiger like the most patient of hunters, searching for the opportunity for a decisive strike. Finally, as the ice rock tiger made a desperate lunge that missed, exhausted and without new strength, the venomous mantis appeared like a specter above its head. crossing its scythe like forelimbs to strike down. Crack! The chilling sound of bones fracturing echoed as the colossal head of the Binyan Hu nearly detached from its massive body, which then crashed to the ground, sending a flurry of ice shards and dust into the air. The once vibrant azure of its eyes swiftly dimmed. A notification from the system chimed. You have slain a second-tier apex beast, the Binyan Hu, and earned 380 points of basic energy. Additionally, as this is your first challenge and defeat of a second-tier apex beast, you are rewarded with a fusion egg of the Binyan Hu. A sigh of relief escaped Suluin as he gazed at the lifeless form of the Binyan Hu, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. The 380 points of basic energy were significant. Previously, when he had defeated a second-tier novice beast, the Baidwayer, the system only rewarded him with 50 points. This substantial difference indicated that Suluin could summon up to 38 fearsome wolves with this energy. Such formidable risks in hunting powerful beasts promised immense rewards. Beyond the energy points, the fusion egg was an unprecedented prize. Suluin clicked on the details in the system panel. Fusion egg. Binyan Hu. This beast's soul egg can be gifted to a human subordinate for fusion, granting them the soul power of the Binyan Hu. Note 1. The fusion egg is a special type of reward, appearing only when the host challenges and defeats the most powerful entities currently unlocked in the beast illustration. Note 2. The chosen human subordinate for the fusion must be genuinely loyal to the host, and upon fusing with the beast's soul, their loyalty will automatically become 100, ensuring they will never betray the host. The prospect of acquiring the power of the Binyan Hu was tantalizing, coupled with the assurance of unwavering loyalty. Suluin's eyes widened slightly in surprise, realizing that the system had prepared such an unexpected delight to encourage his audacity in confronting formidable life forms. Upon activating the fusion egg, a small crystal orb, roughly the size of a fist and radiating an icy blue light, materialized in Suluin's hand. The orb felt weightless and was chilling to the touch. Within its depths, a faint image of a miniature Binyan Hu's spirit could be discerned. This small crystal orb had the potential to instantly elevate a warrior to the status of a second-tier apex beast soul transcendent, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Suluin had already decided who among his subordinates would receive this boon. After securing the item, Suluin commanded his companions to clean the battlefield and gather all valuable materials. As a second-tier apex beast, the Binyan Hu was a treasure trove. The complete carcass of such a massive creature could incite a frenzy among nobles at the royal auction house. Its flesh contained pure ice magic, ideal for nourishing warriors and crafting elixirs. The resilient hide was perfect for complex enchantments, making it an excellent choice for extraordinary leather armor and magical scrolls. Its bones and claws could serve as powerful conduits for spells or alchemical additives. Among its unique parts, the tiger's tail would undoubtedly tempt any noble gentleman pursuing grandeur, worth far more than the most exquisite jewels on a noblewoman's vanity. The beast weighed an astonishing amount. Suluin estimated it to exceed 3 tons. Even after removing the bones, organs, and hide, the usable meat would still surpass 1 ton. While magical beasts do not decay easily, the precious magic within their flesh would diminish swiftly over time, necessitating prompt processing. Yet, a practical dilemma presented itself. Suluin's predecessor had been a young noble who had remained in the royal capital and lacked the skills to dismember a beast's carcass. Traditional cooking methods would squander these valuable resources, leading to a significant loss of magical essence. Just as Suluin furrowed his brow in contemplation, a figure stepped forward. My lord, I once served as an adventurer and have assisted mercenary groups in handling various magical beasts. I may be of help. It was Duanjian Luke. This warrior, once despondent due to injury, now shone with renewed vigor after joining the army. Suluin nodded appreciatively. It is entrusted to you, Luke. Upon receiving permission, Luke quickly displayed the acumen of a seasoned adventurer, directing the others. Prepare several large water tanks and fill them with fresh water. Set up the enormous cooking pot. The Binyan Hu was as large as a small elephant, making the task monumental. Luke planned to bleed the beast first, as its blood was a crucial ingredient for crafting potent magical ink and special potions. Suluin, observing the proceedings, handed Luke his black iron dagger, the Swiftwind dagger. Use this. Luke accepted it respectfully, feeling the faint flow of wind elements coursing through the blade, razor sharp. He carefully made an incision on the Binyan Hu's neck artery, and the pale blue magical blood began to flow. As the heart had ceased to beat, they needed to continuously compress the body to expel as much blood as possible. Ultimately, they filled 2 large boxes with the chilling magical blood. Next came the intricate task of skinning. The hide of the Binyan Hu was exceptionally tough. Ordinary skinning knives would become dull after only a few strokes. Luke focused intently, wielding the Swiftwind dagger with precision, moving steadily along the muscle fibers. Even so, the entire process demanded considerable time and effort. When a complete and flawless tiger hide, measuring over 10 square meters, was finally removed, the soldiers watching could not help but gasp in awe. The value of this hide was astronomical. If transported to a major city in the heart of the Haimegwa, it would fetch no less than 100 gold coins at auction. If crafted into enchanted leather armor by a master, each piece could sell for 200 gold coins. If cut for use in crafting mage robes or magical scrolls, it would be fiercely sought after by spellcasters. After skinning, the next step was to dissect the bones and various components. Luke skillfully removed the highly coveted tiger tail and placed it with care into a makeshift icebox. He followed with the glinting teeth, robust bones, and a tail suitable for crafting powerful magical whips. He even took special care to extract a complete spine exceeding 7 meters in length, preserving it in ice as well. Finally, he retrieved the Bingyin whose heart, pulsating with remarkable magical energy, akin to the size of a basketball. Even detached, it seemed to throb slightly, containing ice energy reminiscent of a sealed glacier. This heart was the core material for crafting awakening potions of the ice element, capable of forcibly unlocking the potential of ordinary individuals, with a chance of awakening them as first-tier ice warriors. However, the cost of failure was catastrophic, leading to bloodline collapse and immediate death. Nevertheless, those yearning for power would still pursue it fervently. This heart alone could yield 2 doses of the potion, its intrinsic value exceeding 100 gold coins. With all materials meticulously sorted, Luke began directing the soldiers in butchering the tiger meat. Suluin took charge of the cooking, which was crucial for preserving the magical essence. Flames erupted beneath the enormous pots. Once the water boiled, Suluin instructed Anderson to fetch some simple seasonings, then added the large chunks of cut Bingyin who meat into the pot. Soon, an extraordinary aroma, infused with a rich magical essence, wafted through the air, enticing all present, including the weary soldiers, to swallow in anticipation. Suluin was the first to sample a piece of the braised meat. Its tenderness and rich flavor were exceptional. With each bite, a gentle warmth radiated from his stomach, spreading through his limbs, as if he were soaking in a hot spring, dispelling the chill of the wilderness and the fatigue of battle, leaving him utterly at ease. Bingyin who meat, consuming grants 1 strength, 1 agility. First-time consumption provides a permanent slight resistance to cold. Everyone, partake. Suluin commanded with satisfaction. The soldiers, filled with eagerness, devoured the chunks of meat they received, swiftly experiencing a surge of warmth and a subtle increase in strength within their bodies, their faces radiating surprise and contentment. Ultimately, over 2 tons of ice rock tiger meat were transformed into jerky, piled high in the temporary camp. This processed magical jerky would significantly prolong its storage life. Suruin ordered the jerky to be carefully transported back to the castle's warehouse for preservation, and he allocated an additional piece to each soldier involved in the operation. The physical enhancement provided by the ice rock tiger jerky was modest. Consuming 2 pieces reached the limit, and further consumption yielded no additional effect. Nevertheless, even this slight boost greatly enhanced the combat effectiveness of these soldiers. Particularly, the increase in cold resistance allowed them to move freely in the chilling wind, dispelling any sensation of their muscles being frozen stiff. Chapter 19. The Beast Soul's Blessing, Advancement. In the year 998 of the Eternal Calendar, on the Day of Radiance, light pierced through the thin clouds, casting a soft golden hue upon the gray towers of Dark Moon Castle. 2 days had passed since the life-and-death struggle with the Ice Rock Tiger. Today, Suruin prepared to bestow the fusion egg, derived from the Ice Rock Tiger, upon Sir Anderson. In his study, Suruin lightly tapped the system reward artifact known as the fusion egg with his fingertips. It presented a crystalline texture reminiscent of ice, its interior seemingly encasing a miniature glacier, with a faint ice-blue aura swirling within that emanated a chilling and powerful vibration. Bestowing this treasure, imbued with the essence of a second-tier top-tier magical beast, upon Sir Anderson was a carefully considered decision by Suruin. A human fused with a beast soul would directly possess the power of a second-tier top-tier magical beast, coupled with unwavering loyalty to Suruin. As the longtime Knight Commander of Dark Moon Territory, Anderson enjoyed considerable prestige and remained steadfastly loyal to Suruin, the new lord. His receiving of this reward would not only inspire and encourage all the people of Dark Moon Territory, but also enable Suruin to exert greater control over the domain in the future. However, after making this decision, Suruin discreetly inquired about Sir Gawain's thoughts. As his family's guardian knight, Gawain had demonstrated his absolute loyalty through actions, faithfully following Suruin from the capital to the border. To some extent, he was more deserving of the gift of the fusion egg than Anderson. Yet, Sir Gawain chose to decline. He believed it was more prudent for the greater good to grant the reward to Sir Anderson. Moreover, Gawain possessed considerable talent and was confident that he could break through to the second tier by the following spring without the aid of a beast soul. Suruin mentally noted Gawain's sacrifice. With all preparations complete, Suruin traversed the castle's echoing corridors. The old Secretary Morik had long been waiting outside, accompanied by several administrative officials and their aides, as well as castle servants standing at attention. A solemn and dignified atmosphere permeated the air. "My lord, Sir Anderson and the esteemed colleagues await you in the main hall," Morik reported, bowing, his voice tinged with barely perceptible excitement. Bestowing extraordinary power upon subordinates, a near-miraculous act, was something Suruin had deliberately arranged for all core members of Dark Moon territory to witness. Suruin nodded slightly, feeling the cold touch of the fusion egg in his palm. A servant stepped forward respectfully, draping a magnificent cloak adorned with dark golden thorn patterns over his shoulders. The group silently made their way towards the castle's main hall. The specially arranged hall was brightly lit, with the flames of torches on either side of the walls reflecting the glow of magical circles in the corners. Administrative officials in formal attire and armored knights stood solemnly on either side. In the center of the hall, Sir Anderson, having removed his armor, stood tall in ceremonial garb, awaiting the turning of fate. Suruin paused briefly at the entrance, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Amidst countless eyes filled with awe, curiosity, and anticipation, he walked steadily towards Anderson. The knights on either side stepped back in unison, clearing a path. Anderson took a deep breath, his right knee striking the ground heavily, his right hand forming a fist as he solemnly struck his left chest, producing a muffled yet resolute echo. Suruin's clear voice resonated throughout the hall, reaching every ear. "Anderson, your loyalty is witness to the mountains of Dark Moon territory. Your achievements are etched in the hearts of the people. Today, in accordance with the ancient pact and my authority, I bestow upon you this beast soul egg, containing the might of the ice rock tiger. Henceforth, you shall be the sword of Dark Moon and the shield of frost. At the same time, I elevate you to the position of Chief Knight Commander of Dark Moon territory." Anderson's head bowed slightly, his lips tightly pressed, his bronze face flushed with excitement. His eyes filled with resolve and glory. Suruin opened his palm, revealing the fusion egg, aglow with ice-blue radiance, its magical aura causing those nearby to hold their breath. In the background, subdued murmurs of astonishment began to rise. A young administrative officer whispered in awe, "Is this truly the fusion egg? Can it really grant one the power of a second-tier top-tier being? It looks like a beautiful gem." A middle-aged knight, who had participated in the hunt for the ice rock tiger, replied gravely, "A gem? It conceals the soul and power of a formidable magical beast. We witnessed how our lord brought it down." Meanwhile, the newly appointed trade officer, young Morik, could not hide his envy and quietly remarked to his uncle, "Such a precious treasure could incite a frenzy among the great nobles in the capital. How generous of the lord." Old Morik stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with wisdom and understanding as he softly replied, "This is not merely generosity, my child. It reflects our lord's wisdom and stature. He is demonstrating to us that loyalty and merit will receive rewards beyond imagination. He ignites the flame of hope for all of us." Old Morik's gaze turned towards Suruin at the center of the hall, filled with profound admiration. Deep within, a flicker of hope for receiving a blessing in his twilight years began to quietly emerge. If he could obtain the Lord's favor in the future, he could ascend to the extraordinary and dedicate more time to serve Dark Moon territory. The ceremony continued. Anderson, following instructions, steadily extended his left palm. Suruin produced the wind blade dagger, and with a flash of cold light, he made a small incision in Anderson's calloused palm. Just as a drop of crimson blood began to seep out, an unforeseen change occurred. The fusion egg resting in his palm suddenly blazed with intense light, and a vivid, lifelike miniature illusion of an ice rock tiger emerged, enveloped in a bone-chilling aura, releasing a silent roar. Then, following the path of the blood, it violently surged into Anderson's body. Anderson's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, his body trembling violently. An excruciating pain, far beyond his expectations. As if his very soul were being frozen and torn apart, instantly engulfed him. Veins bulged on his forehead, his jaw clenched tightly, suppressing a muffled groan. Yet his half-kneeling form remained as steadfast as a mountain, unwavering. "Anderson, open your body and mind. Embrace it. Guide it. Do not resist." Suruin commanded in a deep voice. Imbued with undeniable power, Anderson complied, striving to relax his resistance against the rampaging icy energy within him. However, this release only allowed a more violent torrent of pain to overwhelm him. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, his facial muscles twisting in agony, and sweat that barely emerged from his pores immediately froze into fine crystals. The onlookers collectively held their breath, anxiously watching the Knight Commander endure inhuman torment. Suruin's gaze was grave as he observed. He understood that the gift of this power would not be a smooth path. Only through unwavering will could one tread through thorns and embrace rebirth. He had absolute faith in Anderson's resolve. The painful tug-of-war persisted. Suddenly, a faint ice-blue luminescence began to emanate from Anderson's entire being, flickering as if engaged in a final fusion with his corporeal form. Yet, the agony did not diminish. Rather, at a certain moment, it intensified. With a roar, Anderson could no longer contain himself. His tightly clenched right fist, imbued with overwhelming power, struck down upon the stone slab beneath him with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the sturdy stone shattered, intricate spiderweb-like cracks spreading forth, while his fist remained unscathed. This astonishing spectacle left all onlookers utterly astounded. But this was merely the beginning. Following this, a primal roar, infused with an ancient, savage essence, erupted from Anderson's throat. The roar of the rock tiger. Invisible sound waves mingled with a psychic shockwave, instantly expanding throughout the hall. It felt as though a storm of souls swept through the space. Regardless of whether they were feeble bureaucrats or robust knights, at that moment, all were left dazed, ensnared in a fleeting stupor, with only a buzzing sound resonating in their ears. Suruin, leveraging his formidable mental strength, quickly regained his composure, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. This was indeed one of the signature abilities of the Ice Rock Tiger, its intimidation effect akin to that of the venomous Mantises' high-frequency wingbeat. In the midst of this turmoil, Anderson seemed to transform his suffering into a conduit for the release of power. He abruptly raised his right hand, within which ice-blue energy surged furiously, coalescing into a solid form. The crackling cold emanated, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. In a mere breath, a resplendent longsword of ice, entwined with an intense chill, materialized in his grasp. The blade shimmered with magical brilliance, the very air around its edge solidifying in its wake. Anderson let out a low growl, forcefully plunging the frost sword into the ground. With a hiss, the blade sliced effortlessly through the hard stone, leaving behind a smooth-edged hole that exhaled wisps of cold air. As he withdrew the icy sword, the pervasive chill compelled those nearby to shiver involuntarily. Suruin nodded in satisfaction. The crystallization of ice into blade was the quintessential manifestation of the Ice Rock Tiger's command over the icy forces. Soon, the frost longsword in Anderson's hand began to wane, ultimately dissipating into specks of ice-blue luminescence in the air. The surrounding low temperature began to gradually rise. As time passed, Anderson's heavy breath slowly steadied, the tremors in his body ceased, and the uncontrollable ice-blue glow fully retracted, merging into his limbs and bones. He remained half-kneeling, yet a profound, mountain-like strength, as sharp as ice, began to emanate naturally, enveloping the entire hall. The baptism was complete. Suruin felt assured, quietly awaiting the next moment. After a brief pause, Anderson slowly raised his head, opening his eyes. Within those depths, visions of ice fields and storms flickered and vanished, becoming sharper and deeper. He gradually stood, his posture more erect than ever, radiating explosive power. He once again thumped his right fist against his chest, bowing respectfully to Suruin. His voice steady and resonant, imbued with a newfound vigor. "My lord, the viscount, I have not disgraced my duty." A radiant smile blossomed on Suruin's face as he stepped forward, personally assisting this newly reborn, formidable knight to his feet. "Anderson, you have never disappointed me. From the very beginning, I believed you could conquer this power." He surveyed the gathering, his voice reverberating throughout the hall. "From this day forth, Anderson shall serve as the chief knight commander of the Dark Moon Territory. He shall be my frost blade and the steadfast shield of the Dark Moon Territory. To serve you unto death, my lord." Anderson's voice rang out with unwavering strength, imbued with unparalleled loyalty and might. From this moment forth, he was no longer that struggling first-tier Silver Guardian on the threshold of the extraordinary. He had ascended to become a powerful second-tier elite beast soul knight. And before him lay a path brimming with infinite possibilities towards even higher realms. Chapter 20. The Banquet, Anomaly of the Mind in the Presence of All. Anderson successfully acquired the power of the Ice Rock Tiger. To celebrate the birth of this newly appointed Chief Knight Commander, and to reward the burgeoning vitality recently manifested within the Dark Moon territory, Su Luin commanded the hosting of a grand banquet. On that night, the castle's main hall transformed from its usual solemnity, filled instead with the warmth of firelight and joyful revelry. The massive hearth crackled as robust pine logs burned, releasing a delightful warmth. The long dining table was adorned with impeccably laundered linen, laden with a cornucopia of delectable dishes, their enticing aromas wafting through the air, tantalizing the senses. In addition to the customary bread, smoked meats, cheeses, and vegetables sourced from the territory, the kitchen spared no effort in presenting several exquisite dishes. A whole rock sheep, its skin roasted to a golden crisp, stuffed with rosemary and wild garlic. Slow-cooked venison from the deep forest, rich and tender, with a robust broth, and even bowls of steaming soup. Crafted from the moonlight mushrooms and fresh river fish of the lost forest, the broth a milky white, exceptionally delicious. Yet, the most eye-catching dish was undoubtedly the carefully placed Ice Rock Tiger jerky near Su Luin's table. These meticulously cooked morsels, glistening in an alluring sauce, not only exuded a distinctive meat aroma, but also subtly shimmered with a hint of ice blue luminescence, the essence of concentrated magical power. Su Luin generously drew from his reserves, allowing all attendees the opportunity to savor the flesh of this second-tier apex magical beast. The Ice Rock Tiger jerky could provide a slight enhancement to physical prowess and bestow some resistance to cold. Both knights and bureaucrats alike felt the warm currents surging within them, subtly fortifying their bodies. With each bite of the tiger meat, murmurs of astonishment and deeper gratitude towards their lord echoed throughout the hall. Fine wine swirled within silver goblets, laughter and merriment resonating endlessly. Anderson was undoubtedly the focal point of the gathering. Although he had subdued his aura, the occasional glimpse of his glacier-like profound pressure still instilled awe and envy in all who raised a toast to him. As the atmosphere reached its zenith, Su Luin, holding a goblet, slowly stood. The room fell silent in an instant, all eyes fixated upon this young lord. Ladies and gentlemen, Su Luin's voice rang clear and penetrating, resonating throughout the hall. Let us raise our glasses, first to our Chief Knight Commander, Anderson, to Lord Anderson. The crowd echoed in unison, the sound reverberating like thunder. This toast is for each and every one of you present. Su Luin's gaze swept over the officials, knights, and several distinguished guests in attendance. I toast to your steadfastness during the arduous times of the past, to the sweat you have shed in this new era. It is your loyalty and hard work that have revitalized this land, strengthened our soldiers, and allowed us to open our minds. He paused, his voice rising in fervor. We have cleansed the territory of its impurities, repelled invading foes, and we possess formidable warriors. We have discovered deposits of hope. But this is merely the beginning. I promise you, the future of the Dark Moon territory shall not halt here. We shall have stronger walls, more prosperous commerce, and a mightier legion. Any enemy daring to covet our homeland shall pay a grievous price. For the Dark Moon territory, for a brighter future, for our Lord, for the Dark Moon territory. The fervent cheers nearly shook the roof, every face alight with confidence and passion, as cups of fine wine were downed in unison. As the night deepened, guests reveled in joy, gradually taking their leave. The hall quieted, save for the soft sounds of servants clearing the tableware. Su Luin stood by the window, gazing out at the night view of the castle adorned with scattered lights, contemplating the next steps for the territory. The sound of steady footsteps approached from behind. It was Knight Gao 1, who, unlike the others, remained, his face bearing a seriousness indicative of a report to be made. My lord, there have been some unusual occurrences at the mine that I must report to you. Gaowen's voice was notably subdued. Su Luin turned around, the tipsy flush on his face quickly fading, restoring his usual composure. Speak. The third mine is still in the process of leveling the roads and constructing fortifications. However, the first and second mines have commenced excavation as planned. Gaowen spoke steadily. The progress has been relatively smooth, yet during yesterday's digging, the deep mine shaft at the first site encountered an exceptionally hard rock wall that hindered progress, forcing the miners to temporarily detour, thus affecting efficiency. A rock wall? Su Luin raised an eyebrow slightly. It was not unusual for rock layers to appear in a vein. Initially, I thought the same. Gaowen stepped forward, his expression growing more serious. But when I personally descended into the depths of the mine, my lord, those rock walls do not resemble naturally formed layers. They are too even, with signs of human chiseling at the seams. Taking a deep breath, he revealed the most critical information. On one of the most intact rock walls, I observed some engravings. They are not mere natural erosion or mineral patterns. The structure is orderly, strokes are clear, and although I do not recognize them, I can assert that they are some form of writing. Writing? A flicker of astonishment crossed Suruin's eyes. Artificially constructed rock walls inscribed with unknown characters. He fell into a brief contemplation. A subterranean palace? A tomb? Or the vestiges of a lost civilization? Before the establishment of the Yuling, this land adjacent to the Lost Forest was a perilous wilderness. This area is not central to the kingdom's history. Why would there be structures evidently bearing the marks of civilization? Regardless, the presence of artificially constructed edifices embedded deep within the mithril vein, inscribed with writing, signifies immense potential. The only certainty is, Suruin spoke slowly, what lies buried beneath the earth, aside from potential dangers, is likely an unexpected treasure. Gawain waited for a moment before inquiring, "My lord, these inscribed rock walls may pertain to an unknown entity. Should we temporarily halt the mining operations at the first site to prevent unforeseen consequences?" "There is no need to cease operations." Suruin decisively shook his head, his tone resolute. "Instruct the miners to continue excavating beyond and below the rock walls, ensuring safety first. I am eager to discover what lies hidden behind. Furthermore, all information regarding the rock walls and inscriptions must be strictly contained. Externally, we will only declare that we have encountered hard rock layers that are challenging to excavate." After a moment of thought, he added, "Make arrangements for me to personally inspect the first mine in 2 days." "Understood." Gawain nodded solemnly, accepting the orders. Chapter 21. The ruins behind the great door. 2 days later, Suruin traveled lightly. He brought only a small contingent and arrived at the first mithril mine, situated on the edge of the Lost Forest. Accompanying him were the newly appointed Chief Knight Anderson, along with the venomous praying mantis, the fearsome wolf, and a meticulously selected team of well-equipped personal guards. The mine's garrison officer had already received word and respectfully awaited them outside the camp. Suruin did not engage in excessive pleasantries. Guided by the garrison officer, he made his way directly to the deep entrance of the mine. Upon entering, the mine was spacious, supported by thick logs. Torches were embedded in the walls at intervals, their flickering flames dispelling the darkness and dampness of the subterranean realm. As they ventured deeper, the air grew increasingly oppressive, filled only with the sounds of footsteps, breaths, and the occasional drip of water from above. After descending several hundred meters, the leading garrison officer halted, stepping aside. "My lord, it is here." The firelight illuminated a massive portal that loomed at the end of the mine shaft, blocking their path. It was not composed of the surrounding rock, but was forged from a dark, metallic alloy. Thick, mottled rust covered its surface, imbued with the essence of ages past. The door was tightly sealed with no visible locks or handles, only vague, indistinct patterns barely discernible beneath the rust. Suruin approached, extending his hand to touch the cold, rough metallic surface. He wrapped his fingers against it. The sound was dull and heavy, devoid of any hollow echo, revealing the remarkable thickness of the door. Surveying the surroundings, he commanded, "Leave no unusual protrusions or markings overlooked." The soldiers immediately dispersed, carefully striking the door frame and surrounding rock walls with their weapons, attempting to uncover hidden mechanisms. However, apart from the echoes of stone and the door's muffled responses, they found nothing. Time passed in the stifling silence, punctuated only by the crackling of burning torches and the subdued breaths of the men. Knight Anderson stepped forward. His newly acquired strength seemed to swell his physique, emanating an almost imperceptible chill. "My lord, please step back." His voice was steady. "Since we cannot find a mechanism, let us use strength to summon the door." Suruin slightly nodded, signaling for everyone to retreat and clear a space. Anderson took a deep breath, his hands, imbued with the power of the ice rock tiger, firmly pressed against the cold door panel. He called out forcefully, his muscles tensing in an instant, and the peak's second-tier power erupted. The grating metal distortion pierced the mine's silence with an ear-splitting sound. The heavy door creaked slowly inward under Anderson's formidable strength, rust flakes from the hinges cascading down like dried blood. As the door began to open, bang, 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 a series of sharp sounds emanated from deep within, akin to chains or mechanisms snapping under the force of intrusion. A foul stench, a blend of millennia-old dust, mold, and the distinctive toxicity of rusted metal, surged from the door's crevice. Several soldiers who were positioned too close could not help but cough violently, their stomachs churning. Suruin held his breath, his expression grave. No one knew whether this long-sealed space harbored lethal miasma or more sinister entities. Understanding the situation, Anderson pushed forward with both palms, channeling the icy power of the ice rock tiger. A fierce gust of cold wind materialized, howling as it surged into the door, violently clashing with the foul air spilling forth, displacing it. This process repeated several times until the wind emerging from within no longer carried that nauseating odor, leaving only the unique chill of the subterranean. Two elite soldiers gripped their shields tightly, stepping into the darkness first, protected by the low growls of 3 shadow-claw wolves. The torchlight dispelled the dense darkness that lay beyond the door, illuminating an unexpectedly expansive corridor. The ground was paved with neatly cut, yet severely worn stone slabs, and bronze wall sconces adorned the sides, their lamps long dried out and cloaked in thick green rust. The air was stagnant, and within the limited scope illuminated by the flames, an endless depth stretched forward. Not far along, a skeleton sprawled on the ground came into view. The white bones were clad in tattered leather armor, several rusted iron arrows embedded deeply into its ribcage and spine. Clearly, it had triggered a mechanism within the passage, resulting in its demise. The soldiers cautiously inspected the surroundings. Aside from a nearly rusted short sword near the skeleton, there was nothing else. Just as they prepared to bypass the remains and continue, an unexpected event occurred. The skeletal frame, which should have rested in peace, emitted a series of cracking noises, its joints twisting unnaturally as it wobbled and stood up. Its hollow eye sockets held no spark of life, only a profound darkness. As an undead creature, its movements were stiff, driven by an instinctual hatred for the living. It staggered forward, brandishing the rusted sword. The lowest form of resurrected skeleton, a natural product of a negative energy environment. Suruin remained calm, finding this unremarkable. Upon entering this place, his system-enhanced mental acuity and perception had already detected the pervasive aura of the undead. Without the need for Suruin's command, Knight Anderson had already made his move. As the glimmer of the sword flashed, it had yet to be unsheathed. Merely the scabbard, enveloped in frost-infused energy, was swung horizontally. A dull thud resonated as the frail skeletal structure crumbled to the ground, the skull rolling to Anderson's feet, whereupon it was crushed to dust beneath his steel boot. Remain vigilant. The mechanisms may not have been entirely eroded by time, Su Lun cautioned. The group pressed deeper, the oppressive atmosphere enveloping them like a damp, cold web. Soon, they stumbled upon 3 additional skeletons. One bore a shattered ribcage, seemingly struck by immense force. The other 2 resembled hedgehogs, embedded with numerous crossbow bolts. From the remnants of their gear and their relatively clustered positioning, it was evident that they had been a party of adventurers, now completely annihilated in this forsaken place. Su Lun discovered a decayed leather pouch at the waist of one skeleton, spilling forth several tarnished silver coins and a few fragments of parchment that crumbled upon contact. The inscriptions on the parchment had faded beyond recognition due to the passage of time. Remarkably, perhaps owing to the severe damage to their bones, these 3 corpses had not been disturbed by negative energy and thus had not transformed into undead beings. Just as the soldiers began to move the bones to the side of the wall, a piercing creak erupted from the darkness ahead. Suddenly, a shadow, accompanied by a howling wind, plummeted from the ceiling of the corridor, crashing directly toward the vengeful wolf at the forefront of the group. With a swift reaction, the wolf sidestepped, yet the edge of the shadow still grazed it, eliciting a pained howl as it was sent tumbling. In the flickering light, the true form of the shadow was revealed, an iron stake, thick as a bowl's rim, its front wrapped in dull magical metal. Suspended from a rusted chain extending from the wall, now retracting with the sound of mechanisms, preparing for another strike. Ah, so that is the cause, Su Lun observed, glancing at the shattered ribcage of the skeleton, understanding its demise. As the iron stake readied for another assault, Anderson snorted disdainfully, his form darting like lightning as he unsheathed his sword, its cold gleam slicing toward the chain. The clash of metal echoed sharply as the rusted chain broke apart. The unanchored iron stake veered off, crashing into the adjacent stone wall with a resounding crash. Su Lun inspected the struck wolf, relieved to find it had evaded the brunt of the blow and suffered no serious harm. In the ensuing journey, they encountered more traps, along with remnants of defunct triggering magical arrays. With the formidable presence of Anderson and the venomous Mantis, both elite second-tier guardians, these threats were deftly neutralized without incident. Their path was paved with brute force, and the group's pace remained swift. After approximately 10 minutes, they reached the end of the corridor, confronted by another stone door. This door was considerably smaller than the metallic entrance, possessing an ancient design adorned with indistinct murals, though weathered and difficult to discern. Standing before the stone door, Su Lun could distinctly sense an energy emanating from behind it, markedly different from the chilling stillness of the corridor outside, more concentrated and distinctly ancient. Chapter 22. slaying the fragments of the soul faced with the second stone door blocking their passage. Anderson, alongside 2 soldiers, lifted it with combined effort. As the massive door slowly creaked open, it emitted a dull grinding sound, as though being forcibly torn apart. Beyond the door lay not the treasure-filled hall they had envisioned, but a deep, winding corridor. The walls were embedded with bioluminescent moss, casting a dim green glow that rendered the space akin to a submerged tomb. Everyone must exercise greater caution. Loren was acutely aware that they were nearing the end. The designer of this place would surely not be lenient or careless, and the forthcoming dangers would undoubtedly escalate. He raised his hand to halt the advance of the group, his gaze sweeping across the corridor's floor. The stone slabs bore almost no dust, instead cloaked in a fine layer of silvery gray metallic powder. Anderson, Loren called out sharply, and the knight understood immediately. He summoned a frost axe using his ice powers and hurled it toward the center of the corridor. The moment the axe struck the ground, a series of mechanisms activated along the walls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows erupted like a swarm of death from concealed apertures in the walls, instantly saturating the entire passage. The relentless rain of arrows was astonishingly forceful, with the steel-tipped heads gleaming with an unusual chill, clearly enhanced by metal-type magic, granting them formidable penetration capabilities. Each arrow embedded itself into the opposite stone wall, the fletchings vibrating violently, producing a disconcerting hum. Loren inhaled sharply. Had they advanced recklessly moments prior, even clad in full armor, they would likely have been turned into a sieve. After a prolonged interval, the barrage of arrows ceased. The corridor floor was now strewn with a thick layer of shattered shafts and twisted fletchings. Loren approached cautiously, retrieving an arrowhead, feeling the residual faint power of sharp metal upon his fingertips. How extravagant, he mused. Such a plethora of enchanted arrows must be worth several hundred gold coins. He discarded it casually, his expression growing grave as he turned his attention to the tightly shut third stone door at the end of the passage. Just as he neared the door, poised to seek a means of opening it, a barely perceptible, yet chilling magical fluctuation surged forth. Without hesitation, Loren activated the glimmering iron ring, adorning his finger. Glimmering iron ring, quality, low-tier magical item, black iron, effect. Infusing a minute amount of energy activates a weak shield lasting several seconds. A pale, water-like shield materialized before him in an oval shape. Almost simultaneously, a viscous, dark green liquid erupted from an inconspicuous hole above the stone door, striking the shield. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The surface of the shield flickered violently, oscillating as it barely deflected the corrosive liquid, sending it splattering away. The toxic substance splattered against the surrounding stone walls and floor, instantly producing thick plumes of white smoke, as the hard rock was visibly corroded, forming various pits and emitting a noxious stench. The sinister magical trap, if encountered directly, would yield catastrophic consequences. Following the trap's activation, the magical luminescence dissipated entirely. How treacherous! To think such a scheme lay hidden behind the grand designs. Loren's heart sank as he muttered a few choice words. Simultaneously, his curiosity regarding the secrets beyond the stone door intensified. First, the costly magical crossbow, and now this vile corrosive trap. Whatever was being guarded here was likely of immense value, far exceeding expectations. Once certain there were no further traps, the 2 soldiers stepped forward, straining to push open the final small stone door. Creak. The heavy stone door gradually opened a crack, and an icy, bone-chilling wind rushed forth, accompanied by a hazy, distorted shadow. It lunged with a shriek toward the soldier at the forefront. Be careful, Anderson barked sharply. The soldier, being elite, reacted swiftly, instinctively slashing forward with his sword. Yet the blade merely sliced through the shadow as if cutting through air, the shadow emitting a shrill hiss before vanishing instantaneously. It is a ghost. Anderson's expression turned grave. An icy, supernatural aura began to envelop him. The eerie laughter echoed through the narrow corridor, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, a more solid, translucent ghost materialized from the depths of the darkness ahead. It bore no distinct features, only 2 hollow eye sockets ablaze with pale flames. Before Loren and the others could react, the ghost abruptly opened its void-like mouth, unleashing a wail of the undead. An invisible yet piercing shockwave erupted, striking directly at their souls. Loren felt as if his head had been struck by an invisible hammer. Darkness engulfing his vision as a profound dizziness and tearing pain surged from the depths of his consciousness. Fortunately, having fused with the high-frequency wing beat skill of the venomous mantis, his mental fortitude was bolstered, allowing him to withstand the onslaught and swiftly regained clarity. However, the soldiers behind him were far less fortunate. Despite their robust physiques, their souls lacked the strength of Su Lun, and at this moment, they clutched their heads in terror, their faces ashen, barely able to stand. As for the few fearsome wolves, being a breed of magical beasts created by the system, they were less affected, possessing a natural resistance to such soul attacks. After the ghost let out a wail, it dimmed slightly but viciously reformed, lunging towards the group. Enough! Anderson bellowed in anger. Having already felt guilty for Su Luan's entrapment, he could not allow the ghost to continue its havoc. With his right hand poised, the water molecules in the air instantly coalesced, forming a crystalline ice spear that radiated an intense chill. With a swift motion of his arm, the ice spear shot towards the ghost like a bolt of lightning. The spear was not a physical attack. It contained Anderson's formidable soul power intertwined with the frigid essence of the ice rock tiger. The ice spear pierced through the ghost's ethereal form, unleashing a burst of extreme cold that swiftly encased it in ice, rendering its movements painfully slow. At that moment, a fleeting black shadow darted past. It was the venomous mantis, poised to strike upon Su Luan's command. Its scythe-like forelimbs, sharp enough to rend souls, sliced through the frozen ghost with precision. A shriek of the utmost despair echoed, as if directly affecting the very essence of the soul. The ghost's specter twisted violently, like smoke scattered by the wind, before finally vanishing completely. Silence enveloped the passage once more, broken only by the labored breaths of the soldiers. Su Luan rubbed his temples, still aching from the encounter, his heart pounding. The ghost's wails, a direct assault on the soul, bypassed most physical defenses and were truly troublesome. "Are you all right?" Anderson inquired with concern. Fine, my lord," the soldiers stammered, struggling to straighten their postures, their faces still pale. Su Luan approached the spot where the ghost had dissipated. He discovered a black crystal, about the size of a fingernail, semi-transparent with what appeared to be gray mist swirling within. The moment he picked up the crystal, a system notification chimed in, detected pure, unclaimed soul energy. Absorbable for enhancing the host's soul origin. Do you wish to absorb it? Ghost dust, soul fragment, a crystallization of pure spiritual energy that has a certain probability of forming after the annihilation of low-tier undead. Usable for soul enhancement or as material for certain soul spells. What a delightful find. The more soul strength and mental energy, the better. Su Luan silently thought. Absorb. A refreshing current surged from the crystal into his palm, swiftly ascending to his mind. Su Luan felt as though his consciousness had been cleansed, becoming clearer and more refined. With his senses sharpened, should he employ high-frequency wing beat again, the effects would undoubtedly surpass previous attempts. As the energy was drained, the black crystal in his palm quickly turned grayish-white, decaying until it transformed into a small pile of lifeless dust, slipping through his fingers and vanishing into nothingness. Su Luan gazed intently into the deeper darkness beyond the stone door, hoping for even greater treasures. Chapter 23. The Wizard's Laboratory, Abyssal Demon Creaking. The heavy stone door was entirely pushed open. Dust danced wildly in the flickering light of the torches. The scene beyond the door gradually came into focus, revealing a circular stone chamber of approximately 200 square meters. The chamber's high dome displayed faint traces of peeling murals, depicting celestial bodies and strange creatures. Rows of bookshelves lined the walls, but due to the passage of time, as soon as Su Luan's fingers brushed against a leather-bound tome, it crumbled silently, collapsing into a heap of brown dust. Only the silver foil runes remaining on the spine still reflected a faint glimmer in the firelight. The history here appeared to predate that of the Black Rose Kingdom by several centuries, Su Luan mused. His gaze continued to explore. Scattered throughout the central and surrounding areas of the stone chamber were a dozen or so polished obsidian work tables. The sights upon these tables were bizarre. Some distorted glass vessels contained unrecognizable biological organs, their liquids long turned murky, with occasional bubbles slowly rising from the bottom, releasing a more potent foul odor upon bursting. Several well-sealed crystal jars housed translucent gels, within which specimens of insects with multiple pairs of compound eyes or oddly scaled appendages floated. In a corner, a cage contained nothing but a curled-up, tiny skeleton, presumably that of a goblin, its bones riddled with minute drill holes. An abandoned wizard's laboratory? Su Luan's eyes flickered with surprise. Among the myriad of extraordinary pathways on the Eternal Continent, the profession of wizard is notoriously difficult to attain, compared to the ranks of warriors or elemental mages. Practitioners in the wizarding field are exceedingly rare. For instance, a flame manipulator like Carl represents a standard elemental mage profession primarily focused on combat. However, Wizarding professions tend to lean towards alchemy, anatomical research, spells, and rune scrolls. It can be said that practitioners in the wizarding field are genuinely noble professions. Unless they are necromancers, all other wizards are highly sought after in human realms. For instance, in the Black Rose Kingdom, a wizard of 3rd tier or above who expresses willingness to join could immediately become a count. Consequently, there is a saying that the impoverished have no choice but to pursue warrior professions, forced into becoming melee extraordinary beings. Whereas those from affluent backgrounds often venture into the mage pathways, particularly the costly wizarding profession. Each wizard practitioner is a wealthy individual, as this profession consumes vast resources. Yet the magical creations they produce are often of immense value. To discover an ancient relic left behind by a wizard practitioner here is a delightful surprise. Yet Su Luan's vigilance heightened sharply. Wizards often filled their abodes or bases with unimaginable deadly traps and malicious spells to safeguard their research and secrets. Su Luan gestured for the others to disperse and cautiously inspect, avoiding contact with any suspicious items. He navigated past the evidently damaged objects, directing his gaze toward those containers that remained relatively intact. Many glass bottles were already dried, leaving only dark stains at the bottoms. A few exceptionally sealed jars retained some viscous liquids of peculiar hues, yet Su Luan had no inclination to test them. Heaven knows what toxic mixtures these age-old potions might have turned into. In a dusty cubby of a cupboard, Su Luan made his first tangible discovery. A palm-sized crystal vial, etched with intricate preservation runes, emitted a faint magical glow. Inside, a pale red liquid resembled a slumbering ruby, remaining clear and free of sediment. Unnamed soul potion quality, gold, single-use, effect, created by a long-forgotten alchemical scholar, it can achieve permanent enslavement of an abyssal demon upon use. Note: this potion is effective only on abyssal demons of 4th tier or below. A gold-grade potion, capable of permanently enslaving an abyssal demon? Su Luan gazed at the system's appraisal, his heart pounding with astonishment. In this world, equipment and potions are uniformly classified as whiteboard, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, legendary, and mythic. A single bottle of gold-grade potion is a rarity in the Black Rose Kingdom, let alone one that can enslave an abyssal demon. It appears that this adept in potion-making must have lived a millennium ago, during a time when humanity was embroiled in large-scale warfare against the abyssal demons, thus necessitating such potions, Su Luan speculated. Regrettably, although this potion had been concocted, it had yet to be revealed to the world. For Su Luan had never encountered any mention of such a potion in historical texts. Carefully, he stowed the vial away and continued his search. Upon turning towards a cabinet and pulling open the door, he suddenly detected a faint wave of magical energy. "Retreat! There is a trap!" Su Luan exclaimed, swiftly withdrawing. Anderson reacted with alacrity, raising his weapon immediately. However, the anticipated flames, frost, or acid did not materialize. Instead, the air in the center of the stone chamber warped violently, like rippling water. An oval portal abruptly burst open amidst a blinding dark red glow. Inside the portal, a vortex slowly spun, emanating a nauseating sulfurous scent and the chaotic will characteristic of the abyss. The transfer completed swiftly, and as the light dissipated, a colossal figure landed heavily on the stone floor, producing a dull thud. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, it was clad in dark red, seemingly charred scales resembling molten rock. Its robust humanoid torso bore an exceedingly grotesque head, with a gaping maw that occupied nearly half its face, dripping with corrosive saliva from jagged teeth. Most striking were its muscular arms, which ended not in hands but in 6 bone claws that glimmered ominously, resembling sickles. Is this truly an abyssal demon? By the heavens! This sorcerer is audacious. To conduct experiments involving a magical circle connected to the abyss? Su Luan cursed vehemently. Were all ancient sorcerers so reckless? With the demon's emergence, a pungent odor of sulfur quickly overwhelmed the laboratory's previous sense. Razor Claw Demon, Tier 2. Skills: Frenzied Tear, Rapid Claw Strike, Savage Charge, Lesser Acceleration. Curse of Pain. Traits: Demonic Skin, High Physical Resistance, Resilient Life Force, Rapid Regeneration, Weak. System information raced through Su Luan's mind. A chill ran through him. This was a notorious low-tier demon within the history of abyssal invasions, renowned for its formidable melee capabilities and tenacious vitality, often overwhelming human adversaries of the same tier. However, this demon was unfortunate to encounter Su Luan, especially with Anderson and the venomous Mantis, both top-tier fighters, at his side. Chapter 24, Succubus Statue Roar. The Razorclaw Demon. Having just completed its interdimensional teleportation, instantly locked its multifaceted eyes on Suruin. Its hunting instincts provoked an excited roar as its powerful hind legs propelled it forward like a cannonball, brandishing its claws capable of rending steel. Charging directly at Suruin with astonishing speed, leaving trails in the air. "Protect the master," Anderson bellowed, unleashing the icy energy he had been gathering, which coalesced into a formidable, spiked ice wall before Suruin. Boom! The razor-clawed demon collided forcefully with the ice wall, shattering it into a flurry of ice shards. Yet it merely shook its head, its claws thrashing wildly as it tore through the ice wall, creating massive gashes. Almost simultaneously, the venomous mantis silently appeared at the demon's flank. Its sickle-like forelimbs sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, aiming precisely at the demon's knee joint. Clang! Sparks flew. An attack powerful enough to easily sever steel merely left a deep, bone-exposing wound on the demon's scaled leg, from which dark red demonic blood gushed forth. The demon, in pain, emitted an even more ferocious howl, its stout tail whipping like a steel whip towards the venomous mantis. The mantis flitted away, deftly evading. Seizing the opportunity, Anderson's great sword, now encased in a thick layer of ice, swung down with tremendous force toward the demon's head. The razor-clawed demon raised a claw to block. Clang! The deafening sound of impact resonated, pushing Anderson back a step while revealing visible ice cracks on the demon's claw. The battle escalated rapidly. The confined space of the laboratory limited both sides' maneuverability, intensifying the ferocity of the confrontation. The air in the stone chamber trembled with the demon's roars and the clash of weapons. The demon's 6 multifaceted eyes glowed with frenzied red light as its signature sickle claws whirled into a storm of death. The sturdy stone experiment table was effortlessly cleaved asunder beneath its claws, sending debris and wood splinters scattering. The instincts honed from the bloody battles of the abyss drove every strike towards vital points, its onslaught relentless like surging waves. Encased in icy armor, Anderson's great sword, imbued with biting cold, erupted in crystalline bursts with each block, attempting to freeze the raging demon. The venomous mantis, akin to a specter, danced around the demon, its sickle-like forelimbs seeking gaps in the scaled defense, leaving wounds deep enough to expose bone, while dark green neurotoxin coursed through the openings. Yet, the demon's formidable regenerative abilities and resilient demonic skin rendered these injuries far from fatal, igniting an even fiercer wrath within it. Roar! The demon withstood a heavy blow from Anderson, its shoulder armor shattering, but seized the moment to swipe at the mantis, forcing it to retreat hastily. Its stout tail swept like a battering ram, obliterating a stone table. Frustrated by the stalemate, Anderson's gaze sharpened. He resolved to cease the brawl. Drawing a deep breath, the power of the ice rock tiger surged within him, causing his icy blue energy to swell dramatically. He gripped his great sword tightly, the blade exuding an aura cold enough to freeze the soul, executing a sweeping strike that could fell armies. Ice rock impact. The razor-claw demon, evidently taken aback by the sudden shift in tactics, displayed a moment of confusion in its multifaceted eyes, hurriedly crossing its claws in defense. Boom! An overwhelming force accompanied by chilling cold erupted. The demon's massive form was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the rear wall, causing the entire stone chamber to tremble. More terrifyingly, the ice rock tiger's power coursed through it, swiftly encasing its exterior in a thick layer of ice, rendering its movements awkward and sluggish, even stifling its roars in a frozen throat. An opportunity, without the need for communication. The venomous mantis transformed into a streak of black lightning, appearing instantaneously above the temporarily frozen demon. Its sickle-like forelimbs, enveloped in dark blades, descended like the Grim Reaper's invitation, accurately piercing its grotesque head. A mixture of red and white splattered alongside shards of ice. The demon's immense body convulsed violently, the ferocity in its eyes rapidly dimming. The ice encasing it cracked inch by inch, heralding the end of its nefarious existence. Ding! Slain the Tier 2 Abyssal Demon Razorclaw Demon, earning 300 points of basic energy. Warning, you have slain an Abyssal Demon, attracting the attention of certain demon factions. The system's notification rang in Suruin's ears, and a smile spread across his face. 300 points of basic energy brought him ever closer to the coveted threshold of 1,000. The system's evolution to level 2 was no longer far off. As the battle concluded, Suruin approached, scrutinizing the gradually thawing corpse of the demon. The Razorclaw Demon's resilient hide was a premium material for crafting extraordinary leather armor, capable of withstanding ordinary blade strikes. Furthermore, its sickle-like bone claws were natural enchantment cores, imbued with the sharpness and armor-piercing properties of the abyss. If placed in the hands of a skilled master craftsman, they could undoubtedly be forged into two powerful, extraordinary weapons. He commanded his soldiers to carefully strip away the most valuable claws and a relatively intact piece of demon skin. As for the remaining flesh and bones, although they contained magical energy and could serve as materials for certain forbidden spells or potions, Su Luan lacked the means to process them. Moreover, the remains of abyssal demons were generally regarded with trepidation in the human realm. He expended energy points to summon a carrion beetle to dispose of the remains. Take care of it, Su Luan ordered indifferently. The beetle, already on standby, swiftly approached, its mandibles working as it began to devour the leftover demon flesh, extracting a small amount of energy points in the process. Having dealt with the demon, Su Luan led his subordinates to thoroughly search the main laboratory. Regrettably, aside from the previously discovered unknown potion, no other valuable items were found. Frustrated, Su Luan turned his gaze toward the other rooms connected to the laboratory. The bedroom, kitchen, and training ground were all devoid of anything of interest. The library, however, held two tomes that had survived special magical treatment: Demon Identification and Anatomy, Abyssal Species Edition. Flipping through them, he found detailed descriptions of many demon traits. Ultimately, all eyes focused on the final door, the heaviest and located deepest within the laboratory. According to reason, this should be the treasure trove of the wizard, the essence of the entire ruin. Do not disappoint me. Taking a deep breath, Su Luan pushed open the stone door. However, the sight beyond left everyone in stunned silence. It was empty. The treasury was unnaturally clean, as if it had been licked clean by the most avaricious goblins or gremlins. There were no towering piles of gold or gems, no gleaming magical equipment, not even a vacant shelf. Su Luan's expression darkened instantly. Undeterred, he stepped into the treasury, his keen gaze scanning every corner. Soon, he noticed something unusual. On the floor of the treasury, intricate magical lines and nodes were carved, seemingly chaotic, yet concealing a hidden pattern. These constructs were not mere decoration. They resembled an unfinished or deliberately concealed magic circle. "My lord, there are inscriptions here." Anderson's voice came from a corner of the treasury. He stood before a life-size statue of a succubus, carved with remarkable detail, capturing the essence of the seductive demon. Su Luan approached quickly, brushing away the dust from the statue's pedestal, revealing an inscription in an ancient universal tongue. "I shall ultimately enslave the abyss with a human body." The script exuded an almost mad ambition. What grandiose claims, Su Luan scoffed, astonished by this wizard from a millennium past. The individual S level should not exceed the 4th tier, yet they spoke as if they were a god. Involuntarily, he reached out, tapping the cold cheek of the succubus statue. A faint, almost imperceptible click echoed. In the next moment, the intricate lines on the floor of the treasury suddenly illuminated with a familiar, unsettling dark red glow. Streams of spiritual light rapidly flowed along the lines, forming a magic circle far more complex and grand than the one in the laboratory. A powerful surge of magical energy instantly filled the treasury. Another summoning circle? Just how obsessed was this damned wizard with summoning demons? Su Luan's expression hardened as he quickly retreated. Anderson and the venomous mantis immediately positioned themselves in front of him. The dark red portal reformed, swirling slowly, emanating an even stronger scent of sulfur and a peculiar enchanting aura. As the light dimmed, a figure began to solidify in the center of the magic circle. However, this time, it was not a fierce clawed demon that appeared. Instead, it was a woman of graceful and alluring form. Chapter 25, Enslavement, Succubus Lelina. She possessed an almost perfect visage, skin as white as snow, and eyes that sparkled with an entrancing allure. Her long, fiery red hair flowed like molten lava, cascading to her waist. Clad in scant pieces of dark leather armor that accentuated her stunning curves, a slender tail with a heart-shaped tip gently swayed behind her. The succubus languidly stretched her body and lazily surveyed her surroundings. The air seemed to thicken with a sweet, yet perilous aura, reminiscent of the deadly beauty of blooming mandrakes at midnight. She embodied desire, and every subtle movement and glance seemed to silently promise the deepest pleasures and satisfactions long yearned for by mortal souls. Even Su Luan, whose soul power vastly exceeded that of ordinary beings, felt a momentary disquiet. A primal heat rose from within, and his gaze became involuntarily tinged with fervent obsession. "Oh, is this a barren yet intriguing material plane?" A voice, dripping with languor and surprise, echoed, seemingly woven with countless hooks. "It appears fortune favors me. Would you strong males be willing to become my knights and serve me?" Her words, akin to enchanted notes, resonated not only through the ears, but seemed to echo directly within the depths of the soul. A tempting whisper reverberated in Su Luan's mind, urging him, submit to her, and you shall attain unparalleled bliss. Just as Su Luan's gaze was on the verge of being completely lost in that pink haze, a jolt surged through his mind, his spiritual essence, strengthened by the system and recently refined by absorbed soul fragments, snapped him back to clarity. Like a bucket of ice water poured over his head, the bone-deep haze was dispelled. Succubus, Su Luan exclaimed, his tone laced with caution. This was an evil entity, reshaped from the souls of fallen women in the abyss, possessing a beauty capable of beguiling all, yet deriving pleasure from the torment and enslavement of souls. The succubus gasped softly, her slender fingers, painted with dark purple lacquer, delicately covering her red lips, her eyes flashing with genuine surprise. You managed to break free? Was it Lelina's charm that waned, or is your soul more delectable than it seems? She regarded Su Luan with newfound interest. This human whose energy fluctuations were not the strongest, yet whose soul resistance proved unexpectedly resilient. I did not anticipate that my surprise would be a succubus. Su Luan quelled the remnants of fear within him, his gaze coolly assessing her. He could not deny that this form was a masterpiece of creation, blending allure, purity, debauchery, and mystery into a singular entity. That innate temptation, seemingly emanating from the very essence of life, would likely ensnare any lesser being in an instant. A cold smile tugged at Su Luan's lips. I will subdue her. Hearing this, succubus Lelina not only showed no fear, but instead smiled enchanting, as if she had heard something amusing. The whip in her hand, entwined with shadow energy, flicked like a living creature, producing a crisp sound as it sliced through the air. Then let us invite a few brave warriors to play with me. Her eyes glowed with a bright pink light, and powerful enchanting energy rippled outward, instantly enveloping the elite soldiers behind Su Luan. Their gazes transformed into vacant, yet fervent expressions, an enthralled smile gracing their faces as they instinctively turned their weapons against their comrades. However, in the next moment, Lelina's confident smile froze. Aside from those few ordinary soldiers, the rest of the individuals present, the night radiating an icy aura and the several ruthless, emotionless beasts, remained entirely unaffected by her charm. They maintained their combat stances, loyally guarding Su Luan's side. Why? Lily Na gasped in disbelief, her enchanting voice tinged with an unprecedented fear. How could my charm possibly fail? My loyalty to the Lord is unwavering. Anderson had been bestowed with the fusion egg, and the system had locked his loyalty at a perfect 100%. His voice boomed like thunder as his ice-blue aura erupted, sweeping through the arena like a polar storm. The soldiers under the spell of enchantment shivered violently as the biting cold pierced them, their dazed expressions swiftly replaced with confusion and shame. Seize her, Su Luan commanded once more, this time with an unyielding decisiveness. Damn it, how could things go so awry? Lily Na lamented inwardly. She had just come of age, barely managing to respond to the summons to this material plane, believing it to be a leisurely hunting excursion, only to encounter such a horde of monsters. Succubi are not renowned for their prowess in direct combat, and with her charm mysteriously failing, she found herself in a dire predicament. With a flick of her wrist, she lashed out with her barbed whip, coiling it towards Su Luan like a venomous serpent. Yet, in the face of overwhelming strength, all her efforts were futile. Anderson's colossal sword swept through the air, the chilling sword energy instantly freezing the whip's shadow, shattering it into fragments. Simultaneously, the figure of a venomous mantis appeared beside Lily Na like a specter. Its sharp scythe-like forelimbs did not strike down, but instead crossed like iron pincers, effortlessly locking her delicate neck and slender wrist, the icy sensation causing her body to stiffen, her magical energy faltering. Realizing she was ensnared, a flicker of determination and resolve flashed in Lily Na's eyes. If she could not win, she must escape. The abyssal magic within her began to gather frantically, attempting to activate her innate teleportation ability. However, the moment she stirred, Su Luan's formidable mental energy keenly detected the unusual spatial fluctuations. Thinking of fleeing? Su Luan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly brandished a vial of shimmering, pale golden potion from the laboratory. He uncorked it with his thumb and, in a flash, advanced towards Lily Na, forcibly pouring the entire vial of potion into her mouth under her horrified gaze. Gulp. Cough. Lily Na was taken by surprise as the sharp, yet oddly fragrant liquid surged down her throat. The teleportation energy she had been gathering was abruptly severed, dissipating instantly. Even more terrifying was the overwhelming force that surged through the potion, racing towards her soul core, as though it aimed to completely strip away her will and reshape it. Soul enslavement potion, golden quality. In effect. Target, succubus Lily Na begins mandatory soul contract signing. This precious potion, crafted by the laboratory's master specifically to subdue demons, now demonstrated its unparalleled potency. Lily Na felt as though her soul was being bound by layers of invisible shackles. An undeniable sense of absolute obedience towards this human before her blossomed and spread from the depths of her soul. She struggled and resisted, but under the potion's absolute rule, her defiance swiftly melted away. After a few breaths, the horror, anger, and resentment in Lily Na's eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a complex blend of acquiescence and resignation tinged with a hint of grievance. She gazed at Su Luan with a pitiful expression. The once captivating allure now vanished, leaving her akin to a frightened little beast. "Master," she timidly spoke, her voice still sultry but now laced with genuine tremors. Su Luan regarded the thoroughly tamed succubus with satisfaction. Capturing a succubus put him in high spirits. Not only did it signify the acquisition of a remarkably potent ally with immense potential, capable of advancing to the 5th or even 6th tier, and superior intellect, far exceeding that of ordinary beasts, facilitating communication and command, but it also addressed a practical need. His current steward, AI Na, was busy managing internal affairs, and as a powerful lord, he indeed lacked a sufficiently dignified and versatile personal attendant. As for whether his desire to subdue Lily Na stemmed from her extraordinary beauty, Su Luan cast a glance at her enchanting figure and delicate visage, internally conceding with a sense of pride. "Yes, I am indeed that superficial." Chapter 26. Return to the castle. Su Luan suppressed the heat rising within him. Although the succubus before him had submitted, the seductive allure derived from the abyss seemed to have seeped into her very essence. He retrieved a simple, loose black travel cloak from his supplies and handed it to her. "Change into this," he commanded. The little enchantress's previous attire was far too ostentatious. He did not wish for her to cause unnecessary commotion upon her arrival in a new city, nor did he want others to pry too deeply into this unique addition to his collection. Of course, if they were to be alone, that would be a different matter entirely. "Yes, my master." Lily Na obediently took the cloak, her voice compliant, as she entirely relinquished her resistance. Her soul bound by the potion, the overtly seductive aura she once radiated had retracted, her abyssal traits entirely concealed. At that moment, she appeared no different from an extraordinarily beautiful human woman, even exuding an air of mysterious charm. She draped the oversized cloak around herself. What originally seemed unremarkable and somewhat bulky took on a unique allure when worn by her. She deftly found a dark red ribbon from who knows where, gently tying it around her waist, instantly giving the overly loose robe a sense of form. The astounding contours of her bosom were artfully accentuated rather than concealed. Her waist, delicate as a slender grasp, appeared even more fragile under the ribbon's embrace, while the voluptuous curves beneath her waist and the long legs partially revealed beneath the hem of the robe emanated an even more lethal allure in this half-hidden state. As her waist twisted, it seemed almost boneless, embodying a rhythmical beauty reminiscent of a siren. She slightly tilted her head, stretching her arms behind her to arrange her cascading hair like a waterfall, her chest naturally arching to create a breathtaking curve. As she gathered her hair into a simple ponytail secured with a leather tie, the graceful lines of her pale neck were revealed, the entire movement flowing effortlessly, as if seduction itself had become the very essence of her existence, captivating without effort. "Master, I am ready." Lily Na tilted her head, her dark red eyes blinking, imbued with a hint of newfound curiosity and submission. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, a system notification echoed in Su Luan's mind. "Ding. Detected that the host has completely enslaved the special unit. Succubus Lily Na through the soul contract. Would you like to incorporate this unit into the beast summoning system for management? Upon incorporation, an exclusive attribute panel can be unlocked, and targeted enhancements can be made by consuming energy points." Oh, Su Luan's heart stirred. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Incorporate, with a mere thought. A unique icon representing Lily Na, glowing with a pink light, quietly appeared beside the original beast compendium in the system interface. Su Luan concentrated and clicked open a detailed attribute panel that unfolded before his eyes. Soul enslaved unit. Lily Na. Status. Development stage. Vast growth potential. Loyalty. 100 constant. Race. Succubus abyss demon. Intermediate demon bloodline. Level. 2nd tier elite. Base attributes. Strength. 15 agility. 28 spirit. 30 max. Constitution. 25. Demonic physique. remarkable resilience, charm, 30, max. Naturally alluring, talent traits, 1. Higher charm aura, passive and active, 2. Demonic resilience, 3. Minor physical energy damage reduction, 4. Dark vision, 500 meters, 5. Multiple resistances, poison. Strong acid, ice, fire resistance 15, 6. Spell resistance, 20, 7. Telepathy, within 50 meters, core skills, 1. Advanced summoning, can summon 1 intermediate demon or 5 low-tier demons for assistance, 2. Advanced teleportation, short distance spatial jump, 3. Energy absorption, can draw power from emotions and life energy, 4. Linguistic proficiency, fluent in various planar languages, 5. Reconnaissance, perception detection, 6. Suggestion, strengthened mental guidance, 7. Spell-like abilities, various low-tier abyssal magic, 8. Whip mastery, proficient in whip weapons and torture techniques, 9. Deception, master-level lies and disguise. Note, the charm attribute directly influences the effectiveness and success rate of her alluring skills. As Su Lun perused Li Li Na's remarkably luxurious attribute panel, he felt a surge of astonishment within. The baseline attributes for ordinary humans hover around 1. While first-tier extraordinary beings range from 5 to 10, and second-tier extraordinary beings fall between 10 and 30. Li Li Na not only maxed out her spiritual attribute at the second-tier limit, but her impressive charm value of 30 also rendered her a formidable force. Were it not for the soul enslavement assured by the potion, Su Lun had no doubt that if she were to fully unleash her higher charm upon him, he would find it exceedingly difficult to resist. She was, in every sense, a flawless creation born to seduce and manipulate. Let us depart. It is time to leave this wretched place, Su Lun declared, regaining his focus and beckoning to the others. The group retraced their steps, traversing the deep mine and emerging once again under the slanted rays of sunlight. Su Lun summoned the guard commander of the first mine, issuing a stern command: seal off the mine where the ruins were discovered completely, reinforce the defenses, and no one is to approach without my direct orders. The commander stood resolute, acknowledging the order. As the evening sun painted the horizon in hues of orange, Su Lun and his companions finally returned to the familiar gray walls of the Inu castle. Master, is this your domain? Li Li Na gazed up at the castle, now appearing even more majestic in the twilight, her voice soft with curiosity, the flickering torchlight reflected in her dark red eyes. What, do you find it too small? Su Lun responded, standing beside her, his gaze sweeping over his citadel, his tone indifferent. Not at all, Li Li Na replied with a charming smile, her words dripping with honeyed sweetness. It is quite magnificent, far more comfortable and beautiful than the lairs of many abyssal lords, which are merely heaped with magma and bones. As a succubus adept in the art of reading emotions and pleasing her master, she knew precisely how to delight Su Lun. Hearing her words, Su Lun merely smiled without further comment. That night, in the Lord's study, Ai Na had become the chief steward, and the duties of personal service naturally fell to the newly arrived Li Li Na. She knelt on the soft carpet, allowing Su Lun to recline comfortably against her elastic thigh. Her slender fingers, imbued with remarkable strength, gently pressed against Su Lun's temples, her technique surprisingly adept. A subtle, almost imperceptible aura of relaxation emanated from her fingertips, not a charm, but rather a succubus's instinctive ability to soothe her prey, now employed in the service of her master. Su Lun closed his eyes, savoring the comfort while his mind delved into the system interface. The energy reserve bar, swelled by the hunting of ice rock tigers and sharp-clawed demons, had already surpassed the threshold of 800 points. He only needed to reach 1,000 energy points for the beast summoning system to upgrade. At that juncture, he anticipated unlocking more beast types, potentially even second-tier ones. Relishing the soft sensation against the back of his head and the precise pressure at his temples, Su Lun mused, with the acquisition of this succubus, along with Anderson and the venomous mantis, he now possessed 3 fully loyal second-tier elite forces. This newfound power would render him impervious to the nearby factions. Several days later, the early winter morning light filtered through the stained glass, casting mottled patterns on the carpet of the Lord's bedroom. Su Lun opened his eyes, feeling the warm, soft presence at his back. Li Li Na had entwined herself around him like an octopus, her heart-shaped tail unconsciously brushing against his calf. Since becoming a servant, this succubus seemed to instinctively depend on her master. Master, you are awake? Su Lun's slight movement roused Li Li Na, who immediately released her embrace. Sliding to the edge of the bed and kneeling on the floor, she lifted her face, her dark red eyes still heavy with sleep, yet brimming with submission. Su Lun patted her smooth shoulder. The sun is shining. It is time to rise. Yes, Master, Lili Na replied with a radiant smile, quickly springing to her feet. She first draped a velvet mourning robe over Su Luan, then brought forth a silver basin filled with warm, fragrant broth, wetting a soft cloth to meticulously wipe his face. Her movements were gentle and focused, her fingertips occasionally brushing against his skin, carrying a faint, soothing magical aura. This was another application of the succubus's innate talent, far beyond mere low-tier charm, resembling a high-level energy comfort. Next came a mouthwash of sea salt and mint water, and she even took care of his hair and clothing. For the first time, Su Luan experienced the unparalleled luxury of being catered to like an old nobleman. And he could not deny that having such a proficient succubus by his side significantly elevated his quality of life. In the dining hall, breakfast was already prepared: thick oat porridge, perfectly fried eggs oozing golden yolks, and the roasted meat of the Lin Ho pig, crispy on the outside yet tender within, seasoned with herbs. The cook was a highly regarded matron from a new city, skilled in her craft. During the meal, Su Luan pushed a stack of parchment recording the daily affairs of the territory toward Lili Na, detailing the need for repairs to the eastern waterway and disputes among several merchants in the west. You will assist the administrative officer in handling these matters and present your proposals to me. A spark of excitement flickered in Lili Na's eyes. The succubus clan was renowned in the abyss for their cunning and wisdom. They yearned to showcase their talents rather than merely serve as playthings or enforcers. Managing internal affairs and coordinating relationships was precisely the domain in which they excelled and delighted. I will faithfully adhere to your commands, Master. I shall not disappoint you, she exclaimed, taking the documents and swiftly perusing them. Furthermore, starting today, Lili Na would serve as Su Luan's personal maid by night, while simultaneously acting as the territory's internal affairs officer by day. With AI Na handling matters within the castle and Lili Na managing those without, their roles were now distinctly defined. As breakfast concluded, the old Secretary Morik entered the dining hall with a glimmer of excitement, hastening his steps. My lord, the Nightingale merchant caravan from the border of the Zifone Kingdom has arrived outside the castle. Su Luan's spirits lifted, and he set down his utensils. What is the scale of their arrival? 20 fully loaded wagons, along with a group of serfs. The young Morik had already gone to receive them and was currently verifying the cargo list in the trading hall and drafting the contract. Su Luan immediately rose and, accompanied by a retinue of bodyguards, made his way to the trading hall within the castle. Inside, the young trade officer Morik was engaged in hushed conversation with a steward from the caravan. Upon spotting Su Luan, he quickly approached, bowing respectfully. My lord, I have not failed you. The initial transaction with the Nightingale Trading Company proceeded remarkably well. He presented a parchment inscribed with terms. A trade contract drafted as per your previous request for your review. The counterpart largely accepted our conditions, with only minor negotiations regarding the conversion prices of certain items. Su Luan unfurled the contract, his gaze traversing the detailed entries. The NU territory acquired 3 carts of unrefined coarse mithril, or in exchange for 60 sets of standard-issue fine iron armor and long swords, 10 carts of plump, high-quality grains, 20 horses imbued with a faint bloodline of fire-type magical beasts, possessing extraordinary endurance, 300 relatively robust serfs to bolster the labor force, and an additional payment of 300 gold coins. This was an exceedingly lucrative deal. The initial realization of the mithril vein's value provided NU with urgently needed military equipment, strategic provisions, livestock, and population, along with hard currency. The sincerity and foresight of the Nightingale Trading Company were apparent. Was the journey for the trading company smooth? Did they encounter any troubles? Su Luan tucked away the contract and inquired casually. Very smooth, my lord, replied the cheerful Mo Liku. They specifically mentioned that since you have purged the surrounding magical beasts and banditry, this trade route has become much safer, and they praised your valor and determination. Additionally, the lady steward of the trading company, Miss Isabel, expressed her desire to meet you in person. Su Luan nodded in acknowledgement. That is only fitting. Make arrangements for a banquet at the castle at noon. I wish to personally host Miss Isabel, who has traveled from afar. At midday, within the banquet hall of the Lord's castle, a long dining table was adorned with a pristine linen cloth, silver candlesticks, and crystal goblets reflecting each other's brilliance. Miss Isabel, the lady steward of the Nightingale Trading Company, arrived punctually with 3 attendants. As she entered the banquet hall, it was as if a refreshing breeze swept through. She appeared to be around 30 years of age, the pinnacle of feminine allure. Clad in a well-tailored dark green traveling mage robe, embroidered with the emblem of the Nightingale. Her chestnut hair was elegantly fashioned into a bun, revealing her graceful neck. Her features were not strikingly beautiful, yet they were exceptionally pleasing to the eye, particularly her cerulean eyes, clear and profound, seeming to peer into one's soul. An ethereal magical aura surrounded her, indicating that she was a practitioner of considerable skill in the wind affinity, likely at the mid-level of the second tier. Miss Isabel, welcome to a new territory. Suluan rose to greet her, exhibiting decorum. I have long heard of the esteemed title of Viscount Suluan. Seeing you today, it is indeed true that heroes emerge from youth, Isabel replied with a smile, her voice like a gentle spring breeze caressing the strings of a lute, melodious and delightful. I am grateful for your warm hospitality. The vibrant life of Yu and the hopeful expressions of its people have left a profound impression on me, starkly contrasting the desolate conditions often depicted in tales of border territories. You flatter me, madam, Su Lun replied, guiding her to a seat with a smile. Yu is merely striving to provide its citizens with a stable and prosperous life. It is the Nightingale Trading Company that, undeterred by peril, has come from afar. I am deeply appreciative of your trust and courage. The two parties exchanged toasts in a convivial atmosphere. Isabel spoke with grace and exhibited extensive knowledge. The lady steward effortlessly shared tales from the lands of the Purple Maple Kingdom to the wonders across the continent, ensuring the banquet remained lively. She observed Su Lun closely. Although the young lord appeared casual, his gaze was sharp, and his speech was logical and confident. Particularly intriguing was the beautiful woman, Lili Na, standing behind him, who seemed to possess an enigmatic power that eluded Isabel's understanding. Furthermore, the chief knight, Anderson, emanated a cold and formidable aura, revealing himself to be a top-tier practitioner of the second tier. Not to mention, the occasional emergence of wolf-like magical beasts from the shadows sent a chill down her spine. This lord was certainly not as simple as he appeared. His potential and strength far exceeded her previous estimations. As the evening progressed, and spirits were high, Isabel delicately dabbed her mouth with a napkin and transitioned to the main topic. Your Excellency Su Luan, in addition to fulfilling our established trade, we have brought some special items that may pique your interest. She gently clapped her hands, and one of her attendants presented an oak box engraved with protective runes. Upon opening the lid, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing 4 items radiating distinct energy fluctuations. They included a pair of exquisitely crafted silver wrist blades, their blades shimmering with a pale azure glow, an ostensibly ordinary black cloak, yet upon closer inspection, its surface flowed with shadows like rippling water, an antiquated silver ring adorned with a rice-sized crystal, and a vial sealed within a crystal container, sparkling with blue luminescent dots reminiscent of starlight. Isabel produced a scroll and handed it to a servant to present to Su Lun, stating, "These 4 items are of commendable quality in magical equipment, and I have detailed their specifics within. Your Excellency may wish to review them to see if anything appeals to you." Su Lun, however, did not require the scroll, for the system had already provided insights. Kiss of the Gale, quality, bronze effect, enchanted with the sharp edge and swift wind runes. It greatly enhances the wielder's attack speed and accuracy, producing slicing wind blades when swung. Ideal for assassins or agile warriors. Shadow Dancer Cloak, quality, bronze effect, when donned. It allows for brief assimilation with shadowy environments, significantly reducing one's presence and even evading low-tier detection spells. A potent tool for stealth and reconnaissance. Dimensional Ring, quality, silver effect, contains approximately 5 cubic meters of space, capable of storing non-living objects with negligible weight. An invaluable treasure for anyone needing to travel light. Basic Awakening Elixir, quality, bronze effect. A single vial can be consumed by 3 individuals, stimulating the dringer's latent extraordinary bloodlines or energy affinities, with a chance to guide their awakening onto the path of the extraordinary. Note, success rate varies by individual, and it may be consumed only once in a lifetime. These 4 items were all at least of bronze quality, surpassing the 2 black iron grade items he had obtained from the Goblin Lair, particularly the latter 2, which were coveted treasures among many nobles. Isabel's presentation of these items clearly indicated that she was not merely conducting business, but also investing in and expressing goodwill towards her confidence in Su Lun and the future of Yu. Su Lun's gaze swept over the curiosities, and he quickly weighed his options in his mind. He turned to Isabel, offering a meaningful smile. The Nightingale Trading Company truly lives up to its reputation. I wonder what price would be required to acquire these items. Isabel returned a slight smile, a glimmer of shrewdness in her azure eyes. Your Excellency, you are a wise man. While gold is certainly a universal currency, for these treasures, we prefer barter. Of course, gold is also acceptable, but it would inevitably incur a premium. A brief silence enveloped the room. The 4 magical artifacts glimmered quietly within the oak box. Particularly, the dimensional ring, with its stable storage space, presented an irresistible temptation for any lord needing to transport supplies frequently. As a transmigrator, Su Luan recalled how every protagonist in Tales possessed a spatial ring. His gaze lingered on that ring for a moment, and he had already made his decision. He understood that, given in U.S. current treasury reserves, purchasing these 4 magical artifacts at a premium would indeed be a challenge. However, he had more than just gold at his disposal. The treasures offered by Miss Isabel were undeniably enticing. Su Luan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, maintaining a calm tone. Though Yu is situated in a remote area, we do possess some rare items. He turned to the nearby mage Carl, commanding, "Carl, go to the warehouse and bring forth the remains of the Ice Rock Tiger." Shortly after the command was given, Mage Carl returned with 4 robust soldiers, carrying a massive object wrapped in heavy waterproof oilcloth, trudging heavily into the banquet hall. As the oilcloth unfurled in the center of the hall, an intensely frigid aura instantly enveloped the space, causing even the flames of the fireplace to falter momentarily. Before the assembly lay the remains of the Ice Rock Tiger. Although its blood had been extracted and its flesh repurposed for meat processing, Su Luan had instructed his aides to reconstruct the tiger's bones, draping them in its pelt. The skeletal remains, measuring over 5 meters in length, exhibited a pale bluish-gray fur that still bore deep blue markings reminiscent of ice fractures, emanating a chilling pressure that instilled trepidation. The resilient pelt of the tiger was virtually unscathed, making it an excellent material for crafting leather armor and as a base for magical scrolls. The robust bones, as white as jade, contained pure ice elemental magic within their marrow, rendering them rare components for concocting high-tier potions or serving as formidable spell-casting mediums. The 4 claws, comparable to short swords, featured naturally formed icy serrations, ideal for forging enchanted weaponry. Among the entourage brought by Isha Bayer, an elderly appraiser with gray hair and a crystal magnifying glass could not restrain himself from stepping forward. His fingertips brushed against the Ice Rock Tiger's fur, experiencing the bone-chilling cold and the lingering magical energy, his voice trembling with incredulity. "My lord, this Ice Rock Tiger possesses an energy level that undoubtedly reaches the pinnacle of 2nd tier. Moreover, it has been dead for no more than a month." A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Isha Bayer's eyes. To slay such a powerful ice-type magical beast during the harsh winter is akin to hunting a Tier 3 low-level magical creature. Soon, Isha Bayer regained her merchant's astuteness and composure. She gently applauded, exclaiming, "Lord Su Luan, you truly are a master of concealment. Such complete and fresh materials from the Ice Rock Tiger would fetch a handsome price even at the auction house of the Z-Phone Kingdom." She gestured for the old appraiser and his 2 assistants to step forward, evaluate meticulously, leaving no detail overlooked. After a thorough process of weighing, testing, and hushed discussions, Isha Bayer presented her offer. "Lord Su Luan, the quality of these Ice Rock Tiger materials is exceptional, particularly the intact pelt and the 4 claws, which hold the greatest value. Based on market rates, they could be valued at approximately 1,200 gold coins. You may choose 2 items in exchange." Su Luan was not taken aback by this valuation. While the Ice Rock Tiger was indeed precious, it remained a known magical beast within the main material plane. He smiled slightly, a hint of deeper meaning behind his expression. "While the Ice Rock Tiger is commendable, it is not the entirety of my intended trade." He instructed Anderson nearby, "Bring forth the spoils we acquired from that ancient laboratory." Before long, soldiers carried in a metallic box that emanated a foul sulfurous stench and an aura of the abyss. The moment the box was opened, all those present with keen senses felt a wave of dread. Inside lay the essence of the razor-claw demon, which Su Luan and his subordinates had vanquished. A large piece of demon skin, covered in dark red scales and remarkably resilient, alongside its iconic, scythe-like, sharply curved bone claws. The demon skin retained a potent aura of the abyss and a faint resistance to fire, while the claws inherently possessed properties of armor penetration and corrosion. Chapter 29. Farewell. The Hunt of Abyssal Demons. The old appraiser gasped in astonishment, retreating 2 steps, his face a mask of horror. Isha Bayer could no longer maintain her composure. She sprang to her feet, her gaze fixed intently on the demon materials within the box, her breath quickening. The materials of abyssal demons are entirely distinct from those of magical beasts in the main material plane. They harbor the chaotic power of abyssal rules and are key components for creating certain forbidden magical items, sinister artifacts, or conducting special summoning rituals. Due to centuries of relative peace, truly fresh and complete demon materials have nearly vanished from the market. Their value transcends mere gold coins, more often exchanged through barter or appearing in clandestine black market auctions. Isha Bayer took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumult within her heart. Her gaze towards Su Luan had fundamentally transformed, now imbued with curiosity and reverence. To have slain the ice rock tiger was already a testament to his prowess. But to present fresh abyssal demon materials, what formidable power and secrets lay hidden behind this new lord of the Inu territory? She exchanged swift glances with her subordinates, reassessing the situation. Ultimately, Isha Bayer's voice carried a barely perceptible dryness. Lord Sulin, you have once again astonished me. This piece of demon skin and these claws are rarer than the ice rock tiger, combined with the previous ice rock tiger materials. Their total value is sufficient to exchange for all 4 of these magical artifacts. Su Luan nodded in satisfaction, this outcome aligning with his expectations. Agreed. He extended his hand. Isha Bayer reciprocated with her fair palm, this handshake firmer than before, signifying respect and acknowledgement. The transaction completed. The attendants carefully transported the ice rock tiger materials and demon remains away, while the oak box containing the magical artifacts remained before Su Luan. The members of the Nightingale merchant group regarded Su Luan with eyes filled with ineffable complexity. Before parting, Isha Bayer produced an emerald token engraved with the Nightingale's branch insignia and handed it to Su Luan. Lord Su Luan, this is a VIP token of the Nightingale Merchant Association. Next spring, the largest trade city on the borders of the Z-Phone Kingdom, Emerald City, will host a decade-long trade fair for various races. Should you attend, you are bound to encounter unexpected opportunities. This token grants you the highest level of reception and assistance in any Nightingale merchant establishment within Emerald City. Su Luan accepted the token, feeling its smooth warmth. A thought stirred within him. He had heard of Emerald City and the trade fair. There, one could even find epic magical equipment auctions, as well as Tier 3 and even Tier 4 magical beast slaves. Thank you for your kind gesture, madam. If my territorial affairs permit, I shall certainly endeavor to visit. Isha Bayer smiled radiantly, leading her merchant group in a respectful bow before departing. She understood that this journey to a new territory had yielded far more than just a stable channel for trading mithril ore. More importantly, she had discovered a young, powerful, and enigmatic border lord, establishing a preliminary yet solid connection with him. Consequently, the trade route towards the southeast was entirely opened. As Su Luan watched the merchant group fade into the distance, he caressed the newly dawned dimensional ring on his finger. He sensed the vast space within, and his vision for the future grew increasingly clear. The time ahead was to hunt living beings, accumulating primary energy points to exceed 1,000, thereby upgrading the system. The following day, at the outskirts of the Lost Forest, a silvery blanket enveloped the landscape, silence reigning supreme, save for the mournful whispers of the cold wind rustling through the treetops. At this moment, Su Luan was engaged in a hunt accompanied by his magical beast army, with Gawain now overseeing 3 mithril mines, and Anderson and Carl tasked with guarding a new city. While Lilina focused on adapting and learning about the human world, Su Luan decided to venture forth alone with his beasts. He harbored no concerns for safety. Equipped with 4 magical artifacts that combined both offensive and defensive capabilities, in addition to the venomous mantis that trailed closely behind him, Su Luan summoned an additional 10 dire wolves, bringing his total to 16 dire wolves, for venomous worker bees, and 3 carrion beetles. This force was nearly unstoppable in the vicinity of the Lost Forest. Not to mention, Su Luan possessed an unused reserve of 700 primary energy points. Should danger arise, he could summon an additional 70 dire wolves, overwhelming any peril with a tactical sea of wolves. Go, scout the surroundings. With a subtle command of his will, Su Luan directed the airborne venomous worker bees. 2 of them shot forth like arrows, silently disappearing into the sky. In the next moment, Su Luan's vision abruptly shifted, as if his soul had exited his body, merging with the high-flying worker bee. Below, the vast expanse of the snow-laden forest, the meandering frozen streams, and the minuscule creatures bustling in between come into view, forming a dynamic panorama akin to a divine perspective. Su Luan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. For when his mental fortitude was weak, shifting to the vision of the poison sting worker bee would induce a dizzying sensation. However, now his soul and mental prowess had been significantly enhanced, allowing him to effortlessly switch to the perspective of the poison sting worker bee without experiencing headaches or dizziness. Akin to maneuvering a drone. Through the lens of the poison sting worker bee, Su Luan soared high above, truly grasping the dynamics of the surrounding area. The harsh winter had rendered traces of prey exceedingly sparse. Yet, Su Luan remained unperturbed. He dispatched 10 dire wolves as a hunting squad, fanning out in a semicircular formation, while he led the core unit steadily forward. The system's notifications sporadically echoed. Kill Snowfield Fox. Gain 3 points of basic energy. Kill Witheredwood Python. Gain 6 points of basic energy. Kill. The energy reserves steadily and resolutely accumulated. Upon reaching a massive mountainside, sheltered from the wind, a deep cave with a diameter exceeding 5 meters caught Su Luan's attention. Through the exploration of the poisoned sting worker bee, he sensed a rhythmic and muffled pulse of life emanating from the depths of the cave, along with an elusive aura of fire energy. A hefty creature is hibernating within. Wake it up, Su Luan commanded. Without hesitation, a poisoned sting worker bee plunged deep into the cave, detonating itself upon nearing the immense shadow within. Boom. The muffled explosion reverberated through the cavern. Roar. The next instant, a deafening roar shattered the tranquility of the snow forest. A colossal beast charged forth from the cave. Measuring over 4 meters in length, its thick, reddish-brown fur contrasting starkly against the white snow, endowing it with attributes entirely distinct from the ice rock tiger. Flame brown bear, second tier, primary. Traits: thick fur, high physical defense, mighty slam, fire affinity, can generate high temperatures from fur, resisting extreme cold while scorching melee adversaries. This giant bear, abruptly roused from its winter slumber, had eyes ablaze with fury. It exhaled a white vapor laced with sparks, rising on its hind legs, brandishing paws capable of shattering boulders, intent on tearing apart the intruder before it. Yet, it was not facing an ordinary adventurer. The dire wolf pack surged forth like a gray tide. Utilizing their numerical superiority, they launched assaults from all directions, their claws and fangs leaving crimson streaks on the flame brown bear's thick fur. While they could not deliver instant death, they effectively hindered its movements, leaving it vulnerable. Just as the enraged flame brown bear swatted a dire wolf away, exposing its flank, the lurking toxic mantis seized the opportunity. Its form became an almost imperceptible shadow, its scythe-like forelimbs slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, precisely targeting the bear's relatively weak neck. Thud! The neurotoxin surged forth. The flame brown bear's massive body stiffened abruptly, its furious actions ceasing instantaneously. It attempted to unleash one final roar, but could only emit a few choking gurgles from its throat. Its colossal form collapsed with a thunderous thud, sending up a cloud of snow dust. 3 waiting carrion beetles immediately scurried forward, their mandibles whirring at high speed, emitting a nauseating crunch as they efficiently cleared the battlefield. In but 30 seconds, the 2-ton second-tier primary magical beast lay, with only its fur collected by Su Luan into his spatial ring, leaving behind a large pool of rapidly freezing dark red blood as evidence of its prior existence. Kill second-tier magical beast flame brown bear. Gain 80 points of basic energy. The energy reserves surged once more. Su Luan glanced at the system interface, noting that he was merely a fraction short of the 1,000 points required for an upgrade. Continue, he calmly commanded, leading the magical beasts deeper into the forest to hunt. Chapter 30, System Upgrade. In the afternoon, the lost forest lay enveloped in the sparse sunlight of winter, shrouded in silence. Su Luan continued leading his magical beast troops in the mountains, blending seamlessly with the snowy landscape, lurking behind dense withered trees and snow-covered rocks. His gaze focused on a clearing by the lake, not yet entirely frozen, where approximately 20 stone bull beasts leisurely drank water. These magical creatures, comparable in size to small rhinoceroses, possessed rough, thick skin akin to a layer of bluish-gray rock, with sturdy horns, typical of a first-tier power-type magical beast, posing a significant threat when in groups. Su Luan patiently waited until most of the stone bull beasts lowered their heads, their vigilance at its lowest. Strike! A silent thought rippled outward. In an instant, a dozen dire wolves emerged like phantoms from their concealed positions. They expertly identified the vulnerable spots among the herd, targeting 5 or 6 juvenile stone bull beasts. Under the weight of their assault, the juvenile stone bull beasts were swiftly taken down. The dire wolves' sharp fangs severed their throats before they could even emit a cry of despair. Following this, several adult stone bull beasts also fell to the relentless onslaught, the snow instantly blossoming with deep crimson. The sudden assault sent the surviving stone bull beasts into a frenzy of terror, instinctively scattering in all directions. However, despair quickly set in, for in every direction, there were more dire wolves with glowing green eyes and bared white fangs lying in wait. The pack's efficient coordination and overwhelming numbers transformed the hunt into a one-sided massacre within mere minutes. Not a single stone bull beast escaped. Yet this time, Su Luan did not allow the carrion beetles to immediately clean the battlefield. He deliberately left a few of the most corpulent stone bull beast carcasses sprawled across the snow. The heavy scent of blood acted as an invisible signal, swiftly spreading into the depths of the forest with the cold wind. Indeed, Su Luan was laying a trap. In this food-scarce winter, such a potent aroma of blood was an irresistible temptation for any ravenous predator. Switching to the aerial view of the poison sting worker bee, Su Luan clearly observed that within a kilometer radius, at least 3 or 4 different magical beasts were being drawn towards this bloody feast, stealthily and swiftly approaching the lakeside from various directions. The first to arrive were not the terrestrial beasts, accompanied by piercing cries. 3 massive avian magical beasts tore through the stillness of the sky, diving down. Their feathers were jet black, with wings spanning 4 meters, and their wing edges shimmered with pale azure wind elemental light. The wind-wing bird, a first-tier advanced magical beast, possessed unparalleled flying abilities and wind blade manipulation skills, making it nearly invulnerable in the outer regions of the Lost Forest. Their keen eyes locked onto the lifeless stone bull beast carcasses below, descending rapidly with no hesitation. Their sharp claws resembling iron hooks, reaching for the most succulent morsels. Just as one wind-winged bird grasped the carcass and flapped its wings in an attempt to ascend, a black bolt of death lightning shot forth from the shadows of the forest. It was the toxic mantis. The high-frequency buzzing of its wings was drowned out by the wind as its scythe-like forelimbs, akin to a surgeon's precise instruments, swiftly sliced through the main wing joint of the wind-winged bird. With a ripping sound accompanied by the sound of feathers tearing and corroding, the green neurotoxin rapidly spread. The wind-winged bird let out a haunting wail, its wings drooping helplessly as it struggled to plummet from the sky. Before it could fully touch the ground, the ambushing dire wolves surged forth, their claws and fangs tearing the incapacitated sky dominator into shreds. The 2 recently ascended Fengyi Miao were taken aback by the scene, emitting furious cries as they flapped their wings vigorously. A tempest of wind elements surged around them, instantly coalescing into 2 crescent-shaped blades of wind with exceptionally sharp edges. With a piercing sound, they cleaved towards the terror wolves below, who were viciously gnawing at their companion. Swoosh, swoosh, the wind blade struck true, slicing through the 4 unsuspecting terror wolves, who let out agonized cries as they were rendered incapable of further combat, their blood staining the snow. However, in the moment after unleashing their wind blades, their power waned and fresh energy had yet to manifest. The venomous mantis, along with several poison spike worker bees that had been circling above, launched a lethal counterattack. The mantis shadowed its target, striking at the neck of the second Fengyi Miao with its scythe-like arm, while the 2 worker bees recklessly charged towards the last one, detonating beside it in a thunderous explosion. Paralytic toxin enveloped the area, accompanied by the sickening sound of blades piercing flesh. The 2 Fengyi Miao struggled, ultimately succumbing to the onslaught of the terror wolves that overwhelmed them. Kill Fengyi Miao 3, gain 30 points of basic energy. Kill Shinny of Beast 20. Gain 70 points of basic energy. The system's notification chimed repeatedly. Calmly, Su Luan directed the decomposition beetles to advance and commence the processing of the fallen beasts. The sun finally dipped below the distant mountains, painting the sky in a haunting shade of purplish red. As the last glimmer of light was about to vanish over the horizon, the long-awaited notification resonated in Su Luan's mind. Ding! Detected that the basic energy reserves have reached 1,000 points, meeting the conditions for system upgrade. Would you like to immediately upgrade the beast summoning system to level 2? Upon upgrade, more beast types will be unlocked, along with the option for elite unit summoning. At last, he had met the requirements for an upgrade. Hearing the system's prompt filled Su Luan with elation. Since his arrival in this alternate world, his survival and rise to power had relied entirely on the beast types summoned by the system. Yet at level 1, the available beast types were limited to only 3 categories. The decomposition beetle was not even a combat unit. The poison spike worker bees were primarily used for reconnaissance and self-detonation. The only true conventional combat unit he had was the terror wolf. Now, the system had finally fulfilled the conditions for upgrading to level 2, unlocking a plethora of new beast types. Without hesitation, Su Luan commanded the upgrade. A vast and warm flow of energy enveloped him, as if every cell in his body rejoiced. This energy from the system upgrade directly elevated Su Luan's physical attributes to that of a second-tier extraordinary individual. However, he had no time to observe the changes in his body, for the system interface before him was radiating with brilliance, its structure becoming more intricate and splendid, with streams of information cascading like a waterfall. Chapter 31. Summoning New Beast Types. Upgrade successful. Current system level 2. New feature unlocked. Elite summoning. New beast types unlocked as follows. 1. Bone Spike Beast, second tier beginner. Cost. 100 points of basic energy introduction. Resembling a crawling beast skeleton, covered with regenerative pale bone spikes, it moves slowly. It can instantaneously launch its bone spikes like a crossbow, with a range of up to 800 meters, effective against tightly packed formations and flying units. Role: Ground Suppression. Aerial Assault 2. Shadow Leopard, second tier beginner. Cost. 100 points of basic energy introduction. Entirely black as ink, with sleek lines and eyes like molten gold. Naturally adept at basic stealth techniques, it can blend seamlessly with shadows. In nighttime or dimly lit environments, all attributes increase by 20, making it a perfect assassin and reconnaissance unit. Role: Nighttime Assault, Infiltration Reconnaissance 3. Wind Wolf, second tier beginner. Cost. 100 points of basic energy introduction. The advanced form of the Terror Wolf, larger and more agile, with a grayish-blue fur. It awakens a hint of wind bloodline, gaining acceleration while running and the ability to exhale formidable wind blades for mid-range attacks. Role: High-speed maneuvering, medium to close-range assault 4. Lava Giant Lizard, second tier beginner. Cost. 100 points of basic energy introduction. A cumbersome creature with skin resembling cooled lava, adorned with cracked patterns through which a dark red glow faintly emanates. It moves slowly but can continuously spew high-temperature lava fireballs, effective at mid-range and creating small areas of persistent burning upon explosion. Role: Long-range magical bombardment, positional defense 5. Sonic Bat, second tier beginner. Cost. 100 points of basic energy introduction. A bat-like beast with a wingspan of about 1 meter, dark purple in color. It can initiate self-destructive attacks like the poison spike worker bees and emit powerful sound waves that induce dizziness and confusion in enemies within a certain range, as well as disrupt spellcasting. Role: Aerial Harassment, Area Control, Anti-Magic 6. Tentacle Vine Man, second tier beginner. Cost. 100 points of basic energy introduction. Immobile. It can be planted in corners of territory or on walls and castles, spreading over a diameter of 100 meters and automatically attacking intruding enemies. Role: Fixed Guard, Alertness Remarkable. Remarkable. As Su Luin perused these newly added formidable beast types, he felt a surge of excitement. His beast legion had finally diversified in both quantity and variety. No longer relying solely on a singular wolf pack strategy, he was beginning to possess capabilities across multiple dimensions of combat, including ranged, magical, control, and reconnaissance. Even more astonishing was the fact that the 1,000 energy points, which had met the upgrade conditions, remained intact after the system advanced to level 2. Thus, Su Luin still had 1,000 points at his disposal. With eager hands, he wasted no time and immediately invested 500 points of basic energy to summon new members. Summon a Bone Spike Beast. The summoning array flickered with a pale light as a creature approximately 3 meters long, resembling a porcupine skeleton, slowly emerged. Its densely packed bone spikes stood erect, glinting with a metallic sheen, exuding a palpable sense of oppression merely by lying there. Su Luin tapped one of the spikes, producing a resonant clang akin to metal striking metal. If an enemy were struck from afar, it would inflict far greater damage than an arrow. Continuing with the summoning. Now summon me a shadow leopard, he commanded. A thick shadow coalesced in the open space, ultimately transforming into a sleek, elegant black figure. It silently stepped forth, its golden eyes glowing like will-o'-the-wisps in the twilight, seemingly merging with the surrounding darkness with the slightest movement. Next, summon a wind wolf. A larger wolf than the Terror Wolf, with grayish-blue fur, appeared amidst a swirling azure wind. It raised its head and let out a long howl. The sound laced with the howl of wind elements, and air currents swirled around its limbs. The surrounding dozen or so first-tier Terror Wolves also howled in response, seemingly obeying the advanced wind wolf. Summon a Lava Giant Lizard. The ground seemed to transform into a lava pit, a searing heat washing over him. A giant lizard, exceeding 4 meters in length and resembling a small tank, crawled forth slowly. It opened its mouth, revealing a deep crimson glow within, rapidly melting the surrounding snow. Unfortunately, its speed was indeed too slow. Su Luin ordered it to run at full speed, only to find it moved at a pace comparable to a human walking. It was clearly a beast type suited for positional warfare. Summon a Sonic Bat. With another 100 points of energy dissipated, a dark purple bat surged forth from a rift in the void, flapping its membranous wings. The invisible sound waves rippled through the air, causing a slight discomfort to the eardrums. At this point, aside from the immobile tentacle vine, Su Luan expended 500 energy points in one breath to summon 5 new beast units. Before him, 5 second-tier primary magical beasts, each with distinct forms yet exuding formidable auras, stood in orderly formation. Their gazes varied, some fierce, others cold, and some cunning, but all conveyed an unyielding sense of obedience and loyalty towards Su Luan. He surveyed this newly birthed force with satisfaction. The long-range coverage of the bone-spiked beast, the stealthy assassination of the shadow leopard, the mobility and range strikes of the wind wolf, the siege and area damage of the lava giant lizard, and the disruption and control of the sonic bat, combined with the existing poisonous mantis, terror wolf pack, and poison sting worker bees, had already begun to form a substantial army for the Darkmoon territory. Enriching the tactical combinations available, under the twilight glow, Su Luan could not help but roar in triumph. Since his arrival in this otherworldly realm, all pressure had dissipated. With the power at his disposal, he felt unafraid of the hostile forces surrounding him. After a long while, he took a deep breath to calm his emotions before turning his attention to the new system panel. Beast Legion Summoning System. Host, Su Luan, Second Tier. Soul Servant, Lelina, Succubus. Energy Storage, Primary Energy Points 500. System Level, Level 2, to evolve to the next stage. Requires 20,000 energy points. Equipment, Scabbard of the Gale Dagger, Black Iron. Glimmering Iron Ring, Black Iron. Kiss of the Gale, Bronze. Cloak of the Shadow Dancer, Bronze. Dimensional Ring, Silver. Beast Units, excluding deceased units: Poisonous Mantis, Second Tier Lord, 1. Shadow Leopard, Second Tier, 1. Bone-Spiked Beast, Second Tier, 1. Wind Wolf, Second Tier, 1. Sonic Bat, Second Tier, 1. Lava Giant Lizard, Second Tier, 1. Terror Wolf, First Tier, 15. Corrosive Beetle, First Tier, 6. Poison Sting Worker Bee, First Tier, 4. Unlocked Bestiary, Poisonous Mantis, Corrosive Beetle, Terror Wolf, Poison Sting Worker Bee, Shadow Leopard, Bone-Spiked Beast, Wind Wolf, Sonic Bat. Lava Giant Lizard, Tentacle Vine. With 500 energy points remaining to allocate freely, Su Luan had numerous options. He could summon 50 Terror Wolves, dispersing them throughout the army, spreading to Darkmoon City and 3 mines, as well as regular patrols. Alternatively, he could summon more second-tier units to bolster his higher-tier combat power. Or, he could take a more leisurely approach and summon a few tentacle vines on the castle or city walls to see what effects they might produce. Akin to playing a game of Plants vs. Zombies. In any case, Su Luan felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. He could afford to be a bit reckless in his decision-making, including determining which surrounding force to target. Chapter 32. The Ogre Tribe. Upon returning to Darkmoon City, Su Luan's first course of action was to expend the remaining 500 energy points, as the system required a total of 50,000 energy points to advance to level 3. Such an amount seemed astronomical to Su Luan at this time. Therefore, he had no intention of hoarding energy points over the next 2 months. Rather, he intended to spend them as soon as he obtained them, converting them into combat strength. However, this time he chose to summon beast units with a focus on quality rather than quantity. For the 500 points, he opted to summon 20 elite-level Terror Wolves, 20 energy points each, and 10 elite-level Poison Sting Worker Bees, 10 energy points each. These elite units were larger and more robust than their ordinary counterparts, their fangs and claws glistening ominously. The aura they emanated was closer to the pinnacle of first-tier magical beasts compared to the standard first-tier units. Su Luan's plan for these new beasts was to allocate 5 elite Terror Wolves and 2 elite Poison Sting Worker Bees to reinforce the castle's defenses under Anderson's command. Another 8 elite Terror Wolves and 6 elite Poison Sting Worker Bees were dispatched to Gawain's command to enhance the defenses of the 3 mithril mines. The remaining newly summoned units, along with 5 second-tier beasts, would serve as Su Luan's direct mobile force. This configuration would substantially fortify the core areas of the Darkmoon territory and its vital mines. On a new morning, Su Luan was enjoying a relaxing head massage from Lelina when a soldier hurriedly approached with an urgent letter from Gawain. Lelina gracefully stepped aside, watching as Su Luan unfolded the letter. Su Luan's brow furrowed as he read. "My lord, is there trouble from Sir Gawain?" Lelina inquired softly. Having grown increasingly familiar with internal affairs and maintaining a keen interest in territorial matters. "Indeed," Su Luan responded, handing the letter to Lelina. "The camp at Mine 3 has just been established, and Gawain's scouts have detected signs of large creature activity in the vicinity, suspecting an ogre tribe is wandering nearby. He requests reinforcements." Lelina quickly skimmed the letter, a glint of excitement flashing in her crimson eyes. Ogres? I haven't encountered these creatures in the abyss. Huh. Then you shall accompany me on this venture. Su Lun chuckled. My lord, are you truly going in person? Lelina asked in surprise. Yes. Ogres typically do not live alone, but in tribal formations. This threat cannot be ignored, especially with it so close to our minds, Su Lun replied decisively. Rising to his feet, without further delay, he assembled his accompanying beast legion, the remaining elite terror wolves, shadow leopards, wind wolves, and sonic bats, along with the core combat strengths of the poisonous mantis and Lelina. This squad, though small in number, possessed terrifying combat prowess, each member at least of exceptional first-tier standing. As for the slower-moving bone-spiked beasts and lava giant lizards, Su Lun left them in Dark Moon City under Anderson and Carl's command. A few hours later, Mine 3, located at the edge of the Lost Forest in a relatively open hilly area, was patrolled anxiously by soldiers around the newly constructed wooden encampment. Upon seeing Su Lun arrive with his diverse and intimidating beast troop, Sir Gawain visibly relaxed and rushed forward. My lord, you have come personally. After bowing, Gawain immediately reported. The last suspicious tracks spotted by the scouts were near a valley to the northeast. The signs are fresh and numerous. Did you not send the terror wolves to track them? Su Lun inquired, having previously assigned a few ordinary terror wolves to the mine. Gawain replied honestly. By the time the scouts returned to report, the terror wolves had already lost the trail. To avoid casualties, I did not order them to pursue further into the depths. Su Lun understood that Gawain, as his subordinate, was protective of these magical beasts, not wishing to place the terror wolves in overly dangerous situations. It seemed an opportunity to remind them not to overly coddle their summoned beasts was necessary. After all, Su Lun would use them as needed, should they become cannon fodder. He could simply summon more with energy points. Let us proceed and investigate, Su Lun stated succinctly, guided by Gawain and a small team of elite soldiers. The party set off toward the northeast. After about an hour of travel, the terrain began to change. Dense forest gradually gave way to low shrubs and rocky ground. In the air, a faint, nauseatingly sweet scent began to permeate. It smells of blood, Lelina warned. Su Lun raised his hand, signaling the party to halt. As a succubus, Lelina's keen senses detected the ominous aura in the wind. Su Lun focused his thoughts, and an elite poison sting worker bee silently ascended into the air, flying toward the source of the scent. Soon, through their shared vision, a harrowing scene unfolded in Su Lun's mind. It was a half-orc settlement nestled in the valley, sizable enough to accommodate 400 to 500 individuals. Yet at this moment, it lay in ruins. The dilapidated shelter lay in ruins, the ground strewn with shattered weaponry and an abundance of skeletal remains. At the heart of the valley, several campfires still smoldered, surrounded by the haphazardly discarded corpses of numerous half-orcs. Most of these bodies were gruesomely mangled, their flesh devoured to the bone, with even the sturdy skulls shattered. The brain matter thoroughly siphoned away. The signs of battle were scarce, with scarcely any bodies left behind by the attackers. The entire scene exuded an overwhelming sense of brutal slaughter, reminiscent of a savage feast followed by an eerie silence. Such carnage was indeed harrowing, and Su Lun's expression reflected his dismay. He signaled for his team to remain vigilant and, accompanied by Gao 1 and Li Li Na, ventured into the bloody valley, guided quietly by the shadowy panther. Upon meticulous examination of the site, the horrifying wounds on the half-orc skeletons corroborated his suspicions, revealing that most of the damage was inflicted by blunt force trauma, likely caused by heavy weaponry such as maces. The assailants not only possessed formidable strength, but also exhibited a penchant for cannibalism. In the Eternal Continent, numerous races displayed such cannibalistic tendencies. However, few could so effortlessly decimate a tribe of several hundred half-orcs. Potential culprits included sea giants, hill giants, swamp giants, frost giants, cyclopes, or ogres. The surviving giant species are typically descendants of the mighty beings from the mythic era, and even those with diluted bloodlines possess at least second-tier strength, with physical attributes far surpassing those of their human counterparts. Frost giants reside in the northern reaches of the Eternal Continent, several tens of millions of kilometers from the He-Me-Gui Kingdom, and it is said that many frost giant tribes inhabit the frigid glaciers of the northern territories. Swamp giants live hundreds of kilometers further east, in the Yunming Marsh, also quite distant from this location. After much contemplation, it became clear that the most likely target was indeed the ogres. Numerous ogre tribes have long existed along the border of the He-Me-Gui Kingdom. Upon reaching adulthood, individuals of this species can reach heights of up to 3 meters and weigh over 300 kilograms, often endowed with innate brute strength, possessing at least first-tier extraordinary capabilities. They tend to congregate in tribal formations. Although generally of low intelligence, they are capable of forging crude weaponry and subjugating slaves, often employing half-orcs, goblins, and others for this purpose, utilizing them as sustenance in times of famine. More troubling is the occasional emergence of more intelligent ogre shamans or even two-headed ogres with innate magical abilities, often wielding formidable second-tier power. Su Luan crouched near a water source at the valley's edge, where several footprints had been preserved in the soft earth. The footprints were immense, resembling human feet but measuring 2 to 3 times the size of an adult male, with splayed toes, exuding a primitive heaviness. Combining the various traces at the scene, Su Luan mentally reconstructed the sequence of events. A settled half-orc tribe had been ambushed by this group of powerful attackers one fateful night. Their resistance was swiftly crushed, and the ogres held a cruel victory feast, indulging in the blood and flesh of their captives. Subsequently, they departed the valley, taking the remaining half-orc captives as future slaves or provisions. My lord, it appears the tracks discovered by our scouts belong to the same group of ogres that obliterated this half-orc tribe, Gawain reported solemnly. Indeed, it is confirmed, Su Luan replied, rising to his feet, his gaze chillingly sweeping over the Valley of Death. The presence of such a powerful and barbarous ogre tribe operating so close to the number 3 mithril mine was undoubtedly a sword hanging over their heads. The safety of the mithril mine, and indeed the stability of the entire NU territory, faced direct peril. There could not be any missteps regarding the mithril mine. Su Luan's voice was low, yet carried a cold resolve. I have already summoned the magical beast troops from the number 1 and number 2 mines. Furthermore, relay my orders for Anderson to bring a squad of soldiers as well. This group of ogres must be eradicated. Chapter 33. The Skull Flagpole. The cold winds of early winter swept through the desolate valley. Su Luan stood at the mouth of the valley, where a bloody battle and revelry had once erupted, his gaze surveying the gruesome expanse before him. I cannot believe I feel sympathy for half-orcs. What a hellish jest. Su Luan shook his head, feeling incredulous. At that moment, Gawain returned with the soldier, having meticulously inspected the scene, accompanied by the broken sword, Luke. To report, my lord, based on the scale of the traces left behind, it is estimated that this migrating ogre tribe possesses over 70 adult warriors. Indeed, it seems this ogre tribe is not small, Su Luan mused, stroking his chin, continuing to survive in this barren land. Such a number of ogres would require a hunting ground spanning at least 50 kilometers in radius to satisfy their insatiable appetites. If we allow these creatures to establish roots here, proliferate, and expand, we in the NU territory will undoubtedly be the first to suffer, becoming their most delectable source of sustenance. With that thought, Su Luan's resolve intensified. These brutish beings must be quashed before they could gain a foothold. After all, ogres possess tribal cultures. If left unchecked, who could predict whether a new horde of ogres would gather come the following spring? With a flicker of intent, the waiting flying units, such as the venomous stinging bees and sonic bats, scattered into action. With the enhancement of his soul's essence and increased mental acuity, Su Luan could now micromanage a greater number of magical beasts simultaneously. Under his precise commands, the elite venomous stinging bees, serving as low-altitude scouts, vibrated their dark golden wings, splitting into 3 groups, fanning out towards the southern lowlands. Their compound eyes operated like the most sophisticated reconnaissance instruments, missing no signs of anomaly on the ground. Meanwhile, the newly summoned sonic bats, utilizing their echolocation abilities, soared at higher altitudes, capable of detecting larger clusters of life from afar. These aerial units formed a reconnaissance net, allowing Su Luan to easily map the area. The wait was not lengthy. After approximately half an hour, a clear visual signal was transmitted through the mental link into Su Luan's mind. One of the elite venomous stinging bees had discovered a crucial lead. The shared vision revealed a relatively moist depression's edge, covered in disordered and deeply imprinted gigantic footprints, alongside traces of dragged heavy objects, as well as scattered fragments of half-orc bones and hair. The direction of the footprints unmistakably pointed southward to a rolling hilly terrain. Soon, all dispatched units returned in succession, corroborating the initial findings. Su Luan hesitated no longer. He mounted his steed and waved his arm forward. On the ground, second-tier junior wind wolves and shadow panthers flanked him, clearing the path. Several elite dire wolves flowed like a gray tide, providing protection on both sides. In the center rode Su Luan, Lili Na, and Gao Wan, along with Luke and other subordinates from the NU territory. The group hastened southward along the reconnoitered path. After about half an hour of travel, the terrain gradually rose, At the summit of a barren slope, which overlooked a parched riverbed below, a peculiar structure emerged before them. It was a crude conical stone mound constructed from irregular stones. Standing over 2 meters high, atop the mound, a sharpened wooden pole pierced the gray sky, with a complete half-orc skull prominently affixed at its pinnacle. The empty eye sockets of the skull stared blankly northward, as if issuing a silent warning. Even more unsettling were the additional wooden stakes embedded in the stone mound's crevices and the surrounding ground, adorned with the skulls of dog-headed creatures, goblins, and even first-tier magical beasts. The air was permeated with a faint stench of decay and a primal, savage aura. "My lord, this is a territorial marker of the ogres," one of the soldiers remarked. The broken sword Luke possesses a wealth of adventurous experience and recognized the situation at a glance. Su Luan restrained his horse, casting a cold gaze upon the totem that brimmed with provocation. The pile of stones and bones served a rather straightforward purpose, akin to the beacon towers along the borders of a new ling, proclaiming that this area was firmly within the domain and hunting grounds of the ogres. Any sentient being who dared to tread here without permission would be viewed as a challenge to the ogre tribe. Did these grotesque creatures consult me before encroaching upon my territory? A cruel smile played at the corners of Su Luan's mouth as he stroked his chin, contemplating the opportunity to stretch his muscles and earn a handsome sum of energy points in the process. He instructed Luke to meticulously examine the stone heap. The earth was still fresh, and some moss lingering between the stones had yet to completely wither. This suggested that the ogre tribe had only recently migrated to this location, perhaps having been defeated by a more powerful tribe or unable to sustain their population due to depleted resources in their original habitat. In any case, they had now invaded Su Luan's domain. Had this ogre tribe arrived a little earlier, it was likely that the last assault on a new castle would not have been led by the half-orc forces, but rather by the ogres themselves, Su Luan mused. At that time, he had yet to formally assume the mantle of lord. A new castle was severely lacking in manpower and weak in defense. Had they faced this ferocious ogre army, the outcome would have been dire indeed. Fortunately, the present in Yu Ling had surpassed its most vulnerable phase. Since Su Luan took over as lord, military operations had never ceased, albeit the time was brief. Anderson, as the chief knight, patrolled the territory with the fear wolves, hunting and eliminating threats. The surrounding goblin tribes had been nearly eradicated, significantly improving the peace. Yet, Su Luan understood that this was merely a temporary situation. In the borderlands of the Black Rose Kingdom, near the Lost Forest, human forces often found themselves confined to the vicinity of castles and major villages, akin to isolated islands in the dark. Once they strayed from these strongholds, the wilderness remained a realm ruled by various creatures, such as magical beasts and non-human tribes. The proliferation of creatures like kobolds and goblins was alarming, with a single pair of kobolds capable of producing dozens of offspring in a single year, akin to rampant weeds that could not be extinguished. In contrast, training a qualified human warrior requires 15 years of growth and training. To birth a transcendent being demands over 20 years of accumulation and fortune. Among the lower-tier transcendent beings, the individual quality often becomes overshadowed by an absolute quantitative disadvantage. Speaking of which, one cannot overlook the ogres. These beings are indeed the most troublesome nightmare for border lords. Ogres are naturally robust and mature rapidly. A mature ogre warrior requires little training, yet possesses strength that rivals that of a first-tier transcendent warrior, were it not for their own struggles with food scarcity. Limiting the unchecked expansion of their population, the lords would undoubtedly pay a heavier price to drive these grotesque and uncouth neighbors into the remote wilderness. Chapter 34. The Eye of the Demon, the Ogre Fortress. After discerning the location of the ogre tribe, Su Luan refrained from launching an immediate attack. He led his troops back to a defensible hill a few miles away, commanding the soldiers to utilize the stones to construct makeshift fortifications and set up camp, awaiting reinforcements. The following morning, through the vision provided by the venomous sting bees, Su Luan observed dust rising in the distance. The first to arrive was Anderson, bringing with him 30 elite knights on the verge of transcending to a higher tier. Subsequently, the fear wolves and venomous sting bees, urgently recalled from mines 1 and 2, also arrived. The addition of these reinforcements instantly elevated the combat power of the contingent. In terms of elite forces, there were the second-tier top-tier succubus Lalina, Beast Soul Warrior Anderson, and venomous Mantises. Alongside them, second-tier junior wind wolves, shadow leopards, and sonic bats. Below them were the first-tier top-tier Gawain, broken sword Luke, and several elite fear wolves and venomous sting bees. Lastly, there were a dozen first-tier junior ordinary fear wolves and venomous sting bees. along with 70 elite soldiers from a Yuling, all equipped with armor and weapons traded from the Nightingale merchants. Their combat prowess nearly rivaling that of newly awakened transcendent beings. Of course, Su Luan himself could also be classified as a second-tier transcendent being, following the last system upgrade. His foundational attributes had significantly increased, complemented by several magical artifacts and the skills of the venomous mantis. One could say that Su Luan now had the confidence to defeat an ordinary second-tier, transcendent warrior in single combat. However, as a lord, unless he truly wished to warm up, he would refrain from personally engaging in battle. Seeing the assembled strength of his troops bolstered Su Luan's confidence. He delivered a brief pre-battle mobilization speech and subsequently commanded the camp to be broken, setting the entire army in motion. The contingent cautiously skirted around the gruesome skull flagpole, officially stepping into the territory claimed by the ogres. The deeper they ventured, the more treacherous the environment grew. In the chilling wind, gnarled trees clawed at the air, while the ground bore remnants of devoured skeletal remains. The fear wolves flanking them lowered their bodies, flaring their nostrils to capture any hint of abnormal scent in the air. Su Luan, utilizing the vision of the venomous sting bees, continually adjusted their advancing path to avoid potential blind spots. He recalled the information he had gathered about ogres. Mature individuals typically exceed 3 meters in height, their muscles bulging, and they usually don rudimentary yet heavy leather armor or crude armor embedded with metal plates. Their weapon of choice is the hefty giant spiked club, which, when wielded, possesses devastating power capable of shattering a knight's plate armor. Moreover, the elite ogres within the tribe should not be underestimated, as they are strong enough to confront elite fear wolves head-on. Just how vast is the scale of this tribe? Are there more dangerous variants, such as two-headed ogre shamans? Su Luan could not ascertain fully, yet he was confident that with their current strength, they could certainly eradicate the ogres. As the troops proceeded further, the air became increasingly pungent with the unique odor of the ogres, a potent blend of sweat and blood. The signs on the ground multiplied, with massive footprints, discarded bones stripped clean, and violently broken trees indicating their proximity to the ogre tribe's territory. Su Luan ordered the entire army to slow down once more and enter a state of heightened alert. Soon, the elite venomous sting bees responsible for reconnaissance relayed clear visuals of 2 ogre sentinels, brandishing their signature heavy spiked clubs, ambling along a beast trail towards the direction of the troops. Through the shared vision, Su Luan clearly observed these 2 towering brutes. They stood over 3 meters tall, their coarse, earthy yellow skin marred with scars and filth, clad in tattered furs of unknown beasts, while their shoulders, chests, and wrists were adorned with heavy, crude metal plates, even featuring menacing iron spikes welded on. The clubs they wielded were comparable to an adult's waist in circumference, weighing well over 100 pounds. With the heads bristling with dark red barbs, some even festooned with dried, blackened scraps of flesh, exuding a nauseating stench. Ogres generally possess low intelligence, with the cognitive abilities of an adult individual akin to that of a wild wolf, yet they must not be underestimated. They possess an innate, almost instinctual talent for combat, with strength, endurance, and ferocity far surpassing that of newly awakened human warriors. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic losses. Nevertheless, Su Luan did not intend to allow the human soldiers to engage in this encounter. He raised his hand to signal for stealth and silence, indicating to Anderson, Gawain, and all soldiers to remain quiet. He intended to seize this opportunity to assess the performance of the newly unlocked magical beast units in combat. Receiving a silent command, the shadowy leopard lurking in the forest shadows and the wind wolf concealed among the underbrush immediately assumed an aggressive stance. The body of the shadow leopard appeared to meld completely into the interplay of light and shadow, leaving only its golden eyes gleaming coldly in the darkness. The wind wolf crouched slightly, its muscles taut, as if currents of air flowed silently beneath its slate-gray fur. The 2 ogre patrolmen remained oblivious, their heavy footsteps and labored breathing masking the lurking menace. Just as they stepped into the heart of the ambush zone, whoosh, a black shadow shot forth like a piercing arrow from the shade of an ancient tree. With all its might, the shadow leopard's speed reached its zenith, pouncing upon one of the ogre's necks before it could react. Its sharp claws did not aim to tear through the thick hide, but instead, they struck with ruthless precision at the ogre's relatively vulnerable eye socket. A sickening squelch echoed, followed by a harrowing howl as the ogre dropped its spiked club, clutching its bleeding eye socket and staggering back in pain. Simultaneously, from the opposite thicket, the wind wolf transformed into a swift gust of blue wind. It chose not to engage directly, but instead utilized its superior agility to circle around the other ogre, startled by its companion's scream. The wind elements coalesced rapidly in its mouth. Whoosh, whoosh. Two crescent-shaped wind blades, accompanied by a piercing shriek, shot forth, striking the unprotected joint of the ogre's knee with deadly accuracy. A distinct crack resounded as the ogre's massive form lost balance, crashing to the ground. It roared in fury, attempting to swing its spiked club, but the shadow leopard had already returned like a specter, launching a fatal strike from the shadows, its claws deftly slicing into the kneeling ogre's throat. The battle commenced in a flash and concluded within mere seconds. The two formidable ogre patrolmen could scarcely muster an effective resistance before meeting their demise. The shadow leopard's stealthy assassination and the wind wolf's agile mid-range strikes complemented each other flawlessly, showcasing the exceptional combat prowess of second-tier magical beast troops. Well done. Handle it cleanly, Su Luan instructed Luke behind him. This former adventurer had now become a sergeant in the army, promptly leading his men to drag the ogre's corpses to a concealed location to avoid prematurely revealing the army's movements due to the scent of blood. Su Luan's gaze drifted into the depths of the wilderness. The new test for second-tier magical beast troops had proceeded smoothly. The next step was to locate and destroy the ogre camp, thereby eliminating this time bomb encroaching upon the new territory. The team continued to advance stealthily, and upon cresting a sparsely vegetated hill, the scene ahead caused Su Luan's pupils to constrict. A rudimentary camp built against the mountainside loomed starkly at the edge of his vision. We can't allow the poisonous sting wasps to get any closer, Su Luan thought helplessly. With such a sizable ogre tribe, it was nearly certain that a keen-sensed ogre shaman resided within. Should the elite poisonous sting wasps enter their alert range, they would undoubtedly be detected. As for the soundwave bats, they too had limitations. While they could detect the positions of living beings through sound waves, they could not accurately depict the scene. If I am to go to Emerald City next spring, I must acquire an alchemical telescope, Su Luan mused quietly. This world brims with extraordinary powers, and many alchemists often concoct innovative devices. For instance, after creating glass, they can imbue it with special magical effects such as eagle eye or dark vision, transforming the tube into an extraordinary item of black iron or even bronze quality. With prices skyrocketing hundreds of times compared to ordinary telescopes, these alchemical telescopes could play a significant role in reconnaissance. At that moment, Lily Na, standing nearby, seemed to sense her master's concern. She leaned closer to Su Luan's ear, her breath fragrant as she whispered, "Master, perhaps I can bestow upon you the eye of the demon." The eye of the demon? Su Luan turned to look at her. A mere little trick. Lily Na replied with an alluring smile. A flicker of magical light danced in her dark red eyes. It can temporarily enhance your visual perception significantly, allowing you to see through obstacles for a distance and discern distant details. However, the effect lasts only about a minute and will consume a considerable amount of my magical energy. That will suffice. Cast it, Su Luan agreed immediately. Lily Na began to softly chant a convoluted incantation in Abyssal, her fingertips swirling with a faint pink magical aura before gently touching Su Luan's forehead. A cool sensation instantly enveloped him, and Su Luan felt as though his vision had been abruptly magnified. The distant ogre camp became strikingly clear. In his eyes, the details of the camp perched on the mountainside were unveiled, numerous ragged goblins and half-orc slaves toiling under the crack of the ogre's whips, laboriously felling trees and shifting stones to construct a crude, yet seemingly sturdy, mixed wooden stone wall. Inside the camp, several rudimentary furnaces billowed black smoke, while exceptionally tall ogres clanged as they forged weapons. Although the craftsmanship was rough, the substantial materials hinted at the terrifying lethality of the finished products. Su Luan's expression grew slightly grave. The scale of the camp exceeded expectations. A preliminary estimate suggested that the number of adult ogres inside surpassed 100, potentially nearing 200. Coupled with a number of slaves likely several times that, this force was formidable. What alarmed him further was that the construction of this makeshift fortress was already well underway. Once completed, its advantageous position and robust structure would exponentially increase the difficulty of an assault. Most concerning was the presence of an ogre shaman, Su Luan contemplated. In such a sizable tribe, the existence of a formidable figure adept in both magic and martial prowess was nearly assured. They not only possessed the robust physique of elite ogre warriors, but also wielded bizarre quasi-magical abilities, displaying high intelligence and serving as the true command core of the tribe. Engaging them in battle could not be equated to dealing with the ordinary ogres who relied solely on brute force. A minute passed swiftly, and the effect of the eye of the demon waned. Su Luan withdrew his gaze, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This accursed ogre tribe was proving more challenging than anticipated. Yet, this battle was unavoidable. Anderson, Gawain, prepare for combat. His voice was low, yet imbued with unwavering conviction. We must eradicate this fortress along with the detestable ogres within before it is fully constructed. Chapter 35. The Cloak of the Shadow Dancer. Prelude. The cold wind swept across the withered yellow hillside, emitting a mournful wail. Su Luan's gaze pierced through the sparse trees, locking onto the raucous camp. Reflecting on the information gleaned through the eye of the demon, Su Luan stroked his chin, feeling compelled to draw closer for a better look. The information he had received was still vague, hindering effective combat deployment. You will remain here. Do not act without my signal. Su Luan commanded in a hushed tone to his subordinates beside him. My lord, it is too dangerous. Let us go instead. Sir Anderson immediately objected. Ogres possess keen senses and immense strength. Your lordship, you must not put yourself at risk. My lord, allow me to handle the reconnaissance. Gawain quickly added his counsel. Enough. You all stay back. I merely intend to scout ahead, not to engage in battle, Su Luan insisted firmly. His attributes had now reached the second-tier extraordinary level. He was no weakling. Moreover, he wore bronze-grade magical equipment, the Cloak of the Shadow Dancer, which allowed him to temporarily merge with shadowy environments, significantly reducing his presence and even evading low-tier detection spells, making it an invaluable tool for stealth and reconnaissance. This instilled in him a profound confidence that he would remain undetected, provided he did not stride brazenly into the ogre encampment. Truth be told, even if the ogres were to catch wind of his presence, Su Luan was well equipped with sonic bats and a swarm of venomous worker bees to shield himself, allowing for a composed retreat. In essence, Su Luan was willing to take a modicum of risk to ensure the extermination of this ogre tribe. Should they disperse and become marauders, it would spell disaster for the villages and caravans scattered across the territory. He could not expend his limited forces indefinitely on ceaseless patrols. Even with the aid of beastly soldiers, it would be an arduous task to cover all bases. In the words of Su Luan's former life, only by accomplishing the task in one fell swoop can one root out future troubles. Having made up his mind, Su Luan ceased further discussion. In a swift motion, he slipped into the shadows of the grass and jagged rocks, advancing rapidly towards the foot of the mountain. Utilizing the wondrous effects of the Ing Wu Zhido Pao, Shadow Dancer's cloak, he soon arrived at a depression approximately 200 meters from the perimeter of the encampment. Upon reaching this point, he slowed his pace. The ogres, evidently more adept than the dog-headed men and half-orcs, had cleared the surrounding wild grass and low shrubs, creating a wide-open isolation zone where any approaching creature would be easily exposed. He crouched low, his keen eyes meticulously scanning the encampment. The more he observed, the deeper his gravity of thought became. In comparison to the insights gleaned through Lelina's demonic eye, witnessing the ogre tribe firsthand revealed that their strength surpassed expectations. In the center of the camp, ordinary ogres stood nearly 3 meters tall, their muscles bulging as they wielded crude, yet heavy wolf-toothed clubs or massive axes, numbering over 70. More striking were the so-called ogre warriors, elite units that towered half a head taller than their kin, generally approaching 3.5 meters. Clad in rudimentary yet substantial iron plate armor, they wielded not mere clubs but enormous double-handed battle axes, their blades glinting ominously, stained with dark red grime. These formidable beings also bore 3 short-handled throwing spears and several hefty throwing axes at their waists. The estimated number of these elite ogre warriors was around 30. According to the classification of human extraordinary ranks, each possessed top-tier first-level strength, capable of posing a lethal threat to those human warriors who had just entered the second rank, thanks to their innate terrifying strength and defense. On the opposite side of the encampment, a large wooden beast pen housed a dozen massive creatures known as iron-armored porcupines. This first-level, low-tier magical beast, trained by the ogres, stood over 1.3 meters at the shoulder, its body enveloped in thick, iron-like layers of keratin, with protruding fangs resembling curved short swords. Most alarming were the sharp spines extending from their shoulder blades to their tails. When charging into battle, they resembled small, flesh-rending bulldozers, capable of easily tearing through the formations of lightly armored infantry. Su Luan patiently circled the perimeter of the encampment, observing for half a round. Once he grasped the enemy's distribution, defensive structures, and primary combat capabilities, he silently retreated to the earthen mound where his subordinates lay in ambush. My lord. Upon witnessing his safe return, everyone exhaled in relief. When shall we attack, my lord? Several young knights inquired, their fingers nervously caressing the cold hilts of their swords. their faces a blend of tension and excitement. Be patient, let everyone rest, eat, and hydrate to recover their strength, Su Luan calmly instructed, casting his gaze once more towards the distant encampment. We shall await the opportune moment for our attack. Despite the ogre tribe's formidable strength, Su Luan's heart brimmed with confidence. His greatest assurance stemmed from the absolute superiority of his high-tier combatants, Lalina, Anderson, and the venomous Mantis, each at the pinnacle of the second rank, capable of overwhelming the enemy's high-tier forces. Furthermore, Su Luan calculated that if the initial offensive bore fruit, each enemy slain could provide him with at least 300 to 500 points of energy, enabling him to summon 3 or 4 wind wolves in battle, thereby bolstering his strength. Lastly, the forces of Yu Ling were well prepared, while the ogre tribe remained oblivious to the impending slaughter. The soldiers silently chewed on their portable rations, the air thick with the foreboding of an imminent clash. Anderson commanded a group of soldiers to skillfully assemble 8 military heavy crossbows, lethal instruments he had brought from the barracks as he rushed to provide support. The bolts were as thick as a baby's arm, tipped with tri-pronged armor-piercing heads, specifically designed to counter heavily armored units or large targets. As the mechanisms clicked into place, the crossbows were set up one by one on the heights. The cold bolts pointed ominously down the mountain. As the final moments of respite elapsed, Su Luan slowly rose to his feet. He inhaled the frigid air deeply and declared in a low voice, "Let us depart." The army ceased its concealment, advancing down the slope. The clanking of metal armor and the synchronized sound of marching feet resonated crisply across the silent winter fields. Almost as soon as they entered the open terrain, a ragged half-orc slave stationed atop the lookout tower of the ogre camp sounded a sharp and piercing alarm. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. The roar, akin to distant thunder, drowned out all noise within the encampment. The source of the outcry was a robust ogre standing atop a raised platform in the center of the camp, towering half a head above other elite ogre warriors. Its body was adorned with eerie totems painted in a mixture of blood and mineral pigment, wielding a heavy wolf-toothed club embedded with a skull and swirling with dark red energy. "Seize your weapons. Fools, weak humans dare tread upon our hunting grounds." The ogre shaman brandished its skull-adorned club, its voice brimming with ferocity. "Drive out those slaves. Arm them. Anyone who dares to retreat shall be slain on the spot." After a pause, its blood-red eyes scanned the trembling half-orc and dog-headed slaves huddled together, its voice laced with cruel seduction. "Tell them, if they sever the head of an invader, I shall grant them freedom." The command fell like a stone cast into water, stirring waves of excitement. The ogres, both male and female, let out bloodthirsty howls, quickly donning their heavy, unsightly yet practical armor and grasping their weapons. The slaves, upon hearing the promise of freedom, momentarily shed their numbed despair, their eyes flickering with a mixture of fear and greed. They scrambled for the rusted swords and wooden spears thrown their way by the ogres, akin to livestock being driven onto the battlefield. Crack! A sharp crack of a whip rang out as a dog-headed man, paralyzed by fear and dropping his spear, was brutally lashed, collapsing with a wail. Nearby, a fully armored ogre warrior stepped forward without hesitation, swiftly severing the creature's head and impaling it on a sharpened wooden stake, silencing the other slaves. Meanwhile, several ogres forcefully broke open the wooden gates of the beast pen, using whips and clubs to drive the restless iron-armored porcupines out. These armored behemoths exhaled heavy clouds of steam, their fangs grinding together, issuing threatening sounds, with spines on their backs standing erect. The ogre shaman stood atop the platform, surveying the swiftly gathering tribe, striking the ground with its skull-adorned club, producing a dull thud. It let out a final battle cry, "Warriors of the tribe, some human dares to invade our homeland, coveting our hunting grounds. Tell me, what shall you do? Crush their bones, drink their blood, devour them whole." A chorus of 1 to 200 ogres simultaneously raised their weapons, responding with a roar that echoed like a tsunami. The slaves trembled in fear amidst the cacophony, while the ironclad porcupines restlessly scraped the ground with their hooves. The ogre shaman gazed with satisfaction at his stirred-up kin, the skull-tipped club aimed at the advancing human army on the mountainside, issuing the command to attack. For the tribe, crush them. Chapter 36, Summoning the Frenzied Demon. Boiling blood and rage, Suruin led his forces to a halt 400 meters from the foot of the mountain. In the silence, a chilling atmosphere of impending violence spread silently. He understood that the ogre's inherently aggressive nature would not retreat into defense, especially when they perceived an enemy force smaller than their own. As anticipated, the chaotic camp below erupted in activity. Under the shouts of the ogre shaman and the sharp crack of whips, an absurd army began to assemble and advance. At the forefront were ragged half-orcs and gnoll slaves. Their eyes glazed with fear and confusion, being driven forward like sheep to slaughter. Following closely were a dozen ironclad porcupines, prodded by the ogre's spears, their massive bodies exhaling nervously, tusks glinting ominously in the dim light. The entire formation was a disordered rabble, yet everyone understood the necessity of vigilance. Any lapse could allow these frenzied expendables to breach their defenses. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums thundered, overpowering all noise on the battlefield. A bare-chested ogre, muscles rippling like twisted roots, swung a pair of enormous, unknown beast bones, striking a drum covered in thick animal hides. The sound seemed to possess an uncanny magic, penetrating the air and reaching deep into the soul. Suruin frowned slightly, his keen mental acuity allowing him to detect a faint yet expansive wave of magical energy radiating from the drumbeat, enveloping the entire battlefield. Under the influence of this power, the ogre warriors' eyes reddened, their breaths grew labored. Even the frontline slave expendables appeared to be infused with a false courage, brandishing their rusty weapons and emitting unintelligible howls. "My lord, this is a crude form of mental sorcery known as battle drum frenzy," Loren said lightly as she stepped beside Suruin, a flicker of disdain in her dark red eyes. While it could temporarily awaken the ferocity and fearlessness within creatures, its effect on those with stronger wills or higher ranks was minimal. As a demon adept at manipulating souls, she was all too familiar with such blatant mental interference. Humans. At that moment, atop a crude wooden platform, the ogre shaman Rezes raised his skull-embedded club, unleashing a deafening roar filled with savagery and arrogance. "This is the territory of our battle-axe tribe. You weak humans dare to invade the domain of the dragon slayer Rezes? I shall grind your bones to dust and draw your souls, imprisoning them in eternal darkness until the world's end." Dragon slayer? Suruin scoffed at the title, doubting whether he had ever so much as touched a dragon scale. He stepped forward, the venomous mantis silently guarding his rear. "Ogre, I care not whether you are a dragon slayer or a mere pest. You dare to extend your claws into my territory, prepare to be uprooted and utterly annihilated." His formidable mental presence washed over the battlefield like a torrent of icy water, instantly dispelling the frenzied effects of the war drums. The slaves at the front momentarily froze, the bloodlust in their eyes fading swiftly, leading to a flicker of disorder at the front lines. "Ah, humans, you have angered Rezes," the ogre shaman bellowed in fury, the energy flowing from his club intensifying. "I shall personally crush your skull and fashion your cranium into my most exquisite goblet." The drumbeats quickened in response to his rage. The ogres lashed their whips with renewed ferocity, driving the slaves forward once more. Motivated by fear and false bravery, the expendables let out a final wail, surging forward like a torrent unleashed, charging towards the army of the Dark Moon territory. The ironclad porcupines, too, were incited to fury, thundering with heavy hooves as they accelerated, a force akin to runaway war chariots, brutally trampling the obstructing slaves and leaving behind a gruesome trail of carnage. "Loren," Suruin called calmly, intentionally allowing this newly joined succubus to warm up, knowing her mastery over soul manipulation rendered her unperturbed by losses. Clad in a delicate gown, Loren smiled enchanting as she stepped forward. "In my name, servant of the abyss, heed my call." She extended her slender fingers, tracing a dark red, sinister rune in the air. In the next moment, the air in the center of the battlefield seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand. An unstable dark red portal suddenly opened, exuding a dense sulfuric stench and chaotic will of the abyss. The first to emerge from the portal was a towering figure exceeding 3 meters in height, its muscles bulging like granite. Its skin was dark red, covered in rough, leathery scales, and it bore a pair of twisted horns, wielding a massive double-bladed axe engulfed in green hellfire. A second-tier demon known for its fury and strength, the Berserker demon. Following closely were 4 sinuous figures, the serpent demons. They possessed humanoid upper bodies covered in dark purple scales, their faces alluring yet fearsome, with robust serpent tails below. Each wielded 2 curved blades forged from abyssal iron, their cold gazes sweeping across the battlefield. As top-tier first-level demons, they were renowned for their agility and dual-wielding prowess, each evolution granting them an additional pair of arms. Legend has it that within the abyss, some demon lords would have 8-armed serpent demons as their demon commanders, formidable beings of 4th-tier strength. The moment the Berserker demon stepped into the material plane, its simple mind was consumed by an insatiable thirst for slaughter. With a deafening roar, it required no further instruction from Loren. its crimson eyes locked onto the approaching tide of slaves. It charged forward like a tank, its burning axe cleaving through foes, limbs and entrails splattering in its wake. Even more nauseating was the powerful stench of demonic miasma that naturally emanated from the berserker demon, a blend of toxins and psychic pollution. Non-demonic creatures nearby felt dizzy and nauseous, their combat efficacy drastically reduced, before being effortlessly crushed and cleaved apart. Meanwhile, the four serpent demons danced across the battlefield like harbingers of death, utilizing their serpentine tails to navigate swiftly, their curved blades weaving a deadly net of steel. The flimsy weapons and weak defenses of the gnolls and half-orcs crumbled before them, often sliced into segments with a single strike. In mere moments, the emergence of the demons thoroughly disrupted the enemy's formation. The berserker demon rampaged through the orc slave ranks, toppling an ironclad porcupine with its colossal axe. The momentum of the expendable army faltered, plunging into chaos. Some slaves who managed to evade the demon's blockade, having rushed close to the Dark Moon Territory's line, were met by the already restless pack of fear wolves. Led by over a dozen elite fear wolves, gray figures pounced like lightning, claws and fangs tearing the enemy's resistance to shreds. However, the few armored porcupines that were not intercepted by the demons, relying on their tough hides and sheer brute force, had already charged within 100 meters of the military formation. They lowered their heads, directing their most threatening tusks and forward momentum towards the soldiers who stood ready. Crossbows, aim at those armored beasts. Fire. Knight Anderson roared as he seized the moment to issue the command. Boom, boom, boom. The intelligence gathered by Loren proved invaluable. The resounding noise of the crossbow arms snapping back echoed, and 8 heavy bolts, resembling small spears, transformed into indistinct shadows as they swiftly crossed the 100 meters, accompanied by a piercing whistle, and plunged ferociously into the bodies of the armored porcupines. With a splatter, a howl, the bolts, infused with terrifying kinetic energy, effortlessly tore through their supposedly solid carapace, deeply penetrating their innards. In fact, 5 of the largest armored porcupines were directly lifted off the ground, firmly pinned to the cold earth. Dark red beast blood erupted like a fountain, rapidly staining the snow beneath them crimson and melting it away. These once menacing giants could only emit a few dying cries before falling silent. However, the reloading of the crossbows required time, and the remaining 3 armored porcupines, taking advantage of the openings created by their fallen companions, charged even closer. In the Dark Moon Territory, no one was in a state of panic. Loren's mind stirred. The Shadow Leopard and Wind Wolf sprang forth, one to the left and one to the right. Chapter 37. The dazzling battlefield. A dark shadow darted like a specter from the flank of the military formation. The Shadow Leopard leaped from the shadows, instantaneously appearing behind one armored porcupine, its claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, precisely and viciously targeting the porcupine's relatively weak eye socket and the junction of its neck. With a splatter, blood sprayed forth, and the porcupine let out a mournful cry. Its charge halted, crashing to the ground. Almost simultaneously, a flash of blue light appeared on the other side. The Wind Wolf, riding the swift winds, unleashed a crescent-shaped wind blade, its edges razor-sharp, that whirled and flew out. With a crisp snap, a leg bone shattered, and the massive inertia sent the porcupine tumbling away, no longer a threat. The last one was beset by several fearsome wolves, who fearlessly leaped upon it, biting its legs to restrict its movement, and soon it perished under the relentless assault. With the expendable forces depleted, the armored porcupines were completely annihilated. The ogre sorcerer, Rhesus, atop the high platform, witnessed this scene and let out a roar of unparalleled fury. Enough, cowardly humans, relying solely on these filthy tricks. Warriors of the battle-axe tribe, showcase your true strength. He raised high his skeletal wolf-tooth club, and a surge of magical energy, far more potent and condensed than before, erupted. Dark red light spread outward like a tide, rapidly enveloping all the ogre warriors. Bloodthirsty frenzy. Accompanied by his hoarse roar, the ogres enveloped in red light visibly swelled. Their muscles bulged, veins protruded like dragon ridges beneath their skin, their eyes turned entirely crimson, saliva dripping from their mouths, radiating the most primal and pure desire for destruction. The thundering war drums seemed to resonate with this violent power, their rhythm becoming unprecedentedly fervent and frenzied. Roar. Nearly 100 ogres, engulfed in bloodlust, simultaneously roared. They disregarded the chaotic battlefield ahead, marching heavily, trampling over the bodies of their fallen comrades and slaves, charging towards the military formation of the Dark Moon Territory. Steady. Fire. With Gawain's furious shout, the 8 reloaded heavy crossbows unleashed a deathly roar once more. The bolts transformed into streaks of black lightning, slicing through the air with a shrill scream, targeting the oncoming torrent of ogres. However, the ogres were ultimately not like the armored porcupines that charged solely on instinct. Of the 8 lethal bolts, only 2 found their mark. With a splatter, one bolt accurately pierced the heavy breastplate of an ogre warrior, the tremendous force sending it tumbling backward, pinned to the frozen ground. Another fortunate bolt struck a common ogre warrior's thigh, bringing it down with a shriek, rendering it incapable of combat. The remaining ogres emitted even more frenzied roars. Seizing the moment while the crossbows underwent their cumbersome reloading process, they advanced with heavy steps, closing the distance rapidly. The foremost ogres, especially the elite warriors, drew short yet exceptionally heavy iron javelins from their backs, their bodies leaning back, bulging muscles and veins straining as they assumed a standard throwing stance. In the next moment, dozens of javelins, imbued with terrifying power, were about to transform into a metallic storm, blanketing the lines of the Dark Moon territory. At this moment, the venomous mantis, which had remained statue-like behind Loren, finally moved. It did not soar high into the air, but instead abruptly opened its pairs of wings shimmering with ghostly light, vibrating violently at an extraordinary frequency. A sharp, soul-piercing shriek erupted, not transmitted through the air, but directly affecting the very essence of the soul. High-frequency wingbeat. Invisible psychic shockwaves radiated outward in a fan shape from the venomous mantis, like a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake, swiftly expanding towards the front. The ogre army, poised to throw their javelins, seemed collectively struck by an unseen hammer to their heads, their movements freezing instantly, expressions contorted in pain. The intense agony in their brains caused their muscles to falter, and the javelins that were once ready to be hurled fell limply, some even slipping from their grasp. Only a few of the most resilient ogre warriors, or those positioned further back, managed to endure the discomfort on a spiritual level, barely throwing their javelins. But their power and accuracy were significantly diminished. Ice wall. Rise. Knight Anderson bellowed. The surging power of the ice rock tiger's spirit erupted from within him, flooding into the ground ahead. With a rumble, a crystalline ice wall, several feet thick and over 5 meters tall, shot up from the earth, standing like a massive shield before the formation. Bang, bang, bang. Sparse iron javelins followed, crashing violently against the ice wall. Ice shards flew, cracks spread, and after absorbing the majority of the impact, the entire ice wall ultimately collapsed with a roar, scattering into a multitude of ice fragments. Nevertheless, this deadly first wave of javelin fire was successfully neutralized. Anderson's offensive did not cease. Kneeling on one knee, his right fist, covered in crystalline armor, slammed heavily into the ground. Ice spikes. The power of cold ice surged forth as if it were a living serpent, instantly burrowing into the frozen soil. Racing along the surface, beneath the charging ogres, the once solid and cold ground erupted with countless sharp ice spikes, exuding a chilling aura. The foremost ogre warriors had no time to react, their heavy feet crashing down upon the spikes, accompanied by the sickening sound of piercing flesh and the crack of bones. They were instantly impaled. Their anguished screams echoed across the battlefield, momentarily halting their charge. Damnable humans. Taste Rhesus's wrath. Venomous inferno. The ogre sorcerer Rhesus, witnessing the heavy losses of his warriors, was consumed by fury. He abandoned the group spell he was casting and turned his focus towards Loren, who remained steadfast in the center of the formation. He swung his skeletal wolf-tooth club, and a dense green malevolent fire coalesced before him, swiftly forming a football-sized green fireball that rolled and emitted a pungent sulfuric and decayed odor. As soon as the fireball materialized, it trailed a long green tail, shooting towards Loren like a falling star. "Do you think you can harm my master before me?" Lelina giggled, her delicate fingers swiftly sketching in shadowy rune. Abyssal shield. An oval shield, composed of pure succubus energy and shimmering with a purple aura, instantaneously manifested before Loren. The viridescent, venomous fireball collided violently with the shadowy shield, producing no deafening explosion, only the heart-stopping sound of energy eroding. The malevolent green flames clashed fiercely with the purplish shadows, annihilating each other, causing the shield to oscillate violently, its brilliance rapidly fading. Ultimately, both forces dissipated into nothingness with a faint sigh of energy. On the other side, with Anderson's continuous magical output lost, the ice spikes on the ground began to melt rapidly and crumble. The remaining ogres broke free from their restraints, becoming increasingly frenzied. They charged forward while hurling their remaining javelins madly at the human line. Simultaneously, a dozen elite ogre warriors, initially flanking to restrain the wind wolves and shadow leopards, broke through the defenses, their blood-red eyes fixated on Loren. Though these elite ogres possessed limited intelligence, their primal instincts made it clear to them that if they eliminated this human leader, victory would be theirs. Scores of iron spears whistled towards Loren from various angles, nearly sealing off all avenues for evasion. However, Loren stood firm, his form as steady as a mountain, not even attempting to dodge. At the moment the iron spears were about to strike, the seemingly unremarkable, glinting iron ring on his fingers suddenly radiated with light. A microshield. A gentle yet resilient barrier of energy expanded instantaneously around him. The sound of impacts rang out like rain upon banana leaves as the iron spears struck the shield, sending ripples cascading outward, yet ultimately failing to breach the defense of this black iron-grade magical artifact, falling powerless to the ground. After 3 rounds of futile javelin throws, the ogre's fury reached a peak, particularly among those elite warriors who had broken through the line. They let out earth-shattering roars, brandishing their battle axes like a rampaging war machine, charging towards Loren. For our lord. For the Dark Moon territory. Kill. As the enemy drew near, the warriors of the Dark Moon territory, led by Gao 1 and Lu Ku, unleashed a desperate battle cry. The aura of courage. A silvery radiance of battle energy enveloped Gao 1, igniting the spirits of the surrounding soldiers, their morale burning fiercely. Frost slash. Meanwhile, Anderson, who had just resolved the immediate crisis, turned without hesitation, swinging his long spear. Forged from ice, in a sweeping arc, 3 icy blades formed instantly, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness, fanning out before him. With a series of muffled thuds, the ice blades carved through flesh and bone. The 5 most ferocious ogres, unable to even utter a scream, were reduced to mere rigid fragments. After clearing the obstacles in their path, the ice blades continued to soar for over 10 meters before exhausting their energy, shattering into a flurry of ice crystals. Kill. Inspired by this display, the warriors of the Dark Moon territory unleashed astonishing combat prowess. These elite fighters were not only equipped with superior armor and weaponry, but they had also consumed the flesh of the ice rock tiger, enhancing their physical capabilities, making them formidable in battle. Coordinated in groups of 3, they could often withstand the onslaught of a raging ogre. Boom. Night Gowan seized an opportunity when an ogre swung its axe, thrusting his spear, charged with silvery battle energy, precisely into its eye socket. The energy erupted, and the ogre's head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Water-severing sword technique. Lu Ku moved like the wind, his sword tracing intricate paths as the sword energy surged, effortlessly deflecting an ogre warrior's spiked mace. The sword's edge gliding across the thick neck of the creature, sending forth a shower of blood. As for the ogres attempting to directly assault Loren, they could not even get close. The venomous mantis acted as the most loyal barrier of death, its sickle-like forelimbs transforming into 2 black whirlwinds of destruction. Any ogre that intruded into its range was swiftly dismembered or injected with neurotoxin, convulsing as it fell. The battle was unfolding in a manner entirely contrary to what the ogre sorcerer Laces had envisioned. The ogre army, which he had high hopes for, was not sweeping through the humans with ease. Rather, they were suffering heavy casualties and making slow progress against the humans' staunch resistance and continuous extraordinary tactics. Useless. They are all useless. Laces himself must intervene. Roaring in frustration, Laces seized a massive spiked club, larger than ordinary ogre weapons, adorned with a menacing skull and entwined with dark red energy, charging down from the high platform towards Loren like a maddened bull. In the course of his charge, he showcased the truly terrifying aspects of an ogre sorcerer. Within mere moments, a series of magical auras flickered around his immense frame. Gale acceleration, his steps became light and swift, doubling his speed. Giant strength, his already sinewy muscles bulged further, veins rising like worms. Rock skin, his skin glistened with a gray-black sheen, as if covered by a layer of hard rock. Explosive fireball. A searing fireball coalesced in his left hand, thrown casually, obliterating a serpentine demon that obstructed his path. Empowered by multiple spells, Laces now emanated an overwhelming aura, transforming into a veritable war machine as he rampaged onto the battlefield, swinging his club enhanced by the spell of colossal strength with a terrifying wail. An elite fear wolf attempted to block him, but was pulverized by a single blow. A second-tier wind wolf lunged from the side, only to be sent flying by a powerful counterstrike, its bones shattering midair. Loren's gaze sharpened as he focused, the system panel rapidly relaying Laces' information. Ogre Sorcerer Laces, level Second tier advanced, temporarily boosted to second tier peak. Status: Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Gale Acceleration, Giant Strength. Rockskin title: Dragon Slayer, Theft. Skills: Battle Drum Frenzy. Aura inspires the combat desire of allies within the area, enhancing strength and attack. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Aura greatly boosts ally strength and induces pain insensitivity, but causes a loss of some rationality. Venomous Flame Explosion. Summons a corrosive and persistently burning green, evil fireball. Explosive Fireball. Enhanced fireball spell. Acceleration. Giant Strength. Rock Skin. Basic enhancement spells that can be cast on oneself or allies. Advancement. Dragon Blood. Unknown. Background. Originally from the eastern wastelands of the Zephan Kingdom, a super-large ogre tribe with over 6,000 members, the Shattered Skull Clan. Defected after stealing a flame dragon's heart and a portion of dragon blood from their tribe's spoils. Damn it. Upon reading the final introduction, an ominous premonition settled in Su Luin's heart. How could a mere ogre be connected to dragon blood? Yet there was no time for contemplation. Faced with this fully unleashed behemoth, comparable to a second-tier elite, Su Luin knew he could no longer allow him to wreak havoc. Apart from the similarly leveled Anderson, Loren, and the venomous Mantis, no one on the field could withstand his might. Without needing Su Luin's command, the venomous Mantis surged forward like a streak of black lightning. It utilized its extraordinary speed and agility, circling around Laces while targeting the gaps in his rock skin, its scythe-like limbs striking with precision, producing a series of sparks as they scraped against the tough surface. Laces roared in fury, swinging his club in a relentless flurry, yet found it difficult to inflict any real harm on the venomous Mantis. Ice Rock Spike. Anderson thrust his spear into the ground, causing several sharp ice pillars to erupt beneath Laces, forcing him to dodge clumsily. Anderson did not pause, moving with his spear as a blur of icy blue. Joining the fray, his frost spear, like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, pierced toward Laces' vital points, carrying an aura of freezing cold. Dealing with a swift and venomous Mantis had already left Leicester in a precarious position. Now, with the addition of a human knight whose strength was equally formidable, his burden intensified, plunging him into a state of defensiveness. Explosive Flames. Leicester attempted to cast a spell to turn the tide, with a multitude of fire elements gathering frantically around him, forming a blazing fireball, twice the size of the previous one, in a matter of moments. However, observing elegantly from the sidelines, Loren curled her lips into a mocking smile. With a delicate gesture of her slender fingers directed at Leicester, she unleashed spell trickery. A surge of chaotic and treacherous magic from the abyss instantaneously disrupted the elemental balance surrounding Leicester. He grinned wickedly, poised to hurl the assembled fireball at Anderson, when he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. The fire element, once as obedient as an extension of his own body, transformed into the slipperiest of eels, slipping from his grasp and scattering wildly. The fireball, potent and explosive, dissipated silently before his very eyes into the most basic particles of fire element, vanishing without a trace. What? Leicester stood dumbfounded, disbelief etched across his face. In that moment of distraction, Anderson seized the opportunity. The icy spear, akin to the fangs of a frost dragon, swept through with lethal intent. Clang! The spear, coated in solid ice, crashed against Leicester's massive spiked mace. The blow, imbued with the immense strength of the ice rock tiger and frigid martial energy, shattered a significant portion of the mace, transmitting a terrifying force that left Leicester's arms aching and numb, causing his massive frame to stagger backward, each step leaving deep imprints in the frozen ground. Clang! 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 Anderson, relentless in his assault, pressed his advantage like a tempest. The venomous Mantis lurked like a reaper in the shadows, each flicker leaving profound gashes upon Leicester's rocky hide, the dark green neurotoxin incessantly seeking to infiltrate. Leicester could only clumsily wield the battered mace in a desperate attempt to defend himself under the relentless onslaught of the knight and the beast. He gradually found himself reduced to mere defense, lacking any means to retaliate. Had it not been for the multitude of enhancement spells he had previously cast upon himself, providing formidable protection, he would have surely succumbed by now. Even so, defeat was merely a matter of time. No, Leicester would not perish here. You have forced my hand. Sensing the shadow of death, Leicester let out a desperate and frenzied roar. In the brief respite from Anderson's heavy thrust, he performed a dreadfully shocking act. The ogre sorcerer extended his claw-like fingers and, without hesitation, viciously stabbed toward his own left chest, targeting his heart. Splurt. Blood splattered. Yet, The liquid that flowed forth was not the typical dark red of ogre blood, but a blinding golden crimson. An ancient, majestic, and brutal energy erupted from his heart like a dormant volcano. Dragon's blood ignition. In an instant, Lysistan's eyes transformed into a pure golden crimson glow, as if molten lava coursed within. His muscles swelled further, his frame seemingly expanding, while the rocky skin on his exterior cracked and peeled away, revealing flesh as red as a searing iron. Veins bulged and twisted like writhing worms, emanating a terrifying heat and pressure. The blood-red fury surrounding him was replaced by a more advanced and pure dragon might. Chapter 39. Dragon Might, the Art of Self-Detonation. The ogre Lysistan, self-proclaimed dragon slayer, was not entirely delusional. He hailed from the eastern wilderness of the Zephyr Kingdom, home to a massive ogre tribe known as the Skullcrusher clan, numbering over 6,000. Years ago, the clan's chieftain led a group of 4th and 5th tier ogre warriors to hunt a weakened fire dragon. Driven by greed, Lysistan stole the precious heart of the dragon, fled the tribe, and eventually gathered wandering ogres to arrive at the borders of the Dark Moon territory. He spent a considerable amount of time and effort to extract a drop of essence blood from the dragon's heart using a forbidden sorcery, sealing it deep within his own heart. This had been his trump card, now ignited prematurely in the face of life and death. In the updated system vision of Su Luan, Lysistan's panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Dragon Blood Berserk Ogre Sorcerer Lysistan, level, 3rd tier beginner, pseudo, status, Dragon Blood Ignition. Power Overload, Flame Affinity, Dragon Might, pseudo, skills, Enhanced Dragon Roar. Spell-like emits a roar imbued with Dragon Might, intimidating enemies and interrupting spellcasting. Dragon Flame Aura, erupts a circular flame shockwave centered on oneself, incinerating all enemies. Dragon Blood Boiling, greatly enhances physical attack power and fire resistance, with attacks inflicting additional fire damage. Continues to burn life force, resulting in extreme weakness or immediate death afterward. Roar. Lysistan, ablaze with dragon blood, unleashed a roar reminiscent of a dragon's fury. An invisible dragon might spread outward, causing heart palpitations among the surrounding soldiers and ogres engaged in battle. The spiked mace in his hand seemed infused with molten lava, glowing red as it swung toward the pursuing Anderson. This strike, in terms of speed, strength, and ferocity, was incomparable to before. The dragon blood surged and burned within Lysistan's veins, granting him a frenzied power that exceeded his own limits. Each swing of the mace was accompanied by a scorching wave and a hint of dragon might, temporarily reversing his previous disadvantage, allowing him to engage Anderson and the venomous Mantis in a fierce exchange. The pressure emanating from the dragon, though thin, severely disrupted Lelina's specialty in mental enchantment and spell-like abilities, causing her brow to furrow. Bang! The mace, ablaze with dark red flames, clashed violently once more with Anderson's icy spear, sending shards of ice and sparks flying. Both combatants retreating a step. Lysistan steadied himself, panting heavily, his golden crimson pupils fixed intently upon Su Luan, filled with profound malice. "I will kill you. I will use your souls and flesh to repay the price I have paid," he rasped, his muscles bulging grotesquely. The veins beneath his skin twisted as if they could burst at any moment. Igniting this precious dragon blood was far more perilous for someone of his mediocre talent than he had anticipated. This was originally his ultimate trump card against the pursuing forces of his tribe, now squandered on these accursed humans, driving him to the brink of madness. "Enough with the idle chatter. It seems you are at your limit." Su Luan observed the subtle changes in Lysistan's condition, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Hand over the dragon heart you have hidden, and I may consider granting you a swift end, allowing you to die like a warrior rather than a frenzied beast. Greedy insect, you presume to covet the treasure of the dragon. Your head will become my new trophy, hung at my doorstep." Lysistan, utterly enraged, roared as he charged again, attempting to bypass the interception and make a beeline for Su Luan. Anderson and the venomous Mantis resolutely blocked his path once more. Meanwhile, though Lelina's mental control spells were hindered, her movements did not waver. With another flourish of her delicate hand, a dark red summoning circle materialized, and yet another berserk demon roared as it entered the battlefield, recklessly charging toward Lysistan, using its body to create openings for Anderson and the Mantis to attack. Concurrently, the main battlefield's carnage was nearing its conclusion. Amidst the sonic disturbances of the sonic bats, the ghostly precision strikes of the shadow leopards, the cold and efficient cooperation of nearly 20 elite terror wolves and venomous sting bees, and the ironclad defense formed by the soldiers of the Dark Moon territory, The remaining ogre warriors fell like harvested wheat. Kill a common ogre. Gain 12 points of basic energy. Kill an elite ogre warrior. Gain 25 points of basic energy. Kill. The system's notification echoed continuously in Su Luan's mind. He cast a glance at the energy reserves and was astonished to discover that, after this fierce battle, the accumulated energy points had surpassed 650. In an instant, Su Luan made a decisive choice. Without hesitation, he expended 300 energy points to summon the system's array of spells. In the next moment, 3 rippling distortions of air materialized above the battlefield, accompanied by a piercing high-frequency sound wave. As 3 newly born sonic bats broke free from the void and joined the fray. This second-tier unit, while initially appearing less impressive than the Wind Wolf and Shadow Leopard, had yet to unleash its hidden and most decisive technique, self-detonation. Boom. The Heavy Wolf Fawn Club once again forced Anderson to retreat, while the rocky skin of Laces had already crumbled under the relentless assault of ice spears. Yet, bolstered by the brute strength granted by dragon blood and the numbing sensation of pain, he disregarded his injuries and retaliated with a spinning axe strike, compelling Anderson to block and step back once more. The venomous Mantis and the Berserker took advantage of the moment to flank him, restraining his movements. Lelina, bind him with your demons. Su Luan seized the opportunity and issued a sudden command. Lelina understood immediately and conveyed the final order to the Berserker through their soul link. The simple-minded Berserker abandoned all offensive actions, spreading its robust arms like the strongest iron bands, firmly embracing Laces. Simultaneously, under Su Luan's mental guidance, the venomous Mantis and Anderson tactfully withdrew to create distance. Just as Laces attempted to break free from this annoying restraint, suddenly, boom, an elite-grade venomous worker bee collided with his forehead at an astonishing speed, detonating with a thunderous blast. The paralyzing venom and shock rendered him momentarily dizzy. This was merely the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. Following swiftly, the second and third elite venomous worker bees, under Su Luan's precise remote control, transformed into streaks of lethal light, consecutively crashing into Lace's massive form, leading to successive explosions. Roar! The relentless wave of suicide assaults thoroughly enraged Laces, who unleashed a deafening roar infused with draconic might. Dragon Flame Aura. The searing dragon flames erupted around him like a volcanic explosion, spreading outward. The Berserker, clinging fiercely to him, was instantly reduced to cinders, while the remaining venomous worker bees surrounding him turned to ash in the intense heat. The dragon flames enveloped him, as if draping him in a fiery armor, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. However, just as his old strength waned and new power had yet to arise, boom, a sound far more profound and penetrating than any previous explosion erupted. A sonic bat struck Lace's chest like a falling star, then detonated fiercely. The flames surrounding Laces flickered uncertainly. He staggered back 2 steps uncontrollably, disbelief dawning on his face for the first time. Yet, this was not the end. Boom, boom, boom. The other 3 newly summoned sonic bats, disregarding their own existence, accurately targeted the exposed and bleeding heart of Laces, continuously crashing into it and detonating. The successive magical explosions targeting his weak point finally tore apart his waning defenses. The backlash from his dragon blood ignited like a delayed tide, surging forth. The golden red glow on his surface dimmed rapidly. His skin began to crack, oozing boiling blood. His massive body swayed, and the golden red light in his eyes flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish. In that moment of despair and rigidity, from the shadows, the venomous Mantis materialized behind Lace's head, its scythe-like forelimbs shimmering with deadly luminescence, slicing through with the ease of a hot knife through butter. Lace's every movement abruptly ceased. The heavy giant wolf fawn club slipped from his feeble grasp, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. His colossal body swayed, and the golden red pupils faded entirely, ultimately collapsing with a mix of unwillingness and disbelief, raising a cloud of dust. Kill the dragon blood berserk ogre sorcerer Laces. Gain 1,200 points of basic energy. The system's notification echoed in Su Luan's mind. Chapter 40. Harvest, the ogre's treasure. As the system's prompt resonated, the infinitely ambitious ogre sorcerer Laces met his ultimate demise. However, aside from the 1,200 energy points, the system offered no further rewards. Initially, Su Luan had hoped for items akin to the fusion egg obtained from slaying the Ice Rock Tiger. It appeared that not only did the enemy's level need to match the highest tier of Su Luan's current monster units, but the enemy's race also had to be a monster. At that moment, fine raindrops began to fall from the sky, Su Luan expended some energy points to summon 10 elite-grade carrion beetles. These elite units processed corpses with greater efficiency and extracted 2 additional energy points from each body compared to ordinary units. Naturally, Su Luan commanded the carrion beetles to leave a portion of the elite ogre corpses intact. He planned to announce his achievements to the citizens in the plaza of a new city. The new territory no longer needed to remain excessively low-key. Showcasing strength appropriately could attract more refugees, adventurers, and mercenaries to pledge their allegiance. The losses incurred during this war were surprisingly minimal. Su Luan checked the 8 crossbow carts and was fortunate to find that they remained largely undamaged, with only 2 requiring minor repairs. The soldiers suffered 20 minor injuries, 5 serious injuries, and 1 fatality. This was largely due to the excellent quality of their armor and gear, proving the Nightingale Merchant Guild's equipment was indeed reliable, at least demonstrating its reputation on this battlefield. Of course, the soldiers' minimal casualties were also attributable to Su Luan's monster units, which fearlessly charged to the front lines. In this battle, Su Luan lost 1 wind wolf, 4 sonic bats, 12 ordinary wolf beasts, 10 elite wolf beasts, 5 elite venomous worker bees, and 8 ordinary venomous worker bees. This marked the first time his monster units experienced such significant losses. Yet, the outcome was worthwhile. The energy point gains alone were sufficient for Su Luan to summon double the number of lost monsters. In terms of other spoils, aside from the completely slain ogres, over 200 half-orc goblin slaves remained alive. Su Luan promptly arranged for Gawain and Luke to assign them to 3 underground mines, laboring tirelessly. Beyond the captives, the spoils of war included various armors and wolf fawn clubs from the ogres, weighing heavily. Su Luan intended to take these back for reforging. Over 100 ogres contributed more than 18 to 19 tons of equipment, and since these were iron rather than ore, it saved considerable time. After clearing the battlefield, Su Luan did not depart immediately, but continued onward with his men toward the ogre stronghold. The ogre sorcerer Laces was no ordinary individual. Having escaped from a massive tribe thousands of kilometers away, he surely possessed valuable treasures. Not to mention, Su Luan had seen the mention of a dragon's heart in the records. Such a treasure could not be overlooked. In the Eternal Continent, dragons resided at the pinnacle of the biological chain. They were ancient, powerful, wise, and possessed the innate ability to manipulate elements and soar through the skies, enjoying prolonged lifespans. Any items related to dragons, scales, blood, bones, were core materials for forging top-tier magical equipment, concocting legendary potions, and constructing powerful arrays. A complete dragon heart, potentially still holding remnants of life, would drive all the frontier lords into a frenzy. Filled with anticipation, Su Luan led a portion of his subordinates into the ogre camp. The camp was permeated with an atmosphere of savagery and chaos, and the crude log structures lacked any semblance of aesthetic appeal. With a clear objective in mind, Su Luan strode purposefully toward the central stone edifice, the tallest of its kind, constructed from massive stones. It was evident that this must be the dwelling of Lei Sa-Si. Upon entering, he noticed several rough wooden racks haphazardly displaying numerous bottles containing bizarrely colored liquids. Su Luan casually picked up a few, and the system's appraisal revealed that most were of whiteboard quality, strength potions, rage elixirs, or incomplete weakening toxins. While these might be considered valuable to ordinary adventurers, they held little worth for him. He waved his hand, sweeping all the bottles into the storage space of his dimensional ring. Even the legs of a mosquito are meat. However, it was clear that this was not the true treasure of Lei Sa-Si. A wizard who had betrayed the tribe and stolen its treasures could not possibly possess such meager belongings. Lily Na, examine this place, Su Luan instructed. A flicker of eerie light passed through the dark red irises of the succubus. She extended her delicate fingers, casting a detection spell, and an invisible demonic sensing force swept through every corner of the stone dwelling like ripples on water. Soon, she halted before what appeared to be a solid stone wall. Master, there is a faint energy barrier here. Behind it is empty. Break it down. Anderson stepped forward, his fist encased in ice crystals, crashing down upon the wall. The stone shattered with a resounding crack, revealing a dark and profound cave entrance that descended below. An indescribable stench, a foul mix of aged blood and decaying corpses, surged forth. Lily Na furrowed her brows slightly and raised her hand, casting a light spell. Upon entering, they could see rotting skeletal remains scattered along the sides of the passage, some humanoid and others belonging to various magical beasts. The walls were smeared with dried, dark blood and adorned with twisted, primitive ogre totems painted in blood. Upon reaching the end of the passage, a sudden glimmer of golden light caught their attention. Wow, Master! Look, so many shiny things. Lily Na's eyes transformed into sparkling stars. Su Luan tapped her smooth forehead with his fingers. Calm down, stay alert. Illuminated by the light spell, a small mountain made entirely of haphazardly piled gold and silver jewels came into view. At the pinnacle lay various crudely crafted golden cups, silver platters, and gemstone-studded jewelry, while below, an abundance of gold coins was piled like gravel. These coins originated from different realms, their designs variegated, creating a dizzying sea of shimmering light. Beside it was a larger cave, hewn by human hands, filled with assorted goods. Exquisite silks from the eastern sea lay carelessly strewn across the ground, some infested by worms or stained with blood. There were also several oil paintings framed, which, though incomprehensible in artistic value to the ogres, did not prevent them from seizing them as spoils. This wealth represented a portion of what Lei Sa-Si had pilfered during his defection from the original tribe, while much more was accumulated from the plundering he had conducted alongside his subordinates over the years. The ogres themselves had limited consumption channels, leading them to discard many valuable items that were either difficult to sell or of little interest into this treasure trove. Su Luan roughly estimated that the gold and silver currency and jewels before him alone had a total value of at least 4,000 gold coins. This did not even account for the silks, furs, and artworks that required liquidation. It was undeniably an astonishing sum of liquid wealth. "My lord, come look over here." Anderson's voice called from a small compartment deep within the treasury, carrying a note of seriousness. Su Luan hurried toward the sound. Upon entering the compartment, a more intense and sinister stench of decay assaulted his senses, mingled with potent herbal and sulfuric odors. The sight before him caused his pupils to constrict. Along the wall, dozens of variously sized transparent containers were arranged, each immersed in a dark green, viscous liquid containing an array of hearts. Chapter 41. Heart of the Flame Giant Dragon, Baptism. Some of these hearts were enormous, exceeding half a meter in diameter, their surfaces covered in scales or thick skin, evidently from powerful magical beasts. Others were similar in size to human hearts, but their colors were strange, pulsating with a faint glow. In the center of the room stood a rudimentary altar constructed from unknown bones, upon which several candlesticks burned with a sickly green flame, filling the air with a nauseating incense. Su Luan's gaze shifted to the very center of the altar. There rested the most massive, uniquely crafted container made of dark red crystal. The surface was etched with intricate sealing runes, and within it flowed a liquid reminiscent of molten gold. Suspended in the center of this liquid was a heart. Even detached from its body, it remained astonishingly large, comparable to an adult's chest. It radiated a deep red golden hue, its surface covered with translucent, flame-like scales. It seemed to pulse at an incredibly slow and faint rhythm. Each contraction and expansion elicited a subtle resonance from the surrounding fire elements, emanating an aura both majestic and brutally oppressive. This must be the true heart of the flame giant dragon. Su Luan's gaze was fixated on the seemingly slumbering dragon heart. Extraordinary object. Heart of the flame giant dragon, desecrated. Quality, medium legendary material, contaminated. Source, the heart of an adult red dragon, an ancient variant, the magma fire dragon. Extracted and preserved via a special method just before the dragon's demise, subsequently contaminated through a dark god's ritual. Attribute contained, ultimate fire affinity, echo of dragon majesty. Dragon life force, dragon breath. System assessment, can consume 800 energy points, with the system assisting in the completion of the baptism and transformation ritual. Absorbing the power of the dragon heart, with a chance to awaken the flame dragon magus warrior, template, permanently enhancing life, strength, constitution, fire resistance, and elemental manipulation abilities. Su Luan took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within. He could actually absorb this dragon heart through the system. "Master," Lily Na's voice broke in, her tone unusually grave as she meticulously examined the central altar constructed of bones, the grotesque green flame, and the foul incense. This ogre wizard must have been researching the transformation techniques of necromancy. The construction style of this altar resembles records I've seen in my family's tomes from the abyss, linked to a long-forgotten ancient evil god. Such a ritual can forcibly alter life forms by stealing and replacing life tissues, even siphoning lifespans. As a degraded giant species, ogres have short lifespans, seldom surpassing 150 years. It appears that Lei Sa-Si is unwilling to be eliminated like his ordinary kin in old age. His ambition is to undergo a complete metamorphosis, achieving near-immortal life and power. Realizing this, Su Luan felt a sense of relief and solemnly remarked, "It seems we have fortuitously interrupted his ritual in this war." A very complex, large-scale evil ritual. He surveyed the hearts and the peculiar altar around him. The collected hearts in this cave were likely components or vessels for power buffering in his preliminary transformation experiments. That dragon heart was undoubtedly his ultimate goal. This fellow actually intended to implant the dragon heart into his own body through this ritual. Although this desecration ritual, linked to ancient evil gods, was intricate and costly, once completed, it would undoubtedly grant Lei Sasi immense power. The thought of Lei Sasi succeeding and the Dark Moon territory facing a monster endowed with dragon strength, longevity, and even part of its wisdom sent a shiver down Su Luan's spine. If that were to happen, it would spell disaster for the Dark Moon territory. My lord, there is a scroll here. Anderson's voice echoed from the corner as he gingerly retrieved a piece of unusually textured, yellowed parchment from a pile of clutter and handed it over. Surin accepted the scroll and unfurled it. The document was densely inscribed with twisted characters detailing the steps of a ritual, experimental data, and the personal notes of Laces himself. Indeed, Surin's previous conjectures were validated. The scroll meticulously described how to gradually purify and activate the heart of a dragon through the power of the altar, enabling it to resonate with the recipient, ultimately culminating in the horrific process of heart replacement and complete blood transfusion. This nefarious rite, designated as the secret of the heartless, was characterized by its exceedingly protracted nature, measured in years of slow erosion and transformation. The conclusion of the scroll indicated that Laces had only obtained a fragment, with its origins tracing back to the Dark Ages over 10,000 years prior. During that era, there existed a frenzied race known as the Heartless, who relentlessly pursued the blasphemous path of heart replacement to usurp the talents and lifespans of other races. Legend has it that the mightiest elder of the Heartless even succeeded in acquiring the heart of an abyssal dragon, attaining a near-immortal existence, fearsome regenerative capabilities, and destructive power comparable to that of savage behemoths. However, with the conclusion of the Divine War and the reconstitution of order across the continent, the Heartless race faded like a fleeting blossom, completely obliterated from the annals of history, and the rituals subsequently became lost to time. Even in later generations, those fortunate enough to stumble upon fragments of knowledge often found themselves unable to replicate the flawless transformation of the true Heartless due to racial constraints and gaps in understanding, leading to either fatal failure or transformation into grotesque abominations. It seemed that Laces was such an audacious imitator. Surin closed the scroll and exhaled deeply. Fortunately, he possessed a system. By expending energy points, he could harness the system's power to assimilate the dragon heart. However, he was not impulsive enough to undergo the baptism and enhancement at that moment. Such a significant endeavor necessitated an environment that was utterly secure and thoroughly prepared. He carefully stored the crystalline vessel containing the flame dragon's heart within the core storage space of the dimensional ring. Subsequently, he instructed Anderson to organize a trustworthy team to methodically inventory and transport the treasures that had accumulated in the outer treasury. Following the recent conflict, the primary threats within a 100-kilometer radius of the Dark Moon Fortress had been eradicated. This winter, Surin found himself devoid of any concerns. While Anderson directed the soldiers in their diligent assessment of the treasures, he approached once more, now holding a peculiar item, a whip approximately 3 meters in length, its design bizarre. "My lord, please take a look at this," Anderson said, a hint of confusion in his tone. Surin lifted his gaze. The whip, draped in a dark leather texture, was adorned with a layer of finely arranged natural scales resembling the coiling patterns of a serpent's tail. The grip was sculpted into a lifelike, menacing serpent's head, with 2 unpolished black gemstones embedded in its eyes, resembling dormant venomous orbs. The entire whip bore stains of long-dried, darkened blood, exuding a chilling and ominous aura. "What troubles you?" Surin noted Anderson's unusual expression. "I cannot quite articulate it," Anderson replied, his brow slightly furrowed, "but when I picked it up, it seemed to move on its own, as if a snake writhing unconsciously." "Oh." Surin's interest peaked as he paused his current task. "Let me see." He extended his hand to take the serpent whip. The whip felt icy to the touch, imbued with a peculiar resilience. Initially, it remained inert in his grasp, appearing as a mere object. Yet, as he attempted to gently infuse it with a modicum of mental energy, a low hum resonated from the whip, akin to the fluttering of insect wings, and it began to writhe slightly in his hand, curling as if it were alive. The serpent head at the grip momentarily flickered with an imperceptible red light in the black gemstones of its eyes. "Is this a magical equipment or some form of living weapon?" Surin's face reflected astonishment as he turned to Anderson. "Where did you find this?" Anderson gestured towards a nondescript box made of some blackwood nestled in the corner of the treasury. It was beneath that box, buried under a pile of debris. Inside, there seemed to be several ancient ritualistic artifacts. Surin hastened over. Upon opening the wooden box, he indeed found a chaotic assortment of various items. Oddly shaped bronze bells, bone fragments inscribed with twisted runes, and several metallic vessels of diverse styles. Their surfaces were predominantly adorned with carvings of great serpents or multi-headed snakes. Their patterns ancient and mysterious, starkly contrasting with the crude aesthetics of ogres, and more reminiscent of ceremonial artifacts used by certain primordial tribes in the eastern seas of the Eternal Continent. Surin redirected his focus to the serpent whip in his hand and attempted to identify it through the system. Item: Viper's Gaze, sealed spiritual slumber. Quality: silver, fragment. Type: living contract whip weapon. Status: damaged. Spirit in slumber, sealed. Material: Tier 4 magical beast shadow multi-headed viper's main vessels and reverse scales, forged with abyssal dark iron. Living sensitivity: fragment highly sensitive to life forces, capable of autonomously blocking defenses and detecting attacks. Nerve toxin: can inject paralyzing toxin upon striking a target, Tier 4 and below special attack. Shadow affinity: can merge into shadows in dim environments, automatically enhancing stealth and invisibility. Priority 1. Bloodthirsty growth, sealed. Each attack can absorb the blood and soul of powerful life forms, imparting additional magical damage to the next strike. Usage requirements: proficient in exotic weapons, whips, female, mastery, and deception. A whip that requires female usage. Surin pondered the living essence seemingly contained within the serpent whip. After a moment of reflection, he reached a decision. Liliana, this is for you. He casually tossed the peculiar weapon toward the nearby succubus. Liliana, adept in wielding whips and well-versed in the art of deception, was undoubtedly the ideal candidate for this weapon. You are in luck, Surin remarked, observing Liliana's momentary astonishment as she caught the serpent whip. This Viper's Gaze is a silver-quality magical weapon, perfectly suited for you. Oh, is that true, master? Liliana's face instantly blossomed with joy, akin to a child receiving a beloved toy. She promptly closed her eyes and infused a thread of pure demonic energy into the whip, attuning herself to its essence. Soon, she opened her crimson-hued eyes, brimming with excitement and gratitude. Embracing the serpent whip, she nuzzled against Surin like a playful kitten, her voice sweet as honey. Thank you, master. Liliana adores this gift. Surin smiled but cautioned, do not rejoice too soon. The spirit within is severely damaged. If you do not devote time and resources to nurture and restore it, you will squander its potential. Liliana nodded vigorously, affectionately caressing the delicate scale patterns on the whip. Rest assured, master, Liliana will find a way to restore its former glory. After thoroughly emptying the ogre wizard's treasury, leaving not a single coin behind, Surin led his troops homeward, laden with an astonishing haul. The sheer weight of the metallic weapons and the immense pile of gold and silver treasures constituted a monumental bounty. Fortunately, the ogre camp also harbored several mountain giant bulls. These first-tier magical beasts stand over 3 meters tall, sturdily built, and possess immense strength, capable of hauling tons of cargo. However, they are notoriously temperamental, requiring immense sustenance, and are exceedingly difficult to tame, rendering them rarely used as draft animals in the human realm. Only the ogres, a race that reveres brute strength and can subdue their foes with whips and fists, would engage in the extensive breeding of such creatures. Naturally, in times of food scarcity, these mighty cattle serve as mobile granaries for the ogres themselves. In the present day, these unruly giants have become remarkably docile under the intimidating presence of the venomous mantises and shadow leopards, obediently donning their harnesses. A grand transport caravan, composed of several carts laden with crates and drawn by both the mighty cattle and the soldiers' steeds, marched forth. At the rear of the procession were the half-orc and kobold slaves, their eyes glazed and bound together by ropes. As they departed, a towering inferno was set ablaze within the ogre camp structures, flames soaring and thick smoke billowing, reducing this emblem of savagery to ashes. Suluin understood that without complete destruction, it would not be long before this stronghold would be reclaimed by other marauding monsters or tribes. The defensible terrain, if not for Suluin's current shortage of personnel, would have tempted him to convert this site into a forward outpost. On the return journey, with the army triumphant and no longer needing to tread carefully against potential ambushes, their pace quickened significantly. Hours later, when the familiar silhouette of a new city finally emerged on the horizon, the patrolling soldiers atop the walls remained in a state of high alert. It was not until they discerned the thorny banner fluttering in the wind at the forefront of the procession, along with Su Luan's figure beneath it, that the station mage Carl and the guards let out a collective sigh of relief. Despite their absolute confidence in the strength of their lord's beast army, any unexpected event could arise in the perilous wilderness. Until the army returned, their anxieties could not be quelled. "My lord, congratulations on your victorious return." Mage Carl hastened to greet him, relief evident in his smile, as the welcome ceremony was already prepared within the city. A welcome ceremony? Su Luan expressed mild surprise. He had indeed sent word for old Morik to prepare a ceremony to display the ogre heads in the square to bolster their reputation. But he had not anticipated that the old scribe would also arrange a welcome ceremony. "Indeed, my lord, such a grand victory deserves to be shared with all subjects." Allowing them to witness the prosperity of the territory, Mage Carl respectfully elucidated. Su Luan nodded, offering no further comment. "You have put in great effort. Let us proceed into the city." As the caravan stepped through the city gates, a resounding cheer surged forth like a tidal wave. The streets were thronged with subjects who had come to witness the occasion. Gasps and exclamations erupted from the crowd upon sighting the ogre corpses, particularly the over a dozen remarkably robust elite ogre warriors displayed on the carts. Soon, the ogre corpses, which Su Luan had intentionally preserved and treated with lime, were hung from the heavy outer walls of a new city by the soldiers using iron chains. Every passerby in a new city, whether adventurers seeking opportunity, refugees in search of shelter, or mercenaries awaiting employment, would behold this chilling spectacle at first glance. This served as a strategic deterrent while also attracting others to flock to a new city. After all, in this border region, a powerful and militarily adept lord would better safeguard his subjects and territory. Furthermore, the current household registration system in a new city is even more appealing, making it easy for commoners to settle in a new territory, which is attractive to many. Chapter 43. The renown of Su Luan and reactions from all sides in the year 998 of the eternal calendar, deep winter. The chill of winter silently enveloped the southwestern border of the Black Rose Kingdom. However, faster than the biting winds, various news and intelligence spread. In the town of Shimu, famed for its abundance of horned pigs and adjacent to the Lost Forest, within the largest tavern, the rich aroma of stewed meat mingled with the robust scent of ale, sweat, and leather. The bell above the door chimed as a few weary mercenaries, burdened by frost and fatigue, pushed their way inside. They discarded their cracked leather armor and muddy weapons, collapsing heavily onto the sturdy wooden benches. "Barkeep, bring us a barrel of your finest ale and a large bowl of pig meat. I'm starving," exclaimed the leader, a scarred warrior, his voice hoarse. Soon, steaming, tender stewed horned pig meat and a frothy barrel of ale were served. The group pounced upon the food like ravenous wolves, devouring it in a frenzy, and ordered several more loaves of crispy black-ringed bread, their astonishing appetite and raucous eating drawing the attention of other patrons. "Hey, Tram, didn't you lot take on the mission to hunt frost wolves on the outskirts of the Lost Forest? How come you're back so soon? Did you complete it?" inquired a familiar old hunter, raising his cup. The warrior named Tram swallowed a mouthful of meat with great effort, downing half a jug of ale and letting out a hearty belch, before turning to respond, raising his voice. "Complete it? Not a chance. The forest near new territory is cleaner than a dog-licked plate. Forget about frost wolves. Even a decent mutated rabbit is hard to find." He paused, a look of mixed awe and disbelief crossing his face, lowering his voice slightly, though still loud enough for those around to hear. "You should have seen it when we passed by a new city a few days ago. Good heavens. There was a whole row of elite ogre corpses hanging from the city walls. Over a dozen, each one thicker than the pillars in this tavern." He suddenly raised his voice. The soldiers at the gate said that the young and frighteningly capable Su Luan, the Lord, personally led the troops and wiped out an entire ogre tribe. Not a single one was spared. Boom. The tavern erupted as if a thunderclap had struck, instantly buzzing with excitement. Elite ogres. Those are top-tier monsters of the first rank. Tough-skinned, immensely powerful. An entire tribe? Goodness. That must be at least 100 ogres. Where did a new territory get such strength? Surely this is an exaggeration, given a new territory's meager resources? In the face of skepticism, Tram, feeling insulted by the disbelief, slammed the table, sending ale splattering. "Exaggeration? I saw it with my own eyes. The corpses of those ogres are no lie." Moreover, he lowered his voice, sharing a tantalizing secret. "I heard that Lord Su Luan is no ordinary noble, but an extremely rare summoner. He commands an entire army of beasts at his beck and call, perhaps fueled by the ale or genuinely inspired." He added another explosive piece of news. "Moreover, a new territory is currently recruiting soldiers in droves. enticing refugees to settle down. Do you know how much they pay ordinary soldiers? More than double what we receive in Shimu. This revelation fell like cold water splashed into sizzling oil, igniting the tavern's atmosphere even further. Many cash-strapped mercenaries and struggling adventurers began to exchange furtive glances, their minds racing with possibilities. A powerful, wealthy, and generous lord in this borderland is undeniably enticing. Meanwhile, in the southeastern part of a new territory, at Heian Fortress, a figure of striking stature was being besieged by over a dozen fully armed female knights. Clad in gleaming silver enchanted knight armor, her silhouette was sleek and powerful, accentuating her long and muscular frame. Her radiant golden hair was tied back into a neat ponytail, resembling a flickering flame of gold during her vigorous movements. In her hand, a two-handed knight's sword appeared weightless, creating silver afterimages as she parried, absorbed force, and counterattacked with precision, the swishing of the blade reminiscent of thunderous winds. Indeed, it is the Lord of Heian Bao, Baron Alice Austin, a formidable Tempest Knight at the pinnacle of the second tier. With a sharp command, Alice executed a flawless arc with her longsword, deftly deflecting 3 incoming spears simultaneously. With a flick of her wrist, the blade struck the gauntlet of a 4th female knight, disarming her weapon. The entire maneuver flowed like water, brimming with the beauty of strength and skill. At that moment, a cloaked spy in gray appeared silently at the edge of the training ground. Kneeling on one knee and presenting a sealed letter with both hands, Alice sheathed her sword, her breath steady, and quickly perused the letter. Upon reading about the new lord of Yuling, Su Luan Lon Kai Site, who had taken the initiative to annihilate an ogre tribe consisting of over 100 members, including dozens of elite warriors during the harsh winter, a flicker of undeniable surprise crossed her emerald green eyes. The ogre tribe had proactively eradicated the Beastmen Legion. She repeated the keywords softly, her fingertips unconsciously tapping the sword hilt. The decline of Yuling was a well-known fact among the surrounding territories, especially after the death of the former lord, leading many to believe that Yuling would not survive the winter. To her astonishment, this young viscount, reportedly exiled and merely around 20 years old, had managed not only to establish a foothold in such a short time, but also to display such formidable power. How intriguing! Alice's crimson lips parted slightly, forming a curve filled with interest. This mysterious young neighbor appeared to be anything but ordinary. She tucked away the letter and gazed towards the direction of Yuling, her demeanor shifting from scrutiny to genuine regard. Perhaps it was time to reassess the relationship with Yuling. Meanwhile, at the border of the Zifeng Kingdom, in the opulent Emerald City, within a room imbued with an air of mystery at the headquarters of the Nightingale Guild, the air was thick with the exotic fragrance of expensive dragons' saliva and various magical herbs. Velvet curtains shielded the external light, while a few floating crystal orbs emitted a soft glow, illuminating the room's lavish decor and the mountains of ledgers and scrolls. The president of the Nightingale Guild, Christine Stevens, a strikingly beautiful, which exuding an air of regal elegance laced with an undercurrent of danger, lounged languidly on a couch draped in snowfox fur. Clad in a deep purple wizard-esque robe embroidered with intricate starry patterns, her fingertips entwined with a strand of energy that seemed almost alive. Before her stood the steward Isabel, who had returned from Yuling, respectfully reporting the findings and insights from her journey. Chapter 44, Assassination Bounty. Madam President, the potential of Viscount Su Luan far exceeds our previous assessments. Isabel spoke with conviction. He not only possesses a stable and exceptionally high-quality mithril vein, but, astonishingly, has just eradicated a large ogre tribe before our arrival. Furthermore, the demonic materials he used for trade are remarkably fresh, not from stockpiles, but genuinely harvested from slain demons. Christine listened intently, her violet eyes sparkling with calculating brilliance. Upon hearing about the demonic materials and the eradication of the ogre tribe, her fingers, entwined with supernatural energy, paused momentarily. Demonic materials, the annihilation of ogres. She murmured softly, a knowing smile gracing her lips. A young nobleman, exiled to a barren border, not only establishes himself swiftly, but also manages to procure mithril, hunt demons, and slay ogre tribes. How amusing. The thornbird of the Lancaster family seems to possess wings far sturdier and more mysterious than we anticipated. She turned to Isabel and instructed, maintain close contact with Yuling. During our next trade, we may consider enhancing our bargaining chips to demonstrate greater sincerity. I am eager to see what further surprises this Viscount Su Luan will bring us. The powerful witch president's words were laden with profound interest and anticipation for Su Luan. In stark contrast, the reactions of various factions were decidedly different. in the northeastern region of Yuling. Within the study of the Lord's manor of the Hui Shirling, the atmosphere was entirely different. Bang! An exquisite white porcelain vase shattered violently against the floor, fragments scattering. Baron Barton Tai Shirzi, a corpulent middle-aged noble with a dark expression, was flushed with rage, his chest heaving violently. Incompetent fools! A mere merchant caravan cannot be protected. He bellowed, his voice sharp with fury. It seems the culprit needs no further searching. It must be that Lancaster brat. Who else would dare to target my Hui Shirling's trade caravans? He was almost certain that the mysterious disappearance of the caravan led by his nephew Field, destined for an Yuling, was undoubtedly linked to Su Luan. However, lacking evidence, he found himself unable to act directly within the confines of the noble game's superficial rules. Even more alarming was the news that Su Luan had the capability to annihilate an ogre tribe of over 100 members. This was in stark contrast to the image of a weak, easily bullied exile he had held. The sudden display of formidable military might filled him with a profound sense of threat. He could not allow this growth to continue. Baron Barton gasped for breath, his eyes glinting with malevolence. He hastily approached the desk, unfurling sheepskin parchment and scribbling with urgency and haste. This letter was directed to his powerful ally, Count Monroe. Far away in the royal capital, he needed to report in detail Su Luan's unusual rise and the potential danger it posed. Simultaneously, he opened a concealed drawer and retrieved a bizarrely shaped, entirely black metal token. Summoning his most trusted steward, he handed over the token along with a heavy bag of gold coins, his voice icy. Go find the Shadow Hand organization and assign this job to them. The target is the Lord of an Yuling, Su Luan Lancaster. I care not what methods they employ. I want to see his head. A sinister smile crept across Baron Barton's face. He would not allow a potential threat to grow beneath his very nose. Moreover, eliminating Su Luan would surely please Count Monroe in the royal capital, at the border of the Zifeng Kingdom. In a dilapidated small town perpetually shrouded in a faint mist, stood a dark villa at its center. Constructed entirely from a non-reflective black stone, its sharp, cold lines resembled a colossal, unrefined crystal of darkness. The pointed roof pierced the grayish sky like a claw, inhabited by rows of nightmarish crows. These crows were larger than their ordinary counterparts, their feathers as black as ink, save for their eyes, which glimmered with a sinister crimson hue. They remained silent, like frozen sculptures, only revealing their cold gaze when occasionally turning their necks. More nightmarish crows circled in the air above, their wings slicing through the atmosphere with a heavy, oppressive sound. This was the feared assassin organization, Shadow Hand, disguised as the ancestral home of a fallen noble in the vicinity of Emerald City. Deep within the villa, a cold and damp spiral stone staircase led to an underground wine cellar, surprisingly spacious. The cellar was infused with the aroma of aged wine and a more chilling scent akin to ancient tomb dust. A row of oak barrels stood silently, and at the farthest end of the cellar lay a comfortable, even luxurious, study. A man lounged languidly in a high-backed velvet armchair. He appeared to be around 27 or 28, with a handsome, yet pallid complexion that suggested a prolonged absence of sunlight. His tall, well-proportioned figure was clad in a tailored black velvet suit, with a dark red bow tie, resembling a young noble preparing to attend an evening banquet. He held a glass of blood-red wine, gently swirling it. However, this tranquility was swiftly shattered. A raven, its eyes glowing red like burning coals, penetrated an invisible barrier within the wine cellar and silently alighted upon the back of his chair. This crimson-eyed blood raven was an exceedingly rare magical creature used for communication within the organization, boasting a speed that far exceeded that of ordinary carrier pigeons, along with certain abilities to disrupt and conceal, typically reserved for contacting the most important patrons or core members like him. Berkeley furrowed his brow slightly, setting down his wine glass, and elegantly detached a small metallic message tube from the raven's leg. Upon opening it, he found a piece of specially crafted black parchment, inscribed with information written in invisible magical ink, which could only be revealed through the activation of specific energies. A barely perceptible shadowy aura emanated from his fingertips, gently brushing against the surface of the paper, causing the writing to gradually materialize. To Lord Berkeley, I apologize for intruding upon your vacation, but the matter is urgent. An important client holding a black iron order has issued a substantial bounty. The target is formidable, requiring a silver metal assassin or higher for execution. All other silver metal assassins within the organization are currently assigned to other missions, leaving you as the only one resting in Emerald City. This task is entrusted to you. It must be completed. The target information is as follows. After reading the letter, dissatisfaction etched itself across Berkeley's face. He slowly rose and walked to a corner of the wine cellar, unconsciously pressing his right hand against the cold stone railing. A concentrated shadow energy, tangible and emitting a faint, painful hiss, uncontrollably seeped from his slender fingertips. From a distance, it appeared as though the 5 nails on his right hand had suddenly elongated, transforming into sharp, glimmering claws reminiscent of mythical vampires. The shrill sound of friction echoed as the hard granite railing was easily carved through by his unconscious grip, leaving 5 deep, smooth-edged gouges several inches deep. Dust from the stone began to fall. A suppressed snort of anger escaped his throat. He was at a critical accumulation phase for breaking into the 3rd tier and becoming a gold medal assassin. This vacation had been deliberately arranged as a period of adjustment and sprinting towards that goal. He never anticipated being treated as a firefighter by the organization, especially at such a pivotal moment before his impending promotion. The target was a pioneering lord with the ability to summon a legion of magical beasts. This was no ordinary assassination mission. Chapter 45. The Silver Medal Assassin of the Shadow Hand. Eliminating a well-armed pioneering lord was no simple task. Infiltration, identification, breakthrough, assassination, and extraction, each step brimming with variables and immense risk. Although the reward of 600 gold coins was generous, it paled in comparison to the status and resources he would gain from achieving the gold medal assassin title. He approached a desk in the corner of the wine cellar and unfurled a piece of parchment. He then retrieved a quill made from the feathers of a night owl, dipped it into specially crafted shadow ink, and began to draft a reply. To His Excellency, Shadow Long, I have accumulated sufficient A-level task evaluations and stand but a step away from promotion to gold medal status. This task's risk far exceeds the conventional silver medal scope, and the target's strength and influence are insufficiently documented. Should you wish for my involvement, please double the bounty to 1,500 gold coins. If this is agreeable, I shall set forth immediately. Otherwise, I reserve the right to decline one assignment this year. He rolled up the reply, inserted it into the metallic tube, and reattached it to the leg of the blood raven. The raven emitted a barely audible hoarse call, took flight, and vanished into the shadows of the wine cellar. Watching the direction in which the raven disappeared, the gloom on Berkeley's face gradually transformed into shrewd calculation. He did not genuinely wish to refuse this task. On the contrary, after carefully assessing the risks and rewards, he realized that this assignment might yield unexpected gains. The name of the Viscount of Dark Moon, Su Luan Lan Ku Si Te, lingered on his lips as he tapped his pale fingers lightly on the table. A suddenly risen exiled noble, possessing extraordinary power to summon magical beasts, undoubtedly concealed a secret. He moved to the wine cabinet and poured himself another glass of wine. The crimson liquid swirled in the cup, reflecting the glint of cold light in his eyes. Berkeley, was one of the brightest stars of the Shadow Hand in recent years. At merely 27 years of age, he had already attained 2nd-tier peak strength. His origins were a mystery, for he was the illegitimate son of a powerful noble from the Zifeng Kingdom. Although this lineage did not grant him legitimate status or glory, it allowed him to secretly enjoy resources far surpassing those of ordinary noble offspring. Bespoke extraordinary potions, potent techniques from ancient ruins, and seasoned assassin mentors. All of this was merely to cultivate him into a blade hidden in the shadows, the sharpest knife to clear obstacles for that family in certain special circumstances. He indeed displayed remarkable talent and ruthlessness. Over the years, he had flawlessly completed numerous assassinations, targeting figures from wealthy merchants to opposing extraordinary beings, never once failing. Among the 26 silver medal assassins in the Shadow Hand, his overall strength was recognized as among the top 2. He stood but a step away from the pinnacle of strength and status, the gold medal assassin title. Berkeley downed the wine in one gulp, a cruel yet elegant smile curving upon his lips, akin to a hunter eyeing its coveted prey. A pioneering lord with secrets sounded far more intriguing than assassinating fat noble pigs hiding in deep palaces. Perfectly. Let your life and secrets serve as the stepping stone and congratulatory gift for my official promotion to gold medal assassin. In the castle's stronghold at Greystone, the butler conveyed back the bounty demands from the Shadow Hand. The portly Viscount Barton paced restlessly on the bearskin carpet, exclaiming in anger, 1,500 gold coins. Why don't they go rob instead? The old butler, Sergio, a trusted confidant of Barton, a former adventurer with graying hair and keen eagle-like eyes, calmly analyzed, My lord, please do not be angry. Although the Shadow Hand's price is steep, it is reasonable. The rise of that Su Luan in the Dark Moon territory is sudden, and his strength remains unclear. Sending an ordinary assassin would be akin to sending them to their death. According to the Shadow Hand, the Berkeley they dispatched is a standout among silver metal assassins, proficient in assassination techniques and shadow magic, having successfully eliminated 3 targets near the 3rd tier. His involvement ensures the highest probability of success, but 1,500 gold coins. That is nearly a year's tax revenue for the territory. Viscount Barton lamented, pounding the table in agony. Sergio lowered his voice. My lord, we must think long-term. If the Dark Moon territory continues to develop at this pace, within a year, their strength will utterly overshadow ours. At that point, the losses will extend far beyond this sum of gold. Furthermore, if we can eliminate this individual, we will surely earn the favor of Count Monroe, and the long-term benefits will far outweigh the current expenditure. Mentioning their powerful backer, Count Monroe, Barton's anger subsided slightly. He took deep breaths, weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, his thirst for power and resentment towards Su Luan outweighed the sting of parting with gold. Very well. He gritted his teeth. 1,500 gold coins it is. But ensure absolute certainty. You shall reconnect with their liaison. The funds will come from the treasury. And it must be kept strictly confidential. As you command, my lord, Sergio bowed in acknowledgement. The following day, when the news of the increased bounty was accepted, along with the deposit certificate returned by the red-eyed raven, Berkeley was in the meditation chamber on the top floor, practicing. The walls and floor of this chamber were etched with intricate shadow magic arrays. Berkeley floated at the center of the array, surrounded by a tangible black mist, a shadow energy he had absorbed and refined from countless killings. He opened his eyes, read the newly received information, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. It seemed the person issuing the task was indeed in dire straits. It is indeed fortunate that this sum of money is sufficient for me to acquire the vial of shadow elixir, ensuring a flawless breakthrough at the 3rd-tier bottleneck. He began to prepare in an orderly manner. First, he retrieved a pair of extraordinary short swords from the weapon rack in the secret chamber. Their blades were as thin as cicada wings, perfectly capable of conducting shadow energy and possessing formidable penetration against both combat aura and magical shields. Next, he examined various magical artifacts he carried. Invisibility powder, a shadow cloak, and several life-saving talismans inscribed with the instant shadow spell. To ensure success, he also initiated a small-scale extraordinary ritual, beseeching the Lady of Shadows for empowerment. The floor array of the meditation chamber glowed with a ghostly light, as tendrils of pure primordial shadow energy seeped into his body. This ritual could last for 10 days, enhancing his perception, lightness of body, and assimilation with the surrounding shadowy environment. Berkeley felt confident that, armed with these preparations, he stood a 70% chance of success even in infiltrating the mansion of the Lord of Emerald City. Outside, the night was as dark as ink, with the cold wind howling. A flock of blood-eyed crows seemed to sense their master's departure, circling low and emitting ominous cries. Berkeley stood beneath the highest peak of the villa, reflecting on how, upon his promotion to a gold-tier assassin, he would gain access to the organization's more core secrets and acquire greater resources. Perhaps one day, he would escape the grasp of his noble father, no longer serving as a blade in the dark corners of a family devoid of warmth and affection. Chapter 46, The Dragonheart Baptism. Descendant of the Red Dragon in the depths of the Dark Moon territory, within the castle, Surin began his preparations for the baptism of the Dragonheart with a sense of reassurance. To ensure absolute safety, the entire Lord's mansion was patrolled by magical beast troops. Outside the room, there were also Lelina and Anderson, 2 top-tier second-level guardians. Now, wielding the silver-grade, Viper's Gaze, the succubus Lelina could even contend with a primary 3rd-tier human extraordinary. Thus, Surin was well prepared at this moment. His gaze fell upon the center of the room, where a container sculpted from dark red crystal rested. Inside the container, the heart of the fire dragon floated in molten golden liquid, pulsating with a faint yet undeniable heartbeat, akin to the slumbering heartbeat of a giant, each imperceptible contraction stirring the subtle ripples of surrounding fire elements. It was time. Surin took a deep breath and activated the system, resolutely issuing the command. System, consume 800 energy points to conduct the enhancement baptism. Confirm execution of the Dragonheart baptism. This process will guide the primordial essence of the fire dragon heart, gradually transforming the host's bloodline, significantly enhancing all attributes, and permanently granting fire affinity and related dragon lineage abilities. Confirmed. With the immediate deduction of 800 energy points, a sudden transformation occurred within the room. In the void, countless intricate runes, composed of pure energy and surpassing the limits of mortal comprehension, materialized. They radiated a blazing golden red hue, like living spirits swiftly traversing and intertwining, forming a vast and complex three-dimensional energy formation that covered the entire floor of the room in the blink of an eye. As the formation took shape, a brilliant light illuminated the entire room, immersing it in a burning glow. The dragon heart within the container seemed to be completely activated, erupting with unprecedented radiance and heat. In the next moment, Surin felt his heart contract violently, followed by a fierce throbbing. In his perception, a colossal and illusory blood-colored giant whale appeared above his heart. The giant whale opened its vast maw, aimed at the heart of the dragon in the center of the formation, and unleashed an invisible, devouring force. Boom! A torrent of overwhelming, lava-like heat surged forth, forcibly extracted from the dragon heart. This was the highly refined dragon blood essence, and the most primordial shards of fire law. They transformed into a solid golden red beam of light, continuously flowing into Surin's body, racing through his veins, coursing through his limbs and organs. Even with the system as a buffer and guide, the moment that ancient, savage, and brutal power surged into his body still brought forth soul-rending agony. Surin felt every inch of his muscles, every bone, every nerve being forcibly shattered, and then reconstituted under the searing energy of the dragon blood. His skin turned a deep crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp, as fine beads of golden red sweat emerged only to evaporate into mist. Yet, through sheer willpower, he managed to stabilize his form, maintaining a seated posture, striving to absorb and merge with this immensely powerful force. Time flowed slowly, uncertain of how long had passed. The illusory blood-colored giant whale gradually faded away, replaced by a more majestic and ancient silhouette of a fire dragon hovering above Surin's fiercely beating heart. It resembled the true form of an ancient red dragon, a seed of demigod at the 8th tier limit, no longer a vague illusion. Surin could even discern the individual scales in the powerful dragoness physique. Had the system extracted a more ancient bloodline? Surin mused. The former tribal chieftain of Laces, who led a group of ogres to hunt the frail fire dragon, might have only been of 6th tier rank in life. However, Surin had no doubt that the wondrous beast summoning system would surprise him by extracting an even more powerful bloodline source. If he could perfectly inherit this power, his physical body would be devoid of weaknesses. Let the final transformation commence. Guided by his will, the ancient red dragon's silhouette above his heart emitted a silent roar. In the next moment, an endless torrent of scarlet golden dragon fire erupted from Surin's heart, completely enveloping him. The dragon fire was not a fire of destruction, but rather a source fire imbued with vitality and transformative power. They intertwined and coiled, ultimately forming a tightly sealed, gem-like golden red cocoon. The surface of the cocoon faintly shimmered with dragon-shaped patterns, emanating an overwhelming aura of terror and pure, draconic majesty. Come forth, let me behold the surprise. Surin silently spoke. The pure ancient dragon might, even through the thick stone doors and magical barriers, subtly transmitted outwards. The patrolling magical beast troops within the castle instinctively crouched low, emitting deep, reverent whines towards the direction of Surin. Inside the cocoon, Surin seemed to have entered the deepest state of gestation. His body was undergoing a profound and transformative metamorphosis. The old impurities belonging to his mortal self were being purged by the dragon fire, while new bones, muscles, and meridians infused with the power of the dragon lineage rapidly formed and strengthened. His dimensional ring contained ample provisions, sufficient for him to complete the baptism without food or drink. According to the system's instructions, the baptism would last a minimum of 1 day and a maximum of 3. The longer he persevered, the stronger the bloodline and template the system could shape for Surin. He firmly believed that he would endure until the final moment. With the assistance of the magical beast system, failure was not an option. Yet, if he could not grasp the opportunity before him, even summoning countless magical beast troops would not alter his fundamental shortcomings. The true path of the strong must balance both benevolence and dominance. One must possess the commanding presence of a king able to lead myriad magical beasts, while also embodying an absolute dominance that sweeps all before them. On the 3rd day, deep within the Dark Moon Castle, the golden red cocoon that had been burning for nearly 3 days suddenly retracted its radiance to an extreme. Then, a roar erupted that resonated not through the air but directly penetrated the souls of all creatures within the castle, an imposing dragon's roar. The golden red light, akin to the rising sun, instantly dispelled all darkness within the chamber. In the center of radiance, Su Luan's figure slowly rose. He remained the same Su Luan, Yet he had undergone a profound transformation. His height appeared to have increased slightly, and his physique had become more proportionate, brimming with explosive energy. The once somewhat frail demeanor had vanished, replaced by a restrained yet undeniable presence, akin to a slumbering volcano, exuding an overwhelming aura. Beneath his skin, a faint golden glow flickered, while within the depths of his black eyes, two eternal, flickering golden-red flames danced. As he moved his body slightly, a crisp sound echoed from his joints, reminiscent of a bowstring snapping, his blood surging with an unimaginable force. He felt that even without relying on any equipment, he could easily rend apart his former self with his bare hands. His heart pulsed vigorously, and the shadow of the ancient red dragon had disappeared, fully merging with him, becoming a part of his very bloodline. I have completely mastered this new bloodline and newfound power. Su Luan spread his arms wide, feeling the seemingly endless energy surging within him. With a mere thought, the system interface naturally materialized. Host, Su Luan Lancaster. Level, Tier 2 Top Tier, Infinite Growth. Bloodline, Ancient Red Dragon Bloodline, Awakening. Concentration 5. Extraordinary Profession, Red Dragon Bloodline Descendant. A rare profession newly forged by the system based on the host's characteristics and the source of dragon blood. Base attributes, Strength, 35, Maximum. Agility, 35, Maximum. Spirit, 35, Maximum. Constitution, 35, Maximum. Bloodline Talent, Dragon Descendant. Passive grants an additional 1,000 years of lifespan. Dragon Scale Skin. Passive skin gains dragon scale properties, significantly enhancing physical defense and elemental resistance. Power of the Red Dragon. Passive strength and endurance far exceed the same tier, with attacks inherently possessing armor-piercing and burning effects. Flame Control. Advanced significantly enhances affinity for fire elements, naturally mastering instant casting of fire magic below Tier 3. Dragon Might. Active passive can actively release Dragon Might to intimidate enemies, exerting powerful suppression over lower-tier beings. In a passive state, it can resist mental pressure. Dragon Breath. Active consumes a substantial amount of mental and physical energy to unleash a conical breath of fire, with power increasing as bloodline concentration and strength rise. Red Dragon Manifestation. Active consumes a percentage of life force to transform into a red dragon form at the current level cap, lasting 3 minutes, after which he will become weak for 3 days. Chapter 47. Combat Power Test, New Year. Year 998 of the Eternal Era. The first month of the primordial cycle. New Year. The festive chimes seemed to linger in the air, carrying a hint of winter's chill, yet warmed by the smoke and laughter rising from the territory of Anu. This was Su Luan's first New Year celebration since arriving in this eternal continent. Still in the capacity of a pioneering lord, within a territory that belonged to him, at the kingdom's border, standing on the grand terrace of the castle, Su Luan gazed down at the town below. In the streets, the citizens of Anu donned clean yet unadorned festive attire, children chased and laughed, waving rough toys crafted from colored paper and pine branches. The air was filled with the aromas of roasted bread, smoked meat, and a local specialty, a honey wine with a sweet pine scent. In the center of the square, a massive bonfire blazed, dispelling the winter's chill. A faint, peculiar warmth blossomed within Su Luan's heart. Nowadays, everything in Anu was turning for the better, thanks to a series of victories against goblin and ogre tribes, as well as the fame brought by the line of ogre heads displayed on the city walls. Mercenaries seeking opportunities, refugees yearning for peace, and adventurers drawn by renown had begun to arrive in Anu City. The recruitment office of the military saw lines of people daily, and the civil servants responsible for household registration in the town hall had grown busier. The scale of the army and the population of the territory were steadily and continuously increasing. Of course, another reason for his elation was the successful completion of the Dragon Heart baptism. The bloodline of the ancient red dragon had fused into his being, giving birth to the unique, extraordinary profession of Red Dragon Bloodline Descendant with the aid of the system. Moreover, he had gained a lengthy lifespan of 1,000 years. To some extent, he had transcended humanity. After having a simple lunch with Ai Na, Gao Wan, Lili Na, and other subordinates in the castle, Su Luan aimlessly wandered through his territory. Ultimately, he brought Lili Na and the venomous mantis to the forest behind Anu Castle, intent on testing his current strength. He wished to ascertain how far he could go, relying solely on his physical form as a Red Dragon Bloodline Descendant. With the extraordinary defense of dragon scale skin and the peak power of the Red Dragon, without any magical equipment. Behind Anu Castle lay a series of undulating mountains covered with frost-resistant coniferous forests. In a relatively open glade among the trees, Su Luan came to a halt. The biting mountain wind swept through the treetops, producing a howling sound. This shall suffice. He turned around. I must test to what extent this body has reached after merging with the power of the red dragon. As he spoke, Su Luan unhesitatingly shed his upper garments. The moment the winter chill touched his skin, it was dispelled by an invisible warmth. His well-defined, muscular torso glistened, with a subtle, molten golden hue emanating from beneath his skin, reminiscent of flowing lava at dusk. No need to hold back. Attack me freely, Su Luan commanded with a smile, excitement igniting in his eyes. Soon after, a Tier 2 top-tier succubus and a Lord-level magical beast charged towards Su Luan simultaneously. Lili Na's figure flickered like a specter, her whip slicing through the air, creating distorted shadows that lashed out like countless venomous snakes. The venomous mantis vanished in an instant, only to reappear at Su Luan's flank, its deadly blade poised to cleave him in two with a fierce momentum. Faced with this synchronized and lethal assault, Su Luan remained unflustered. Within his chest, the heart of the red dragon, having replaced his mortal heart, pulsed steadily and powerfully, each contraction and expansion pumping forth a vast torrent of golden red energy. This force surged through his veins, permeating every inch of muscle, every fiber of fascia, and even every single cell. A visible golden red aura emerged from his body, flowing like molten gold. The contours of his head seemed to be enveloped by a translucent helmet adorned with flaming patterns. The golden red radiance on his upper body burned the brightest, and dense fire elements enveloped him like liquid armor, with intricate patterns reminiscent of dragon scales flickering beneath his skin. His legs exhibited a dark bronze hue, muscles bulging with explosive power, causing the frozen ground beneath him to soften slightly. In the face of the venomous mantis's blade, capable of slicing through steel, Su Luan chose not to evade, but instead thrust his palms forward. Golden red energy enveloped his palms as if he were donning gauntlets. The clash of metal rang out. His hands, covered with glimmering dragon scales, firmly clamped down on the mantis's lightning-fast blade. The venom and the energy dragon scales made contact, emitting a hissing corrosive sound, yet failing to penetrate that protective layer. Following this, Su Luan channeled power through his waist and abdomen, delivering a swift side kick that struck the venomous mantis's hard exoskeleton with tremendous force. A dull thud echoed, and even though Su Luan did not use his full strength, the terrifying power derived from the dragon was unmistakable. The venomous mantis, towering over 2 meters, was sent flying from the ground, whistling through the air until it stabilized itself a dozen meters away, flapping its wings. At almost the same moment, Lilina's viper's gaze struck towards Surin's face. Surin let out a low growl, crossing his right arm in front of him, as the skin on his arm instantly manifested a clearer and denser crimson dragon scale illusion. Impenetrably hard. With a resounding boom, his fist collided with the shadowy whip once more, producing a sound akin to the tolling of a great bell. The golden red dragon power clashed violently with the pitch-black shadow energy, leading to their annihilation. The crimson gold energy swirling around Surin's fist surged violently, as the strange force contained within the whip ultimately dispersed some of his dragon power defense, allowing him to feel a sharp, stinging impact. Despite his silver-grade equipment and Lilina's abyssal might, relying solely on his current dragon scale skin for defense still resulted in pain. Surin's mind raced as he quickly assessed that while his dragon scale defense was formidable, it was ultimately only at the 2nd tier, with his bloodline awakening degree just reaching 5%. And thus its strength could not truly compare to the extraordinary armor of the gold tier. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient for brief skirmishes and to counter the majority of physical attacks at the 2nd tier. His thoughts flew as his movements remained unfaltering. Under the relentless joint assault from Lilina and the venomous mantis, he either blocked, dodged, or engaged with his fists and feet imbued with dragon power, displaying remarkable agility. He was adapting, calculating, and familiarizing himself with the limits of this reborn body. Chapter 48. Fireworks. Bathhouse politics. The gains from this dragon heart baptism were comprehensive and layered. Firstly, of course, was the 1,000 years of lifespan, a dream coveted by the ogre wizard Rhesus. Secondly, there was a tremendous leap in his fundamental physical attributes. Surin's strength, agility, spirit, and constitution had all reached the theoretical limits of a 2nd-tier extraordinary being, and in certain aspects, were even comparable to some newly ascended 3rd-tier powerhouses. Coupled with the defense of his dragon scale skin and the amplification from the red dragon power, he had become an unequivocal, humanoid, top-tier 2nd-tier monster, more than capable of tearing apart life forms of the same tier with his bare hands. The third point concerned the acquisition of skills. The ultimate skill, Red Dragon's Descent, required the expenditure of vitality to transform into the ancient Red Dragon form. Although its level was similar to his humanoid form, its destructive and combat power would undoubtedly far exceed that of the second tier, even if it lasted only 3 minutes. It was ample time for Surin to engage in battles across tiers. Unfortunately, this formidable skill could not be tested at will, as its after effects and side effects were quite pronounced. Among the remaining acquired bloodline skills, the one Surin was most curious about was Flame Control. Advanced it significantly enhanced his affinity for fire elemental energy, allowing him to instinctively master fire magic below the third tier with instantaneous casting. According to the system's description, this effectively made Surin a highly powerful second-tier fire magic practitioner. This was an immense enhancement for him at this stage. Polygonal warrior, a flawless magic and martial arts practitioner. Be careful, he warned loudly, his eyes glowing with golden-red brilliance. In the next moment, the fire elements in the surrounding world seemed to heed the command of their sovereign, becoming wildly agitated and obedient, swirling furiously into his palms. There were no incantations, no magical arrays, no premonitions of casting. A massive serpent, entirely composed of crimson gold flames, akin to solidified lava, materialized out of thin air. It exceeded 10 meters in length, its scales distinct, coiling around Surin's body, emanating a terrifying heat that instantly evaporated the moisture in the air, causing the surrounding scenery to warp slightly. The scorching waves hit him, prompting Loren to instinctively step back half a pace, her beautiful eyes filled with awe. Scatter! With a shift of his will, the colossal flame serpent suddenly disintegrated, splitting into a dozen human head-sized, glaringly red fireballs, which floated around him as if possessed. Go! With a sweep of his arm, the fireballs soared into the sky like soldiers responding to a command, accompanied by a piercing whistle. They exploded in succession high above, transforming into a brilliant golden-red rain of fire, the thunderous sounds echoing throughout the valley, as if presenting a unique fiery display to the New Year's sky. The audience consisted of Surin, Loren, and the venomous Mantis. In this otherworldly realm, perhaps these eternally loyal beings were his true family. Ultimately, after further experimenting with the flame mastery ability, Surin chose to cease combat. Loren approached to drape a garment over him. Though the Red Dragon bloodline had rendered him impervious to the winter's chill, as a lord and noble, he could not roam the city bare-chested at night. Deep within the castle, in a newly constructed hall, steam filled the air, mingling with a hint of sulfur and cedar, creating a hazy atmosphere. This was the new bathhouse built according to the meticulously drawn blueprints by Aina. The pool was constructed from large blocks of moonlight stone extracted from the nearby mountains. This material emitted a soft glow in the darkness. The edges of the pool walls were intricately carved with simplified thorn and rose patterns. Popular among the nobles of the Black Rose Kingdom, their lines elegant and ancient. Surin languidly soaked in the water, which lapped just above his muscular chest. There was no need to activate the magical array with magic crystals. He merely focused his thoughts, and the fire elements began to gather. The water rippled with barely perceptible red waves emanating from him, the temperature swiftly rising to a pleasantly warm level. Loren and Aina knelt beside the pool, one on each side. Aina rolled up her sleeves and gently massaged Surin's shoulders and neck, while Lorena's movements carried the unique rhythm of a succubus. Somewhere between seduction and servitude, her fingertips gliding over his water-beaded skin, subtly relaxing his muscles. My lord, Aina's voice resonated through the misty steam. The current number of servants in the castle is barely sufficient for daily operations, especially in terms of gardening after spring arrives. The garden behind the castle and several newly constructed public green spaces will require dedicated care. I suggest recruiting a batch of experienced gardening servants, along with 10 additional maids, to clean and restore the long vacant towers and halls in the castle, revitalizing them. Surin, with his eyes closed, nodded slightly. Approved. You may draft the specific candidates and salary standards. No sooner had he spoken than Lorena's slightly languid, magnetic voice chimed in with a report on the situation from the other side of the territory. Master, the influx of outsiders into a new city has been increasing recently. In addition to those seeking military service or settlement, there are also keen merchants and many adventurers drawn by rumors, making the city gates resemble a small market every day. She paused, adding helplessly, the pressure on law enforcement within the city has correspondingly surged. Previously, our law enforcement team comprised only 20 members, of average strength. While they could maintain order among the citizens, they seem inadequate in the face of those bloodthirsty adventurers, not lacking extraordinary power. In recent days, Incidents of bar fights and altercations have noticeably risen. Sir Anderson is busy with military recruitment and assessments. Should we have him arrange a troop to assist? Upon hearing Lelina's report, Surin opened his eyes. His golden-red pupils glowed like burning coals amidst the steam. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "The issue of law enforcement must be addressed, but there is no need to dispatch soldiers from the barracks. I have other plans for the military. Thus, Lelina, I will arrange for you to have 5 additional ordinary venomous worker bees at your disposal, along with the ones already stationed in a new city. Their numbers will be sufficient. They are small in size, with broad compound eyes. And I entrust you to coordinate them to temporarily enhance aerial surveillance and deterrence in key areas of the city. If any powerful adventurers cause trouble, you are to take decisive action against them. Of course, this is merely a stopgap measure." He continued, "It is time to use the 3 awakening potions exchanged from the Nightingale Chamber of Commerce, made from the bones of the Ice Rock Tiger and the bodies of the Abyssal Demons. Utilizing his psychic abilities, you are tasked with selecting 3 loyal and reliable soldiers, firmly grounded in their principles, to awaken and step into the realm of the extraordinary." With these 3 as a foundation, Su Luan rested his palm against his chin, contemplating the establishment of a new public security bureau framework, appointing 1 chief of security, 2 deputy chiefs, and overseeing 50 formal members. Concurrently, he aimed to deploy 5 ordinary terror wolves and 5 ordinary poison spike worker bees, integrating them into the bureau for cooperative operations. The human extraordinary officers would manage the coordination, with the terror wolves responsible for ground tracking and suppression, while the worker bees would oversee aerial surveillance and regional control. This organizational structure would sufficiently maintain daily order. Anderson could serve as the highest authority of the bureau, reporting directly to me. Su Luan gestured to Lelina to document these plans. He also considered designating an area within the city as the official residence for the new bureau, as the scale of Yu Chung would inevitably expand, with the population projected to surpass 10,000 and potentially double by the following year. The bureau's structure must be forward-thinking. He paused and added, "With the establishment of the bureau, a corresponding prison must also be prioritized. In this border region, past methods of dealing with criminals have been excessively direct, often resulting in execution or relegation to slave labor. However, I aspire to transform Ling into a human jewel adjacent to the Lost Forest, a city abundant in mineral and magical resources, capable of accommodating 1 million inhabitants. Thus, a standardized prison for the confinement and rehabilitation of criminals is an indispensable aspect of civilized order. This task will proceed concurrently with the construction of the Bureau's residence, necessitating a new location for its establishment." Warm water flowed over his body as Su Lun leaned against the edge of the pool, his gaze seemingly piercing through the mist. Envisioning a more distant future, he gently clicked his tongue, thoughts swirling. Henceforth, a specialized department responsible for intelligence gathering and assassination needs to be established, and the military's organization and equipment require further reform. The remaining energy points should prioritize summoning magical beast units that can integrate into the military framework, forming a complementary force. With the new year just past, there is much to attend to. Chapter 49, Military Reform Ideas. Immigration policy. Su Luan had long contemplated the reform of his armed forces, not merely a fleeting whim, especially after the system upgraded to level 2, unlocking more magical beast units. The notion of systematically integrating these units with the human military to construct an entirely new hybrid legion became an indelible thought in his mind. The reason for the delay in implementation was his anticipation. On one hand, he awaited the stabilization of the number of newly recruited soldiers in the barracks. According to Anderson's latest report, the recruitment of new soldiers has far exceeded expectations. Even after adhering to the principle of quality over quantity and strictly filtering out the unworthy, a substantial influx of new recruits continued. It is anticipated that before the arrival of spring, the total number of standing soldiers in Ling will surpass 1,600. It can be said that Su Luan's formidable achievements and appealing military compensation and pension systems have indeed spread across the neighboring territories. Several mercenary groups have come together in groups to enlist. Presently, the combat capability of the Ling military is remarkably robust, having undergone a qualitative leap through the trials of blood and fire. Following the brutal war with the Ogre tribe, not only did the soldiers gain valuable experience, but the upper echelon's combat prowess also witnessed breakthroughs. Hargwin and Luke, both of whom had lingered at the pinnacle of the first tier for an extended period, successfully advanced into the realm of second-tier extraordinary beings under the pressure of life and death. Additionally, 6 elite soldiers who displayed valor on the battlefield successfully awakened. crossing the threshold into first-tier extraordinary status. Even Master Carl, the Flame Controller, greatly benefited from the brief, overwhelming surge of fire elemental energy during Su Luan's Dragon Heart baptism, breaking through his bottleneck and advancing to the initial stage of the second tier. It can be said that Yu Ling presently possesses a foundational scale of extraordinary combat power among humans, both in quality and quantity. Another key reason for the delay in military reorganization lies in the insufficient reserves of magical beast units. The bitter cold of winter has temporarily slowed his efforts to hunt magical beasts in the Lost Forest to accumulate energy points, resulting in stagnation in energy reserves. Coupled with the previous costly baptism of the Flame Dragon Heart, which consumed a staggering 800 energy points, he currently has only 650 energy points at his disposal. With careful calculations, Su Luan decided to first summon 10 elite terror wolves and 3 wind wolves based on the territory's current needs. Among these, he harbored particularly unique ideas regarding the wind wolves. In terms of size, the second-tier wind wolves are nearly equivalent to that of a warhorse, naturally leading Su Luan to conceive the idea of wolf cavalry, a collaborative force between humans and magical beasts. Imagine the combination of discipline, combat skills, and equipment of human extraordinary soldiers with the speed and impact of wind wolves. What formidable power would that unleash on the battlefield? Just a few days prior, Su Luan ordered the barracks blacksmith shop to gather the finest artisans to craft a batch of specialized composite wolf saddles and accompanying footrests, balancing stability and agility. Based on the size and movement patterns of the wind wolves, he intended to select 2 first-tier soldiers who were well-suited to undergo preliminary training with these wind wolves. Once successful, the military system of Yu Ling would undergo a complete transformation. In the spring, Su Luan would once again initiate a war mode against the surrounding territories, fervently harvesting energy points. However, for now, a few more days of patience are required. As time quietly slipped by, 2 days later, Lelina, as a succubus, flawlessly executed Su Luan's command to establish the new Public Security Bureau. Utilizing her unique psychic charm abilities, she conducted a rigorous mental screening of the candidate soldiers, ultimately selecting 3 resolute individuals whose loyalty to Su Luan was beyond reproach. After consuming the awakening potion, these 3 successfully transcended their limits, advancing to first-tier extraordinary status. With this as a cornerstone, the new bureau rapidly expanded from its original cadre of 20. 1 chief of security, 2 deputy chiefs, along with these 3 extraordinary individuals, would oversee 50 formal members. On the very day the new bureau commenced operations, several adventurers, having indulged in subpar ale at a tavern, attempted to provoke trouble on the streets only to find themselves met with swift justice. They barely had time to draw their weapons before the bureau's fierce members, in conjunction with a few terror wolves, efficiently subdued them and unceremoniously tossed them into a makeshift cell. The establishment and operation of the new Public Security Bureau yielded immediate results. The previously chaotic streets, overwhelmed by a surge of newcomers, quickly regained order. Simultaneously, the reputation of Yu Chung began to spread far and wide, akin to dandelion seeds carried by the wind, as merchants and adventurers shared tales of its allure. Not only mercenaries and adventurers seeking opportunity, but also an increasing number of commoners, beleaguered by goblin and gremlin attacks, oppressive governance, or poverty, began to hear of Yu Chung. However, the distant journey and potential dangers along the way prevented many commoners from making the trek. To address this issue and expedite population attraction, Su Luan instructed Old Morik to draft a proposal. The core of the proposal entailed reaching an agreement with the small merchant caravans recently trading with Yu Ling, requiring them to escort any willing civilians along their route to Yu Chung during their trade visits. In return, Yu Ling would provide certain rewards based on the number of escorted civilians, which could be in the form of reduced taxes on trades or priority and slight premiums on their goods. Many small merchant caravans, after weighing the pros and cons, gladly accepted this proposal. Their keen sense of smell had already informed them that the Yu Ling had successfully established trade routes with the Ying Chamber of Commerce in the Zifeng Kingdom. Everyone foresaw that once Yu Chung developed into a pivotal hub for border trade between the He Meigua and Zifeng Kingdom, a plethora of commercial opportunities would await. At this moment, ingratiating oneself with this promising lord was undoubtedly a highly lucrative long-term investment. Thus, starting from the first week after the new year, accompanied by the sounds of caravan bells and the creaking of wheels, groups of weathered yet hopeful commoners began to arrive at Yu Chung in succession. For these newcomers, Old Mo Lick suggested refraining from benevolently allocating them land or providing free housing. If Yu Cheng were to directly offer safety and distribute land and houses, it would diminish Su Luan's lordly authority and prove to be an unsustainable governance approach. Should Su Luan cease to assist them, they might come to feel that he owed them something. Old Molik subsequently proposed a labor for relief scheme. At present, Yu Cheng was undergoing extensive expansion, with walls extending, new districts being planned, official buildings constructed, and roads laid, all requiring a substantial workforce. There would be no shortage of job placements for them. And Yuling could organize their participation in labor, with corresponding wages paid from the territory's finances. The vacant houses could be rented to them at a nominal fee. But this procedure must be followed. Once they demonstrated their worth through labor, maintained stable employment for a designated period, and underwent evaluation to confirm their law-abiding nature and industriousness, they could formally attain the status of commoners within Yuling, enjoying additional welfare benefits. In summary, Yuling would not sustain idlers, nor would it serve as a refuge for the unworthy. As long as the incoming populace adhered to the rules, toiled diligently, and showcased their value, not only would they survive, but their lives would gradually improve. Most importantly, in this perilous borderland, the security provided by Yuling was invaluable. Chapter 50. Training Troops. Authority. Recently, Su Luan's life as a lord was exceedingly fulfilling. Aside from eating and sleeping, he spent the majority of his daytime in the military camp of Yu Cheng. His activities were straightforward. He engaged in combat. Each day, he took turns allowing new recruits to assail him. Firstly, Su Luan could enhance his combat skills through intense hand-to-hand fighting. Secondly, many of the new recruits were unruly adventurers and mercenaries, whom he could subdue with his fists. At this moment, the atmosphere in the central training ground of the military camp was as vibrant as a roaring bonfire. Who else? You lot can come at me together. Su Luan gestured towards everyone. Beneath him, a newly challenged recruit, who had just boasted with bravado, now lay crumpled on the ground, having been struck precisely by Su Luan's hand, rendering him temporarily unconscious. Casually rolling up his dust-stained sleeves, revealing his smooth forearms faintly glimmering with a reddish-gold sheen. Su Luan's sharp gaze fell upon 6 particularly tall and formidable warriors at the edge of the arena. They stood closely, exchanging glances filled with unspoken understanding. Clearly familiar with one another. What are you waiting for? You were all part of the same adventuring party, weren't you? Have you turned coward? Su Luan's words dripped with icy provocation, akin to a whip cracking through the air. The warriors exchanged looks, let out a low growl, and simultaneously charged from different angles. Their steps were steady, their coordination impeccable, swiftly cutting off all possible escape routes for Su Luan. With a flicker of thought, a thin yet solid gold-red energy aura manifested and flowed around Su Luan's body. Rather than retreating, he met them with a cold smile and an assertive stride forward. A warrior in front launched a seemingly simple, yet fierce and rapid straight punch aimed directly at Su Luan's face, the wind from the punch even producing a faint whistle. However, beneath this obvious feint, his rooted left foot sank slightly, preparing for a knee strike filled with enough power to shatter rock. This was the true, deadly maneuver. Such combat wisdom, characterized by a blend of deception and brutality, was possessed only by elite adventurers who danced on the brink of life and death while hunting beasts. Any ordinary opponent, distracted by the straight punch, would hastily attempt to block or dodge, only to fall victim to a subsequent barrage of close-quarter strikes and face immediate defeat. Yet Su Luan had long surpassed the ordinary realm. The transformation from his red dragon bloodline significantly enhanced his physical attributes, not only granting him brute strength, but also elevating his reflexes to an astonishing level. With a swift motion, Su Luan glided to the left, evading the punch's trajectory with perfect timing. His right hand struck like a viper, slipping through the gap exposed by the opponent's punch, morphing from palm to blade, and delivering a swift and focused strike to the unprotected side of the warrior's neck. The warrior felt a flash before his eyes. Then an overwhelming force akin to being struck by a battering ram slammed into the back of his neck. Before he could utter a sound, his massive frame toppled to the ground like a felled tree, creating a cloud of dust. Having dispatched the primary attacker, Su Luan found himself encircled by the remaining 5 warriors. Yet, his expression remained as calm as still water, devoid of any panic. He slightly shifted his stance, using his left foot as a stable pivot, and propelled his right leg upward like a coiled dragon, delivering a swift sidekick that accurately struck the face of a warrior attempting to grapple him. A faint crack echoed amidst the chaos. The warrior's neck jerked back violently. A mouthful of blood mixed with shattered teeth spewed forth, and he spun away, crashing to the ground. With a steadfast stance, Su Luan remained rooted like an ancient pine. while his kicking right leg arced through the air with a scorpion sting, utilizing remarkable core strength and balance to strike the chests of two additional warriors charging from the side. They staggered back, their armor visibly dented, emitting muffled groans before collapsing to the ground. In a flash, Su Luan retracted his right leg and surged forward, his speed leaving a blur in its wake. The last warrior felt a tightening grip around his neck as Su Luan's hand, cloaked in a faint dragon-scale illusion, seized him with the strength of a vice. A cold glint flashed in Su Luan's eyes, reminiscent of the icy winds of the northern realms. Down, with a roar resembling a dragon's roar, he effortlessly lifted the nearly 2-meter-tall warrior, hurling him backward with a force akin to tossing a scarecrow. The heavy body crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, causing the entire training ground to tremble, with dust swirling for a long time before settling. From start to finish, it transpired in mere moments. 1 against 6. An unequivocal victory. Moreover, it was achieved through an overwhelming display of strength and speed. Yet Su Luan appeared merely to have warmed up, spreading his arms wide. Casting his gaze across the field, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Hey, is there no one capable of matching me? To serve as soldiers of a Yuling, one cannot be worthless. Show me the ferocity you exhibit when hunting beasts in the wild. With his words barely spoken, yet another defiant warrior lunged at him with a roar. Su Luan did not even glance in his direction. His elbow struck like a cannonball, landing a fierce blow to the warrior's face, producing a sound that made one wince. Blood and sweat splattered everywhere. A blood-streaked tooth arced through the air, spiraling backward along with its owner, knocking down several onlookers who could not evade in time. Do you think I am one of those pampered, idle nobles hiding behind guards? Surin's voice was chilling as he executed a seemingly casual sidekick, sending a warrior attempting to ambush him flying backward, crashing into the weapon rack with a cacophony of clattering sounds. I tell you, joining the army of an Yuling and following me means engaging in battle, slaying enemies on the battlefield, and exchanging their heads and achievements for glory and wealth. Show me your loyalty and worth, and I shall grant you everything you desire. Power, status, riches, and even extraordinary opportunities. His words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of every soldier present. Along with his declaration, several new recruits collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. This time, however, the remaining onlookers, though their eyes burned with the fervor of battle and reverence, dared not rush forward. The overwhelming disparity in strength made it abundantly clear that this young lord was a fearsome beast in human form. Surin surveyed the fallen and standing soldiers, his voice steady and commanding. Intensify your training, my new recruits. The pain you endure now is to ensure your survival on the future battlefield, enabling you to return and revel in your merits. Upon hearing these words, those formerly brimming with arrogance struggled to rise despite their excruciating pain. Then, with respect and sincerity, they bowed to that figure in the center, resembling a god of war. Long live our Lord. Our Lord is mighty. We pledge our lives to our Lord. The deafening cheers and applause surged through the military camp like a tidal wave. Chapter 51. The assassin infiltrating the castle. As night fell, silence enveloped the land. The cold moonlight cascaded like mercury, draping the Inu castle in a veil of ethereal beauty. Surin concluded a fulfilling, or rather, gratifyingly combative, day and returned to his bedroom atop the castle. Outside the grand floor-to-ceiling windows lay the slumbering territory and the distant, sinuous outline of the Lost Forest Mountains, resembling the back of a colossal beast. In 2 days, once the new recruits were stabilized, there would be opportunities for practical combat training. Engaging those restless half-orc tribes to the west, or the rapidly breeding magical beasts on the outskirts of the Lost Forest would yield the best results in terms of experience. Leaning against the window, Surin gazed into the boundless night sky, contemplating future military maneuvers. Before long, he gently slipped into slumber. Beneath the starry night, a figure nearly indistinguishable from the darkness, like a phantom, stealthily infiltrated the borders of a Yuling. He arrived at the shadowy river valley on the castle's side, gazing up at the imposing and solemn fortress built against the mountains under the moonlight. The location was advantageous, easily defensible yet challenging to assault. Unfortunately, to one well-versed in the art of shadows like myself, these defenses are mere decorations, the shadow murmured, his voice dry and hoarse, reminiscent of an owl's call. Oh, Viscount Surin, your head, along with that generous bounty, shall be claimed by me, Berkeley, without hesitation. This man was a silver-ranked assassin from the dreaded assassin organization, Shadow's Hand, hailing from the kingdom of Zifeng. For this mission, he had spent 2 days meticulously gathering the latest intelligence on Inu City and Surin. He was aware that this lord possessed the ability to summon magical beasts, commonly wolves and wasps of the first rank. First-rank magical beasts, with their sluggish perception, could never hope to uncover my stealth techniques and breath concealment. Berkeley chuckled coldly, brimming with the confidence of a professional killer. He moved swiftly towards the castle wall, blending seamlessly with the shadows. Beneath the wall, several squads of soldiers and 2 fearsome wolves were patrolling. In the sky above, several fist-sized venomous worker bees, their tails shimmering with a ghostly green light, hovered silently, their compound eyes scanning the ground. Berkeley began to chant an incantation, and the space around him subtly distorted as a thick layer of shadow energy enveloped him completely. He transformed into a true shadow, moving through the dark corners cast by the wall. As the soldiers patrolled, he skillfully threw a silent grappling hook inscribed with runes, securing it precisely on the parapet. Utilizing the leverage, he leapt upward, landing as lightly as a feather without making a sound. Perfect. Beneath the mask, Berkeley's lips curled into a slight smile. He navigated past several fixed sentinels and patrols with ease, locating a relatively weakly defended section of the Lord's residence. Below, only one soldier donned in full chainmail and wielding a halberd stood guard. Like a true shadow, Berkeley crept behind the soldier. Without even drawing his weapon, he executed a precise strike with a hand infused with subtle, dark energy, targeting the soldier's carotid artery. The soldier's body stiffened, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes before he slumped to the ground, unable to utter a single warning. Trained and on the cusp of awakening, he remained as vulnerable as an infant before the experienced and ruthless second-rank top assassin, Berkeley. Ignoring the corpse at his feet, Berkeley considered it merely an obstacle cleared from his path. By dawn, he would have claimed his target's head and vanished into the vast wilderness. He scaled the high wall once more, drifting down like a genuine leaf, making no sound as he landed in the inner courtyard of the Lord's residence. Just as he rounded a corner shrouded in vines, his muscles tensed instantly. Not far away, a sleek, well-proportioned black panther, its fur as deep as the night, was approaching. Lady of Shadows, Berkeley silently invoked, praying to the deity of slaughter, deception, and dominion over shadows that he revered. As he prayed, the shadow energy surrounding him intensified and receded, as though he were erased from the material world, his very breath extinguished. This advanced stealth technique deceived the second-rank shadow beast, the Shadow Panther. The Shadow Panther tilted its head in confusion, its amber eyes scanning Berkeley's location, failing to detect any anomaly before continuing its patrol. Cursed. Berkeley cursed inwardly, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. This Surin can even summon and tame second-rank shadow beasts? This was not mentioned in the intelligence. Fortunately, as a top-tier second-rank assassin, his understanding of shadow power far surpassed that of this beast, allowing him to evade exposure by the narrowest of margins. After shedding the Shadow Panther, Berkeley proceeded with heightened caution. He, like flowing darkness, avoided a squad of 3 elite fearsome wolves and the heavy-footed patrolling soldiers. Those wolves twitched their noses, seemingly sensing a faint, unfamiliar aura, yet ultimately failed to pinpoint his exact location. After navigating through various obstacles, he finally approached Surin's bedroom. To his surprise, no guard stood outside, but he quickly rationalized that perhaps the Lord was overly confident in his own strength. He paused in the shadows, elegantly adjusting his wrinkle-free night attire, then retrieved a uniquely designed mask, resembling a crow's beak, and gently placed it upon his face. This was the Mask of Shadows, the standard equipment of the Assassins of Shadow's Hand, classified as a black iron level magical item. It not only perfectly concealed the wearer's true identity, thwarting ordinary truth-seeking spells, but also effectively resisted most common gas attacks. Berkeley glided toward the heavy wooden door of the bedroom like a ghost without substance. He extended his finger, clad in a black leather glove, its tip enveloped in subtle shadow energy, lightly touching the lock. A simple spell for unlocking ordinary mechanical locks and low-level magical seals quietly took effect. With a barely audible click, the lock disengaged. Berkeley gently pushed the door open just a crack, his form slipping inside like a wraith. The entire process executed with such stealth that not even the heiress movement was disturbed. The bedroom was shrouded in dim light, illuminated only by the faint glow of embers from the fireplace and the sporadic moonlight filtering through the heavy curtains. A subtle, unique scent reminiscent of sulfur and cedar permeated the air. Berkeley's gaze was fixed upon the grand 4-poster bed at the center of the room. There, the young viscount lay on his side, wrapped in a soft quilt. His breathing was steady and deep, his features relaxed, even bearing a slight, almost imperceptible, sound of contented snoring. He appeared to be in a profound slumber, oblivious to the imminent approach of death. The instincts of a killer compelled Berkeley to remain motionless for a few seconds, like a statue, as he confirmed with his senses that no other life forms or magical traps existed within the room. Chapter 52. The Might of the Dragon, Subjugation. Once assured, a glint of icy murderous intent flickered in Berkeley's eyes. Silently, he drew forth a poisoned dagger from his waist. The blade was slender and displayed a deep azure hue, with a small dark gemstone embedded in the hilt, subtly emanating the aura of cursed runes. To return to the shadows in silent slumber is the final mercy bestowed upon you by the lady. Farewell, Viscount Loren. Berkeley silently recited the prayer for the execution of the death ritual, raising the dagger high, aimed at the defenseless body on the bed. This strike would shatter flesh and sever life, even should a miracle occur and the blow fail to deliver a fatal wound. The alchemical poison and curse adhering to the blade would swiftly permeate the prey's body through the blood, consuming him in excruciating agony. The sharp blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a shrill cry of death as it descended vehemently towards its target. Yet, just as the tip of the dagger was about to pierce the covers, a swifter, more enigmatic shadow erupted from the very shadows of the room. It was a serpentine whip entwined with pale violet abyssal energy. The whip, akin to a living viper, coiled with precision around Berkeley's right wrist, its barbs tightening instantly. What? Berkeley was taken aback. He had barely registered the source of the attack, only feeling a searing pain and numbness in his wrist, causing him to lose grip on the dagger, which clattered to the thick carpet below. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Berkeley reacted with remarkable speed, leaping backward to free himself from the whip's grasp, his eyes wide with horror as he gazed towards the source of the assault. The shadows in one corner of the room writhed as if alive, coalescing into form. A mesmerizing and strikingly alluring figure emerged slowly. Loren held the living, viper-esque gaze in her hand, her exquisite face adorned with a hint of mocking, icy amusement. And in her captivating eyes, there resided only a chilling intent to kill. A little mouse that dares to disturb its master's slumber? Loren's voice, imbued with the unique magnetism of a succubus, was now chillingly cold. As a top-tier combatant of the second rank, inherently adept in shadow magic, stealth, and mental control, Loren's perception far surpassed that of ordinary humans. The moment Berkeley had attempted to unlock the door and disturb the shadows outside, she had sensed the presence of this unwelcome guest and quietly concealed herself in the darkest corner of the room. Almost simultaneously with Loren's emergence, the once sleeping Loren abruptly opened his eyes. In his gaze, there was no trace of confusion typical of one just awoken. Instead, a cold, molten gold-red light flowed like lava. The bloodline of the Red Dragon. Template bestowed upon him not only immense physical power, but also a vast mental strength comparable to, or even surpassing that of typical third-rank extraordinary beings, along with beast-like acute perception. As Berkeley pushed open the door, the slightest trace of shadow energy seeped in, awakening the slumbering dragon. Loren sat up slowly, his movements deliberate, muscles rippling beneath the thin quilt, exuding an aura of strength. He regarded the masked assassin with an air of calm, his face not betraying fear, but rather displaying a smirk of amusement, as if he had just encountered an intriguing toy. "Good evening, my elusive friend." Loren's voice was slightly hoarse, yet strikingly clear. "So late, and you bring such a dangerous gift. Can you tell me who is so eager to send you to your death?" The atmosphere in the room shifted abruptly. The hunter had become the hunted, and Berkeley's heart sank to the depths. "Master, shall I have Loren interrogate him with torture?" Loren's beautiful face bore a hint of mockery, her mental prowess enveloping Berkeley like a spider's web, instilling a sense of suffocating dread at the very core of his soul. A succubus. Berkeley's face paled in shock. He could never have imagined that this Lord of the Dark Moon, Loren, harbored a succubus as a companion. Yet there was no time for further contemplation. Berkeley's seasoned skills as a silver-ranked assassin came to the fore. Despite his shock, he remained composed, reacting almost instantaneously as he became ensnared by the whip. "Shadow traversal." He uttered a low exclamation, his body suddenly becoming indistinct, attempting to meld into the shadows and escape the whip's hold, teleporting to another corner outside the room. This was one of his life-saving techniques. However, Loren seemed to have anticipated this move. Trying to flee? Loren's crimson lips parted slightly, unleashing a powerful mental shock that struck Berkeley's mind like an invisible hammer. Berkeley groaned as the process of shadow traversal was interrupted, his form solidifying once more. Although he avoided complete control, his movements were hindered. In that brief moment of hesitation, his left hand darted toward his waist, flinging 3 shadow erosion darts. The darts were not aimed at Loren or Lelina, but rather at the three corners of the room, where magical lamps provided the primary source of light. Thud, thud, thud. The darts struck the lamp shades, and the shadow energy contained within erupted instantly, swallowing the light, plunging the entire bedroom into utter darkness. A mere parlor trick. Loren scoffed, not even rising from his position. His pupils ignited with molten golden flames. The dark vision granted by his dragon bloodline activated automatically, rendering everything around him as clear as day. He distinctly saw Berkeley, even as he threw the darts, launching himself like a bolt towards the nearest window, attempting to escape through the glass. Leave him. Loren inhaled deeply, his chest swelling, a torrent of searing energy gathering in his throat. He did not resort to the life force-consuming dragon transformation, but instead unleashed a more fundamental, yet equally terrifying ability. Dragon's Roar. Roar. A deep, resonant roar, brimming with unyielding authority and a sense of impending destruction, erupted from Loren's mouth. This roar was not merely a physical sound wave, but contained a terrifying power capable of directly intimidating the soul. The sound wave surged like a tangible shockwave, sweeping across the entire room. Berkeley, caught in the forefront, felt a dread-inducing pressure from the pinnacle of life itself crash into his mind like a mountain. His thoughts momentarily froze, his blood nearly congealing, and his movement towards the window was abruptly halted, leaving him paralyzed in place, his eyes wide with pure terror and astonishment. Within the realm of his consciousness, he envisioned an ancient red dragon, its shadow eclipsing the sun, gazing down at him, a mere ant, with indifference in its molten eyes. Even Lelina, as Loren's contract servant, felt a tremor of dread, instinctively retreating half a step, her gaze filled with deep reverence for her master's power. The roar reverberated throughout the castle. Instantly, the entire Dark Moon territory simmered as if plunged into boiling oil. An enemy attack. Protect the Lord. The alarm bells rang out. Lights ignited throughout the castle as soldiers rushed, weapons were drawn, and the roars of magical beasts echoed in a cacophony. The imposing figure of Knight Anderson emerged at the end of the corridor, the long spear glistening with a chilling aura of frost-infused energy. The air was filled with the urgent buzzing of venomous worker bees, accompanied by the low growls of shadow leopards and fearsome wolves drawing closer. Chapter 53. The Pact. Berkeley's loyalty to the darkness within the bedroom gradually dissipated, illuminated by the flickering light of torches from outside. Berkeley stood rigidly in place, his face pale as parchment beneath the mask, cold sweat soaking through his night garb. He watched as Loren slowly rose from the chair, a shimmering illusion of golden dragon scales radiating around him. A fleeting glance at Anderson, Lelina, who were poised at the door and window respectively, and the faint outlines of beasts outside, sent a chill through his heart. He realized that his mission had utterly failed, and it was likely that he would pay with his life within this border castle. As an assassin, he had become the prey in a trap. He never anticipated that this Viscount of Anu would not only be a formidable beast summoner, but also extraordinarily powerful himself. That roar of Draconic might nearly shattered the blessings bestowed upon him by the Lady of Shadows. Could it be that this Viscount Loren was a descendant of dragon blood? Yet, even more perplexing to Berkeley was the presence of a succubus in Anu. It had been centuries since a living, loyal succubus had appeared in the human realm. Berkeley was overwhelmed with shock, confusion, and disbelief. Loren approached him step by step, each footfall echoing against Berkeley's heart. He extended his hand, golden red dragon flames dancing at his fingertips, casting light upon the assassin's despairing eyes. Now, we may converse in earnest. For instance, who sent you? Loren's voice was icy. A bitter pang gripped Berkeley's heart, although he had two ultimate moves left to unleash. Capable of inflicting significant damage through the shadow of the Night Crow, the current situation left him no chance of taking Loren's life. Instead, it would lead to his own exhaustion and the loss of any escape. That damned task issuer. Did he know that the Lord of Anu was a descendant of dragons and harbored a nearly third-tier succubus? A mere 1,500 gold coins for such a perilous assassination mission. Berkeley cursed the individual who had posted the bounty in his mind. Had he been informed of all the details, he would never have accepted this task. Honorable Lord Loren, I implore you to pardon my transgressions. Berkeley lowered his head, attempting to plead for his life. How absurd you are, Loren retorted, his gaze fixed on him, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Berkeley, with resolute determination, quickly betrayed his organization, exclaiming, Lord Loren, I hail from the Shadow Hand organization, a name you must have heard of. 10 days ago, a bounty was placed specifically targeting you, requiring only silver-ranked assassins or higher to take on the task. It was assigned to me by the Shadow Hand, and I could not refuse, lest I face the organization's punishment. Su Luan was certainly familiar with the Shadow Hand. It was the most active assassination organization along the border between the Zifeng Kingdom and the Heimei Kingdom, known for executing numerous high-profile contracts. The most notorious incident occurred 3 years ago when a bounty of 3,000 gold coins was placed to eliminate an heir in the Emerald City. Remarkably, the Shadow Hand accepted the contract and dispatched a gold-ranked assassin who accomplished the task within 3 days, despite the presence of several third-tier bodyguards. Following that incident, the reputation of the Shadow Hand soared. To think that so soon after arriving at the border, a bounty had already been placed on his life. Could it be that old Count Meng Luo was behind this? A possible target flashed through Su Luan's mind. He turned his cold gaze back to Berkeley and sneered. So, since you have failed your mission, it would be quite normal for me to kill you, wouldn't it? Please grant me a chance, Lord Su Luan. Berkeley, in a show of sincerity, removed his mask and continued earnestly. I can help you identify the enemy behind this, to discover who issued the bounty. Huh. I have but a few enemies. I need not discern, for I shall deal with each of them in due course. As Su Luan spoke, he gathered his dragon power within his arm, preparing to send Berkeley to his demise. Wait, Berkeley, sensing the overwhelming energy radiating from the young lord, cried out. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, to become your blade in the darkness, to cut down any obstacles in your path. I am already among the top 2 silver-ranked assassins of the Shadow Hand. I will surely be of use to you. Seizing the moment of Su Luan's hesitation, he added, my biological father is a prominent noble in the Emerald City. If I were to die, my family would sense it. Though I am but an illegitimate son, my bloodline father may very well harbor animosity towards you. Oh, how am I to trust the loyalty of an assassin? Su Luan raised an eyebrow. He indeed wished to establish a department of intelligence and assassination, with Lilina as the original candidate. However, Lilina already had her hands full. Acquiring a top-tier second-ranked assassin would be advantageous, but absolute loyalty was imperative. Berkeley clenched his teeth and revealed the shadow mark on his arm, declaring, I can swear an oath before the Lady of Shadows, allowing her to witness my vow. I will never betray you. The Lady of Shadows. Su Luan shook his head, unfamiliar with her. The world was rich with deities, numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands. From the god of light to the goddess of night, Mother Earth. The sun god, sea god, goddess of wealth, god of war, king of dragons, lord of winter, and fury of storms. Just naming them could take an eternity. The Lady of Shadows was merely a lesser deity, and it was understandable that Su Luan had never heard of her. Fortunately, Lilina, as a demon from the abyss, was knowledgeable about such matters. Master, I indeed sense the blessing of the Lady of Shadows upon him. There are elders in my family who revere her. Lilina informed Su Luan. We can have him sign a soul pact in the name of the Lady of Shadows. A soul pact? A shiver ran through Berkeley. He had not expected the succubus to possess such knowledge. Her family in the abyss must be far from ordinary. What is the effect? Su Luan inquired. If he violates the pact, it would amount to desecrating the Lady of Shadows, incurring the wrath of a deity, Lilina explained. As a demon, a life without betrayal was incomplete. Thus, it was customary for high-ranking demon families to formalize transactions through pacts. Typically, demons signed with their true names. But the formality was similar, and Lilina was quite familiar with it. Hey, assassin, if you wish to pledge your loyalty to the master, then sign the soul pact. In the name of the Lady of Shadows. Lilina produced a scroll adorned with golden edges. With her will, an invisible pen began to inscribe the terms of the pact upon it. In no time, a complete contract was drafted, and Lilina presented it to Su Luan. Upon glancing at the contract, Su Luan noted that it explicitly stated Berkeley could not conceal his true name, must not betray Su Luan, and could not disclose any information regarding him. Most importantly, if Berkeley falsely claimed to be a devotee of the Lady of Shadows, he would similarly provoke the wrath of the deity, leading to the arrival of a 5th or even 6th-tier divine emissary to execute him. Thus, Berkeley found himself with no options left. The pitiable and helpless silver-tier assassin, upon receiving the contract, beheld the name of the Lady of Shadows inscribed at its conclusion. The sovereign of human assassins and killers. A tremor coursed through Berkeley's heart, compelling him to refrain from any thoughts of sacrilege or betrayal. Casting a glance at Su Luan, he inhaled deeply, ultimately allowing his fingertip to pierce his palm, letting a drop of blood fall. The contract was sealed. Henceforth, this silver-tier assassin was deemed to have utterly failed in his task. Fortunately, he preserved his life, yet the price paid was to become a weapon in Su Luan's grasp, subject to his command. However, Berkeley harbored little resentment or dissatisfaction. Perhaps following this master could lead to a brighter future, he mused quietly. After all, before him stood a scion of dragon blood, accompanied by a seductive demon of the abyss, destined to become a formidable overlord. Chapter 54. Preparations for War. The loyalty of Silver-tier assassin Berkeley was sworn to the Lady of Shadows, and subsequently, a soul contract was signed. Loren could distinctly perceive that a mere thought from him could dictate the life or death of this second-tier elite assassin. This constituted absolute control, more reliable than any form of loyalty test. Nevertheless, Loren did not retain this newly acquired weapon at his side. Instead, he issued his first command: return to the Shadow Hand. I wish to know who hastily placed the bounty upon my head. Berkeley had no objections to this. The cost of his failure in this task entailed only a fine to the organization and a deduction of points, rendering him unable to ascend to the gold-tier assassin status for the time being. The Shadow Hand organization would not demand Berkeley's life for a single failure. As you wish, my lord. Berkeley's voice, filtered through his mask, conveyed an unwavering obedience bound by the contract. I shall utilize my channels to ascertain the identity of the client as swiftly as possible. The shadows know all, but one must pay the requisite price to pry open their lips. In the darkness before dawn, Berkeley silently melded back into the shadows, departing from Darkmoon City. After dispatching this pawn, Loren found sleep eluding him. He stood upon the highest terrace of the castle, allowing the biting morning breeze to caress his eyes, which increasingly bore the characteristics of dragon-like slits. The brief period of relative tranquility appeared to have concluded. Given his awareness of a certain human noble harboring murderous intent toward him, who had also employed assassins with a substantial bounty, it was time for Loren to significantly bolster his military forces. Coincidentally, the army had recently welcomed numerous new recruits, and Loren had long intended to accelerate their training through combat. The Bloodclaw half-orc tribe in the Western Mountains presented an excellent target for military exercise. Prior to the war, Mage Carl proactively proposed to enchant a batch of weapons for the army. After ascending to the second tier of extraordinary beings, Mage Carl had deepened his research into fire runes and equipment enchantment and was now capable of bestowing extraordinary effects upon weaponry. On the afternoon of the following day, Sergeant Luke, who had also successfully ascended to the second tier following the Ogre War, personally led a squad of soldiers to deliver over 30 well-maintained but battle-worn half-plate armors to Carl's temporary workshop. These armors belonged to the elite soldiers of the army, featuring classic designs and robust materials, albeit marred by numerous scars and dents from combat. Excellent. The worn bases are more adept at absorbing and locking in magical energies. Mage Carl meticulously examined the armors, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. My lord, I can complete the enchantment upgrade for up to 100 armors of similar quality within the time limit. After bidding farewell to Luke, Mage Carl carefully arranged the half-plate armors within a circular magic array he had inscribed using mithril dust and crimson flame mineral powder. Standing at the array's edge, he took a deep breath, pressed his hands down, and began to chant a lengthy and ancient incantation. Fire enchantment, second tier. Buzz. The array suddenly illuminated, the crimson light flowing like molten lava, instantly enveloping all the armors within. The searing flames were not born of destruction. Rather, they resembled living spirits, gently caressing the metal surfaces, imprinting complex fire runes bit by bit, penetrating deeply. As time passed, the ordinary metallic sheen of the armors gradually transformed into a subtle, dark red magical luster, reminiscent of something forged through 1,000 trials. Their textures seemed to tighten, and their weight peculiarly lightened slightly. Upon completing the enchantment, Mage Carl wiped the sweat from his brow, fatigue evident. My lord, given my current power, I cannot achieve permanent solidification. These enchantment effects will last approximately 3 days. They will provide hardness and lightness surpassing that of fine steel, along with basic temperature regulation, sufficient to withstand the frigid nights in the mountains. Loren picked up one of the enchanted half-plate armors, tapping its surface with his knuckles, producing a dull yet solid sound, with minimal recoil felt. Well done, Carl. He praised sincerely. This is comparable to extraordinary equipment of whiteboard quality. We are merely a few active or passive special skills away from black iron grade. Enchanted half-plate armor. 32. Coupled with the high-quality gear procured from the Nightingale Trading Company, Loren's forces were poised to assemble a striking force of over 200 soldiers, all equipped with enchanted armor. Such an opulent configuration was likely a privilege reserved for officers of sergeant rank within the surrounding newly opened territories. A battalion of 200 enchanted armored soldiers could potentially rout 3 times their number in ordinary foes on the front lines. The subsequent tasks continued into the late hours of the night. Once Luke delivered the final batch of armors requiring enchantment and completed the processing, the temporary workshop of Mage Carl was filled with armors glimmering with dark red magical luster. Distribute them, prioritizing the elite selected for this expedition, Su Luan commanded. The 3-day enchantment period was ample to support a swift and decisive war. On the following day, after a brief meditation to recuperate, Mage Carl immersed himself once more in preparations for war. This time, he employed a simpler spell known as Fireberry, an advanced application of a first-tier fire spell. He catalyzed the creation of magical fruits called fireberries, resembling small burning berries. Soldiers consuming them would experience a significant boost in their resistance to cold environments and rapidly replenish stamina, alleviating hunger. To meet the initial needs of a force comprising 600 soldiers and 50 beast troops, Mage Carl expended his magical energy, producing 700 plump fireberries in one go. Coupled with the stock of ice rock tiger jerky from the Lord's estate, the logistical supplies for the expedition were essentially complete. The price, however, was Mage Carl's depletion of magical energy, leaving him pale and in need of over 10 days' rest to recover. The Dark Moon territory remained excessively deficient in technical extraordinary beings. Observing the weary Mage Carl being assisted to rest by an apprentice, Su Luan pondered. The expansion of the army, the forging of equipment, the fortification of buildings, and the concoction of potions all demanded corresponding specialized talents. Relying solely on Carl was undoubtedly insufficient. It seemed essential to visit the slave market in Emerald City on the next trip. That fellow Berkeley was quite familiar with Emerald City. He would serve well as a guide. Su Luan committed this thought to memory. Simultaneously, the military camp was operating with remarkable efficiency. Anderson and Luke commenced the selection of soldiers for the impending expedition. Su Luan had explicitly mandated that over 80% of the participating forces must consist of recently enlisted recruits. These men, hailing from various mercenary groups and adventuring parties, possessed commendable individual combat abilities, with many already having awakened as first-tier extraordinary beings. However, they were accustomed to a disorganized lifestyle, lacking the crucial discipline and collaborative combat skills essential in an army, and desperately required the crucible of real combat to forge their mettle. Chapter 55, Bloodclaw Half-Orc Tribe. In this expedition, Su Luan meticulously arranged the distribution of forces. Nightgao 1 and Li Li Na, along with half of the standing army, remained stationed in Yucheng. Recently, the influx of outsiders into the territory had surged, creating a chaotic mix, necessitating the retention of sufficient strength to secure the central command against unforeseen circumstances. The core of the expeditionary force's elite combat strength would comprise the venomous Mantis, Anderson, Luke, and formidable beasts such as Wind Wolf and Shadow Panther. Furthermore, as there was no need for rapid movement, Su Luan decided to include the relatively slow, yet siege-capable bone-spike beasts and lava giant lizards to assess their practicality on the battlefield. With our elite combatants holding an absolute advantage, particularly with Su Luan himself, a humanoid red dragon, personally leading the charge, the number of soldiers should not be excessive. Otherwise, the essence of military training would be lost. Ultimately, the expeditionary list was confirmed: 600 elite soldiers, of which nearly 530 were new recruits, and a mixed beast squad composed of terror wolves, venomous worker bees, wind wolves, shadow panthers, bone-spike beasts, and lava giant lizards, totaling no more than 100. The following day, at dawn, the atmosphere in the military camp was tense. Rows of soldiers had already formed a square formation, their brand new enchanted armor reflecting a dark red glimmer under the rising sun, exuding a suffocating sense of pressure alongside the diverse beast troops. March. Su Luan issued a simple command with a wave of his hand. The grand procession departed the camp, resembling a torrent forged of steel and flesh, surging towards the western mountains. However, it did not take long for the lack of discipline among the new recruits to become glaringly apparent. Freed from the constraints of the training ground, the ranks quickly grew loose and disordered, with former adventurers and mercenaries excitedly whispering to each other. They marveled at the nearby beast troops and the luxurious gear and magical supplies in their packs, completely devoid of the silence and vigilance expected of a proper military march. Ultimately, they were a ragtag band, still far from being a true steel army. Su Luan, mounted on a tall wind wolf, observed everything with a calm demeanor. This war was not merely about annihilating the Bloodclaw tribe. It was also about instilling the military spirit of an Yuling within these 600 men. Su Luan's objective was the Bloodclaw Half-Orc tribe. This group was the largest alien faction nearby, and had the capacity to simultaneously harass several villages and small towns in the surrounding territories. According to the intelligence delivered by Anderson, the leader of the Bloodclaw half-orc tribe, Bloodclaw Hazand, was an exceptional half-orc who had reached the apex of the second tier in combat prowess, renowned for his bloodied claws and frenzied fighting style. He commanded 2 partners of initial second-tier strength as his aides. It was said that this Bloodclaw half-orc tribe had splintered from a large half-orc clan deep within the Lost Forest. The original leader, a powerful half-orc nearing the 3rd tier, had been ambushed and killed by the pioneering lords of the surrounding territories over a decade ago, which had led to the gradual decline of the Bloodclaw half-orc tribe. Suluan's mission was to eliminate as many Bloodclaw half-orcs as possible, thereby acquiring more energy points to expand the scale of the beast troops. Bloodclaw Mountain. This land exuded an odd aura, with sparse vegetation displaying a pale red hue, as if soaked in blood. It was rumored that a small copper mine lay buried beneath the mountains. As most of the weapons wielded by the Bloodclaw half-orcs were copper-based, these marauders found it difficult to engage in normal trade with caravans, implying a stable source for equipping themselves with copper weaponry. At this moment, several indistinct figures moved stealthily in the shadows, deftly avoiding the crude traps on the periphery. Reaching the mid-slope, Branda, a first-tier ranger from Shimu Town, was merely 23 years old. He had arrived in Yucheng due to the recruitment information from Yuling. However, he quickly fell in love with Yuling. Largely due to the generous military pay, Lord Suluan was not deceiving. The pay for new recruits surpassed that of the officers in Shimu Ling opportunity. As an ambitious, extraordinary individual, he sensed the burgeoning vitality and future potential of Yuling, especially with Lord Su Luan's formidable strength. Both personally and through the numerous beast troops, Branda was convinced that this was the ideal stage for him to realize his lofty ambitions. In contrast to the stringent systems and rigid hierarchies of Shimu Town, Yuling was rife with opportunities. But the prerequisite was that he must demonstrate his capabilities to prove his worth to Lord Suluan. A faint buzzing sound emerged. It was the elite venomous worker bees dispatched by Su Luan, monitoring the battlefield. Indeed, to train and evaluate the new recruits' abilities for potential promotions. Su Luan deliberately refrained from allowing the venomous worker bees to handle all reconnaissance tasks. Prior to the battle, Su Luan had clearly indicated that he would focus on assessing the capabilities of all new recruits at every step. At that moment, these venomous worker bees served as Su Luan's eyes, enabling him to oversee all new recruits. In the woods, the lack of poison application and the concealment of corpses revealed a lack of professionalism. Branda spat softly, instructing his companions to drag the bodies to a corner. In the distance, the outline of the Bloodclaw half-orc camp became clearer, situated on the mid-slope with an expansive view. A crude yet massive siege crossbow was positioned atop the palisade, aimed toward the direction of the Lost Forest, intended for dealing with larger foes. Half-orcs had keen senses. Branda took out some powder to mask their scent. 3 traps to the east. Send someone to dismantle them. He gestured and spoke until his companions understood. There's a patrol team to the west. I'll need a skilled hand to accompany me to eliminate them. He sighed. Do you understand hand signals? The top scouts don't make noise. He resolved to suggest to Knight Anderson, no, to Lord Su Luan, that their scouts needed retraining. Branda felt quite dissatisfied with these new comrades. It was evident they had not undergone professional training, and he found it far easier during his previous time with the adventurer team, which left him, a self-proclaimed professional, feeling quite vexed, having to give instructions for everything one by one. Nevertheless, he considered it not entirely detrimental. The shortage of scout talent played to his advantage as an extraordinary ranger. Lord Su Luan might be observing them. The better he performed, the more rapidly he could ascend to a military officer's position. Before long, my lord, the half-orc's lookout has been cleared. Branda knelt before Su Luan to report. However, we cannot approach the nest. They have a wolf in captivity with an astute sense of smell, and we nearly compromised our position. Su Luan nodded, his gaze lingering on this capable ranger for a moment longer. Enough, he said in a deep voice. Order the troops to accelerate their advance. This ranger named Branda was a promising prospect. Initially, Su Luan had not noticed him. He had likely just joined the army alongside some adventurers in recent days. An experienced extraordinary ranger was certainly worth nurturing for Su Luan. Berkeley and Lili Na were both masters of stealth and shadow. They could provide specialized training for the rangers in the army when time permitted. As for Branda, he could be groomed to become the leader of the scouting team. With ambition and ability, he embodied the type of new recruit Su Luan desired. Chapter 56. The Emergence of Bone-Spike Beasts and Lava Giant Lizards. Newcomers of Yuling, everyone began to hasten their pace. The ensuing battle would be a challenging siege. And while the Bloodclaw half-orc nest may not be particularly fortified, it was still a stronghold that required strategies to minimize casualties. Under the surveillance of the venomous worker bees, all traps along the route were cleared. Fortunately, the elite troops Su Luan had assembled were not numerous. If their numbers exceeded 1,000, it would become increasingly difficult to remain undetected by the enemy. As evening approached, the team stealthily approached the mountain stronghold. The Bloodclaw tribe was loosely structured, centered around various types of half-beasts, intermingled with other allied half-orc clans, as well as enslaved goblins and kobolds, and occasionally, one could spot trolls shackled in chains. These slaves were tasked with the dirtiest and most arduous labor, often serving as cannon fodder. Soon, the battle would erupt. Anderson, you are responsible for leading the magma giant lizards and the army in a frontal assault. Luke, you and the other beast soldiers will provide cover and fire support. Surin turned his gaze to a robust man nearby and commanded, Treg, did you not mention a few days ago that you and your mercenary brothers had once hunted a Tier 2 elite magic bear? Then today, prove it to me. Bring your team and await my orders. Only act upon my command. The man named Treg, along with his companions, nodded in unison, yes, Lord Surin. These individuals were all berserkers, originally hailing from a mercenary group known as the Wild Lions, who had only recently joined the forces of the Darkmoon territory. Initially, upon entering the army, these several berserkers were quite unruly. However, after Surin personally came to the barracks and relentlessly demonstrated his prowess for several days, Treg and his companions had completely submitted to Surin's authority. Now, they were filled with a fervent desire to prove their capabilities before Surin, much like the Ranger Brand, who sought a bright future within the Darkmoon territory. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. To minimize casualties, Surin raised his hand, activating the bloodline of the red dragon within him. Utilizing the innate abilities of his draconic heritage, he summoned a swarm of fire elementals, transforming them into a crimson storm that swept forward, clearing the obstacles before the camp. But this was merely the beginning. The true battering ram was the silent Bone Spike beast lurking behind. Bone Spike, fire. The Bone Spike beast finally made its appearance. Its massive bony spikes suddenly unfurled like a taut bowstring. Instantly, one after another, the pale spikes shot forth like bolts from a crossbow, slicing through the air with a chilling whistle as they descended upon the half-orc encampment with ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled, and dust billowed. The bone spikes, akin to small catapults, instantly shattered several gaps in the wooden palisade, sending both the crossbow bolts and the half-orcs operating them flying, shattered. Chaos erupted within the encampment. Excellent. Surin was greatly pleased by the Bone Spike Beast's debut. The power of a single Bone Spike Beast was equivalent to a Tier 2 high-level mage unleashing a full-scale long-range spell strike. Although the Bone Spike Beast had the drawback of an extensive cooldown period, one could only imagine the magnificent scene if several of such beasts could deliver an initial bombardment on the enemy's position before a battle commenced. Encouraged by the Bone Spike Beast's extraordinary long-range bombardment, the morale within the army soared. If the order to advance had not yet been issued, many new recruits would have already charged forward with cries of eagerness. In their past as mercenaries and adventurers, they had encountered half-orcs before. Yet this direct assault, led by magical beasts, was a novel experience for them. Form ranks, Anderson bellowed. The frontline soldiers began to raise their shields and advance. They were not overly reliant on shields, as their enchanted half-plate armor provided excellent protection, with only their lower legs remaining vulnerable. Clang, clang. Amidst the chaos, the Bloodclaw half-orcs finally organized a counterattack. A group of darker and larger half-orcs emerged, driving a throng of goblin and kobold slaves, including 2 heavily shackled trolls, toward the gaps created by the bone spikes. Arrows and crossbow bolts struck against the armor of the Darkmoon soldiers, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds, most of which were deflected, failing to penetrate their defenses. More disheartening for the half-orcs was the wide path that opened in the ranks of the Darkmoon forces, revealing the massive red beast behind. The magma giant lizard. With a low growl, the magma giant lizard opened its enormous jaws, gathering a dense concentration of fire elements within. Magma fireball. Enormous fireballs erupted from the mouth of the magma giant lizard like cannonballs. These fiery projectiles, imbued with searing heat, detonated upon striking the front ranks of the half-orcs. In a single volley, they claimed the lives of over 50 slaves, disrupting the integrity of the half-orc formation and throwing their defense into disarray even before the clash had fully begun. Moreover, this resulted in a further widening of the morale gap between the two sides. The human soldiers of the Darkmoon territory had nearly reached a state of reverence for Surin's magical beasts, a spirit of invincibility bursting forth from the chests of all the new recruits. Then, a brutal melee ensued. The expendable slaves fell in droves under the enchanted weapons of the Darkmoon soldiers, who were equipped for battle, while the poorly equipped fodder was solely meant for attrition. These commoners, already terrified by the magma giant lizard, collapsed rapidly, and a single charge from the Darkmoon soldiers shattered their ranks. Yet, the battle quickly fell into a stalemate. More armored warriors, wielding flails, battle staves, and massive axes, pressed forward. They were the backbone of the tribe. Treg, flank them from the right. Surin calmly commanded. A beastly roar erupted. Treg, brandishing his heavy battle axe like a frenzied lion, led a dozen berserkers crashing into the half-orc line from the side. Where they passed, blood and flesh flew, and only extraordinary foes could hope to withstand their charge, as they swiftly tore a gap in the half-orc formation. Good, Surin nodded slightly, acknowledging the prowess of these former wild lion mercenaries. The unique skills of the berserker class, such as momentum strikes and powerful attacks, proved incredibly efficient in clearing out the rabble. Treg was merely a Tier 1 elite. Should he ascend to Tier 2 and gain the ability to incite frenzy, he could propel his fellow soldiers into a berserk state, amplifying their impact even further. The northern barbarians relied on such berserker-led charges. Even the elite guard of the Black Rose Kingdom found it difficult to cope. Surin remained poised, assessing the battlefield, though the advantage was with them. The true elite of the Bloodclaw tribe, including those extraordinary half-orcs who had already stepped into the realm of the extraordinary, had yet to reveal themselves. Luke and the primary forces of Windwolves and Shadow Panthers were also waiting for the optimal moment. Chapter 57, Blood-Soaked Berserkers, Wind Wolf Cavalry. At the breach of the Bloodclaw half-orc stronghold, the fighting had escalated to a fever pitch. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from deep within the stronghold. A presence far more ferocious than ordinary half-orcs surged forth. The half-orcs behind the breach parted like a tide, creating a passageway. A figure emerged, striding heavily. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, it was covered in dense dark red fur, resembling a burning flame, with muscles bulging against the rough, yet heavy copper-ringed armor it wore. Most striking were its crimson eyes, filled only with primal bloodlust. Human vermin. It bellowed in a garbled version of the common tongue, its gaze locking onto Treg, who was cleaving a half-orc warrior in half along with his shield. This half-orc paid no heed to the spears thrusting towards it or the swords slashing at its form. Its massive body charged forward like a gale toward Treg. Boom. The 2 Darkmoon shield soldiers who stood in its path were sent flying, their bones shattering audibly. The half-orc's momentum did not wane, as its bone-crushing mace screamed through the air, headed straight for Treg's head. Though taken by surprise, Treg remained composed. The berserker's instincts propelled him into a focused state of combat. With a furious roar, he did not flinch but instead swung his battle axe upward with ferocity. A layer of frenzied red light shimmering on the blade. Armored smash. Clang. The clash of hammer and axe erupted with a deafening roar and blinding sparks. Treg felt an irresistible force surge through him, causing his hands to split open like ripe fruit. He was struck as if by a charging bull, stumbling backward and flying 7 or 8 meters before crashing into a heap of half-orc corpses, finally coming to a stop. Damn, that was powerful. Treg spat out a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva, yet the fire of battle in his eyes burned even brighter. His dozen berserker brothers behind him, witnessing this, immediately had their eyes turn crimson. Protect the chief. One berserker, wielding a war drum, struck the magical drum surface on his chest with fervor. Boom. A visible pale red halo radiated from him, enveloping all the berserkers. This once belonged to their crazed lion mercenary corps, a treasured, bronze-grade battle drum. With the rhythm of collective combat pulsing through them, the empowered berserkers let out beast-like howls, their muscles swelling once more, veins coiling like dragons. They faced the wooden palisade without a hint of hesitation, relying on the explosive power granted by the battle rhythm to leap up like cannonballs. The other berserkers soon landed, piercing through the chaotic formation of half-orcs like a flurry of searing blades. Squelch, crack, severed limbs and internal organs flew through the air. The berserkers, landing with no pause, swung their weapons in a furious dance, akin to a dozen efficient reapers of life, carving a bloody path through the tide of half-orcs. Enhanced by the battle rhythm, their speed of attack was so swift it left afterimages, often cleaving ordinary half-orcs in half before they could even raise their weapons. Dire wolves, flank them. Surin seized the moment and issued the command. A howl. Nearly 30 dire wolves, like bolts of gray lightning summoned to the battlefield side, charged forth. Their target was clear, the newly joined, well-equipped elite half-orcs. The claws of elite dire wolves tore through leather armor, and their fangs shattered bones. Grouped in fives, they fearlessly pounced upon their targets, instantly ensnaring a multitude of elite foes. At the front, Anderson led the army's steady advance. Shields like mountains, spears like forests. To the side, the dire wolves bit and tore, disrupting the enemy formation. And at the core of the enemy line, Treg's berserker team was the sharpest blade, plunging straight into the heart. They truly were the kitchen knife squad. The innate weapon and shield expertise of the berserkers transformed their shields into unyielding barriers and their battle axes into storms of destruction. They cleaved through everything in their path. Drenched in blood, yet not a single one fell. However, as more elite half-orcs surged forth, the pressure on the berserkers intensified. These half-orcs, having reached a transcendent level, possessed astonishing strength. Their heavy battle axes could cleave through shields. Even with enchanted armor for protection, the berserkers began to encounter peril. At this moment, Surin shifted his focus to the mixed unit led by Luke and the Wind Wolves. The casualties in this battle must not be excessive. First, it would dampen the morale of the new recruits. Second, he did not possess enough soldiers to squander. Therefore, he was about to initiate the second phase of his tactical testing, a small trial and rehearsal for the future Dark Moon Legion of Beastmen. When human transcendent beings were paired with the second-tier junior Wind Wolves, could their combat prowess exceed the sum of their parts? The battlefield would provide the answer. Luke. Surin's voice was steady. It's your turn. Always at the ready, Luke leapt onto the agitated Wind Wolf. As an advanced unit of dire wolves, the Wind Wolves stood nearly as tall as warhorses, surrounded by a faint azure aura, carrying Luke with steady grace. At the same time, two other seasoned transcendent veterans mounted their own Wind Wolves. Luke raised his longsword, glowing with the light of battle aura, and his voice resonated across the battlefield. Charge with me. Awoo. The three Wind Wolves let out a long howl, their limbs propelling them forward. Their forms blurred in an instant, as if merging with the wind. They were not merely running but gliding close to the ground. Their speed surpassed that of any steed. Death. Luke, commanding the Wind Wolf, crashed into the enemy ranks like a blue whirlwind. With terrifying speed and agility, the Wind Wolves weaved through the throng, while Luke atop focused on the battle, harnessing the momentum of the Wind Wolf's charge. Each swing of his sword contained the force to split mountains and shatter stones, cleaving through a half-orc who attempted to block him, weapon and all. Another wolf rider swung a chain flail, the chains whistling through the air, sending enemies flying like bowling pins. The Wind Wolves coordinated with their riders, sometimes halting abruptly, sometimes leaping sideways, and unleashing wind blades for magical strikes. The martial skills and discipline of human transcendent beings, combined with the Wind Wolves' ultimate speed and magical wind blades, created a terrifying chemical reaction. 1 + 1 was far greater than 2. They became 3 searing blades, slicing through solidified grease, unstoppable in their advance. The second phase of the mixed Beastman unit's involvement shattered the equilibrium of the battlefield. The Dark Moon Legion surged forward, the scales of victory tipping dramatically. In Surin's mind, the system notifications began to sound with increasing frequency. Energy points soared rapidly, soon surpassing 480 points, and continued to pulse. The test was a resounding success. Surin observed the performance of the various forces on the battlefield and nodded slightly. The long-range strikes of the bone spikes, the flank maneuvers of the dire wolves, the breaching and steady advance of the lava giant lizards, and the Wind Wolf cavalry that dazzled upon their debut, all exceeded his expectations. Chapter 58. Undying Fury, Rejuvenation Scroll. Thus far in the war, Surin and the toxic Mantis guard at his side had yet to intervene, or rather, it was no longer necessary for them to do so. In a relatively relaxed state of mind, Surin's focus shifted back to the Berserker squad. Treg and his men were performing remarkably, surpassing Surin's expectations, perfectly showcasing the potential of an elite assault team, and he was determined to avoid any losses. However, at that moment, an anguished roar pierced through the chaos. A relatively slender half-orc, moving like a specter, had approached Treg unbeknownst to him. In its hand was a dagger shimmering with a ghostly green light, which, at an exceedingly tricky angle, evaded the protection of his breastplate and struck true, piercing Treg's heart. The half-orc was one of the sharp-eyed subordinates of Bloodclaw, leader Hazan. Little did they expect that it was a dangerous assassin. Treg's massive frame stiffened abruptly, his heart pierced, vitality plummeting to 0. Yet in the next moment, a more violent and ferocious aura erupted from him. His eyes turned blood red, and the veins beneath his skin writhed and bulged like worms. Undying Fury, a rare skill of the Berserker. In the face of imminent death, he not only did not fall, but instead entered an ultimate berserk state. Ignoring pain, disregarding wounds. Driven solely by the instinct for destruction. Roar. Treg let out a roar that was anything but human, sweeping his battle axe with an unprecedented speed, sending the assassin who had struck him flying away. The assassin spewed blood mid-air, barely landing, and vanished in the chaos. Treg must not die. Surin's gaze sharpened, his figure instantly vanishing from his spot and rushing toward Treg. He understood that undying fury was the berserker's final blaze of glory. Once its duration ended, all accumulated injuries would erupt, leading to certain death. It was a skill of mutual destruction. Surin quickly approached Treg, who resembled a bloodied figure still frantically hacking away. Just as Treg's berserk state was nearing its end, and a hint of dazedness appeared in his eyes, Surin drew a bronze, quality scroll from his dimensional ring. Zhongji Huichuan Zhuanzhou. This is one of the few treasures previously owned by the Dark Moon Territory's former overlord, stored within the castle's warehouse, which Su Luan has now summoned into action. A gentle, yet powerful life energy surged into Tareg's battered body like a refreshing rain, forcefully tethering his last breath and dragging him back from the brink of death. As the frenzied state subsided, Tareg's massive form swayed, the blood-red hue in his eyes fading to reveal only endless fatigue and weakness, causing him to topple backward. Su Luan quickly caught him. See him to rest. Su Luan commanded the approaching soldiers. However, at that moment, as Su Luan focused on rescuing Tarek, a new disturbance erupted at the other end of the battlefield. Whack! Bloodclaw clan. Half-orc language, a roar, imbued with frenzied will and indomitable fighting spirit, thundered through the air. It was the burly half-orc leader of the Bloodclaw, Hassan. He thrust his bloodied polearm into the ground, the weapon standing like a banner. A palpable wave of crimson, visible fury radiated from him. Bloodthirsty valor. Where the aura passed, the previously defeated and demoralized half-orcs suddenly had their eyes blaze red, gasping for breath as if newly invigorated. Even the fleeing slave fodder turned back, emitting meaningless howls as they surged toward the Dark Moon army once more. This was the Bloodclaw clan's final struggle. Amidst the rising cacophony of frenzied howls, numerous robust Bloodclaw half-orcs swelled in size, their muscles bulging as they entered a state of rage, ready to clash with the Dark Moon forces in a desperate bid for mutual destruction. Form ranks. Luke bellowed, the closest to the chaos. Without needing extensive command, 3 Windwolf riders became the spearhead, while the remaining Berserker squad and Shadow Leopards, Fearwolves, swiftly converged, instantly forming a resilient arc-shaped defensive line. This formation had been practiced in the camp to counter cavalry or beast charges. The arc formation maximized surface contact, allowing for counterattacks and cover utilizing the Berserker's short-range leaps and the mobility of the Fearwolves. Luke, along with those Berserkers who originally hailed from the Lionheart Mercenary Corps, were no greenhorns. Before arriving at the Dark Moon Territory, they were seasoned adventurers or mercenaries, having faced formidable non-human races and hunted large magical beasts. Well-versed in small-scale combat experiences, as the strongest on this small battlefield, Luke boldly confronted the enraged half-orcs. Breaker of Swords, Luke had, under Su Luan's guidance, been reborn. The Dark Moon Territory would see an increasing number of strong individuals and talents. If Luke could not continuously prove himself, his status would inevitably dwindle. As a warrior, the battlefield was his best stage to demonstrate his worth to Su Luan. If he could not prove even this worth, how could he justify the Lord's nurturing and appreciation? Roar. Suddenly, from deep within the enemy ranks, an exceptionally wild and fierce roar drowned out all the clamor. An exceptionally tall elite half-orc, marked by a grotesque centipede-like scar on his brow, surged forth like a malevolent shark breaking through waves, leading the countercharge. Scarface, the most fearsome lieutenant under Bloodclaw Hassan, infamous for having personally slain the Knight Commander of the Greystone Territory. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, Scarface wielded his terrifying great axe with a standard heavy chop. A resounding crack echoed as one of the Dark Moon Territory's heavy infantry soldiers' iron shield shattered under the blow. The soldier was sent flying, blood spewing forth midair as he lost consciousness. In his frenzied state, Scarface's strength and physique surged, his muscles taut like iron, and his second-tier awakened mastery of intuition and evasion allowed him to maintain agility incongruous with his size while unleashing terrifying lethality. Clash. A heavy impact resonated. Luke, riding the Windwolf, swiftly maneuvered, using his sturdy shield to block Scarface's subsequent strike. The tremendous force transmitted through the shield left Luke's arm numb, veins bulging. Now, gritting his teeth, Luke braced himself, creating a fleeting opportunity for his mount. The Windwolf beneath him let out a low growl, its pale blue aura coalescing around its forepaws. transforming into sharp wind blades that sliced toward Scarface's unprotected abdomen. Thud. Flesh tore, exposing the innards. Yet Scarface seemed oblivious to the horrific wound, as if devoid of sensation. He knew that retracting the heavy weapon would be too slow, and thus cast aside the great axe, swiping with his claws to fend off Luke, before opening his maw wide to deliver a vicious bite to the Windwolf's neck that had just attacked. Ugh! The Windwolf let out a piercing wail, blood spraying forth. In agony, the Windwolf summoned its final strength, its massive claws, imbued with residual wind elemental sharpness, struck down upon Scarface's head. Chapter 59, Dragon's Fury. Bang! Scarface's head snapped to the side, the sound of his neck cracking eliciting a wince, but he merely swayed, the ferocity in his single eye intensifying. He released the wolf's neck and swung the recently fallen great axe, a glint of cold light flashing. Thud! The Windwolf's massive head, accompanied by a spray of hot blood, shot skyward. The headless corpse of the wolf crashed to the ground. No! Luke let out a howl of grief and rage, his fighting spirit igniting into a frenzy. With a powerful lunge, he collided into Scarface's embrace, knocking him off balance, then unleashed a flurry of sword strikes aimed at the already severely wounded abdomen. Thud! 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 The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed. This time, even the exposed intestines were thoroughly mangled and severed. Scarface's massive form stiffened, the ferocity in his single eye fading swiftly. His mouth opening as if to emit one final roar, yet only blood foam gushed forth. Ultimately, he thudded heavily to the ground, silent. Although the Dark Moon forces also suffered casualties, the elite Bloodclaw half-orc's first wave of assault had been entirely repelled. This initial charge was the most ferocious. To falter against this onslaught would lead to a bloody stalemate. Yet if they could withstand it, the scales of victory would continue to tip in their favor. For the half-orc's rage had a time limit. Such a state could not be sustained for long. Howl! Not far away, another Fear Wolf released a mournful cry before its demise. That towering figure, Bloodclaw Hassan, finally entered the fray himself. He had just severed the head of a Fear Wolf with his bloodied polearm and now disregarded the surrounding rabble, charging with unrestrained ferocity, directly plowing through the shadow leopards attempting to intercept, aiming to rescue the fallen Scarface. Simultaneously, the ghostly sharp-eyed figure emerged once more from the shadows. This time, his target was none other than the recently battered Luke. Slaying the commander of the Windwolf Riders would be enough to destabilize the nearby front lines. Clash! The slender yet swift figure of the Ranger Brant abruptly blocked the path of the half-orc's sharp eye. He raised his hand, scattering a mixture of glittering dust and pungent powder that instantly obscured the sharp eye's vision, fixating on a single target throughout the battle. Brant's voice carried the unprofessional calm and mockery characteristic of a ranger. Before his words faded, the short blade in his hand danced like a butterfly flitting among flowers. A nimble leap transitioned into a sliding attack, the poisoned blade glinting with a chilling blue light, accurately slicing into the sharp eye's flank. Brant, as if a relentless pest, circled around the slightly sluggish sharp eye, continuously striking with his short blade. Though he could not inflict fatal wounds, he consistently layered on toxins and distractions. The battle had entered its most brutal and arduous phase. The elite warriors of the Shuizhua clan, under the leadership of the advancing half-orc Hassanda, erupted into a final frenzy, fearlessly charging against the defenses of the Inu territory, momentarily disrupting the coordination between the orcs and berserkers. They were a band of ferocious marauders, monstrous beings that had managed to take root in this brutal frontier, relying on the tangible strength forged from blood and slaughter. There was no time to hesitate. Su Luan's gaze turned icy. The escalating casualties on the battlefield compelled him to act rather than remain a passive observer. The enemy leader had revealed himself. It was time to bring an end to this. The venomous mantis that had been guarding him suddenly radiated with a bright light in its compound eyes, its 6 thin wings vibrating at high frequency, producing a piercing buzz. As its massive body transformed into a black lightning bolt, plunging into the fray. Wherever it passed, its scythe-like forelimbs cleaved through half-orcs with ease, leaving behind a spray of venom and instantly clearing a small area. The toxic wasp and sonic bat in the sky began to cut through the battlefield, and Su Luan himself directed his focus toward a group of half-orcs, unleashing his mental skill, high-frequency wingbeat, empowered by terrifying mental energy. The illusory wings behind him emitted invisible shockwaves, shattering the souls of over 20 half-orcs. This was not the end. Su Luan took a deep breath, the red dragon heart within him pounding fiercely. Dragon-scaled skin. The power of the red dragon. A faint golden red glow emanated from him, as intricate dragon scales enveloped his skin, filling his limbs with an overwhelming sense of strength. He spotted an opening. His legs erupted with force, causing the ground to crack. He launched himself like a cannonball, directly colliding with a raging half-orc. With a thunderous impact akin to a devastating blow, the towering half-orc crumpled under the force, its chest visibly caving in. As its body was sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground, a twisted mass of flesh. Suluan pressed on, his gaze fixed on the most prominent target on the battlefield, Hasanda of the Shuezhua clan. He raised his hands, summoning the surrounding fire elements that gathered around his palms like fervent worshippers, radiating a heart-pounding heat and brilliance. Why do humans attack the Shuezhua clan? Hasanda bellowed hoarsely, swinging his war spear to fend off the approaching Luke, his eyes filled with fury. Suluan's actions momentarily paused, his deep voice cutting through the roar of dragon flames. Is justification necessary? His gaze swept past the crude wooden cages at the battlefield's edge, the large cauldron rolling suspiciously with chunks of meat over the fire, and the pile of dried bones, remnants of various races, in the corner. Then why does your half-orc tribe kill and consume humans? Hasanda fell silent, following his gaze. The law of the jungle. It was the survival principle ingrained in the essence of the Shuezhua clan. Yet today, they had become the prey. From the moment they chose slaughter and pillage as their means of survival, such an outcome was perhaps already predetermined. No clan can remain eternally powerful and undefeated. Then let us battle. Let blood pave the way for the clan. This is the law of the wild, the fate of the Shuezhua. Whack! The earth-shattering war cry erupted once more from Hasanda's throat. His massive form leaped into the air, crossing over 10 meters. His long-handled spear descending with the force to shred everything in its path, aimed directly at Suluan. In such close proximity, with such a colossal figure, he was confident there was no chance of missing. Suluan did not evade. Dragon's ferocity. Dragon fire armor. Boom. An even more intense golden-red dragon flame erupted from within him, instantly coalescing into a seemingly tangible suit of fiery armor that enveloped him, empowered by the innate abilities of the red dragon bloodline. Suluan at this moment was more ferocious than the berserkers, more vicious than the orcs. A shallow pit formed beneath his feet as he surged forward, advancing rather than retreating. Evading the spear's downward strike by a hair's breadth, he swiftly entered Hasanda's inner circle. At the same time, his arm, cloaked in dragon fire, shot out, manifesting a fearsome dragon head entirely composed of flames in midair, which opened its gaping maw and lunged ferociously at Hasanda's chest. Chapter 60, A Warrior's Testament. Crack! The chilling sound of breaking bones resonated clearly. A torrent of blood gushed from the massive wound, only to be instantly vaporized and scorched dry by the terrifying heat of the dragon flames, producing a hissing sound. The half-orc Hasanda let out a muffled groan of pain, his enormous body crashing to the ground like a torn flag, rolling several times before he managed to prop himself up with his spear, unsteadily rising to his feet. His elite warrior rank granted him extraordinary combat instincts, and in the final moment, he narrowly thrust the tail of his spear into Suluan's forehead scales, escaping the fate of being torn in half. Yet even so, that dragon flame bite had nearly taken his life. His right leg was unnaturally twisted, clearly rendered useless. His abdomen bore a horrifying, charred, and blood-stained gash. His left arm hung limply, having suffered a shattering fracture. Hasanda, drenched in blood and in disarray, still stood defiantly, his eyes burning with fierce resolve, glaring at Suluan. The Shuezhua clan seemed destined to fall this day. Hasanda slowly closed his eyes, growling in frustration. His remaining right hand tightly grasped the long-handled spear, driving its tail deep into the ground to support his precarious body, facing the human lord enveloped in dragon flames. Resembling a war deity, this enemy was the strongest he had ever encountered. Even though the opponent's aura had not yet reached the third tier, he knew he had no chance of victory left. Come, let us fight. Half-orc language, Hasanda's eyes shot open, his indomitable spirit transforming into a palpable force that sustained his battered form. Dragging his completely incapacitated right leg, he used his left arm to assist his spear and launched himself at Suluan in one last desperate charge, a warrior's final stand. Knowing he would die, he pressed forward, for this was his path as a leader. Throughout his life, he had proven to his kin that he was worthy of the title of leader through courage and strength. He had once hunted second-tier beasts alone, had decapitated second-tier elite beasts in single combat. He had led the half-orcs to inflict heavy losses upon 3 human lord alliances, establishing his reputation amidst their anguished cries. His life was dedicated to the path of the warrior and the bloodthirsty. Even in the face of death, he would never retreat. Charge! With a fierce momentum that pushed forward unrelentingly. Then, with a dull thud, he was struck once more by Su Luan's dragonfire-covered fist, sending him flying. Immediately after, the colossal foot formed from dragonfire came crashing down, the immense force overwhelming him, and Hassan spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. Su Luan diminished some of the dragonfire, observing the half-orc leader beneath him, gasping for breath yet still attempting to resist. He spoke in a low tone. You are unlike the typical half-orc. Quite intriguing. Submit to me, become a slave soldier of you, renounce that repugnant cannibalistic tradition, and I may spare your life. Hassan's last charge posed no threat to him, but in that resolute moment, Su Luan indeed sensed a pure warrior's will and courage. This half-orc soul was soaked in blood, yet it had chosen a transcendent path with its life amidst a sea of corpses and blood. It was a pity, however, that he was the enemy. If he refused to be a slave, then he could only meet his end. Xue Zhao Hazan struggled to shake its head, gasping violently. Each breath infused with the scent of blood and shattered viscera. Gradually, it closed its defiant eye. Having mercilessly slaughtered countless human slaves, it understood the essence of a life bound by servitude. No warrior would willingly choose such a fate. In silence, it provided its final answer. The entire battlefield seemed to be seized by an invisible force, plunging into an instant of deathly stillness. All the remaining half-orcs, clinging to their last vestiges of resistance, witnessed their leader's ultimate choice. Su Luan felt a fleeting pang of regret, swiftly replaced by an icy resolve. He raised his hand, the edges of his palm, adorned with crimson gold dragon scales, radiating searing heat, akin to a blade glowing red-hot, swiftly and precisely severed Hazan's thick neck, with a soft hiss, devoid of any grandiose flourish. The sound of flesh being carbonized and cut through echoed. The head of the last leader of the Bloodclaw tribe was grasped by Su Luan. He surveyed the surroundings, lifting the severed head high, the blood of the red dragon surging within him, unleashing a roar that reverberated across the battlefield. The roar, a manifestation of draconic might intertwined with the proclamation of a victor, swept through the entire arena like a tempest. The weight of that power rendered many half-orcs, already teetering on the brink of collapse, utterly devoid of will to resist. Their limbs turned weak, their weapons clattering to the ground. The leader was dead. Some remaining Bloodclaw half-orcs sat despondently on the ground, as if their spines had been wrenched away. Not far away, the previously engaged Dao Bao let out a desperate and mournful roar, forsaking all defense, charging madly at the beasts in a final, doomed assault, until he was torn to shreds. Further away, the figure shrouded in shadow, Rue Yin, seemed to lose all support, closing its eyes to meet the glinting poison blade wielded by the Ranger Bulant. With Hazan's demise, the notifications of energy points flooding into Su Luan's mind grew increasingly dense. A rough calculation revealed that this war had thus far bestowed upon him a staggering 2,500 points of primary energy. 15 elite corrupted beetles had already busied themselves on the battlefield, their mandibles clicking, producing an agonizing sound, efficiently converting the corpses of half-orcs into the purest form of energy. It was anticipated that several hundred more points of energy could still be extracted from these remnants. This was indeed a true harvest. The only slight regret Su Luan felt was that neither the previous ogre sorcerer nor the current Bloodclaw Hazan had prompted a notification for the fusion egg. This led him to firmly conclude the stringent conditions for acquiring such a rare reward. The target must be a magical beast, a first kill, and its level must surpass that of the current magical beast summoning system. In other words, he now needed to hunt third-tier magical beasts to have a chance at obtaining the fusion egg. His gaze swept across the edge of the battlefield, where approximately 100 surrendering half-orcs huddled together. The energy points they could provide were minimal, and exterminating them would yield little significance. Currently, with the expansion of Darkmoon City underway and the upcoming large-scale land reclamation in spring, there was a pressing need for these strong and robust laborers. 100 half-orc slaves was neither too many nor too few, making them manageable and able to fill the labor gap in the territory. Kneel, surrender, and live. Amidst the shouts of Anderson and others, the remaining Bloodclaw half-orcs completely relinquished their resistance, driven together by the soldiers and bound with ropes. Half-orcs lacked a brilliant civilization. Their tribal history was steeped in slaughter and plunder, with survival of the fittest as their only creed. As Su Luan initially perceived, this war bore no inherent right or wrong. It was merely the inevitable outcome of two clashing survival principles. Today, the Darkmoon territory emerged as the stronger force. Chapter 61. Harvest and casualties. The clearing of the battlefield and the tending of the wounded commenced swiftly. Despite the protection of half-plate armor enchanted by Mage Karer and the overwhelming force of high-tier units like the venomous Mantises, nearly every soldier bore injuries. A testament to the ferocity of the battle. The casualty report soon came in. Among the magical beast ranks, 25 ordinary fear wolves fell, 3 elite fear wolves perished. 1 wind wolf was lost, 2 were lightly injured, and 1 shadow leopard sustained severe injuries. All ordinary venomous worker bees self-destructed in their demise, while 4 elite venomous worker bees were lost, with no casualties among the sonic bats. The bone-spike beasts and lava giant lizards remained unscathed, as they were not on the front lines. Human soldiers had lost 25 men, with over 80 sustaining serious injuries, while the remainder bore minor wounds. Yet, these casualties resulted in the near annihilation of the entire Bloodclaw half-orc tribe. This tribe, rooted on the outskirts of the Lost Forest and active for over a decade, had caused significant troubles for nearby pioneering territories. However, today, the Dark Moon Army had decapitated over 500 and captured more than 100. This would undoubtedly create a stir among the surrounding territories, further amplifying the renown of the Dark Moon territory. Suluin surveyed the battlefield post-conflict. Halting before the fierce warrior Talega, this robust man had begun to recover some strength from his previous state of furious rage. Now cradling the corpse of a fallen comrade, tears glistening in his fierce eyes, his expression betraying profound sorrow. What was his name? Suluin's voice shattered the silence. Talega turned his head, wiping his face with force, his voice hoarse. Alia was my brother, who followed me since the formation of the Lionheart mercenary group. Sharing blood and steel. His voice gradually trailed off. Suluin nodded, crouching down to gaze at the youthful, yet lifeless face of the fallen berserker. Slowly inquiring, did he have any unfulfilled wishes? Talega lifted his head, looking at Suluin, his voice hoarse. He has only one son, who came with us to Dark Moon territory. He just turned 11 this year. He paused, adding, the child possesses remarkable magical talent. Magical talent, you say? Suluin extended his hand, gently closing the deceased warrior's eyes, solemnly stating, I understand. I will ask Karer to take him as a disciple. Talega suddenly raised his head, his face instantly alight with joy. Mage Karer, the only second-tier mage in Dark Moon territory and an esteemed veteran, meant that Suluin's promise signified that Alia's child would not face a lonely future, but rather one brimming with potential. This was far more comforting than any monetary compensation for the deceased. In addition to the stipulated compensation, the families of all fallen soldiers would receive priority in land and housing distribution. Suluin stood up and instructed Anderson beside him. This was his commitment to the valiant fallen and all the living soldiers. This first large-scale war following the significant expansion of new recruits had perfectly met Suluin's expectations. Although the most perilous moments had been faced by the magical beast ranks, particularly the Fear Wolves, who had sacrificed their lives, the performance of the human soldiers was equally commendable. Talega's Berserker Squad and Bielendes Ranger Scouts, these newly integrated bloodlines, had earned his trust through their valor. Mage Karer's preparation of fireberry fruits also played a crucial role, without the cold resistance and stamina recovery effects provided by these magical fruits. The casualty figures would likely have doubled. The surrendered captives were gathered and monitored, awaiting the heavy labor that lay ahead at the Dark Moon City expansion site. As Suluin passed by Rue Yen's corpse, he glanced at Bieland, who, though weary, bore bright eyes, patting his shoulder. Well done, Bieland. A simple sentence elicited surprise and delight on the young ranger's face. He understood that his name and today's performance had deeply etched themselves into the mind of this formidable lord. Soldiers began to clear the filthy wooden cages deep within the half-orc encampment. Most creatures held captive as reserves had perished, and the scene was nothing short of harrowing. What in the world are these abominations? A commotion arose in the distance, causing the soldiers to retreat as if confronted by phantoms. Moments later, several intrepid soldiers emerged, prodding a humanoid creature with their spears, or rather, dragging it forth. It was a human male, his limbs grotesquely twisted at unnatural angles, evidently broken. The cage that imprisoned him was smeared with coagulated, darkened blood, a testament to the torment he had endured. He was the only living human within the entire encampment. More shockingly, his exposed skin was marred with twisted, sinister black patterns, resembling some frenzied runes seared into his flesh. Suluin's gaze fell upon the man's legs, where a horrifying, crudely treated gaping wound suggested it was likely inflicted by the long-handled war spear of the Bloodclaw Hassanda. His palms were calloused and thick, indicative of a seasoned warrior. Feed him something, Suluin commanded, tossing a handful of fireberries to a nearby soldier. The stranger's tendons had been severed, making full recovery extraordinarily difficult. Such injuries would require at least a black iron quality healing scroll or the intervention of a healer or other extraordinary being. Yet with numerous wounded in the Dark Moon territory, Su Luan could not afford to prioritize an unknown outsider. Find someone to bandage him up simply. Do not let him die, he instructed. The energy from the fire berries was sufficient to pull him back from the brink of death. But what lay beyond that was left to fate? Lord Su Luan, the ranger Brand rushed over, excitement illuminating his face as if he had discovered treasure. Behind the half-orc lair, we found a mine. It's a copper mine. These barbaric creatures have no proper mining techniques, relying solely on enslaved goblins to dig aimlessly. Excellent. Su Luan's expression brightened. The value of a copper mine was considerable, and with the Dark Moon territory seizing it for extraction, it would yield a substantial gold profit. Furthermore, various spoils were piled high. The Bloodclaw tribe's years of plunder had amassed riches, with numerous pieces of equipment glimmering with magical auras. These items were not forged by their own hands, but seized from past victims, many of which the half-orcs could not utilize, and thus had been crudely modified. Send someone to conduct a detailed inventory, Su Luan casually ordered. The most valuable spoils would undoubtedly be the equipment used by Bloodclaw Hassanda himself. A bronze, quality long-handled war spear, a bronze, quality half-armor, and a pair of enchanted boots that enabled a counterattack during Su Luan's moment of the hunt due to their acceleration enchantment. Shatterstone, bronze quality long-handled war spear forged from a certain magical beast's spine mixed with black iron. The spearhead is heavy and sharp, possessing an armor-piercing effect capable of easily rending most metal armors. Mountain Force breastplate, bronze quality half-armor lined with thick magical beast hide. It grants a strength enhancement effect, slightly boosting the wearer's power. Gale Leap boots, black iron quality. These boots, enchanted with acceleration, continuously provide a speed boost of 5 and enhance the evasion rate during lateral movements. These items require minimal modification, making them readily usable for human warriors. Chapter 62, The New Lord-Level Magical Beast. Silverwing Thunderbird. Time passed swiftly amidst the post-battle cleanup. The Bloodclaw half-orc tribe had occupied the periphery of the Lost Forest for many years, and their accumulated plunder was roughly accounted. Aside from Hassanda's equipment, the remaining gold coins, silver coins, fragments of gold, ore, and ordinary gear were valued at approximately 700 gold coins, a not insignificant windfall. The encampment also hoarded a vast quantity of jerky and smoked meat, the source of which remained unclear, given the half-orcs' habits. It was not surprising that some peculiar ingredients were mixed in. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Luan ordered the gathered provisions to be consolidated and burned entirely. The tally of prisoners was complete. Around 100 half-orcs had surrendered, over 100 goblins had been driven to fight, and the largest number was the dog-headed men. With nearly 300 remaining despite some fleeing at the onset of battle, these creatures were low in combat effectiveness, hesitant to charge, yet fled like the wind once defeated. But they were well suited for labor such as mining and building. With a wave of his hand, Su Luan commanded them all to be taken back to the Dark Moon territory as slaves. Just as he was managing these trivial matters, a system prompt unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has achieved a great victory over the half-orc tribe, activating reputation points. Battle of Bloodclaw Mountain. Late January in the year 998 of the Eternal Calendar, Kingdom of Black Rose, periphery of the Lost Forest, Bloodclaw Mountain. You led a coalition of magical beasts and human soldiers from the Dark Moon territory to eradicate the Bloodclaw half-orc tribe. In this fierce battle, you slain the infamous Bloodclaw Hassanda, beheading nearly 4,000. Your renown will swiftly spread across neighboring human territories, and even some powerful foreign races within the Lost Forest will soon hear your name. Reputation points. 100. The sudden system notification left Su Luan momentarily stunned. There are reputation points as a feature? This system certainly knows how to surprise. However, since it involves summoning magical beasts for development and conquest, the inclusion of reputation points seems quite reasonable. Su Luan opened the reputation points option and found an explanation within. Reputation points can be used to unlock Lord-level magical beast units. Current Level 2 system. Available Lord-level units to unlock are as follows. Silverwing Thunderbird, 2nd tier, Lord-level magical beast. Requires 100 reputation points for summoning. Three-tailed Ice Spirit Fox, 3rd tier, Lord-level magical beast. Requires 1,000 reputation points for summoning. Wind and Fire Two-headed Wolf, 3rd tier, Lord-level magical beast. Requires 1,000 reputation points for summoning. Lightwing Griffin King, 4th tier, Lord-level magical beast. Requires 5,000 reputation points for summoning. Unicorn Behemoth, 4th tier, Lord-level magical beast. Requires 5,000 reputation points for summoning. To think I could specifically exchange for Lord-level magical beasts. Su Luwen was greatly pleased. Aside from the poisonous mantis granted upon system activation, which was a Lord-level magical beast, the most he could summon were elite-level units. It was unexpected that reputation points were necessary to unlock Lord-level magical beasts. After calming his excitement, Su Luwen quickly skimmed through the types of Lord-level magical beasts the system provided. From 2nd tier to 4th tier, there were a total of 20 Lord-level magical beasts. However, the corresponding required reputation points were also substantial. For instance, the 2nd tier Lord-level Silverwing Thunderbird required only 100 reputation points. But the 3rd tier Lord-level Ice Spirit Fox demanded 10 times that. Su Luwen pondered. These reputation points likely correlate with the magnitude of the impact caused. The Bloodclaw half-orc tribe, with nearly 4,000 members, had been plundering the surrounding territories for years, thus gaining significant notoriety, which explained the 100 reputation points awarded to Su Luwen. Even if Su Luwen were to slay another half-orc tribe of similar size, he likely would not receive such a high reputation score. The system is indeed stringent. Su Luwen shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. Observing the panel displaying exactly 100 reputation points, he hesitated not at all and made his choice. Unlock the Silverwing Thunderbird. The moment his intent was set, a blinding silver lightning crackled to life, tearing through the air. As the electric light subsided, an extraordinary majestic giant bird proudly stood in the center. Standing over 2 meters tall with its wings folded, its wingspan was estimated to exceed 6 meters. Most striking was its plumage, appearing as if crafted from pure silver. Shimmering with a cold metallic sheen in the firelight, the edges sharp as blades. Crowning its head was a tuft resembling a regal crown, occasionally sparking with minute arcs of electricity. His eyes, akin to those of a majestic eagle, gleamed with a pure golden hue, radiating brilliance with every blink, exuding the formidable aura of a sovereign of the skies. The Ein Lei Niao, Tier 2 Lord level, possesses the following abilities. Thunder Feather Arrow, capable of launching razor-sharp feathers imbued with electric energy for precise strikes at medium to long ranges. Thunder Dive, rapidly descends from great heights, surrounded by high-pressure electricity, inflicting area damage and paralysis upon ground units. Wings of the Storm, temporarily grants the ability to harness wind elements, enabling the wings to summon a storm while significantly increasing flight speed. Excellent. Truly magnificent. Su Luwen could not help but exclaim. The emergence of the Ein Lei Niao altered the strategic landscape entirely, while the Poison Sting Worker Bees and Sonic Boom Bats also serve as aerial combat units. Their insufficient flight altitude and lackluster combat capabilities mean they can only rely on self-detonation for damage in direct confrontations. The arrival of the Ein Lei Niao, a Lord-level entity, greatly compensates for his current deficiency in powerful aerial units. In future encounters with airborne foes, Su Luwen would possess absolute dominance over air supremacy. Almost simultaneously with the successful summoning of the Ein Lei Niao, a system notification chimed. Detected the host has successfully summoned a new Lord-level beast. One skill can be extracted. Upon hearing this prompt, Su Luwen recalled that, akin to when he summoned the venomous mantis, he could now extract a skill from the Ein Lei Niao as well. With excitement coursing through him, Su Luwen scanned the skill list of the Ein Lei Niao. Without much deliberation, he decisively chose Wings of the Storm. The rationale was straightforward. Both Thunder Feather Arrow and Thunder Dive are offensive skills, yet Su Luwen does not lack similar means of inflicting damage. As a descendant of the Red Dragon, his mastery over fire elements allows him to easily deal fire elemental magic damage. However, aside from the considerable cost of utilizing his ultimate skill, Red Dragon's Descent, Su Luwen currently lacks the ability to fly, relying instead on purchasing flight scrolls or the spells of wind-affiliated extraordinary beings. The value of Wings of the Storm lies in the fact that it is an active flying skill. It grants him the ability to momentarily harness the wind elements, conjuring a pair of ethereal wings made of storms behind him, thereby granting him the power of flight. This represents a transformative leap in tactical mobility and options during combat for Su Luwen. Chapter 63, The Divine Ruins, The Bard Knight. The previous chapter was mistakenly divided. It has been reset to the latest position. Su Luwen continued to briefly test the flight altitude and speed of the Ein Lei Niao when the figure of the Ranger Brand appeared. Respectfully reporting, my lord Su Luwen, the heavily injured man has awoken. Following this battle, Brand's status had risen sharply, a ranger who was both intelligent and courageous. Soon to break through to the 2nd tier, was clearly worth cultivating. Take me to him, Su Luan commanded. The runic curse on that man bore a potent aura of the extraordinary, marking him as no ordinary individual. Soon, Su Luan ventured deep into the blood-soaked lair of the Blood Claw tribe. Even after a rough cleansing, the stench of decay and despair lingered heavily in the air. The man had managed to struggle into a sitting position. Though still gravely injured, his robust frame was indicative of his extraordinary physique. At this moment, he had fashioned a crude mask to cover much of his face, and his exposed arms were tightly wrapped in bandages, making him appear less fearsome than when they first met. Upon seeing Su Luan approach, a flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes. Then, to Su Luan's surprise, he performed an unexpected gesture. He lifted an aged longsword with both hands, raising it high above his head, then knelt on one knee before Su Luan, humbly bowing his head. This was a standard fealty ritual prevalent in the western region of the Eternal Continent, particularly in the Kingdom of Goldzan and its surrounding areas. Are you unable to speak? Su Luan speculated inwardly, but did not hesitate in his actions. He stepped forward and took hold of the long sword the man offered, the cold blade lightly resting against his neck. You hail from the Kingdom of Goldzan in the west. How did you end up in such a predicament? Su Luan's voice was calm, yet carried a subtle pressure. To his astonishment, the man spoke. His voice, rendered hoarse by weakness and thirst, was nonetheless remarkably clear. Esteemed sir, I indeed come from the Kingdom of Goldzan. I was once a Tier 3 Bard Knight. I ventured into the Lost Forest for exploration, seeking an opportunity for a breakthrough. A Bard Knight? Su Luan deduced. This was one of the advanced professions of the Tier 2 magic lute player and ranger, renowned for their swordsmanship and the ability to cast enhancement spells or disrupt enemies through the recitation of specific poems or musical compositions. The profession's hallmark is an insatiable love for adventure and travel, making them one of the most well-informed groups on the continent. Yet they often find themselves embroiled in various dangers. And what of the curse upon you? Su Luan pressed, slightly pressing the blade downwards. A glimmer of profound fear flickered in the man's eyes as he recounted. It was a group of dark elves deep within the Lost Mountains. I inadvertently trespassed into their territory. Though I narrowly escaped, I was still cursed by a priestess of the Spider Queen. Dark elves deep within the Lost Mountains. Su Luan furrowed his brow. From what he knew, the records of the Black Rose Kingdom indicated that within the Lost Forest resided only a reclusive tribe of moon elves, with no mention of dark elves worshipping the spider goddess Rose. These beings, with their deep purple or ebony skin, skilled in assassination and dark magic, are mortal enemies of the moon elves. How could they possibly be found here? Su Luan scrutinized the man's body, where the black runes seemed to writhe as if alive, emanating an evil, chilling aura that indeed aligned with the spider goddess Rose's style. Upon returning to his territory, he could have Lelina verify this. That little succubus possessed considerable knowledge regarding the abyss and dark deities. A pitiful foreign traveler, Su Luan retracted the long sword, his tone indifferent. I sympathize with your plight, but I am powerless against the curse of the dark elves. Your fealty is of no need to me. A single silver tier healing scroll. The man eagerly raised his head, desperation igniting in his eyes. Just one silver tier healing scroll could suppress this curse long term. If you can save me, I am willing to pledge my life and soul to you. Moreover, I can offer you a substantial reward. Oh, such as? Su Luan's interest peaked as he looked down upon him. The man took a deep breath, seemingly summoning all his remaining strength to reveal a staggering secret, a ruin associated with a fallen deity. Observing the subtle shift in Su Luan's expression, he continued to elaborate. My lord, the reason I dared to venture into the Lost Forest was that I discovered clues regarding a fallen deity's ruins in an ancient scholar's relic. Unfortunately, I encountered those dark elves en route. You dare to seek the ruins of a deity at Tier 3? My dear fellow, you are quite the character. Su Luan's lips twitched imperceptibly. Indeed, Bard Knights are notorious for their reckless pursuits. Their combat prowess pales in comparison to that of their tier counterparts in warrior professions. Yet they are irresistibly drawn to the most perilous places on the continent, seemingly contributing to the optimization of the world's population. However, he also understood that this could not be entirely blamed on them. The extraordinary path of Bard Knights is inherently intertwined with adventure, travel, and combat. Only at the precipice of death and in uncharted territories can they find opportunities for breakthroughs. The notion of a fallen deity's ruin made Su Luan's heart race involuntarily. This reward, or rather this news itself, was already immensely valuable. In this world, the pantheon of deities and divine systems is vast and intricate. The most powerful among them, such as the god of light, the god of war, the mother of dragons, and the sea of time, are all Tier 10 superior deities. The deities such as the sea god, lord of winter, goddess of wealth, and goddess of the night are classified as mid-tier gods, ranging from the 8th to the 9th rank. In contrast, figures like the Lady of Shadows, Wrath of the Storm, and the spider goddess Ross belong to the lower-tier gods, corresponding to the 6th to 7th rank in strength. As for the fallen deities, one must trace back to the divine war that occurred millennia ago. Even the weakest of lower-tier deities corresponds to the extraordinary 6th rank. For Suluan, the remnants left behind by such beings are of immense value. Just the knowledge of this could incite a frenzy among various factions in the city of Emerald, with bidding likely exceeding 30,000 gold coins without even a chance to raise a bid. Meanwhile, a silver, quality healing scroll can be procured from the Church of Light in Emerald City for merely 500 gold coins. Should the wandering bard speak the truth, Suluan would be exchanging 500 gold coins for the fealty of a third-tier bard, a weakened version of the curse, along with invaluable information regarding a divine relic. If one were to consider potential risks, it would be the possibility of dark elves becoming adversaries to Suluan. But would Suluan be concerned? With the increasing variety of magical beasts and the growing power of the Dark Moon territory, the aim is to continue conquering deeper into the Lost Mountains. Whether they be dark elves or moon elves, those who refuse to submit can only await their fate as mere sources of energy. Chapter 64. Fealty, the Goblin Tribe. The smoke of the Bloodclaw Mountain stronghold has yet to dissipate, and the air is still tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood and char. Suluan gazes upon the man kneeling before him. There is no hesitation or doubt. He places his sword upon the man's shoulders and then lets the blade rest upon his head, stating solemnly, "Then, in the name of the Lord of the Dark Moon, I accept your fealty." The man, known as Firstuat, trembles slightly, a spark of hope igniting in his eyes. He then swears in an ancient and solemn tone, "Bard Firstuat, I pledge my loyalty to the god of adventure and journey, vowing never to betray you in this life, grateful for your benevolence and redemption." He bows deeply, his forehead touching the cold ground. "Rise." Suluan casually tosses the sword back to the bard and instructs, "For now, accompany me back to the territory. I plan to visit Emerald City shortly, and I shall bring you a healing scroll." The Dark Moon territory does not harbor idlers, nor does it neglect loyal subjects. Although this man bears the curse of the Dark Elves, he is still a third-tier professional, as long as the curse is temporarily suppressed. He can unleash combat prowess equivalent to at least a second-tier elite, which would greatly benefit Suluan. Moreover, a bard who has traversed from the Western continent. Firstuat possesses a wealth of knowledge and insights about the wilderness, making him a valuable repository of information. He will assist Suluan in efficiently locating various formidable life forms within the wild or mountains. In essence, this unfortunate fellow is a pleasant surprise resulting from Suluan's victory over the Bloodclaw half-orc tribe. After concluding matters with Firstuat, Suluan personally inspected the copper mine located behind Bloodclaw Mountain. Although it was not grand in scale, the kobold slaves had already undertaken preliminary mining efforts, establishing basic tunnels that would ease subsequent development. Reflecting on the war, the gains far surpassed expectations. Not only had they achieved the complete annihilation of the enemy forces and harvested a substantial number of energy points, but they had also unlocked the reputation system, summoned a new leader-class magical beast, the silver-winged Thunderbird, and acquired flight-related skills. Furthermore, the fealty of a bard was secured, along with a lead connected to a fallen deity relic. For the beginning of the new year, this is undoubtedly a splendid start. A night swiftly passed. After recuperation and recovery, all severely injured warriors were brought back. Suluan ordered Anderson to escort the remains of the fallen and the severely wounded back to Dark Moon City, while simultaneously dispatching for a new batch of recruits from the military camp, restoring the army's size to 700. He had no intention of returning to the city just yet. Having come this far, it was not enough to merely eradicate some Bloodclaw half-orcs. Suluan prepared to launch another offensive. To this end, he utilized 500 of the 3,000 energy points acquired from the battle to summon 1 bone spike beast, 1 wind wolf, and 15 elite-level dire wolves. The next target for extermination was a goblin tribe. Goblins are among the most numerous of the alien species that inhabit the periphery of the Lost Forest and deep within the Lost Mountain Range. Ironically, they also serve as a food source for other predators. They are scattered throughout the Lost Forest in clan tribes, with a cumulative population likely exceeding 1 million, typically ruled by the more robust and ferocious bear goblins. The target Suluan selected this time consists of around 10,000 members, classified as a mid to upper tier tribe in this outer region. unlike the kobolds, who instinctively tend to affiliate with stronger beings. Goblins are either consumed as food or become resources for harvesting as slaves. They are akin to weeds in the wilderness. If left unchecked, they will proliferate. And even if cleared, they will quickly regenerate. Loren left 20 soldiers behind, equipped with 2 direwolves and 2 poison spike worker bees to guard the copper mine at Bloodclaw Mountain. The following morning, he led the main force to the goblin tribe's habitat in a grand procession. With the banner of the Bloodclaw half-orcs now fallen, the scattered alien species along the route had already fled in terror. The army encountered virtually no significant resistance and smoothly entered the core area of goblin activity. This region is a valley where forest and wasteland converge, resembling an unsightly scar torn into the earth by the claws of a colossal beast. Before approaching, an indescribable stench wafted through the air, a noxious blend of rotting food, excrement, and the secretions of the goblins themselves, sufficient to churn the stomachs of the untrained. Soon, the horizon was filled with a dense mass of goblins, resembling a writhing tide. When their numbers swell, goblins become blindly courageous, especially under the supervision of bear goblins, spontaneously gathering to attempt to engulf any target they perceive as weak. However, they are fundamentally a rabble. Once casualties exceed 10%, their morale begins to falter. Surpassing 20%, even if they outnumber their opponents, they will disband in an instant, scattering in all directions. Despite knowing they are a disorganized mob, the sight of thousands of goblins gathering is still intimidating. They chatter incessantly, wielding crude weapons, instinctively attempting to encircle this human army without waiting for their leader's command, as if fearing the prey would escape. Having undergone the baptism of blood at Bloodclaw Mountain, the soldiers of the Dark Moon are sharp-eyed and well-ordered, displaying no signs of panic. With a command from Loren, the troops began to advance steadily, resembling a moving forest of steel. This battle was utterly predictable, even bordering on tedious. Loren himself had no need to intervene. From the rear, 2 bone-spiked beasts raised their spines, accompanied by the sickening sound of slicing air as the pale spikes descended like a rain of death upon the densest area of the goblins. Boom, boom, boom. Flesh and blood were flung about, severed limbs propelled into the air by the tremendous force. In just one volley, hundreds of goblins were reduced to pulp amid their desperate screams. Before the goblins could recover from this terrifying ranged assault, the dire wolves and cavalry surged forward like arrows released from a bow. The ground trembled under iron hooves and wolf claws, while sharp blades and fangs effortlessly tore through the goblins' frail bodies. The goblin ranks facing them collapsed as easily as butter sliced by a hot knife. Under the leadership of Luke, the Wind Wolf Cavalry, alongside Turajes' Berserker Squad, exhibited an unparalleled prowess on this relatively easy battlefield. Like 2 precise daggers, they plunged directly into the heart of the goblin formation, targeting the formidable bear goblin chief wielding a flail and roaring orders. This bear goblin chief, possessing merely second-tier strength, could not withstand even a single round against the ferocious elite of the Dark Moon territory. Harnessing the momentum of the Wind Wolf's charge, Luke severed its massive head with a single stroke. Blood gushed forth, spraying high into the air. With the chief's demise, the already fragile morale of the goblin army completely disintegrated. Wayaya, run! In goblin language, the terrified screams echoed as the goblins entirely abandoned their resistance, discarding their weapons and scattering like headless flies, wishing they had been born with 2 extra legs. The battlefield transformed into a one-sided chase and harvest. The battle, having commenced, concluded in less than half an hour. In the gorge, only the chaotic remains of corpses and the fleeing green figures were left, making the pursuit appear inefficient. Chapter 65. The Spectacle Ritual. Renowned, these surviving goblins scurried like headless flies, crying out as they fled desperately into the depths of the valley and the surrounding forests, even trampling each other in their haste to escape. Pursue, but do not venture too deeply. Aim to eliminate them, Loren commanded. At such a moment, there was no need for soldiers to disperse into the woods in pursuit to expand their gains, as they might encounter wild magical beasts and incur unnecessary losses. When the battle concluded, the tally revealed that the Dark Moon forces suffered almost no casualties, with only a few unfortunate soldiers sustaining minor injuries during the pursuit. The goblins' ragged weapons could barely pierce even the enchanted leather armor. The number of goblin corpses left behind exceeded 5,000, including a dozen bear goblins and several greater goblins. In this battle, Loren, the venomous mantis, and the silver-winged thunderbird did not engage at all. Even Andizan merely directed the army's formation and maintained discipline. Soon, the heads of the bear goblins and the stronger greater goblins were severed and presented before Loren. The ordinary goblin tribe could only muster cohesion and pose a significant threat when organized under these relatively powerful bear goblins. Let us construct a goblin monument. Loren ordered with a flat tone, gesturing at the grotesque heads. When dealing with goblins, intimidation proved far more effective than endless slaughter. They might forget pain, but would remain subdued if left with sufficient shocking warnings. Under the command of Luke, Brandy, and other officers, the soldiers began to gather the bodies. The goblin corpses were piled below, forming a massive base exuding a strong stench of blood. Above them, the ghastly heads of the bear goblins and greater goblins were arranged densely, with dark red blood trickling down the mound and seeping into the earth. Goblin's Monument. The remaining goblin corpses and trunks were entrusted to the carrion beetles for processing, extracting the last remnants of energy. Although the goblins were weak as individuals, their sheer numbers still provided Loren with over 300 energy points, not as much as Bloodclaw has in single contribution. As for the prestige points, as Loren anticipated, the rewards were rather meager, amounting to only 15 points. Indeed, in the system's assessment, exterminating such trivial tribes did not generate as much buzz as obliterating the Bloodclaw half-orc tribe. My lord, these heads, if not preserved, will soon be destroyed or consumed by nearby magical beasts, remarked the bardic swordsman Citriat beside him. This fellow from the Golden Sand Empire, despite his extensive travels and experiences, was astonished by the magical beast units under Loren's command. In all his years of exploration, he had never witnessed a human lord capable of summoning such magical beasts for extended periods and commanding them in battle as if they were soldiers. As a newly sworn vassal, Citriat, despite bearing a curse, strove to make a good impression. Upon receiving Loren's permission, he utilized the bardic swordsman's skill, Spectacle Ritual. As he chanted, an invisible energy field, imbued with a faint aura of dread, enveloped the bloody monument. It effectively repelled beasts and magical creatures, preventing destruction, with an effect expected to last approximately 6 months. As long as this monument stood, any nearby goblin tribes, even at a distance, would tremble in fear, as if witnessing the carnage of the battlefield. Once the soldiers cleared the spoils from the goblin lair, they calculated that the total value amounted to around 100 gold coins. Confirming that nothing was overlooked, Loren then led his army back. As Loren's forces returned to the Darkmoon territory, news of his successive victories over the Bloodclaw half-orc tribe and the goblin tribes spread like wildfire, carried by merchants, adventurers, and bards, sweeping through the surrounding human territories. In the Greatstone territory, within the castle hall, Viscount Baiting violently shattered the crystal goblet in his hand, the expensive liquid splattering everywhere. His face turned ashen, and his chest heaved with rage. Useless. That group of assassins from the Shadow Hand are also worthless. He growled, his voice distorted with fury. Silver-tier assassins? They can't even take down a mere exiled youth. I spent 1,500 gold coins. After waiting for so many days, he received not the news of Loren's assassination, but rather shocking reports of the Darkmoon forces achieving consecutive victories, annihilating 2 major foreign tribes at minimal cost. This was akin to a resounding slap across his face. Butler Sergio, with his head bowed, cautiously suggested, "My lord, perhaps we should reassess our relationship with the Darkmoon territory. The rise of Viscount Loren appears difficult to halt. Our previous merchant convoy encountered an unexpected silence." Viscount Baiting rudely interrupted him, but after his outburst, a deeper sense of helplessness settled in. He slumped into his chair, gazing at the overcast sky outside, for the first time wavering in his decisions. The young lord he had once underestimated had suddenly transformed into a ferocious beast bearing its fangs. The military prowess displayed by Loren instilled in him an unprecedented sense of threat and an imperceptible fear. He could almost see the shadow of that young viscount gradually enveloping his territory. At this point, he could only await a response from Count Menglaw. In the Shimu territory, the plump viscount wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, staring at the intelligence report in his hand, muttering, "My heavens, Bloodclaw has been slaughtered by him." And over 10,000 goblins were wiped out in an instant. This lad is a harbinger of doom. Reflecting on the petty tricks he had previously played against the Darkmoon territory, he now wished he could slap himself repeatedly. He immediately summoned his steward. "Quick! Prepare a grand gift. No, prepare to send them to the Darkmoon territory as fast as possible to congratulate Viscount Loren on his martial achievements. The tone must be respectful, extremely respectful." In the High-End territory, Lady Alisai stood on the castle terrace, gazing toward the Darkmoon territory, her elegant brows slightly furrowed. She toyed with an exquisite dagger, her expression complex. "Loren Lankazite, Just how many cards do you still hold close to your chest? It seems this borderland is destined for turbulent times. After a moment of silence, she turned to the knight standing silently behind her and commanded, "Select a batch of high-quality weapons and armor, and prepare 20 mixed blood steeds. In my name, send them to Dark Moon City to congratulate Viscount Loren on his string of victories and triumphant returns." She paused and added, "The wording must be sincere. Perhaps it is time to formally pay a visit to this new neighbor." Meanwhile, in the distance, more and more pioneering lords were receiving intelligence from the Dark Moon territory. At the dawn of this new year, the formidable reputation of Yu Ling and Su Lun, accompanied by their achievements forged in blood and fire, once again spread like a tempest. Chapter 66. The Summoning of Beasts and the Army's Grand Reformation. It has been several days since the eradication of the Bloodclaw half-orc tribe and the Goblin clan. The transformation within Yu City can only be described as a refreshing new beginning, characterized by continual change and growth. Firstly, in terms of population. With the influx of refugees and villagers from small hamlets, the number of citizens in Yu City has surpassed 25,000, with new arrivals each day. Under Su Luan's directive, the military maintains stringent selection criteria. Only seasoned adventurers or mercenary groups with proven combat experience and qualifications are admitted, currently totaling 1,700 personnel. Even in this world teeming with extraordinary and magical powers, this proportion of military strength is remarkably high. More astonishingly, among these soldiers, including commissioned officers, over 50 possess the strength of first-tier extraordinary beings. The overall quality and combat proficiency of these soldiers are exceedingly impressive. Moreover, the expansion project of Yu City has commenced with great fervor. Aside from the construction of new buildings such as the Public Security Bureau and prisons, the outer walls and castle are undergoing significant elevation and broadening. Su Luan also plans to establish an additional outer city area to accommodate the Adventurers Guild and host large-scale events such as auctions. This includes the development of substantial taverns and other entertainment venues that can yield considerable tax revenue. The Adventurers Guild and auction house are essential components of Su Luan's blueprint. Given Yu Ling's proximity to the Lost Forest, which harbors a vast number of magical beasts and exotic resources, making it an ideal location for adventurers and mercenaries to establish their base. Previously, the lack of a grand city was merely due to the insufficient strength of other pioneering lords. However, Su Luan is filled with confidence. He is determined to conquer the mightier life forms residing deep within the mountains. And even a small number of lower-tier magical beasts that escape will be sufficient to entice adventurers to linger here indefinitely, as various projects progress in an orderly manner. Another significant endeavor undertaken by Su Luan is the summoning of beast troops and the reformation of the army structure. Following the annihilation of the Bloodclaw half-orc tribe and the Goblin clan, Su Luan now possesses 3,000 units of primary energy points. After careful contemplation and planning, he summoned a new batch of magical beast units. This included 10 second-tier wind wolves, 5 shadow panthers, 3 bone spikes beasts, 2 lava giant lizards, 3 sonic bats, and 2 tentacle vines. The tentacle vines were summoned for the first time, with one placed in his lord's castle and another at the city gate of Yu. Although this plant-based unit cannot move, it can spread over a diameter of 100 meters, automatically attacking any intruders. It serves as an exceptionally effective fixed guard, fulfilling its role of vigilance excellently. Moreover, due to Su Luan's abundant energy points, he succumbed to curiosity and summoned 2 to test their effectiveness, which exceeded his expectations. As long as the intruder is not a second-tier intermediate or above extraordinary being, even the top-tier ranger brant was detected upon attempting to approach the tentacle vines. They function as a year-round, unyielding security force. Su Luan secretly resolved that when his energy reserves are plentiful, he would plant an additional 100 of these tentacle vines within Yu City, as they are immensely useful. Subsequently, in terms of first-tier units, Su Luan summoned 5 elite-level dire wolves, 10 elite-level stinging worker bees, and 30 ordinary dire wolves. This has propelled the scale of his magical beast troops to an unprecedented peak. Including the previously summoned beasts, Su Luan now commands the following: Lord-level units, 1 poisonous mantis, 1 silverwing thunderbird, second-tier units, 13 wind wolves, 6 shadow panthers, 4 bone spikes beasts, 7 sonic bats, 3 lava giant lizards, 2 tentacle vines, first-tier elite units, 25 elite dire wolves, 20 elite stinging worker bees, 10 elite corrosive beetles, first-tier ordinary units, 15 corrosive beetles, 50 dire wolves, 20 stinging worker bees. The total approaches 160. Among the numerous pioneering territories in the vicinity, Su Luan is confident that the strength of this magical beast army ranks among the very best. As the scale of the magical beast units expanded, Su Luan proceeded with the restructuring of the army. He reorganized the Yuling military into two divisions, the Field Army and the City Guard. The Field Army is led by Gawain, who commands a cadre of extraordinary beings including Luke, Ranger Brant, and Bard Stewart. Currently, the composition of the Field Army includes 300 Yuling warriors, 10 Wind Wolves, 3 Shadow Panthers, 2 Bone Spikes Beasts, 2 Lava Giant Lizards, 4 Sonic Bats, 20 Elite Dire Wolves, 10 Elite Stinging Worker Bees, 8 Elite Corrosive Beetles, 40 Ordinary Dire Wolves, and 10 Ordinary Stinging Worker Bees. The primary missions of the Field Army are twofold: to ensure the safety and extraction of the 3 mithril veins while scouting the wilderness and the Lost Mountains, and to engage in combat missions against foreign races, other human territories, and magical beasts. The City Guard is commanded by Anderson, who is supported by berserker teams such as Treg and Mage Carl, along with a cadre of officers from the Public Security Bureau. Notably, Treg's berserker team is being developed into a Special Operations or Elite Guard unit. While they currently belong to the City Guard, they will be flexibly deployed to the Field Army as needed. The current composition of the City Guard includes 500 Yuling warriors, 3 Wind Wolves, 3 Shadow Panthers, 2 Bone Spikes Beasts, 1 Lava Giant Lizard, 3 Sonic Bats, 2 Tentacle Vines, 5 Elite Dire Wolves, 10 Elite Stinging Worker Bees, 2 Elite Corrosive Beetles, 10 Ordinary Dire Wolves, and 10 Ordinary Stinging Worker Bees. The missions of the City Guard are similarly twofold: to maintain the security and order of a new city and to manage various tasks such as overseeing construction progress, coordinating with merchant caravans, and assisting incoming adventurers. As for the poisonous Mantis and Silverwing Thunderbird, these 2 Lord-level magical beasts will not be assigned to either the City Guard or the Field Army. Rather, they will be directly commanded by Su Luan himself. Typically, the poisonous Mantis will guard the Lord's estate, while the Silverwing Thunderbird will patrol freely around a new city. After successfully reforming the magical beast units and integrating them with the soldiers, Su Luan finally found a moment to breathe. With all external and internal threats to a new city resolved, it was time for him to visit the Emerald City. He retrieved a jade plaque engraved with the Nightingale's branch emblem from his dimensional ring, a token of VIP status from the Nightingale Merchant Guild. The primary purpose of Su Luan's journey to the Emerald City is to procure a holy healing scroll for the unfortunate bard to suppress his curse. Additionally, Su Luan intends to meet with the silver-ranked assassin Berkeley, who is currently in the Emerald City and should have gathered preliminary information regarding the assassin bounty placed on Su Luan. Upon returning from the Emerald City, Su Luan plans to arrange for Berkeley to come back as well, establishing an intelligence and assassination department for a Yuling. Finally, Su Luan himself is eager to visit the Emerald City to witness the once-a-decade multiracial trade fair. It is a grand monetary event where countless magical artifacts, extraordinary equipment, and high-tier slaves will be showcased and purchased with great sums of money. Su Luan's treasury, having been replenished after plundering the ogre and half-orc tribes, is currently quite ample. In addition to a new batch of secret silver ore, Su Luan brought a portion of it within his dimensional ring. At this moment, he could be described as incredibly wealthy. Whether it be extraordinary equipment or elven concubines, he possesses the means to indulge in a lavish shopping spree. Chapter 67, Jade City. The City of Dreams. Jade City. This name shines brightly along the border of the Zifeng Kingdom and the Heimei Kingdom. It is not only a prominent coordinate on the southern continent's map, but also the vortex of countless ambitions, wealth, and dreams. Each year, an immense influx of gold, magic crystals, and rare goods flows into this colossal city, akin to a magnet, while a mere trickle flows out. It greedily devours all value, yet generously reveals shortcuts to heaven or hell to those daring enough to take risks. The city sees thousands of caravans of varying sizes traversing its streets daily, with a resident population rumored to be around 2 million, though the actual figure may far exceed this. 50 years ago, the savior of the Zifeng Kingdom, King Adrian, granted Jade City the privilege of independent economic operation, allowing this commercial behemoth to shed some of its shackles and expand at a nearly pathological pace. Today, ruling over this city of miracles and chaos is Duke Drex Simons of Jade City. This energetic nobleman, in his 60s yet brimming with youthful vigor, is not only the wealthiest individual in the Zifeng Kingdom, but also a hidden fourth-tier top extraordinary being. His lineage is complex, although he is of the Zifeng Kingdom. His mother hails from a prominent family in the Heimei Kingdom, making his position somewhat delicate at times. Nevertheless, The royal family of the Zifeng kingdom seems to place immense trust in him, entrusting this significant city located on the border of the Zifeng and Heimei kingdoms entirely into his hands. At this moment, within the opulent office at the top of the castle at the heart of Jade City, Duke Drex leisurely peruses a thick stack of parchment glowing with a faint magical aura. These are promissory notes from various kingdoms on the southern continent, particularly from numerous nobles within the Zifeng kingdom. Each note has been authenticated by the deities of justice and wealth, rendering them indisputable. Lord Tamon still owes me 10 carts of gold, Collins. Has there been any news from his side? Duke Drex rubbed his temples. The intertwining divine light was indeed dizzying after prolonged exposure. Collins, the courtier standing by, immediately stepped forward and responded respectfully. Your Grace, Lord Tamon requests an extension. Inform him that settling the remaining payment before summer will suffice. However, a shrewd smile crept across the Duke's lips. If we push it to the next original month, I will have to impose interest according to the rules. Understood. Collins swiftly recorded this and then presented another document, stating that the royal capital is urging the collection of this year's special independent fee. This sum cannot be spared. Duke Drex nodded. Notify His Majesty to send someone to collect it himself. This substantial fee is the price for Jade City's independence and special status, as well as a testament to the kingdom's military protection. There's another matter. Collins pulled out an intelligence report. The Nightingale Merchant Guild seems intent on establishing a branch in the Darkmoon territory along the southwestern border of the Heimei kingdom this year. It is said they have a deep cooperation intention with the newly appointed Viscount Loren. Oh, that woman, Kristen, has quite the discerning eye and wouldn't easily set up a branch externally. The Duke glanced at the intelligence. The new Viscount, the one who annihilated the Ogre tribe and the Bloodclaw half-orc tribe? Interesting young man. Duke Drex stroked his meticulously groomed beard with intrigue, a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. I recall that Ogre shaman who defected from our eastern wasteland is not to be trifled with. This young man has an impressive background. Indeed, Your Grace. According to our information, Viscount Loren is en route to Jade City. Oh, he is probably coming for the multicultural auction? The Duke expressed no surprise. The multicultural auction in Jade City is a grand event attracting nobles and strong individuals from neighboring countries. Its allure undeniable. Keep an eye on him, Collins. I find this young fellow quite intriguing. Meanwhile, after several days of travel, Loren and his entourage finally arrived at the border of the Zifeng kingdom. As they drew closer to Jade City, the air became infused with a unique scent, a blend of spices, leather, livestock, and a hint of magical dust, the aroma of prosperity and desire. Loren traveled light, accompanied only by the Ranger brand, 10 carefully selected elite soldiers, and his caretaker, Aina, boarding a merchant caravan heading in the same direction. Taking a large armed escort to a place like Jade City would be inviting trouble, as they wouldn't even be permitted through the city gates. Moreover, with Loren now partially stepping into the third tier and possessing the bloodline of the Red Dragon, ordinary dangers posed no threat. If he were pushed to the brink, he could unleash his trump card, the emergence of the Red Dragon, transforming into an ancient Red Dragon. Even with level restrictions, he could contend with top-tier third-level beings. Furthermore, by defeating powerful entities, he could gain energy points to summon a beast army at will, granting him absolute initiative whether to fight or flee. As for why he did not bring Lelina, it was due to her sensitive identity as a succubus. With so many powerful beings in Jade City, it was uncertain whether a formidable extraordinary being or divine favored would see through Lelina's disguise. At that point, even if Loren explained that Lelina was a slave under his control, it would still lead to complications. It is said that Jade City is a paradise for adventurers and merchants, yet a graveyard for failures. There, gold paves the way, but one must possess sufficient strength to pick it up. The captain of the accompanying caravan, a loquacious middle-aged man, smiled at Loren and said, I haven't traveled this trade route in over a decade. Thanks to you, my lord, clearing the bandit threats along the way. We small caravans finally have the chance to venture back to Jade City and seek our fortunes. On the road, caravans from all directions flowed endlessly. Compared to those large caravans from the southern principalities with massive pack animals, or those from the Heimei kingdom driving colossal magical elephants, the one Loren was on appeared as a child's toy, small and inconspicuous. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, as the horizon seemed to reach its limit, a city, or rather, a magnificent man-made marvel reminiscent of emerald mountains, burst into view. The commercial capital, the pearl of the Zifeng kingdom, a land of golden dreams, adorned with countless accolades. Any language or imagination pales in comparison to its true visage. On the expansive plain, Where even the distant mountain outlines had vanished, a city rose like a mountain. Its outer walls were not constructed from ordinary bricks and stones, but appeared as natural circular mountain ridges, as if formed by meteorite impact. Further transformed by boundless magical power and engineering marvels, presenting an unyielding emerald hue. This was no mere city wall. It was a miracle that permanently altered the landscape. Towering vertical surfaces reaching 100 meters high were punctuated by massive watchtowers shimmering with metallic and crystalline cold light, standing alongside colossal stone statues carved into the rock face, silently surveying the vast earth and emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chapter 68. The light and darkness of the city. My goodness, this is truly exaggerated. Even for Su Luan, who hails from an era of information explosion and has seen many great cities. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle constructed solely from supernatural forces stirred a profound sense of awe within him. This almost violent and direct display of productivity and magical prowess is undoubtedly the most naked flaunting of power by Duke Drex of Jade City. My lord, this scale feels no less impressive than our royal capital of Heimei. Aina could not help but exclaim, her emerald eyes deeply focused on the resplendent city. Although the kingdom of Heimei boasts a more formidable overall national strength than the kingdom of Zifeng, with a capital housing over 5 million inhabitants and superior military defenses, the architectural splendor of Yanshui Cheng, which harmoniously blends luxury, magic, and artistry, reveals that both realms possess their own unique merits. As the distance between them diminishes, a wealth of details unfolds before the eyes. Countless tightly clustered edifices, reminiscent of pigeon coops, spread out to form a solid and expansive foundation for this city's mountainous terrain. At the very heart of the basin, numerous spires pierce the earth like swords, twisting upward to pierce the heavens. Above the clouds, exaggerated arches, defying the laws of nature, connect the towering spires, resembling the legendary rainbows that bridge the realms of heaven and earth. Countless floating platforms, akin to pearls, adorn the azure sky, upon which exquisite gardens, tranquil courtyards, and expansive observation decks are constructed, creating a dreamlike city in the clouds above the majestic mountaintop city. Yet, this is not the entirety. Surrounding the central spire district lies the ecclesiastical area, where structures, though slightly lower in height, possess an equally grandiose presence. There, the magnificent temples of the principal deities of the eternal continent stand tall, constructed from the most resilient rocks and magical emerald stones. The towering columns supporting the domes reach heights of several hundred meters, with arches that soar to the mountain ridges. The massive steps descending from the mountaintop assert the grandeur of divine authority, making any onlooker acutely aware of their own insignificance. Each temple within the ecclesiastical district serves as a monumental link between earth and sky, rendering the power of faith into a visible magnificence. Among them, the Temple of the Goddess of Wealth stands out most prominently, embodying not merely a structure, but rather a fragment of a divine realm constructed from devotion and gold. Towering like a mountain and breathtakingly splendid, the intricate reliefs in every column gleam with the luster of magic, representing not only Yanshui Cheng's utmost tribute to the goddess, but also the crystallization of the artistic endeavors of countless extraordinary masters. In contrast to the Light Empire at the center of the eternal continent, where the Church of Light reigns supreme, and differing from the absolute dominance of the night goddess's faith in the capital of the kingdom of Heimei, Yanshui Cheng embraces a diversity of beliefs. Though the followers of the goddess of wealth are the most numerous, all faiths are welcomed, as long as one does not worship evil deities or demons, allowing one to find a temple to their chosen god. Deities such as the god of light, the mother of dragons, the lord of winter, the night goddess, and even the god of order, among others, have their shrines situated here. The more resplendent the light, the deeper the shadows it casts, murmured Su Luan to himself. He had not forgotten Yanshui Cheng's other moniker, the hell of the unsuccessful. Here, the smile of the goddess of fortune is fleeting, replaced more often by the wails of gamblers abandoned by fate. His thoughts stirred, he connected his consciousness with the soaring silver-winged thunderbird. Through its keen golden eyes, the other side of Yanshui Cheng lay bare before him. His gaze traversed the neatly planned, architecturally dense outer ring of the civilian district, extending outward along the artificial river that serves as a boundary, revealing a chaotic and boundless expanse of slums that sprawled beneath the ringed mountains. Akin to filthy patches on a pristine garment. Like any world's underbelly, this place lacked planning and order. Only the instinct for survival compelled both buildings and lives to grow wildly. The makeshift shelters, haphazardly assembled from construction debris, discarded planks, and rusted metal, appeared even more dilapidated than the two buildings Su Luan had seen in his past life. Irregular structures, exposed supports, and suspended lofts imbued the entire area with a sense of hopeless and distorted wasteland punk aesthetics. Those small hills formed from accumulated city refuse were fiercely contested and controlled by various gangs, compelling numerous emaciated child laborers and numb scavengers to sift through the fetid waste in search of any recoverable remnants of magic. Through the vision granted by the silver-winged Thunderbird, Su Luan could even discern micro-communities emerging around certain large mounds of garbage, boasting rudimentary streets, shops, and shanties. Although their existence was as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, likely to vanish amidst the next gang conflict or purge, the resilience of life, akin to wild grass, remains unquenchable and ever-rebounding. The slums are not devoid of hope. In relatively stable areas a little farther out, one could even spot bustling taverns and shops selling dubious goods, while at the center of the settlement often stood beautiful villas, incongruous with their surroundings. These were typically the strongholds of powerful gangs, maintaining a semblance of order under absolute violent rule. Gangs, fugitives from various nations, demon worshippers, and lurking malevolent practitioners, an innumerable array of illicit forces intertwine here, like parasitic fungi clinging to the roots of the towering Yanshui Cheng, coexisting with the prosperity of the inner city and the splendor of the temple district, thereby forming a complete ecosystem of the city. It is said that Duke de Lake has not refrained from attempting to eradicate this malignant growth entirely. Yet, after each thunderous crackdown and forced relocation, new slums would inevitably sprout up in nearly the same locations, as resilient as mushrooms after rain. The authorities have never been able to fathom whence this seemingly endless population originates, ultimately choosing to compromise by delineating an invisible boundary. As long as one does not cross the line, they temporarily turn a blind eye, but once crossed, a new round of cleansing and forced relocation ensues. Su Luan comprehended that this was not merely an issue of productivity, but rather a deep-seated ailment of the social structure within this world. In fact, Yanshui Cheng's approach to handling this situation is relatively lenient in this harsh reality. After all, in a world where genuine evil forces exist, living flesh and souls themselves constitute a resource. Those demons, devil worshippers, or practitioners of malevolence, and even certain priests of evil deities, cast covetous eyes upon the vast population at the city's bottom. In a colossal city like Yanshui Cheng, with a population of 2 to 3 million, the absence of slums might indicate even more terrifying possibilities. For instance, those discarded by the city might silently flow into some dreadful sacrificial ritual. The city-states controlled by wicked sorcerers in the marshy regions of the southern continent serve as prime examples, regularly cleansing slums and unleashing necromantic disasters to harvest flesh and souls. Indeed, maintaining an exceptionally clean city. For ordinary people, that would be a true hell. Chapter 69. The Flourishing District, Whispers of the Puppeteers. Let us proceed inside. Su Luan withdrew his thoughts, redirecting his gaze from the distant shadows back to the present light. They moved slowly with the massive throngs of people and carriages toward the city gate, which resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast. The gate stood 40 meters tall and was wide enough for 30 horse-drawn carriages to pass through side by side, featuring 4 inspection passages. Clad in finely crafted purple armor and exuding an air of arrogance, the gate guards meticulously examined the entry documents and cargo while collecting exorbitant entrance taxes that stung the wallet. Su Luan noted that these ordinary guards possessed a steady demeanor and sharp eyes, with most displaying the strength of first-tier extraordinary beings, while the squad leader emanated a second-tier aura. The quality of even the lowest ranks of the city's defense forces hinted at the immeasurable hidden might of Yanshui Cheng. With the official noble status and documents of a viscount from the kingdom of He Megawei, Su Luan and his companions smoothly passed the inspection and entered this legendary city. The scene within the city shifted instantaneously. The main thoroughfare was as broad as a plaza, paved with smooth, mirror-like stones embedded with faint magical circuits. The hustle and bustle of traffic and throngs of people stood in stark contrast to the chaos and desolation of the slums outside the city. The streets are lined with an array of shops, their peculiar and colorful signs dazzling the eyes. The rhythmic clanging of metal can be heard from the diminutive blacksmith's workshop, accompanied by the sparks flying in the air. The windows of the Elven Crafts shop display exquisite artworks that seem to possess a life of their own. The peculiar and intricate scents of potions waft from the alchemy workshop. There are even audacious vendors brazenly selling low-tier magical scrolls and enigmatic artifacts right on the roadside. The diversity of races in Yanshui Cheng leaves Su Luan in awe. Here, One can encounter humans, dwarves, elves, halflings, and elegantly dressed half-elves. Even the more temperate orc races and well-dressed high-ranking goblins, evidently merchants, can be seen wandering the streets. A cacophony of languages, accents, calls for sale, and haggling fills the air, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. As one ventures further into the inner city, the vibrancy escalates exponentially. Through the occasional gaps in the bustling streets, one can glimpse meticulously designed public squares and commercial avenues, with streets laid out in an orderly fashion, delineating various districts by their functions. Near the noble quarter, one can find numerous grand opera houses with unique and artistic designs. The entrances of opulent hotels are attended by impeccably dressed servants, while the sounds of applause from the bustling theaters resonate within. There are also various exclusive clubs and upscale lodges, strictly reserved for the nobility and top merchants. "My lord, shall we find a place to stay?" Aina inquired softly, equally astonished by the city's splendor and complexity. Although she had previously lived in the capital of the He-Megue kingdom, she was merely a maid from a viscount's family and had never traversed such lavish streets. "Not in haste. We are waiting for someone," Su Luan replied with a gentle smile. Prior to their departure, he had informed Berkeley, through a magical token provided by him, that he would be arriving in Yushui Chung and requested him to arrange accommodations. As expected, Berkeley, a silver-tier assassin and the illegitimate son of a noble, had established his own channels in Yushui Chung. He soon appeared at the side of the street, wearing a silver mask, bowing respectfully to Su Luan. "My lord, I have arranged for your accommodations. Please follow me." Under Berkeley's guidance, they traversed 2 blocks to a secluded standalone building. This property, purchased with the savings from Berkeley's assassin career, is located on a street renowned for its safety and privacy, making it the preferred choice for many discreet nobles and merchants. Once settled, Su Luan instructed Brand and the soldiers not to remain idle, but to go out and gather intelligence regarding the upcoming auction and various factions. Aina stayed behind to organize Su Luan's personal belongings. Meanwhile, Su Luan, accompanied by the local expert Berkeley, ventured back onto the streets to personally experience this commercial metropolis. In contrast to the raucousness of the outer commercial district, the streets of the inner city, though equally broad, exude an air of tranquility and order. Flanking the streets are private estates of diverse architectural styles, well-guarded merchant guilds, and understated yet lavish high-end shops. The air is imbued with the scent of fine perfumes and the freshness of flora, as luxurious carriages, enveloped in soft leather, glide silently over the polished cobblestones. His primary objective this time is to procure a silver-tier healing scroll that could suppress the Stuart curse, followed by participation in the imminent multiracial auction. Additionally, within this pure commercial metropolis, Su Luan can conveniently sell some of the artistic and magical items obtained from the Ogre and Bloodclaw tribes, which are of no use to an Yuling, in exchange for a substantial amount of gold coins. With Berkeley's introduction, Su Luan sold several enchanted weapons bearing the styles of the Ogre and Bloodclaw half-orc tribes at a reputable magic materials shop managed by high-ranking goblins, returning with several heavy bags of gold coins. The intellect of these high-ranking goblins is remarkably advanced, far more civilized than the goblin tribes of the Lost Woods. And the shopkeeper is highly professional, never asking about the origin of the goods, merely focusing on evaluation and pricing. At another tall alchemy shop, guarded by stone golem sentinels, Su Luan inquired about the price of the silver-tier healing scroll. The shopkeeper, an elderly mage wearing crystal spectacles, quoted 2,000 gold coins, causing Su Luan to twitch slightly at the corners of his mouth. It seemed he would need to trouble Berkeley to find a cleric from the Church of Light to procure it through that channel. Within the Church of Light, the price of the healing scroll is no secret, always set at 1,500 gold coins. As the two passed a secluded alleyway, Berkeley suddenly halted. "My lord, please wait a moment," he whispered, swiftly blending into the shadows of the alley. Moments later, he emerged, a solemn expression behind his mask, hastening to Su Luan's side and whispering in a tone only they could hear, "My lord, I have uncovered the identity of the mastermind behind the assassination bounty placed on you. Speak." Su Luan's gaze turned cold, his voice barely a whisper. It was the old steward of the Barton family from the Greystone territory who issued the bounty. Berkeley lowered his voice further. "Moreover, that Barton has also arrived in Yushui Chung. He seems particularly interested in a batch of military magical crossbows." A glint of cold light flickered in Su Luan's eyes. If it were Barton of the Greystone territory, it indeed fell within Su Luan's expectations. That scoundrel is a dog of Count Monroe and would undoubtedly seek to bite him. Moreover, during winter, he had orchestrated the ambush of a merchant convoy from the Greystone territory, a matter that could not remain concealed indefinitely. Yet, Su Luen did not anticipate that Barton would lack the courage to confront him directly and instead resort to offering a hefty bounty for his assassination. Merely a buffoon. Once I conclude my affairs, I will ensure he cannot return to the Greystone territory, Su Luen scoffed. He had already intended to take action against a few neighboring factions, and this opportunity would allow him to eliminate one. The Greystone territory, as a trade town, would be fitting for an Yuling to absorb, thus opening a trade route into the heart of the Hei Mei Gui Kingdom. Chapter 70. Silver Dragon Sorcerer? The invitation from the Nightingale Guild. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the crystal glass window, casting mottled patterns on the floor of the room. Just as Su Luen finished dressing with Ana's assistance, he heard Bran's deliberately pronounced footsteps outside the door. My lord, Isabel from the Nightingale Guild has come to visit and brought this. Bran presented a card emanating a subtle violet fragrance. The invitation was crafted from dark purple feather paper, edged with silver moonwood fibers, cool to the touch, and inscribed with elegant script in the common language. Su Luen unfolded the invitation, scanning its contents, his brow raising slightly. Lady Christine of the Nightingale invites me to the guild headquarters for a meeting this morning. He looked up at Brand. Where is Isabel? She has already departed. She specifically mentioned that the lady has been in Yushui Chung recently, and if today is inconvenient for you, you may visit at your leisure, Brand replied. Su Luen traced the silhouette emblem of the Nightingale, outlined in mithril powder, on the invitation, his thoughts racing. The Nightingale Guild is one of the top 8 large commercial organizations in the Zihong Kingdom, and its president, Christine, is a legendary figure. It is rumored she reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier over a decade ago, and her current strength is likely unfathomable. She may have already attained the 4th tier. Why would such a prominent individual take such a swift interest in someone like him, a mere viscount from a small border territory? Was it merely a courtesy extended to a trade partner? Furthermore, it seemed unnecessary for her to have her steward personally welcome him. Moreover, the Nightingale Guild was able to ascertain his whereabouts in Yushui Chung overnight, demonstrating their strength. After all, Berkeley had sworn an oath to a deity, signing a soul contract, making it impossible for him to disclose Su Luen's movements to the Nightingale Guild. From this minor detail, Su Luen sensed the nature of President Christine's approach, courteous yet subtly authoritative. Master, that Nightingale lady is certainly not simple. Berkeley whispered gravely from the side, his voice muffled beneath the silver mask. I once heard from my father of a secret being known only at the apex of the Emerald City, Christine, who is not merely an extraordinary practitioner of witchcraft. Oh. Surin raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this unexpected information. Then what is her profession? Why the need for concealment? She is a sorceress with silver dragon blood. Berkeley's revelation was astonishing. A silver dragon sorceress. Surin was taken aback. He remembered well that he too possessed dragon blood. Specifically the ancient red dragon bloodline that had been elevated through the system. Could it be that this Christine sensed the red dragon blood within me? Surin mused silently. Regardless, it appears I must pay a visit to the Nightingale Guild this morning. After all, I hold their VIP token, and it would be rather impolite to decline their invitation while consuming goods from their establishments. Accompanied by Berkeley, Surin donned a ceremonial outfit befitting a nobleman and stepped out from their temporary lodgings. The headquarters of the Nightingale Guild is situated in the legendary Cloud District above the Emerald City, a true hub for grand merchant guilds and top-tier powers, symbolizing status and strength, as well as the endorsement of the Duke of Emerald City. Accessing the upper district requires traversing a magical cloud platform. To Surin, it resembled a colossal lift from another world, serving not only as a passenger conveyance, but also as a means to transport various goods. Standing before the entrance of one such platform, Surin was struck by its grandeur. The immense dome resembled the foundation of a sky city, constructed from countless transparent magical crystals, light filtering through and refracting into an enchanting halo. Beneath the dome, towering metal beams crisscrossed at angles that defied logic, intricately engraved with flowing magical runes that emanated a soft luminescence. At the center of the platform, a massive arching bridge spanned the tracks, serving not only as a passageway, but as a marvel of art and engineering. Several colossal alchemical arms extended from the bridge, resembling the fingers of a giant, deftly and precisely grasping and placing cargo, accompanied by the deep and powerful sounds of gear mechanisms. Master, these alchemical platforms are one of the symbols of Emerald City. Berkeley interjected at the opportune moment. Duke Drake invested heavily in their construction, commissioning the mechanic god sect to create them. The mere construction period spanned 5 years, consuming countless tons of magical metal. It is indeed awe-inspiring. The Black Rose Kingdom has yet to utilize alchemical machinery on such a grand scale, Surin reflected with genuine admiration. However, he silently noted that in the future, Darkmoon City must also incorporate such innovations. This journey serves as an enlightening experience. I must remember all the good things to replicate later. Just as Surin and Berkeley prepared to ascend on a cloud platform, a sharp whistle pierced the air. A regiment clad in gleaming platinum armor marched in perfect formation, their iron boots clashing against the stone floor, causing the massive platform to tremble slightly. These knights brandished enchanted longswords and carried massive shields inscribed with sigils, their battle visors fully lowered, revealing only their keen, hawk-like eyes that coldly scanned the surroundings. An aura of lethal intent swiftly enveloped the area, compelling the crowd to instinctively retreat. Following closely were agile light-armored warriors, their movements crisp and decisive, swiftly blocking all exits of the platform. Simultaneously, several leather-clad rangers glided through the throng like phantoms, seemingly casual, yet strategically occupying critical positions, forming an invisible net of encirclement. At the rear of the formation, several robed figures in gray, draped in dark cloaks, caught Surin's attention. These mages all possessed second-tier peak strength. They wielded rune-engraved short staffs and bore the emblem of the Emerald City's Department of Magic upon their chests, levitating a few inches above the ground. Surrounded by a faint arcane glow. What is happening? The sudden commotion left everyone present exchanging bewildered glances. In the name of the Emerald City Enforcement Team, a resonant voice echoed through the amplification spell, reaching every ear. This platform has been implicated in smuggling prohibited magical drugs. We ask that all present cooperate and open your belongings for inspection. Surin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. So, we have encountered the city authorities. The fact that their detection spells easily identified the smugglers indicated that the culprits likely lacked even spatial rings and were probably desperate small-timers. As a viscount of the Black Rose Kingdom, Surin's noble status held considerable weight in the Emerald City. Moreover, in terms of overall national strength, the Black Rose Kingdom was indeed more formidable than the Purple Maple Kingdom. While his title as a pioneering lord might not be the most prestigious, it still carried a degree of intimidation. He signaled to Berkeley to join him, cooperating fully by revealing the contents of his coat pocket, displaying the Lancaster family crest. The enforcement team did not impede their passage, and upon seeing the emblem, their previously sharp gazes softened as they respectfully stepped aside. Your Grace, please. Just as Surin and Berkeley exited the encirclement, shouts and struggles erupted behind them. Seize him. Indeed, within the belongings of a frail man, a vast quantity of unauthorized magical materials and a dozen sealed alchemical potions were uncovered. I'm innocent, my lord. These are for the guild to settle my task. The man's face turned ashen as he pleaded desperately. When did the guild issue a task for collecting high-concentration hallucinogens? The enforcement captain coldly retorted, the evidence is irrefutable. You are carrying over 50 pounds of prohibited substances. Take him away. Two light-armored warriors mercilessly shackled the man with magic-suppressing cuffs and dragged him from the scene. Is it a serious crime to carry hallucinogens to the upper district? Surin inquired of Berkeley as they walked. Yes, my lord, Berkeley explained in a low voice. In the noble circles of the upper district, there is a significant demand for such substances, yielding astonishing profits. The Duke's decree permits only high-priced purchases through official channels. Any personal smuggling is tantamount to competing with the Duke for business and is met with severe penalties. I see. Yet another lesson learned. Surin nodded slightly, mentally noting once more the importance of monopolizing the trading rights of high-profit goods as a ruler. Chapter 71: The meeting of two Dragonblood heirs. After this brief interlude, the two finally boarded the cloud platform and arrived at the legendary upper district. Stepping off the platform, the sight before Surin once again expanded his horizons. The architecture here was no longer cramped, but rather situated on individual floating platforms, interconnected by magical rainbow bridges. The air was fresh, and the vistas were expansive, as if one had stepped into a mythical cloud city. Following the address on the invitation, they swiftly located the headquarters of the Nightingale Guild. To Surin's surprise, the guild's elegant and grand edifice was situated right next to the Temple of the Mother of Dragons. Remembering the information Berkeley had revealed, Surin suddenly understood. A silver dragon sorceress would naturally have close ties to the Mother of Dragons, who presides over the faith of dragonkind. The faith of the Mother of Dragons is widespread across the world, though the scale of her churches is typically modest, as she is not a purely human deity. However, it is said that the current Mother of Dragons possesses a gentle disposition and even responds to the prayers of human practitioners associated with dragon paths, which is quite rare among deities. Therefore, for nearly 10,000 years, Many human practitioners bearing dragon blood or connected to extraordinary dragon paths have informally paid homage to the Mother of Dragons, considering her a patron. As a silver dragon blood sorceress, Christine's faith is undoubtedly far more devout. This Nightingale lady wields considerable financial power and esteemed status, and it is rumored that she funded the construction of the local temple of the Mother of Dragons in Emerald City. Consequently, she holds significant influence within the local church of the Mother of Dragons. As Surin made his way, he also heard numerous accounts of the benevolent deeds of this lady president. Many orphanages in the outer districts are funded by her, and she frequently aids impoverished citizens. In the city of Yetsue, she enjoys immense prestige among both the upper aristocracy and the lower populace. To meet such a distinguished, powerful, and highly esteemed president of the Merchant Guild is a daunting challenge for an ordinary individual. Yet, Suluin received a personally signed invitation from her. Standing before the grand door engraved with the soaring nightingale totem, Suluin steadied his emotions and declared in a deep voice, "Viscount of Anu, Suluin Lankazite, has come to pay a visit at the invitation of Lady Nightingale." Shortly after his words echoed, a familiar figure appeared behind the door. The steward, Isabel, who had previously visited Anu, greeted Suluin and led him and Bokili into the chamber. Bokili was politely asked to wait in a side room, while Suluin followed Isabel through the corridor connecting the guild's headquarters and her private residence. Lady Nightingale. Christine's abode is seamlessly linked with the guild headquarters, situated in the very heart of the upper district, occupying an exquisite location. Upon entering, one is greeted by a meticulously designed garden sprawling over several acres, adorned with lifelike white jade sculptures. A magnificent magical fountain continuously vaporizes water into ethereal clouds that hover above the garden. The interior of the residence is extravagantly decorated, yet sparsely populated. Only a handful of guild stewards hurriedly report on various matters in hushed tones. Nevertheless, Suluin keenly sensed through his mental acuity that within this seemingly tranquil abode lay countless triggering magical mechanisms, with invisible currents of magic permeating almost everywhere. How luxurious it must be to live such a life, with wealth, power, and strength. It is certainly more comfortable than the struggles I face on the border. Suluin thought as his gaze swept over the subtly magical decorations and components. Under Isabel's guidance, Suluin entered the grand hall of the residence. The ground beneath was covered with soft, thick carpets embroidered with intricate golden threads, while both sides displayed exquisite artworks primarily made of mithril, inlaid with various gemstones. The opulent furniture crafted from fragrant sandalwood and some magical beast bones, and the enormous chandelier, hanging from the dome, was composed of hundreds of pure white crystals, refracting a soft yet brilliant light. However, when that figure came into view, the surrounding luxury seemed to dim in an instant. "Lord Suluin, welcome to your arrival." A gentle yet uniquely magnetic female voice resonated. To Suluin's surprise, Lady Nightingale Christine, one of the most powerful figures in Yetsue, personally welcomed him into the center of the hall with warmth and friendliness, devoid of any condescending demeanor. The woman before him was strikingly different from the enchanting sorceress described in rumors. She appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, possessing an alluring grace, with long silver hair that cascaded like moonlight. At that moment, Christine was adorned in a splendidly designed silver court gown, accentuating her fair and delicate skin, resembling the finest Eastern porcelain. Her features were dignified and beautiful, with azure eyes akin to tranquil lakes, exuding a natural elegance, yet curiously imbued with a refreshing warmth. All these attributes combined formed an astonishing charm that captivated Suluin's gaze. Even after being in close proximity to the alluring Lilina for so long, Suluin considered himself somewhat resistant to beauty, yet he found himself entranced. In that moment, Suluin confirmed that she was indeed a sorceress of silver dragon lineage, for he could feel a resonance from his own red dragon bloodline that was difficult to conceal. Additionally, the allure of a silver dragon sorceress is profound. "It seems my intuition has not led me astray," Suluin mused. A knowing smile graced Christine's lips as her gaze seemed to penetrate his very being. Perceiving the powerful heartbeat of the dragon within him, "Lord Suluin, you are indeed a pure and formidable descendant of the dragon bloodline?" As a fellow bearer of the draconic lineage, she too was drawn to the fiery, assertive yet restrained essence of the red dragon emanating from Suluin. This resonance, stemming from the essence of life, stirred a ripple of unexplainable emotion within the usually composed Lady Nightingale. Suluin candidly acknowledged, "Madam, your insight is remarkable. I have indeed embarked on the extraordinary path of the red dragon bloodline." They both took their seats upon the opulent chairs cushioned with velvet. Christine gracefully raised her delicate hand, causing ripples to form in the air, as an exquisitely crafted tea set materialized on the intricately carved wooden table. The teapot and cups appeared to be sculpted from a single piece of warm jade, emanating a gentle milky hue, with intricate magical patterns that naturally induced tranquility for the soul. The liquid poured from the pot was no ordinary tea, but a shimmering amber elixir infused with pure life and mental energy. Merely inhaling its aroma revitalized one's spirit, as if the soul were being gently cleansed by a warm energy. After savoring a sip of the invaluable tea, which flowed warmth through his entire being, Suluin took the initiative to speak. "I am grateful for your kind invitation, madam. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Christine placed her jade cup down. Her azure eyes filled with admiration as she regarded Suluin. "I invite you, Lord Suluin, firstly out of courtesy, as a business partner. Secondly, I hold great expectations for you, Lord Suluin, and you're in you." Her tone was calm, yet resolute. "The mithril mines produced by you possess a purity far exceeding the market average, a rare advantage. I hope to establish a long-term, stable partnership with you. Furthermore, I see promising development potential for you, relying on the resources of the Lost Forest. Therefore, our Nightingale Guild wishes to establish a permanent branch in you." Suluin's heart jolted. A branch of the Nightingale Guild would signify a stable channel for high-end supplies and a broader commercial network. This would undoubtedly be a significant boon for the rapidly developing you. He quickly weighed the pros and cons, concluding that the benefits of collaborating with the Nightingale Guild far outweighed the drawbacks, especially given Christine's personal proposal, her sincere attitude, and favorable conditions. "It is indeed an honor for you to be valued by you, madam," Suluin replied without much hesitation. "We warmly welcome the establishment of a branch by your guild. The specific details can be discussed by our subordinates." A flicker of appreciation crossed Christine's eyes. "Excellent." She gestured in the air, and a complex draconic rune, outlined in silver light, slowly materialized and floated before Suluin. "This is my silver dragon mark. Through it, by infusing your dragon blood, you can communicate with me remotely twice in critical moments. Consider it a token of our cooperation." Suluin carefully stored the rune in his spatial ring. A remote contact method from a 4th-tier silver dragon sorceress is indeed a valuable asset in crucial moments. The following time was spent discussing preliminary intentions regarding the branch's location and tax incentives. Christine exhibited her acumen and foresight as the leader of a major guild, proposing terms that were reasonable, ensuring the guild's interests while also leaving ample room for you to develop. Both parties agreed that at the beginning of next month, Isabel would lead a vanguard team of 200 you to officially commence the establishment of the branch. Chapter 72. The Slave Market. Skilled talents stepping out of the Nightingale Guild. The time was still afternoon. Suluin had no intention of returning to his residence. The multi-race auction would not begin for another 2 days, and he resolved to make use of this interval to accomplish more. He instructed Bokili to head to the Church of Light, seeking to acquire a silver-tier holy healing scroll through available channels. Meanwhile, he, accompanied by Aina and Bjorn, proceeded towards another destination, the talent market of Yetsue. The construction of NU was in full swing, and there was an extreme shortage of various skilled talents. The talent market in Yetsue is the largest and most diverse hub for human resources in the Zephyr Kingdom. Here, as long as the gold coins are sufficient, one can almost purchase any sentient being available for trade on the continent. From ordinary serfs and extraordinary soldiers captured in battle to the daughters of bankrupt nobility. From halfling servants skilled in household management to barbarian warriors suited only to serve as meat shields. Even to the masterful craftsmen of the dwarven kin and the tamed ogre laborers, the market offers a plethora of choices. However, when it comes to which commodity incites the most fervor and frenzied bidding, it is undoubtedly those ethereal beings with elongated ears and stunning beauty, the elves. The elven race is divided into numerous branches, commonly represented by high elves, wood elves, moon elves, sea elves, and dark elves. In the slave market, sea elves and dark elves frequently make appearances. The abundance of sea elves can be attributed to pirates capturing them at sea and subsequently selling them on land, where the vastness of humanity makes it challenging for their kin to seek vengeance. On land, human extraordinary beings typically enjoy an environmental advantage, boasting greater combat prowess and showing no fear of sea elves. As for the dark elves, their presence in the slave market stems from the deep-rooted conflicts and estrangements within the elven race, despite being of the same lineage. When moon elves or wood elves witness a dark elf being sold, they merely observe with indifference, choosing not to risk their lives for rescue. This apathy and hostility are rooted in the long and fractured history of the elven race. The elves are not the indigenous species of the Eternal Continent. They migrated from other planes. Throughout their existence, the various branches of elves have never truly unified. The Dark Elves were the first to establish the Kingdom of Elysiria in the western part of the Eternal Continent. Concurrently, High Elves, Moon Elves, and Wood Elves established their own realms across the continent. Approximately 20,000 years ago, tensions began to rise among the elven nations. Under the pressure of unfavorable warfare, some Dark Elves sought more potent sources of power, leading to the gradual spread of the worship of the spider goddess, Rose, who embodies intrigue, darkness, and chaos. As the conflicts escalated, it ultimately caused a complete rift between the Dark Elves and the mainstream elves, resulting in an enduring blood feud forged through years of savage warfare. The worship of Rose subsequently became the prevailing faith among the Dark Elves. After the cataclysmic war among gods, demons, and dark deities concluded 10,000 years ago, the already fragmented elven power was significantly surpassed by the newly emerging human factions. Some High Elves allied with Moon Elves and Wood Elves to establish a new elven united kingdom in the southern continent, advocating for peaceful coexistence among the elven races. The remaining elven branches scattered across forests and hidden realms throughout the continent, while the majority of Dark Elves retreated into the profound darkness of the underground world. In summary, whenever an elven slave appears in the market, it invariably incites a wave of frenzied competition. Regardless of their branch, their transcendent beauty, graceful demeanor, and prolonged lifespans render them highly sought after by human nobility. My lord, Brand approached Su Lun and whispered, "I gathered intelligence last night, and I heard that tonight's slave auction will feature a considerable number of elves. Do you have an affinity for elves, my lord?" Aina, having changed from her maid attire to resemble Su Lun's companion, blinked her curious eyes and inquired. Su Lun chuckled at her words and patted Aina's hand. "Let us merely observe. Should the price be right, I might consider acquiring a nimble elven maid to assist you." His primary objective for attending was to scout for skilled slaves in architecture, forging, and alchemy to bolster the talents urgently needed for the Dark Moon territory. The captivating elves were merely a secondary interest, not an absolute necessity. His coins must be spent judiciously. In stark contrast to the tranquility and elegance of the Nightingale Merchant Association's area, the closer one drew to the talent market, the more cacophonous the surroundings became. A blend of various scents and sounds formed a restless whirlwind. This was not a simple open square, but a composite area constructed of several massive domed structures connected together. Each entrance was guarded by fully armed sentinels, and a substantial entry fee was required. Upon entering the grand hall, the clamor surged to meet him. The vast space was partitioned into countless stalls separated by metal barriers, each booth marked with signs succinctly detailing the slave's race, quantity, approximate age, specialties, and purchase price. Muscular yet vacant-eyed orcs, clad in nothing more than rudimentary coverings, were crammed into cages, scrutinized like merchandise for their muscles and teeth. Stout and sturdy mountain dwarves, often reduced to slavery due to debts or defeat, bore signs reading Tier 1 Quenching Blacksmith or Tier 1 Shattered Iron Miner, indicating their status as first-tier professionals, thus commanding a hefty price. There were even those confined within specially designed crystal tanks, showcasing beautiful sea folk. However, they were not high-end products like mermaids or nagas, but rather ordinary fishmen or turtlemen slaves, advertised as suitable for decorative pools or specific rituals. If it were a naga, a creature of deep-sea nobility, it would not make an appearance until the grand auction of various races in 2 days. "My lord, is that a dark elf over there?" Aina whispered, pointing to a dimly lit corner. There, a dark elf woman with deep purple skin and snow-white hair was shackled heavily. Yet her gaze sliced through the air like a poisoned dagger, filled with hatred and vigilance. The sign beside her warned, "Danger. Proficient in assassination techniques. Must sign a slavery contract." Dark elves who worship the spider goddess Rose often pose a risk to buyer safety without high-tier slavery contracts. Brand quietly explained to Su Lun, his extensive travel experience making him well acquainted with such slave markets. Su Lun observed silently. This world, indeed, was governed by power and wealth. "Let us take a look over there," he said, redirecting his gaze from the dark elf toward an area displaying skilled laborers. This section was relatively quiet, showcasing slaves predominantly of humans, dwarves, or halflings, their specialties indicated as construction, forging, and agriculture, practical skills. Upon entering the Emerald City Talent Market Hall, Su Lun initially believed he would blend inconspicuously into the crowd. However, he was soon surrounded by several elegantly dressed nobles and astute merchants, all beaming with smiles and eager to greet him. In this world, where strength reigned supreme, particularly in the southwestern border of the Black Rose Kingdom. Su Luan's recent exploits had spread like wildfire. As the newly appointed Lord of Dark Moon, it was rumored he had reached the pinnacle of second-tier summoners by the age of 20, commanding formidable magical beasts and several powerful human extraordinary beings, resulting in a burgeoning military force within his territory. It was evident to all that he was destined to become a formidable and influential border lord. Therefore, nobles and merchants from nearby territories sought to cultivate relationships with him. Even if they could not become friends, they certainly could not afford to be enemies. Oh, Lord Su Luan, what an honor it is to have you grace us with your presence. May I inquire what types of slaves you are seeking today? A gentle, yet shrewd voice resonated. Timothy Stein, the chief steward of the Emerald City Talent Market, approached with a beaming smile. The warm reception from someone of his stature in the Emerald City took Su Luan by surprise. Could it be that even the reclusive Duke Drexamons had taken note of him? Surely not. He quickly dismissed the thought. During the Myriad Races conference, the Duke was undoubtedly too occupied to pay attention to a mere border viscount like himself. However, upon reflection, Su Luan realized that news had likely spread from Lady Nightingale's estate regarding Christine's status and strength, inadvertently bestowing him with a veneer of prestige. He chuckled inwardly, recognizing the invisible power of connections and influence. If a young, ambitious lord with rapidly expanding military might was not sufficiently impressive, what about the president of a fourth-tier merchant guild? Even a mere cooperative relationship would compel everyone to take notice. Haha, Mr. Stein, esteemed guests, you are too gracious. Su Luan responded with poise, his tone lighthearted and humorous. I am merely here to acquire a few competent craftsmen and technicians for my domain, and to enjoy the lively atmosphere. Ah, I see, Timothy Stein replied, maintaining his smile. If the ordinary goods outside do not meet your standards, there will be a premium slave auction in the side hall shortly. If anything catches your eye, feel free to place a bid. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the crowd began to disperse as the auction was about to commence. In an unnoticed corner, a sinister gaze remained fixed on Su Luan. Damn it! Has that Su Luan from the Inu territory come to Emerald City as well? The face of Viscount Barton from the Greystone territory turned ashen. His fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, plotting something unknown. My lord, this slave auction occurs every 3 days, primarily featuring premium slaves that arrive within that time frame. Branda explained from the side. Oh, then let us witness it, Su Luan nodded. While he sought skilled personnel, he intended to be discerning. A second-tier forging master was worth far more than 10 first-tier apprentices. Noticing Su Luan's interest in participating in the bidding, a servant promptly guided them to a cozy private box with an excellent view in the side hall. The box was adorned with soft, sound-absorbing carpets, and a crystal coffee table displayed fresh fruits and spring water. Aina adjusted her coat and skirt, sitting obediently beside Su Luan, while Branda remained in the main hall, continuing to observe the proceedings. Su Luan's gaze fell upon the expansive circular display stage below. The auction commenced swiftly. Magical lights surrounded the large central platform, illuminating it as brightly as day. Slave traders paraded a variety of premium slaves, leading them forth, some even caged. The initial offerings were relatively mediocre, such as impoverished noble ladies from certain southern duchies. Observing the glimmer of conquest in the eyes of wealthy merchants below, Su Luan felt little interest. With a captivating succubus at home and having once been a noble in the royal capital, he found such collectibles unappealing. Taking advantage of the interlude, he engaged in quiet conversation with Aina. Aina, I recall your father hailed from the Duchy Alliance on the southern continent? Indeed, my lord, Aina replied, sitting gracefully like a well-behaved cat, her hands resting on her knees. Today, she wore the long cotton socks and new boots Su Luan had purchased for her, while her finest dress remained tucked away in her trunk, reserved for special occasions. My father often spoke of his origins in the Rosen Duchy. He was fortunate to encounter Lord Lancaster, who not only purchased his freedom but also restored his status as a free man, allowing him to establish a family and career. Compared to other slaves, my father was truly fortunate. He always reminded me to remember the kindness of the Lancaster family. Her voice was soft, imbued with deep gratitude. It is my grandfather's discerning eye, Su Luan remarked with a teasing smile, observing Aina's earnest demeanor. Your father was an exemplary and responsible steward, and you have surpassed him. With such beauty, fluency in multiple languages, and mastery of noble etiquette, one can only imagine how many great nobles and wealthy merchants would vie to claim you as their wife in the market. My lord. Aina's fair cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she shyly lifted her head, her emerald eyes sparkling with a hint of reproach. I only serve the Lancaster family. Observing her flustered yet earnest expression, Su Lun couldn't help but laugh heartily. As the auction progressed, the value of the displayed slaves began to rise. At this moment, a stout, bearded old dwarf, with intricately braided hair and muscular arms, appeared on stage. The auctioneer announced loudly, "Next up is exhibit number 15, Karak the Forge Hammer. Hailing from the deep Iron Mountains, a second-tier fire element forging master, specializing in crafting enchanted armor and military weaponry. Starting bid, 500 gold coins." A stir arose among the audience, as many lords and merchant representatives in need of weaponry displayed interest. However, Su Luan's keen perception detected the old dwarf's tainted aura. His life force flickered like a candle in the wind, indicating he bore an incurable dark injury, likely not to survive more than 2 months. Investing a substantial sum in a dying craftsman would be a grave mistake. He shook his head, opting not to place a bid. Ultimately, the dwarf was sold to a viscount from the Purple Maple Kingdom for 600 gold coins. Subsequent auctions featured half-elf gardeners, halfling chefs, and human rune apprentices. Though each had their specialties, none piqued Su Luan's particular interest. After a few more slaves were presented, Su Luan's attention was finally captured by a new figure. It was a girl appearing to be in her early 20s, with fiery red hair simply tied back. Her appearance was not overwhelmingly beautiful, yet she exuded a refreshing and clean aura. More importantly, Su Luan sensed a clear wave of earth elemental energy emanating from her. Exhibit number 26. Miss Hallifield from the Southern Talia Duchy. The auctioneer's voice boomed. This young lady is 21 years old and a first-tier earth element extraordinary. She has studied at the Public Magical Academy in the Black Rose Kingdom, specializing in the application of earth spells for urban construction, making her a highly sought-after professional talent. The auctioneer paused, revealing a knowing smile. Of course, if anyone wishes to discuss other civil engineering matters with her, that would also be quite fitting. Laughter erupted in the audience, understanding the underlying implication. Starting bid, 200 gold coins. Bids must increase by at least 10 gold coins. The auctioneer declared loudly, 210 gold coins. Someone immediately raised their paddle. 230 gold coins. Su Luan calmly lifted his bidding card. The auction hall fell silent. Su Luan's voice was easily recognizable. Having just conversed in the outer hall, nobles and merchants exchanged glances, mutually deciding to abstain from bidding. Smaller merchants, recognizing that this prominent young lord from the NU territory sought the talent, also refrained from continuing their bids. As the NU territory was in an expansion phase, it was well understood that talents in urban development were precisely what Su Luan needed. Thus, he was determined to secure this acquisition. Meanwhile, the majority of those present were minor nobles, with the larger aristocrats and top-tier forces focusing their energies on the upcoming multi-race auction in 2 days, leaving the bidding here relatively calm. No one was willing to provoke this ambitious and militarily formidable young lord over a mere novice mage. Seeing the situation, the auctioneer proceeded without hesitation. 230 gold coins. Is there a higher bid? 230 gold coins once. 230 gold coins twice. Su Luan subtly nodded, prepared to secure the girl, achieving the primary goal of his visit. 240 gold coins. A somewhat sharp voice suddenly pierced the impending silence, causing an uproar in the hall. Who dared to compete with the Viscount of NU for this girl? Which fool would challenge a burgeoning lord who commanded both soldiers and beasts, seeking war, rather than those languishing in their estates? Whispers spread like a tide. Timothy Stein, the overseer of the talent market, furrowed his brow. He was well aware of Su Luan's favorable relationship with President Christine of the Nightingale Guild, having received an invitation to enter her estate that very morning. Moreover, his master, Duke Drake, had shown interest in Su Luan, instructing his people to provide excellent service to this promising young lord. Little did he expect that someone would be so reckless. He leaned slightly towards his attendant and whispered, "That private box belongs to Viscount Barton of the Huishurling, does it not? His territory is adjacent to the Inuling. How could he commit such a foolish act?" After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Timothy's eyes, and he instructed his subordinate, "Go and discreetly inform Viscount Su Luan of Barton's identity." Though this seemed to undermine the neutrality of the market, Timothy perceived it as a strategic investment for the future. What was Viscount Barton of the Huishurling in the face of the Inuling's formidable rise? He would hardly survive the summer. At this moment, offering a trivial piece of information to Su Luan, a noble who had formed a deep collaboration with Lady Nightingale, would be exceedingly advantageous. Soon, a servant stealthily approached outside Su Luan's box and whispered a few words to Brand. Brand then turned and quietly informed Su Luan, "My lord, the bid comes from Viscount Barton of the Huishurling." A flash of cold light appeared in Su Luan's eyes, and a chilling smile curved his lips. Oh, so it is that old miser, Barton. Learning that the one scheming behind the scenes was Viscount Barton of the Huisher Ling, Su Luan felt a sense of relief, even allowing a cold smile to surface. He was already devising how to eliminate this potential threat during his visit to the Emerald City. And now the adversary had delivered himself right to his doorstep. The architect named Hiley was a prize he was determined to secure. Since Barton wished to play the fool, he might as well let him keep it for a moment. This evening, Su Luan would naturally bring Berkeley to reclaim everything with interest. Of course, he would also take everything that belonged to Barton. For now, he simply needed to entertain this old fox, who was on the verge of ruin. 270 gold coins. Su Luan's voice rang out once more. 280 gold coins. Barton immediately countered, his voice echoing through the box. A cold smile twisted on Su Luan's lips. He did not need to turn around to envision the furious, purple-faced visage of Viscount Barton. My lord, the meticulously groomed old steward beside Barton urged anxiously, be cautious. Our primary mission here, funded by Count Monroe, is to procure that batch of enchanted crossbows and military potions. If we squander our funds here, it will jeopardize our subsequent plans. The steward attempted to quell Barton's impulsiveness. However, consumed by rage and jealousy, Barton paid no heed. All he knew was that the Inu Ling was advancing too swiftly. He must make Su Luan suffer and ensure he could not easily acquire the talent he desired. Soon, the bids escalated in what appeared to be a fierce standoff. Though Su Luan navigated it with effortless ease. 350 gold coins. 360 gold coins. 400 gold coins. Su Luan called out a round number, his tone still calm. Beads of sweat trickled down Barton's forehead, and the steward's warnings echoed in his ears, but observing Su Luan's composed demeanor, he gritted his teeth and nearly shouted. 410 gold coins. All eyes in the room turned to Su Luan's box. However, this time, Su Luan merely lifted his drink and took a gentle sip, choosing not to respond. The auctioneer, understanding the cue, immediately announced, 410 gold coins once. 410 gold coins twice. 410 gold coins thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this buyer. Viscount Barton stood frozen, a wave of icy regret crashing over him. He had spent 410 gold coins to acquire a first-tier earth mage, whose market value was hardly 200 gold coins. The suppressed laughter and whispered conversations from the surrounding boxes felt like needles piercing his face. Fool. Truly a simpleton with too much money. At this price, one could purchase 5 first-tier spellcaster slaves. Barton's complexion shifted from red to green, ultimately settling into a pallid hue. Forced to swallow his frustration. Damn that Su Luan. Once I procure that batch of military magical crossbows and Count Monroe's agreement, your good days will be numbered. Barton hissed. His expression twisted in anger. No one paid further attention to Barton's box. The auction continued. Su Luan patiently awaited the next items as several auction goods passed by. Mostly robust orc warriors or beautiful female slaves, failing to pique his interest, until a youth was brought onto the display stage. In this season, the boy was clad in thin garments, yet stood upright. He had a tousled mop of brown hair and emerald green eyes reminiscent of the lakes in the forest, exuding a stubborn and resolute spirit. The next exhibit hails from the southern Ag Duchy. The auctioneer proclaimed with a hint of provocation, yet devoid of compassion. This unfortunate lad, the sole son of the commander of the Black Crow Feather Knights, is named Alan York. His foolish father met defeat in our war against the Z-Phone Kingdom, leading to the family's bankruptcy, and now he has been sent here. 2 years ago, the political landscape within the Z-Phone Kingdom experienced slight turbulence, and the Duchy Alliance in the southwest was eager to make a move. The Black Crow Feather Knights seized the opportunity to advance northward, seeking to gain favor at the border of the Z-Phone Kingdom. However, they encountered formidable resistance, as the border earl was known for his volatile temper. Not only did he annihilate the invading forces, but he also launched a counteroffensive, sweeping southward and directly besieging the capital of the Ag Duchy. Other duchies within the alliance dared not to extend assistance to the Ag Duchy. Consequently, the Ag Duchy was compelled to pay a hefty war indemnity to persuade the Z-Phone Kingdom to withdraw their forces. This tale circulated widely within the Z-Phone Kingdom, and the indigenous people of Emerald City were predominantly from the Z-Phone Kingdom. Most buyers present harbored no sympathy for this youth from a hostile nation. Chapter 75, The Young Wind Knight. Gentlemen, please observe. The auctioneer pointed at the boy. This young Master Allen is merely 17 years old. Yet he has undergone rigorous knight training from a young age, and is now a peak first-tier Wind Knight. If he continues to receive resources for training, his ascension to second tier is inevitable. We will provide a complete enslavement contract to ensure he becomes your most loyal knight. The starting bid of 300 gold coins was, in fact, rather humiliating. After all, a promising young Wind Knight, particularly the offspring of the Exiled Duchy's Knight Commander, possessed both talent and lineage. His normal price would far exceed this. Su Luan contemplated briefly and grasped the crux of the matter. The youth's identity was too sensitive. Even with an enslavement contract in place, buyers would bear the risk. After all, who could guarantee that his father's former subordinates would not come to rescue him? For a frontier lord or border lord with significant military strength and frequent warfare needs, acquiring such a young knight might be deemed reasonable. However, for most of the small nobles present from the Zifone kingdom, he was a hot potato. They could observe the spectacle, but actually bringing him home? They would rather not. There were plenty of first-tier exceptional guards available. Why risk acquiring a ticking time bomb like Alan? 310 gold coins. In the brief silence, Su Luan raised his bidding paddle almost without hesitation. He was not from the Zifone kingdom and had no such concerns. As a frontier lord of the Hei Meigui kingdom, what did a small Exiled duchy matter? A few second-tier knights were merely fodder. What he valued was the immense potential of this young Wind Knight. Currently, the Wind Wolf cavalry of the Inu Ling was under the command of Luke. Yet it lacked professionalism. This Alan seemed to be the perfect candidate for commanding the Wind Wolf Knights. A Wind Knight paired with Wind Wolves was a match made in heaven. Viscount Barton gritted his teeth, ready to retaliate with a spiteful counterbid. But he was firmly restrained by his old steward. My lord, remain calm. This youth is a hot potato. Acquiring him would be of no use and could even incite the animosity of the remaining forces of the Exiled Duchy. We must not act impulsively. The words of the steward compelled Barton to suppress his impulses. Subsequently, a few nobles tentatively called out prices, yet they appeared hesitant and indecisive. 320 gold coins. 350 gold coins. Su Luan raised the bid once more. Ultimately, when he declared a price of 380 gold coins, no one responded. 380 gold coins. Sold. The auctioneer's hammer fell. Having successfully acquired the vital talent of a Wind Knight essential for the construction of the Inu territory, Su Luan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As for the female architect Hai Li, although she had been interrupted by that old fellow Barton, in Su Luan's eyes, she was already as good as his, merely awaiting his personal retrieval that very night. Having secured 2 pivotal talents at a reasonable price, Su Luan's interest in the subsequent auction items waned. After several Murloc slaves were auctioned off, the event reached its climax with the appearance of 4 elven female slaves. The first 3 were dark-skinned, proud dark elves, eliciting waves of excitement from the audience. The final act, however, was a moon elf, her skin pale as moonlight, her beauty surpassing that of any earthly creation. The atmosphere in the venue ignited instantaneously. Many nobles and wealthy merchants had evidently come solely for her. The starting price for this moon elf was a staggering 1,000 gold coins. The bidding surged, quickly escalating beyond 1,800 gold coins, the fervor astonishing. Yet, Su Luan merely cast her a fleeting glance. He was a pragmatist, an elf, no matter how beautiful, who offered no benefit to the development of his territory, held less value in his eyes than an ordinary warrior. As for beauty and serving men, he had indulged sufficiently in the charms of the alluring succubus Lilina at home. Let us depart, Su Luan said softly to Ai Na, rising decisively to leave the noisy box early. At the backstage settlement area of the auction house, he encountered Alan, who had been freed from his shackles, yet remained taut and vigilant. Su Luan refrained from immediately utilizing the enslavement contract imbued with magical constraints, instead casually stowing it away in his dimensional ring. This action elicited a flicker of surprise in Alan's eyes. Alan York, Su Luan's voice was calm yet powerful, his gaze piercing as he met the boy's verdant eyes. I am aware of your identity and your father's fate. However, I am not a noble of the Zifone kingdom, and I harbor no grievances against you or the Heijiyu. Alan pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent, though the wariness in his eyes slightly lessened. Su Luan continued, I am the viscount of the Inu territory in the Hei Meigui kingdom. Su Luan Lancaster. My domain requires true warriors. In my realm, strength is the sole badge of honor, and merit alone earns respect. I command a unit of wind wolves and am in need of a commander like you, one who can harness the power of the wind and dance with wolves. He paused, gauging the boy's reaction, then presented an irresistible temptation. I do not seek a soulless puppet soldier. Rather, I offer you an opportunity, not as a slave, but as a probationary officer. If you prove your loyalty and capability, I promise that the position of commander of the Wind Wolves in the Inu territory will await you. You can restore your family's honor on the battlefield with your own sword, rather than cowering in the shadow of your forebears' failures. This declaration struck Alan like a heavy hammer, resonating deep within his heart. He trembled slightly, the defiance in his eyes gradually replaced by a complex glimmer, shock, skepticism, yet more importantly, a hope rekindled like a dying flame. He lifted his head, for the first time earnestly and without fear, meeting Su Luan's gaze. His voice hoarse from dryness yet imbued with a resolute finality. "Can you trust me?" Su Luan smiled with satisfaction. "My boy, there is no need for your turmoil and doubt. I can offer you this opportunity, and I am fully capable of retracting everything at any moment." In truth, all summoned magical beasts were utterly loyal to Su Luan. With a mere thought, he could turn any treacherous wind wolf against its master in an instant. Under the absolute power and control he wielded, he had no reason to fear what this boy might attempt. Eventually, Alan took a deep breath and knelt on one knee, performing a standard knightly salute, his tattered attire failing to diminish the strength and precision of his actions. "Alan York, I vow by the name of knighthood to exert my utmost effort and not fail your expectations." Chapter 76. The visit of the Lord of Chishan territory in the ordinary slave area of the Talent Market Hall. Su Luan meticulously selected 7 or 8 first-tier slaves possessing special skills in fields urgently needed by the new territory, including forging, basic alchemy, and potion making. After concluding the transactions, he quietly instructed Brant to remain in the market, shadowing Barton and his entourage from the Huishur territory to ascertain their whereabouts. With arrangements in place, Su Luan, accompanied by Ai Na and the newly acquired slaves, exited the bustling talent market. Outside, as he inhaled the crisp, cold air, before he could relish the tranquility, a finely dressed individual resembling a steward hurriedly approached, blocking his path and bowing deeply in a near 90-degree gesture. "Greetings, Honorable Viscount Su Luan. I apologize for the intrusion. It is a great honor to introduce myself. I am the steward of Viscount Hernandez of Chishan territory. May I trouble you for a few precious minutes of your time?" The steward's demeanor was exceedingly humble, his voice slightly trembling with urgency. "Chishan territory?" Su Luan's gaze flickered, recalling the name. Chishan territory was also one of the pioneering lands of the He Meigui kingdom, located to the east of Shimu town, approximately 300 kilometers from his new territory. Due to the intervening Shimu town, there had been little interaction or rapport between the two territories. As for Viscount Hernandez, he recalled him as a rather low-key and somewhat conservative neighbor. "What is it?" he inquired succinctly. The steward, feeling the intangible pressure emanating from Su Luan, as if he had just stepped from a sea of corpses and blood, bent even lower, scarcely daring to meet his gaze, yet striving to maintain clarity in his voice. "It is this. Our Viscount Hernandez has long admired your esteemed name and is very eager to befriend you." To express his sincerity, "Our Viscount has just acquired that moon elf at the auction and will personally deliver her to your residence shortly as a small token of our meeting." "Oh." Su Luan's face broke into a playful smile. "You offer a moon elf of considerable value merely to befriend me?" He shook his head, his tone straightforward and unyielding. "If Viscount Hernandez truly has matters requiring my assistance, he should come directly and speak candidly. I value friendships based on mutual benefit and win-win scenarios, not mere promises in exchange for gifts." As he spoke, Su Luan feigned an intention to leave. No. Please, Lord Su Luan, stay." The steward hurriedly stepped forward, bowing deeply once more. "We of Chishan territory genuinely wish to establish a solid friendly relationship with the new territory. This afternoon, our Viscount will personally deliver the moon elf to your residence." He raised his head, continuing, "At that time, the Viscount will also prepare another grand gift, which I believe will surely please you." Oh, Su Luan was genuinely intrigued now. While Chishan territory was not impoverished, it certainly was not the type to casually spend 2,000 or 3,000 gold coins on an elven slave and then hand it over without a second thought. The Lord not only offered such a valuable gift, but also promised to visit in person, along with another significant gift. It appeared that Chishan territory was facing considerable troubles, necessitating the need to seek assistance from a neighbor. Given this, Su Luan pondered for a moment, finally nodding in response to the steward's eager gaze. "I reside at, insert name of residence. When the delivery arrives this afternoon, just mention my name, and the guards will grant you passage." "Thank you, my lord. The esteemed Viscount shall undoubtedly pay a timely visit and present the moon spirit as well," the steward exclaimed with unrestrained delight, offering repeated assurances. Intrigued, Su Luan mused quietly as he observed the steward's hurried departure. "I shall see what matters this Mr. Hernandez wishes to discuss with me." As evening descended, the fireplace in Su Luan's temporary abode crackled warmly, dispelling the chill from outside. Little did he expect that the moon spirit would fetch such a staggering price. Clad in a comfortable home robe, he settled into a soft chair beside the fire, engrossed in a book detailing the customs and culture of the kingdom of Zfoam. Brand, having trailed Barton, was the last to return and was aware of the auction's final outcome. Standing nearby, Brand expressed with a hint of awe, "My lord." The final price for the spirit was 2,300 gold coins. Amidst the fierce competition from numerous nobles and wealthy merchants, Viscount Hernandez of Qishan secured the acquisition. The sum is enough to procure a piece of quite decent, silver, quality magical equipment. He paused, self-deprecatingly adding, "For a mere first-tier ranger like myself, my entire fortune would scarcely suffice to acquire a single piece of silver equipment. Such spirits are indeed born of luxury." "Has Barton's residence been confirmed?" Su Luan inquired, setting his book aside. "It has been confirmed, my lord." Brand's expression turned serious. "He resides at a tavern called Jin Ke Hua, located 3 blocks away. I have stationed 2 astute soldiers nearby to ensure we do not lose track of him." "Excellent." A glint of cold light flickered in Su Luan's eyes. "Once Berkeley returns, we shall pay that old neighbor a surprise visit tonight." The room was as warm as spring, yet their discussion revolved around matters of life and death concerning a viscount. "Brand, what do you believe is the purpose of the viscount from Qishan seeking me?" Just as Su Luan posed the question, a knock echoed at the door. He exchanged glances with Brand. Approaching the door, Brand opened it and inquired, "May I ask who is there?" A gentle and cultured male voice replied from outside. "I am Viscount Hernandez from Qishan, here to pay a visit to Lord Su Luan." With the door swung open, a tall, handsome middle-aged nobleman stepped inside. Dressed in a meticulously tailored silk suit adorned with exquisite dark patterns at the cuffs and collar, every detail was impeccably attended to. At first glance, he resembled a pampered aristocrat from the heartlands of the Black Rose Kingdom rather than a frontier lord battling against calamities. "Greetings, Lord Hernandez." Su Luan rose. Displaying the proper etiquette, "It is a pleasure to meet you. This Viscount's extravagant expenditure on the moon spirit may seem like foolish squandering to others. Yet as a beneficiary, Su Luan naturally held a different perspective. It is an immense honor to make your acquaintance, Lord Su Luan." Hernandez promptly stepped forward to shake Su Luan's hand, his tone sincere and imbued with just the right amount of flattery. "I have long heard of your illustrious reputation. The swift eradication of the ogre tribes and the blood claw half-orcs, instilling fear along the southwestern border at such a young age, is truly admirable." After a few courteous exchanges, they took their seats. Chapter 77, Fire Crystal Mine. A partnership forged. The burning logs in the fireplace crackled softly, filling the room with a warmth akin to spring and the fragrant aroma of pine mingling with the rich scent of mulled wine. Su Luan preferred to avoid circumlocution and directly address the matter at hand. "Lord Hernandez, such generous expenditure and a personal visit must indicate there is something you require my assistance with. Please speak plainly." Hernandez, sensing Su Luan's forthrightness, abandoned any pretense and stated earnestly, "Lord Su Luan, you are indeed straightforward, so I shall be direct. I have come to discuss a matter of great importance regarding the development of my territory, hoping to establish a collaboration with you." He retrieved a meticulously crafted parchment map from a ring on his finger and spread it across the table between them. "Please take a look. This is a fire crystal vein that we recently discovered during our exploration of the border region of Qishan. Su Luan focused intently on the map, which was clearly marked, revealing a serpentine red line representing the vein, intriguingly crossing the boundary between Qishan and Shimu, extending into both territories. Su Luan glanced at Hernandez, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "You have encountered a conflict with Shimu over this mine and wish for me to exert pressure from behind, compelling them to relinquish their claim on that portion of the vein?" A flicker of embarrassment crossed Hernandez's face, quickly replaced by sincerity. "That is indeed one of my requests. If you, Lord Su Luan, can station troops at the border to intimidate Shimu, I am confident I can secure complete control over the entire vein." "One of my requests?" Su Luan caught the implication in his words, sensing that Hernandez had additional difficulties. Hernandez sighed, pointing to a specially marked area at the center of the vein. "Yes. I previously dispatched an exploration team into the mine and discovered a powerful fire-type magical beast residing within. Its strength likely reaches the 3rd tier, and my forces alone cannot adequately confront it." Su Luan let out a cold chuckle, leaning back slightly, his gaze sharp as he regarded Hernandez. "You expect me to intimidate your neighboring state while also dispatching extraordinary beings to assist you in dealing with a formidable magical beast. Lord Hernandez, your calculations are indeed astute." He paused, his tone chilling. "You wish for the Inuling to mobilize troops and elite forces, bearing such significant risks and responsibilities, Merely in exchange for a moon spirit as a gift? That seems inadequate. Hernandez appeared prepared, nodding without hesitation. Naturally. Therefore, in addition to the moon spirit, I am prepared to offer another substantial gift. He took a deep breath, stating emphatically, upon the successful conclusion of our arrangement. I am willing to bestow upon you, Lord Suluan, all the output from this fire crystal mine for the first 3 months, free of charge. Furthermore, all materials and magical cores obtained from slaying that fire-type beast will also belong to you. This proclamation made Suluan's eyebrows raise sharply. The total output from the fire crystal mine for the first 3 months. Based on the vein scale, its value is estimated to exceed 6,000 gold coins. Adding the moon spirit and the total worth of a third-tier fire-type magical beast as spoils presents an astonishing total. The cost to Suluan, however, would be minimal. Absorbing Shimu Ling had always been part of his plan, and applying pressure in this manner seemed opportune. As for dealing with the third-tier beast, Suluan, possessing the bloodline of a red dragon and a cadre of magical beasts, had been seeking a suitable powerful quarry to harvest energy points. Feigning contemplation, Suluan lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest, as if weighing the pros and cons ultimately. He raised his head to meet the anxious gaze of Hernandez and slowly nodded. Very well, I accept, Lord Hernandez. Splendid. Hernandez's face lit up with joy. Clapping his hands with vigor, suddenly recalling something, he called out towards the door. Quickly, bring in the gift intended for Lord Suluan. With the servant's responses and Ina's curious gaze, a tall and graceful figure was ushered into the parlor. Truly breathtaking. Even having glimpsed her from a distance at the auction, Suluan felt an indescribable awe as the moon spirit stood before him, standing nearly 1.70 meters tall. Her long silver hair, akin to moonlight, cascaded down to her waist, shimmering with an enchanting luster. This moon spirit possessed clear, distant amber eyes, a delicately sculpted nose, and lips as petite as cherry petals. Her figure was astonishingly curvaceous, rivaling even the alluring Lilina. Tiny golden hoops adorned her elongated ears, adding an exotic flair. Clad in a simple black dress, her long legs appeared even more strikingly slender and straight. However, what stands out most is the intricate and complex aura that mingles upon her visage, a natural aloofness, indifference, and disdain. These quintessential elven traits remain palpable. Yet, her unwholesome pallor, coupled with the indelible traces of hardship and fatigue etched deep within her eyes, betrays her plight. She stands there, akin to a delicate porcelain figurine, shattered and then awkwardly reassembled. The visible cracks only serve to accentuate her fragility and resilience. Hernandez's movements are decisive as he retrieves a scroll imbued with an obscure magical aura and extends it towards Suluan. My Lord Suluan. This is the slave contract binding her, meticulously crafted by a peak third-tier soul engraver, utterly reliable. Suluan reaches out to accept it. The scroll feels icy to the touch, its surface adorned with intricate and sinister runes drawn in dark red ink, subtly emanating waves of binding and tearing soul energy. Unlike the enslavement contract of the Wind Knight Allen, which emphasizes behavioral restrictions, this contract is far more tyrannical and malicious. It can directly tear a portion of the subject's soul essence, branding it upon the master, establishing an inescapable dominion. From this moment forth, no matter the distance, a mere thought from Suluan can dictate her very existence, rendering her utterly powerless to evade him. Very well, leave the rest to me. Suluan states with a calm demeanor. Exercise caution, my lord. This elven maiden possesses a stubborn and untamed spirit. I have heard she hails from the Forest of Lost Souls and was captured while battling the Dark Elves. Hernandez cautions with genuine concern. Suluan merely waves his hand dismissively. No matter, I shall manage. Observing Suluan's confidence, Hernandez refrains from further comment. He presents a golden badge engraved with the emblem of Flame Mountain. My Lord Suluan, this is the token of our pact. I look forward to our next meeting upon your return from Emerald City to discuss grand matters. Very well, next time I shall personally visit you in Shishan, Lord Hernandez. Suluan replies as he pockets the badge. Hernandez departs with his entourage, leaving only Suluan, Aina, and the Moon Elf, bound by heavy iron chains and shackles. Yet still holding her head high, Suluan redirects his gaze towards her. Chapter 78. Moon Elf, Lucia, what is your name? Your origins? Suluan inquires in the common tongue of the continent. The Moon Elf remains unresponsive, her amber eyes staring vacantly ahead, as if she were merely a wisp of air. Not surprised, Suluan switches to the refined elven tongue. Speak to me, Moon Elf, your name and origins. This time, her pupils dilate in fleeting astonishment. and she finally focuses her gaze upon Su Luan's face, incredulous. You know Elvish? I am of a noble family from the Black Rose Royal City. Though my family has fallen into disrepair, I still attended classes at the Royal Public Magic Academy. I have a reasonable grasp of basic Elvish, she replies. Su Luan's tone remains indifferent as he swiftly grasps her slender, cold neck, applying just the right amount of pressure to induce a sensation of suffocation. Yet without causing true harm, my patience is limited. Humph. You filthy, lowly human. The moon elf manages to rasp, her voice hoarse and filled with venom. Before falling silent once more, resembling a stone statue that no longer responds to any further inquiry from Su Luan. How disappointing. Su Luan releases her, his expression devoid of anger. For him, subduing a slave does not necessitate consent. Unlike the Wind Knight Alan, who requires persuasion, this elf is different. He proceeds to unfurl the dark red magical scroll. As his mental energy infuses the scroll, the runes ignite, transforming into several crimson chains of pure energy. Emitting a disconcerting hum, with one end tethered to the scroll and the other piercing sharply into the moon elf's forehead. The moon elf, Lucia, emits a muffled cry of agony, her body trembling violently. She can distinctly feel a brutal force forcibly tearing at her soul essence. A pain emanating from the depths of her being that eclipses any corporeal torment. Long periods of captivity, hunger, cold, and deeper psychological scars have rendered her soul exceedingly fragile. Under the overwhelming pressure of Su Luan's robust mental force, infused with the will of the Red Dragon, her resistance crumbles like melting snow, collapsing entirely in mere moments. The blood-red chains retract abruptly, bringing with them a glimmering fragment of her soul, which merges into the back of Su Luan's hand, forming an ephemeral crescent-shaped mark. The contract is complete. Through this connection at the soul level, Su Luan instantly discerns her true name. Lucia, this is your name, Su Luan states calmly. The moon elf named Lucia appears ashen, crumpling to the ground, the last vestige of defiance in her eyes replaced by despair. She had not anticipated the terrifying strength of this human lord's soul power. What unsettled her even more was the ancient draconic might that faintly emanated from that power, sending tremors through her very soul. With the slave contract in place, unless her power vastly exceeds that of her master, she will never know freedom again. Yet confronted with a being infused with the bloodline of an ancient dragon, how bleak is that hope? Lucia, the contract is established. From this moment forth, you are the slave of me, Su Luan Lancaster. Su Luan steps closer to her and proclaims in Elvish, you shall reside here for the next few days. Consider your options. Remain safely in this relatively secure and comfortable place, or venture out, only to fall into the hands of those filthy slavers or other even more dreadful entities. Lucia's eyes flicker intensely, her mind engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Emerald City is human territory. As a powerless moon elf with a wounded soul, she would be nothing more than a moving coin outside, destined for a far worse fate. The traitor high priest who is allied with the spider goddess, along with those treacherous dark elves, would not let her escape either. In contrast, temporarily submitting to this seemingly powerful and somewhat cleaner human lord appears to be her only option. Survival must come first. She must regain her strength before she can seek an opportunity to return to her kin and expose the high priest's treachery. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally nods imperceptibly. Very well, a wise choice. A smile graces Su Luan's face as he begins to remove her shackles. The slavers, in their caution, had used heavy shackles laced with anti-magic metals, the thick chains rendering her nearly immobile. Yet, under the influence of Su Luan's hands, infused with the power of the Red Dragon, these formidable shackles are easily torn apart, as if they were mere paper. Freed from her physical restraints, Lucia, however, is so weak she can barely stand. Still, she persists, biting her lip to conceal her discomfort from Su Luan, curling up to absorb the meager warmth emanating from the fireplace. Su Luan gestures for Aina to bring a thick blanket to spread by the hearth, accompanied by a platter of toasted bread and warm milk. Lucia regards the food with suspicion before glancing at Su Luan. Only living, healthy slaves hold value. Su Luan explains in Elvish, I have no need to poison my property. Hearing this, Lucia slowly crawls onto the blanket, trembling yet maintaining her elven grace. Taking small bites of the food, Aina, for the next 2 days, instruct her in the ways and duties of a maid. Without my permission, she and all other slaves are not to leave this house. Yes, my lord. Measure her dimensions and order several maid outfits from the tailor. Be sure not to let her fall ill. Oh, and procure clothes for the other slaves as well. Su Luan continues, as for accommodations, Berkeley has ample space. I recall there are 3 maid rooms available. Yes, there are indeed 3. Then let Lucia occupy one of them, and the remaining slaves shall share the other 2 according to gender. Now, it is time for dinner, my maids. After the arrangements were completed, Loren was about to say something more when Lucia, seated by the fireplace, suddenly raised her head, her face reflecting disbelief. In a stiff but clear version of the common tongue, she inquired, "You actually intend to entrust my discipline to this human maid? Oh, so you comprehend the human common tongue?" Loren found this rather amusing. "You are now a maid, and under the guidance of the seasoned Aina. What concerns could you possibly have? Do you believe yourself to be exceptional? Having a private room is already a privilege." Lucia's eyes were filled with wariness and distrust. Yet she ultimately refrained from further retort. During dinner, Aina prepared a sumptuous feast. The other slaves, including the young Alan, savored the meal with delight, singing praises for Aina. Lucia, however, remained silent throughout, but from her subtle eating gestures and the slight relaxation of her brows, Loren could discern her satisfaction with the meal. Chapter 79. The Death of Baron Barton. Thunderous suppression. As night deepened, the Emerald City was enveloped in a tapestry of tranquility and bustling lights. Loren sat alone by the fireplace in the living room, the flickering flames casting shadows on his sharply defined profile, his gaze deep and contemplative. Soon, Brand and Berkeley returned simultaneously, quietly. "My lord, the silver-grade healing scroll has been acquired." Berkeley stepped forward to respectfully present a crystal scroll emanating a soft white light. Loren took it, sensing the abundant light power within, nodding in satisfaction as he stored it in his dimensional ring. With this, the injuries of the Bard Steward could be temporarily stabilized. The addition of a pseudo-third-tier combatant would be quite significant for the Darkmoon territory. "My lord, Baron Barton and his entourage, totaling 17 individuals, have all checked into the 3rd floor of the inn and have not emerged. It appears they are focused on the upcoming interspecies auction," Brand reported in a calm and clear voice. "Additionally, my subordinate has discerned that Barton shares the master bedroom with his steward, while 12 guards occupy 4 rooms on either side, with 3 personal attendants in the opposite room." "Excellent." Loren rose, the blood of the red dragon within him quickening slightly, bringing a thrill akin to that of a hunter before the chase. "Brand, you will remain here with a contingent to protect Aina and the new slaves, ensure their safety." "Understood." Brand bowed in compliance. Loren then turned to Berkeley, who was cloaked in dark leather armor, his presence nearly merging with the surrounding environment, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Berkeley, prepare yourself. We shall pay a visit to Baron Barton with a token of gratitude." "Yes." A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Berkeley's eyes. In the depths of night in Emerald City, the vibrancy had not entirely subsided, as distant murmurs of revelry still echoed. Within a guest room on the 4th floor of the Gilded Flower Inn, the curtains were drawn tight, and no lights were lit. Loren and Berkeley stood still like specters in the night. This room had been rented by Brand for a commoner, and at present, it was unoccupied, serving as the site for Loren's undertaking. At this moment, Berkeley knelt partially on the ground, his hands lightly pressing against the surface as he silently intoned obscure incantations. Almost imperceptible shadow energy, like mercury, radiated from him, seeping quietly downwards to form a shadow barrier enveloping the area where Barton and his group resided. This barrier effectively muffled sounds and faint energy fluctuations, ensuring that their ensuing actions would not disturb the outside world. Simultaneously, Loren closed his eyes, his consciousness delving into the beast summoning system. A fist-sized, entirely black venomous worker bee appeared silently in his palm. "Go." With a thought, Loren commanded. The worker bee transformed into an almost invisible black line, skillfully slipping through the minuscule gap in the window. It glided down along the outer wall, ultimately hovering outside the window of the master bedroom on the 5th floor. Through shared vision with the bee, Loren vividly observed the scene within the room. Baron Barton, clad in a silk robe, paced anxiously across the carpeted floor, his plump belly protruding, his face dark with frustration. His loyal old steward stood beside him, a frown creasing his brow, hesitant to speak. "Useless. Damn it." Suddenly, Barton seized a silver goblet from the table and smashed it onto the floor with a dull thud. "A mere parcel of Darkmoon territory has humiliated me time and again. Once I acquire this batch of military supplies and return to my territory, I shall rally my forces and flatten his Darkmoon city." "My lord, temper your rage," the steward quickly urged. "The Darkmoon territory's military might is formidable, and that Loren's strength is unfathomable. He is presently in Emerald City. We must proceed with caution. I cannot swallow this humiliation." Barton roared, his face quivering with rage. "Unable to swallow this humiliation?" A cold smile crept across Su Luan's lips as he withdrew his vision from the bee, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. At that moment, the final syllable of Berkeley's incantation dissipated into the air. The shadow barrier enveloped the entire suite like a silent, immense black veil. All external sounds, including the raucous, drunken adventurers below and the clamor of the casino, were abruptly silenced. The suite fell into a void of deathly silence, with only the crackling of the firewood in the fireplace eerily amplified, resonating within the hearts of those present. What is happening? Baron Barton abruptly halted in his tracks, his plump face draining of color, his small eyes darting around in terror. The old steward reacted swiftly, his bony hand shooting towards the enchanted dagger embedded with an eagle-eye stone at his waist. The pinnacle of second-tier extraordinary power surging within him like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Simultaneously, he opened his mouth to shout, hoping to alert the guards in the adjacent room. Yet, it was too late. Boom. The ceiling adorned with golden irises exploded above them. Countless wood shavings and plaster fragments rained down like a torrential downpour. A silhouette, shrouded in dark red dragon scale-like flames, descended from above, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine of souls, infused with wild, ferocious power. Without even wielding a weapon, upon landing, his right fist struck out like a siege hammer, directly aimed at the old steward, who had just drawn half of his dagger. As the fist surged forth, the air screeched under the strain, and the intense heat caused the fireplace flames to flicker ominously. The old steward's pupils constricted sharply. His extensive combat experience compelled him to instinctively cross the dagger before his chest, pure fighting spirit surging into the blade, attempting to block. Recognizing the assailant as Su Luan, the Lord of the Dark Moon, he was filled with dread. This power was beyond that of a summoner. He is a warrior. Moreover, this was evidently nearing third-tier strength. Clang. Thud. The clash of fist and blade produced a piercing sound of metal warping and shattering. That enchanted dagger, fortified with a trace of secret silver and tougher than fine steel, crumbled like a brittle twig before Su Luan's dragon power, shattering into fragments in an instant. Unstoppable. The fist landed squarely upon the old steward's chest. Ugh! The old steward of Baron Barton let out a short, harrowing scream as his chest visibly caved in. The sound of shattering ribs echoing clearly. He was sent flying like a broken kite, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, his vitality swiftly waning. A peak second-tier veteran with a wealth of adventurer experience was, shockingly, killed by Su Luan in a single blow.